In the Dragon Ball world, amid a resplendent sea of stars, wave after wave of shockwaves shattered the sun, moon, and stars around them, bursting into blossoms of dazzling cosmic fireworks. After a deafening boom, two silhouettes landed at the same time on a platform floating among the stars. The platform was immensely wide, as if blessed by some mysterious power. Despite the violence of the earlier impact, it remained utterly intact. At the far end of the platform stood a magnificent towering palace. The two figures from before now faced each other, eyes locked. One of them was none other than the Grand Priest, leader of all gods in the divine realm. He walked slowly toward the young man opposite him, smiling, as he said, "Law Enforcer, your power has grown considerably again." The young man chuckled and replied, "You flatter me, Grand Priest. Your power remains as unfathomable as ever." The young man was named Zhang Fei. He was not a native of this world, but a transmigrator. About 20 years ago, he had gone to sleep at home, only to wake up and find himself in this world. As luck would have it, he had awoken inside the Omni King's palace itself. His abrupt appearance left not only himself bewildered, but even the gods residing in the divine realm found it almost unbelievable. After all, anyone appearing out of nowhere in the Omni King's palace would be shocking. Fortunately, Zhang Fei reacted quickly. Knowing the Omni King's nature, he not only saved his own life, but also became the Omni King's friend. As for his sudden appearance in the palace, the matter was quietly dropped. After all, Zhang Fei was not from this world. No matter how profound the Grand Priest and the others were, they could uncover nothing about his origins. Not only that, Zhang Fei was astonished to discover that his ordinary previous life body possessed terrifying cultivation talent in this world. Simply by keeping the Omni King company, the chi within him grew without end. In just 20 years, his power had reached the level of an angel. Because he lived in the divine realm, Zhang Fei gained not only chi, but also a vast amount of divine power. That divine power kept his body exactly as it had been when he first crossed over, and even made him look younger. When the Omni King noticed this, he waved his hand and granted Zhang Fei the position of Law Enforcer, placing him on equal standing with the Grand Priest. Even after receiving the title of Law Enforcer, Zhang Fei found it somewhat unbelievable and even faintly amusing. It really proved the saying, "Doing your job well is no match for keeping your superior happy." On the platform, the two men were still exchanging flattering words. Zhang Fei and the Grand Priest got along quite well. One was the supreme leader of the gods, and the other was the Omni King's most favored aide. Their closeness benefited both sides. Whenever Zhang Fei had free time, he would occasionally invite the Grand Priest to spar, and the Grand Priest did not mind at all. Yet every sparring session made the Grand Priest sigh in amazement, for Zhang Fei's talent was simply monstrous. With every exchange, Zhang Fei's explosively surging power was unmistakable. Even the Grand Priest, with all his experience, had never witnessed such talent. Just as the two were talking, one of the Omni King's guards suddenly rose from beneath the ground and stood between them. "Both of you, the Omni King requests your presence," the guard said briefly before sinking back into the ground and vanishing. Watching the guard disappear, the Grand Priest extended one hand from behind his back in a gesture of invitation. "Let us go, Law Enforcer." Zhang Fei nodded slightly. With a whoosh, the two vanished from where they stood. The next moment, they were in the palace corridor. Their reflections slid across the polished floor as rhythmic footsteps rose and fell. Gazing at the main hall, drawing closer, Zhang Fei's mind churned with countless thoughts. Over the years, his strength had grown rapidly, yet he still had to play mind-numbingly simple games with the Omni King. A short while was tolerable, but as time went on, it was hard not to feel a pounding headache, and even a little on the verge of a breakdown. "I have to find a chance to leave this place," Zhang Fei thought quietly. The two soon reached the end of the corridor and stepped into the main hall. In the vast main hall, the Omni King sat upon the high throne at the front, flanked by two tall, slender guards. "We pay our respects to the Omni King. We pay our respects to the Omni King," Zhang Fei and the Grand Priest said in unison, bowing their heads slightly as a salute. The Omni King answered in his childish voice. When his gaze landed on Zhang Fei, an exaggerated grin stretched across his face. "Little Fei Fei, you're finally back," the Omni King said joyfully, then flew down from his seat and floated directly in front of Zhang Fei. "Omni King." Zhang Fei nodded again, smiling faintly at the little cutie before him, though his heart was filled with helplessness. If it were possible, he would have left this place right away. Although the Omni King treated him well, he was a normal adult, not a child in kindergarten. If this continued, his very mind might be affected. The Grand Priest found Zhang Fei's expression amusing and asked directly, "Omni King, is there something you need from us?" The Omni King turned and answered seriously. Then his gaze shifted back to Zhang Fei, his floating body hovering steadily in midair. When Zhang Fei met the Omni King's gaze, his heart gave a sudden lurch. He thought to himself, surely this little ancestor isn't thinking up some new game for me again. The Omni King looked at Zhang Fei and spoke slowly this time. "I mainly want to assign a task to the Law Enforcer." Zhang Fei was slightly taken aback. He had been here for a long time, and despite his high rank as Law Enforcer, he had never been given a real task. His daily routine was to play with the Omni King and afterward to spar with the Grand Priest whenever he had free time. Moreover, the Omni King always called him Little Fei Fei. This time, he had called him Law Enforcer, so there really must be a task. At that thought, Zhang Fei could not suppress his excitement. He had just been thinking of leaving, and now the opportunity had arrived. It seemed heaven had read his mind and arranged it for him right away. Zhang Fei pursed his lips slightly and asked seriously what task. Please tell me, Omni King. With his strength, as long as he did not run into an expert as formidable as the Grand Priest, no task could possibly trouble him. Even the angels of the various universes, he was confident he could defeat them all. Omni King tilted his little head and said slowly, I simply want you to carry out your real duties. Real duties. Zhang Fei rubbed the back of his head, rather confused. He had been here for 20 years. What real duties were there? The only job he knew was playing with Omni King and keeping that little overlord happy. Before Zhang Fei could ask, Grand Priest turned around and explained with a smile what Omni King means is the enforcement officer's true duty. Yes. Omni King confirmed, the corners of his mouth lifting. The enforcement officer's true duty. Zhang Fei still did not fully understand. He was indeed an enforcement officer, but he had always regarded it as an honorable title with no actual power. Now that some true duty had been brought up, how was he supposed to know what it meant? Grand Priest saw the confusion on Zhang Fei's face and gave an understanding smile. After all, no one had ever explained this matter to him. Being suddenly confronted with it, he was naturally at a complete loss. The true duty of an enforcement officer is to oversee the gods, mainly supervising the work of the destruction gods and angels of every universe. Grand Priest explained it briefly, paused for a moment, then added, of course, except for me and Omni King. That's right. Omni King listened seriously, blinking his small eyes. Grand Priest smiled, courteously nodded to Omni King, then turned his gaze back to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei understood at once. In other words, Omni King wants me to visit the various universes and check how the gods are doing their jobs right. He looked at Omni King and asked slowly. Actually, it made sense. Omni King stayed in the palace all year round and rarely went out, and Grand Priest, always at his side, could not leave for long. The development of the 12 universes depended entirely on the self-discipline of the destruction gods and the supervision of the angels. That was exactly why the 12 universes had grown uneven in strength. It had even led Omni King to plan a tournament of power to eliminate the weaker universes. Now, with an enforcement officer to oversee the gods in these universes, nothing could be better. Seeing that Zhang Fei understood, Omni King smiled and nodded, then shook his head. Right, but not entirely right. Only a tiny bit right. Zhang Fei was speechless and did not know how to respond. However, before he could organize his thoughts and ask again, Omni King smiled and said, try out one universe first. I need to see your ability. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Fei nodded, his expression calm. Because in his understanding, this kind of work did not require any special ability at all. Wasn't it just supervising the destruction gods and angels? If anyone did a poor job, a beating would solve it. Might makes right was a principle he understood. Besides, his strength had already reached the level of an angel, so destruction gods were far from his match. Even if he ended up fighting an angel, he would not be the least bit afraid. Thinking of this, Zhang Fei's eyes blazed with confidence. Omni King was very pleased with his confident expression and continued, then enforcement officer, which universe do you want to go to? Oh. Zhang Fei snapped back to his senses and raised an eyebrow. I get to choose. Omni King nodded his little head. Then I'll go to universe 7. Zhang Fei answered without any hesitation. He had watched Dragon Ball. The protagonist group was in universe 7, and it was the universe he knew best. Moreover, universe 7 ranked second to last among the 12. Omni King probably also hoped he would take charge of these low-ranked universes. Of course, the biggest reason was that Zhang Fei wanted to see the protagonist still living in his memory. Sure enough, Omni King was very satisfied with the answer. Grand Priest chimed in with a flattering smile. It seems the enforcement officer is rather dedicated. Then universe 7 is yours, enforcement officer. When you feel the time is right, come back and tell me. I'll arrange a tournament for universe 7 to check your results. Omni King said with a broad smile. All right. Zhang Fei agreed without hesitation. However, whether the tournament Omni King mentioned was the future tournament of power or some other competition was unknown. Still, Zhang Fei was highly confident. Universe 7 might not rank high, but it had tremendous potential. Even without him, it could win some inter-universe tournaments. Moreover, Omni King had said he could return when he felt the time was right, which meant the timetable was completely in his own hands. That made the job even simpler. There was no need to rush. He could wait until after having some fun. In the dark, boundless space, planets like fireflies emitted faint glows set against the universe. With a whoosh, a dazzling meteor shot past, and the darkness was instantly lit up as if it were day. At the same time, wherever the meteor passed, a violent storm followed, blowing the sun, moon, and stars around it off their original orbits. This meteor was none other than Zhang Fei, who had left the palace. At this moment, he was rushing at great speed toward universe 7. Before he left, he had learned the locations of the various universes from Grand Priest. With his strength, it would take about 15 minutes to reach Universe 7. Universe 7, Earth, here I come. Zhang Fei shouted excitedly. After saying this, the light around his body suddenly flared, and his speed rose by several levels. He was not eager to cause trouble for Beerus yet, since there was plenty of time he could go to Earth first for a look. Although this Earth was not the one he had lived on, it still had people like him. Universe 7, a realm of the gods of destruction. Whis slowly released a breath. The image in the crystal ball ended, and he gradually lowered the staff in his hand. He had just had a conversation with Grand Priest and learned that Enforcement Officer Zhang Fei was coming to Universe 7. Whis looked back at the castle not far away and murmured to himself, "My dear Lord Beerus, your good days are coming." At the thought, a hint of mischievous delight appeared on his refined, gentle face. Then he slowly rose into the air and drifted toward the nearby castle with a sly smile. He needed to tell the still sleeping destruction god Beerus that the enforcement officer was coming. Huff, huff. Beerus lay in his bedroom, his snores resounding. Drool had already trickled down 3 inches from the corner of his mouth, with no sign of waking. Whis looked at the slumbering figure before him, feeling quite vexed. He wondered how he had ended up with such a god of destruction. Knock, knock. He tapped his staff twice against the smooth floor. The next second, the entire castle began to shake violently. Beerus, lying on the bed, swayed like a wave, rocking unsteadily. Affected by the violent tremors, Beerus soon opened his bleary eyes. What's happening? Clearly he was still in a daze. The ground continued to quake, growing even more intense. Beerus gradually awakened, snapping his eyes open abruptly. When he saw Whis standing by his bed, his eyes blazed with fury. Without a second thought, he knew that all this commotion was undoubtedly the work of the man before him. Whis. Beerus hissed the name through clenched teeth. In one swift motion, he flicked himself onto the floor, fists clenched as if ready to throw a punch. Whis, however, remained utterly composed, a calm smile on his face. "Lord Beerus, you are finally awake." As his words faded, the trembling of the earth gradually ceased. Within less than a second, the castle returned to its usual tranquility. "You'd better have a good explanation, Whis," Beerus said in a low voice, his eyes bloodshot. If it were anyone else, he would have struck them already. But even for Whis, waking him without due cause required a valid reason. Otherwise, well, it would be awkward to handle. After all, the gap in their strength was considerable, and if they actually came to blows, it would be a losing battle. He didn't want to be roused from sleep only to get a beating for nothing. Lord Beerus, please calm down. I wouldn't have woken you if it weren't important," Whis said with a chuckle. "Oomph." Beerus let out a petulant snort. He refused to believe anything could be more important than his sleep, looking utterly indifferent. He folded his arms across his chest, wearing an expression of disdain. Whis smiled helplessly, then leaned close to Beerus's ear to recount the news he had just received. About a minute passed. The disdain and nonchalance on Beerus's face gradually dissolved, and his eyes widened like brass bells. After Whis finished his last sentence, he stepped back to his original position, a hint of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. Gulp. Beerus swallowed hard and said incredulously, "Why does that kid have to come to the 7th universe?" "How should I know?" Whis shrugged. Then he added, "Also, Lord Beerus, he is now an enforcer, so please be careful with your words." Though Whis and Beerus had spent most of their time in the 7th universe's destruction realm and rarely visited the Quan Wang Temple unless necessary, they had still heard something about Zhang Fei. After all, his sudden appearance at the Quan Wang Temple 20 years ago had become a legend circulating among the divine realms. Moreover, Zhang Fei's astonishing talent and cultivation had shocked all the universes. Reaching the level of an angel in merely 20 years was no mean feat. Now, as an enforcer, his power and status had soared. Even the Grand Priest treated him with the utmost courtesy. A god of destruction like Beerus would do well to avoid provoking such an existence. But who would have thought that even though he didn't seek trouble, trouble would come to him? Beerus was now fully awake, pacing restlessly in his bedroom. Whis watched him stride back and forth and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Beerus, what should we do now?" The enforcer might already be in the 7th universe. Hearing this, Beerus stopped in his tracks. He looked up at Whis's face, which bore a half smile, and felt even more irritated. He snapped, "Why do you look so happy about this?" "Oh, do I?" Whis said with a smile, touching his own cheek. "Lord Beerus, you must be mistaken. I always look like this." Though he said so in truth, Whis was quite pleased. Every universe's angel held multiple roles. They were not only teachers to the gods of destruction, but also their servants and, more importantly, supervisors. Their duty was to oversee the work of the gods of destruction and the supreme kais in their respective universes. As the guardian angel of the 7th universe, Whis had trained Beerus well in terms of power and served him diligently. But when it came to work, he was truly at his wit's end. Beerus simply ignored him, though physical force could solve the problem. The god of destruction's status on the surface was still higher than an angel's. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, an angel could not strike a god of destruction. But an enforcer was different, stronger than a god of destruction and more exalted in rank. Moreover, he had enforcement authority. Finally, someone who could reign in Beerus had arrived, and Whis was undoubtedly delighted. Beerus, hearing Wiss's explanation, let out a cold laugh. He clearly didn't believe that excuse. But this was not the time to dwell on it. Whis, quickly find out where that kid is. We'll go meet him personally, Beerus ordered in a grave tone. It was evident that he took Zhang Fei's visit very seriously. Though this enforcer was young and inexperienced in rank, Beerus couldn't help but feel tense. After all, they had no prior connection. The other party was immensely powerful, and he held supervisory authority. If not properly entertained, the consequences could be unpredictable. Whis, upon hearing Beerus's words, first smiled calmly, then shook his head with a regretful expression. What? Beerus raised an eyebrow. Is the enforcer's word now more powerful than mine? Whis waved his hand dismissively, and said with a faint smile, You misunderstand again, Lord Beerus. He extended his staff, and the crystal ball on top flashed, projecting an image. However, the image was nothing but a blank white expanse. What does this mean? Beerus asked in confusion. Whis withdrew his staff and said regretfully, I'm sorry, Lord Beerus. For some reason, I cannot find any information about the enforcer. Beerus's mouth widened slightly, displaying an expression of utter disbelief. By all reasoning, Zhang Fei's strength should have been roughly comparable to Wiss's, even if stronger not by much. Moreover, Whis had lived for countless years, and his divine power within his body was exceedingly profound. Besides the Grand Minister and the Supreme King, how could anyone be impossible to find in a search? Perhaps the law enforcement officer possesses some extraordinary nature. When he suddenly appeared at the Supreme King's temple back, then the Grand Minister was also unable to find any information about him, wasn't he? Whis explained helplessly. For this situation, he also did not know what to say, and could only attribute it to Zhang Fei's own peculiarities. Because when he searched, he simply could not locate any record of Zhang Fei. As if this person did not exist in this world at all. Although Beerus was highly dissatisfied with this answer, there was no alternative but to accept it. Then what should we do now? Wait for that youngster to come knocking on our door, Beerus said with a furrowed brow. After all, Zhang Fei was here to supervise his work. If he could have gone ahead to meet him in person earlier, perhaps they could have built a good relationship, making future dealings considerably easier. Whis thought for a moment, then continued, I suggest you finish your work first. The law enforcement officer should have already arrived at the 7th universe. If he intended to come over, he likely would have done so by now. Upon hearing this, Beerus's heart trembled. Then why hasn't he come over yet? Beerus seemed to have realized something, and panic surged within him. As a law enforcement officer, Zhang Fei possessed the authority to discipline gods. Although he casually called them youngster, if they ever met face to face, proper courtesy was still required. Moreover, his relationship with the Supreme King was extraordinary. If he were caught with any leverage and reported to the Supreme King, it would be enough to cause him considerable trouble. Lord Beerus should have an understanding by now, shouldn't he? Whis smiled, covering his mouth, and slowly explained, watching Beerus's nervous demeanor. He is likely traveling through the universe, observing your work performance. Hearing Whis say this, Beerus became even more anxious. Whis, wait for me a moment, I am departing immediately. Saying this, Beerus directly removed his sleepwear and went to the wardrobe to put on his attire. At the same time, he secretly grumbled about the Supreme King inside his heart. Why create a law enforcement officer position when there was nothing to do? He had barely obtained a peaceful life, and now it was all gone. However, he only dared to think these words in his heart, and absolutely dared not utter them aloud. Deep within the 7th universe, where exactly is Earth located? Zhang Fei floated in space, scratching his head and complaining. He had already been drifting in the universe for 2 days, and still could not determine which planet was Earth. There were several occasions when he passed by planets similar to Earth, only to discover upon arrival that they were not. Although his speed was extraordinarily fast, crossing between universes took merely 10 minutes. However, the number of star systems and planets in this universe was so vast that finding Earth's location within it was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in the ocean. Sigh, if I had known, I should have asked the Grand Minister for detailed coordinates, Zhang Fei said helplessly. The key issue now was not that he could not find Earth's location. Even if he wanted to go to the God of Destruction's realm in the 7th universe, Zhang Fei could not find the way. Although he knew the general direction, this was after all his first long journey. Just like before when searching for Earth, he had searched for most of the day without finding the God of Destruction's realm. If he could find the God of Destruction's realm, and then Earth, it would be simple. Sigh. Zhang Fei sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, those Whis and Beerus are far too ill-mannered. I have been here for several days, and they do not even come to greet me. He secretly resolved that after finding them, he must certainly teach them about proper etiquette. Just as he was still imagining how to reprimand Whis and Beerus upon meeting them from a distant star system, over 100 massive warships appeared, slowly flying toward his direction. The appearance of these steel beasts immediately caught Zhang Fei's attention. Oh, so many spaceships. Could this be Frisia's army? In his memory, there were quite a few civilizations in the 7th universe capable of interstellar travel. However, only Frisia's forces could organize such a massive fleet. Thinking this, he vanished from the spot in an instant. The next instant Zhang Fei appeared directly above the largest ship in the center. Through his perception, he sensed there were over 300 people aboard, but their aura was exceedingly weak. The only one who was somewhat noteworthy was a person residing in the uppermost cabin. This person must be Frisia, right? His mind held a clear image of what Frisia looked like. Judging by the silhouette alone, this person did not match any of Frisia's forms. Hearing the soft muttering, the person standing by the window suddenly turned around. It was only when this person turned around that Zhang Fei suddenly realized. This fellow was indeed not Frisia, but Frisia's elder brother King Cold. Although their appearances differed, a closer look revealed certain similarities between the two brothers. King Cold stared at Zhang Fei, his pupils contracting sharply. He had initially thought it was a phantom heard in his dreams, and never expected someone to actually appear behind him. Who are you? King Cold composed himself, and spoke in a low voice. Although he had recovered his composure, his heart remained deeply shaken. Someone had suddenly appeared behind him without his awareness. How could he not be terrified? Zhang Fei smiled faintly, and said calmly, "It does not matter who I am. I merely have one question for you. Do you know the way to Earth?" Seeing this person's utterly calm demeanor, King Cold felt an even greater sense of unease within. He did not answer Zhang Fei's question, but instead pressed the battle power detector by his ear. Beep, beep, beep. A number 0 instantly flashed on the detector. What? King Cold looked at the number displayed before him, finding it hard to believe. After looking up and sizing up Zhang Fei, he pressed the button by his ear once more. Beep, beep, beep. The result was no different. The number before him was exactly the same as before, still 0. Seeing the detector's results showing 0 both times, King Cold finally felt completely at ease. "TCH, I thought you were someone significant, but it turns out you are just trash," King Cold said with disdain. Although he did not know how Zhang Fei had appeared on his spaceship, he was willing to trust the detector's results. After all, this detector had never malfunctioned before. A trash with a battle power of only 0 playing tricks in front of him would have to pay the price. Zhang Fei was momentarily stunned upon hearing his words, then chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps it was due to the divine power within him. Even without deliberately concealing his chi, his true combat strength could not be detected. It was similar to Beerus and Whis when they first arrived on Earth. Even when they used some of their internal power, the warriors on Earth could not perceive their existence. Absurd. Gula looked at the other's calm demeanor and let out a cold snort. After speaking, a purple energy sphere suddenly condensed in his hand. He said viciously, "Go to hell." The next second, the energy sphere was hurled directly toward Zhang Fei's position. Although Gula did not know how the other had appeared behind him, a person with 0 combat power daring to show up so brazenly before him was undoubtedly a provocation. Zhang Fei watched the energy sphere flying toward him without any intention of dodging. Boom! The sphere exploded directly in front of him, causing a small blast and sending thick smoke billowing up instantly. However, the cabin they were in sustained no damage, only a large blackened area around them. After all, in Gula's view, such a weak opponent didn't require much effort. This tiny energy sphere should be enough to blow the other into nothing but ash. This is the fate of playing tricks before me," Gula said contemptuously. However, before he could revel in his triumph, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. The smoke quickly dissipated. Zhang Fei, contrary to his expectation, had not turned to ashes. Instead, he stood unscathed, not even a tear in his clothes. "This? How is this possible?" Gula stared wide-eyed, speaking with astonishment. According to his assumption, an ordinary person with 0 combat power could not possibly withstand his attack. Zhang Fei looked at him calmly and said slowly, "I merely asked you a question and you attacked me. That's extremely rude." Before the two could exchange further words, a creaking sound was heard. The door of their cabin suddenly opened, and a group of bizarre-looking aliens wearing uniform battle suits poured in. Obviously, these were Gula's subordinates, drawn by the commotion. "Great King Gula, what happened?" A leader upon entering asked anxiously. However, when he saw Zhang Fei standing opposite Gula, his expression instantly turned tense. He immediately demanded loudly, "Who are you? How did you get in?" You see, their spaceship had strict security. Ordinary people couldn't possibly enter. Yet this man not only entered, but had come directly into their leader's cabin. Moreover, judging by the blackened metal around them and the earlier explosion, the two had clearly already clashed. If their king were to investigate this matter, everyone on the ship would likely suffer the consequences. Before the leader could give any orders, the people who had entered one after another immediately surrounded Zhang Fei. After all, a stranger breaking into their spaceship was no small matter. Everyone feared Gula, so they had to make amends quickly. Zhang Fei, however, treated these people as if they were nothing, still looking at Gula and saying calmly, "Now can you tell me where Earth is?" The astonishment in Gula's eyes gradually faded, replaced by deep wariness. That an ordinary person could block his attack was already unbelievable. However, he still did not take Zhang Fei seriously and dismissed the question with contempt. After all, his strength was far more than just that single attack. Gula narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "It seems you're not as simple as you appear, but this is as far as you go." He slowly raised a hand, and then gently waved it down. The subordinates who had entered upon seeing their leader's gesture, they advanced toward Zhang Fei like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, shouting incessantly, "Kid daring to speak to King Gula like that. You're waiting to die. And no matter who you are, you won't survive today. TCHY waste words on trash. Let's attack together." They surged forward and lunged at him. These people through years of combat had developed the habit of using a scouter to check the opponent's combat power. As soon as they entered, many had already scanned Zhang Fei's battle power. Just like Gula's earlier result, the numbers on their scouters showed 0. They were equally astonished by this number, because such an ordinary person with 0 combat power could never have come to their spaceship, let alone appear so openly in their king's cabin. However, it didn't matter. In their eyes, Zhang Fei was just trash. Not to mention the entire group, any single person present could easily annihilate such a nobody. Zhang Fei looked at the people rushing toward him, shook his head slightly, then said with a fierce gaze, "It seems I have to rely on my fists after all." Hearing this, the group's disdainful expressions grew even more intense. "Fists? You're not worthy." The nearest subordinate had already charged forward, casually throwing a heavy punch at Zhang Fei. However, before he could touch Zhang Fei, a white light suddenly flashed from Zhang Fei's body. With a whoosh, the first attacker's body began to twist, and then before everyone's eyes turned into a cluster of light particles and dissipated into the air. What? Gula's heart, which had just calmed down, was shocked once again. His eyes instantly widened countless times. If earlier they were as big as brass bells, now they were like ox eggs. The surrounding people who had been attacking Zhang Fei looked even more caught off guard, completely unable to understand what was happening. How could a perfectly fine person suddenly vanish? Before they could react, the same scene repeated. Zhang Fei had no intention of letting them go. He casually flicked his fingers in the air a few times. The next second, these people, like the one before, radiated a white light and began to twist. With a series of whoosh whoosh whoosh, these people without exception disappeared from the cabin in less than a second. Gula couldn't help but swallow hard, a wave of nervousness beginning to creep over him. It wasn't because Zhang Fei had dealt with his subordinates. By his own standards, taking down that group hadn't posed any challenge whatsoever. He could have handled them even faster than Zhang Fei. It was merely the method his opponent employed that left him genuinely shaken. A mere flick of his finger, and an entire group simply vanished. What's more, this was a powerless ordinary human. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought himself dreaming. Zhang Fei exhaled gently. This marked his first time striking anyone other than the great deity lord, and yet it involved a considerable number of people. Though the approach was somewhat unconventional, it had still weighed on him psychologically. However, as he released that breath, the tension gradually dissolved. He hadn't relied on any particularly miraculous technique. He had simply drawn upon the divine power within his own body. Zhang Fei observed the now empty chamber, then turned his gaze toward Gula once more. "Shall we talk now?" he asked in a measured tone. Gula slowly regained his composure from the shock, his lips parting slightly as he contemplated a response. Yet as a proud member of the Frost Demon clan, he resisted the urge to yield so readily. But after witnessing the power displayed before him, hesitation crept in. He had no way of knowing what consequences that display might bring. Despite his formidable strength, he dared not recklessly test it. His life was all he had, and once gone, it was truly gone. "I suppose I'll have to apologize," Zhang Fei said, his killing intent surging as he watched Gula's wavering resolve. Wait. Gula quickly raised his hands in surrender, refusing to let Zhang Fei extend his fingers, even once more unwilling to risk whatever might follow. Sacrificing his life for pride would be ill-advised, so Gula pressed on with the question, "Where are you planning to go?" Zhang Fei observed how swiftly Gula's demeanor shifted, and his killing intent diminished slightly. Had he cooperated from the beginning, those men wouldn't have died in vain. Gula might not care, but Zhang Fei held no fondness for needless bloodshed. "One final question. Do you know the way to Earth?" "Earth?" Gula frowned, considering the name before shaking his head. "I've never heard of it." Zhang Fei sighed in frustration. After all this effort, he'd received nothing but those 3 words, a truly exasperating outcome. Yet he understood this wasn't anyone's fault. According to the original narrative, Earth was merely a low-level world where everything remained calm and undisturbed before the Scions arrived. Even left unguarded, no one would give it a second thought. But from this exchange, Zhang Fei gleaned something important. Frisia must still be alive. Fragments of memory surfaced. Scenes of Gula traveling to Earth in pursuit of vengeance against Frisia. The fact that Gula didn't recognize Earth's name suggested the timeline had just begun. Upon noticing Zhang Fei's disappointed side, Gula's expression immediately tensed. He could plainly see the other's profound disappointment, yet there was nothing he could do about it. The name Earth was genuinely unfamiliar to him. Besides, the name felt rather arbitrary. Nearly any rocky planet could bear it. How was he supposed to know which specific Earth this man referred to? Zhang Fei persisted, pondering briefly before asking, "Do you know the way to the God of Destruction's realm?" Gula failed to grasp the question, at first murmuring uncertainly, "You mean, which place?" "The God of Destruction's realm. That's where Beerus resides, Zhang Fei patiently repeated, adding the name for clarification. Beerus. The name struck Gula like a physical blow, freezing him in place as shock warred across his features. He never imagined hearing that name come from this stranger's lips. While the god of destruction's realm remained a mystery to him, Beerus, the very name was thunderous and unmistakable. That being was the supreme ruler of the cosmos itself, capable of obliterating entire star systems with the slightest movement of a finger. To such a being, the entire universe might as well be nothing more than ants. Gula found himself sizing up Zhang Fei with renewed interest. What connection does this person bear to Beerus, the god of destruction? Why inquire after his realm? Simultaneously, he silently thanked his fortune for choosing diplomacy over confrontation moments ago. Should this stranger truly be connected to Beerus, the god of destruction, his life would have been forfeit. Regardless of this person's own strength, even Beerus's mere disapproval would have been more than enough to deal with. Anyone who could curry favor with Beerus certainly couldn't be weak. Understanding this, Gula's entire demeanor shifted, his expression transforming into one of deference. Sir, might I ask what relationship you bear to Lord Beerus? Gula asked cautiously. Zhang Fei's eyebrows rose slightly at this sudden change in attitude. It seemed Beerus's name carried considerable weight. Earlier his speech had been little more than a polite addition. Now this man addressed him as Sir. I'm only asking how to reach the god of destruction's realm. Where does all this unnecessary chatter come from? Zhang Fei scolded, his brow furrowed. Their connection was merely that of superior and subordinate. And even if he revealed his position as enforcer, few would recognize the title anyway. Why, yes, sir. Gula stammered in response to the reprimand, then shook his head. Sir, I'm afraid I don't know where this realm of the god of destruction is either. Zhang Fei's frown deepened at the answer. While not entirely unexpected, the disappointment on his face was unmistakable. Noticing the tightened brows, Gula's heart leapt into his throat. He had no idea whether his companion would fly into a rage and eliminate him on the spot. Before catching his breath, he quickly added, though I'm unaware of the god of destruction's location, my younger brother may possess some knowledge of it. Zhang Fei's eyes lit up instantly. Are you referring to Frisia? Yes, my younger brother has served Lord Beerus, and should have some familiarity with the place you're describing, Gula confirmed with a nod. He found it unsurprising that this man knew Frisia's name. The cosmic emperor was known throughout the universe, celebrated by all who dwelled within it. Who among the cosmos had not heard of him? Yet with each passing thought, an undercurrent of resentment stirred within him. By sheer strength, he surpassed Frisia, and his leadership abilities were equally formidable. It was precisely because this lesser brother served Beerus that he continually overshadowed him, now commanding 70% of the known universe. Had it not been for that, combined with King Cold's influence, Frisia would never have risen to such prominence across the cosmos. Good, excellent. Zhang Fei nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect Frisia to know the location of the god of destruction's realm, but the coordinates for Earth should still be within his knowledge. After all, this man would soon become inextricably entangled with the warriors of Earth. I'll command the fleet to turn around and head toward Frisia's location, Gula said cautiously. He didn't want to overthink it. As long as he could serve this gentleman who knew Beerus well, perhaps there would still be a place for him, Gula, in this universe. Zhang Fei waved his hand slightly. No need for such trouble. After speaking, he lightly tapped his toes against the ground twice. Instantly, two beams of white light enveloped the pair in the cabin. With a whoosh, the figures of Zhang Fei and Gula had vanished from the colossal vessel. The blinding light made Gula unable to open his eyes. When the light dimmed slightly, he found himself inside a peculiar spatial tunnel. This is... Everything around him was racing backward at an incredible speed, leaving him even more astounded. He had never witnessed such velocity. In the span of a single breath, they could traverse an entire large galaxy. Where is Frisia's location? As Gula was still marveling at his surroundings, a voice came from directly ahead. He looked up and saw Zhang Fei standing before him with his hands behind his back. Gulp. Gula swallowed hard, feeling grateful once more. It seemed that fate had not been unkind to him, and he rejoiced in his own wise decision. Sir, please wait a moment. This direction should be correct, but let me observe, Gula said, his tone growing even more respectful. Without further thought, he widened his eyes and focused intently ahead. Of course, he wasn't gazing at the fleeting nebulae, but at the detector in front of him. The device marked Frisia's position, for the surrounding scenery was moving far too fast. With his naked eyes alone, Gula could not locate Frisia. Zhang Fei responded indifferently. Upon hearing that Gula wanted to turn back to find Frisia, he realized that Frisia's location was likely in the opposite direction. Even if they went the wrong way, it wouldn't matter. The speed was fast enough, and a little delay was inconsequential. After all, for someone of his caliber, crossing the entire universe took no time at all. Gula watched the overlapping light points on the detector and shouted, Sir, we've arrived. I know, Zhang Fei nodded. At the same time, he released his perception. Nearby there were indeed many gathered auras, but all were pitifully weak, roughly on par with Gula's underlings. He detected no exceptionally powerful presence. Let's take a look first, Jiang Fei said, adjusting their direction. Within 2 or 3 seconds he and Gula were hovering above the center of the fleet. Gula, having arrived at Frisia's territory in less than a dozen seconds, was now numb to the shock. If they had traveled by fleet, it would have taken at least 1.5 years to reach this place. Meanwhile, he secretly resolved to cling tightly to this benefactor. Gazing at the main vessel below, Gula said respectfully, "Sir, shall we enter?" Jiang Fei frowned slightly, then nodded slowly. He carefully sensed his surroundings and confirmed that Frisia was not here. Although Frisia's own strength was still negligible in his eyes, he should at least stand out among this crowd like a crane among chickens. Yet he found no aura that was even slightly stronger. The two descended slowly onto the platform of the giant ship. Patrolling guards, seeing someone land, immediately approached. But when they saw Gula's appearance, their expressions instantly turned respectful. "King Gula, what brings you here?" one of the leaders said with a smile. Although Gula wasn't as famous as Frisia, he was still Frisia's brother. The Frost Demon clan had so few members, naturally Frisia's forces all recognized Gula. The others also bowed their faces, showing utmost deference. "Humph," Gula snorted coldly, regaining his usual aloof demeanor. "What? Am I not allowed to come?" No, of course not." The leader quickly waved his hands, his expression turning nervous. The man before him was Frisia's elder brother Gula, a being whose brutality was no less fearsome. If he said the wrong thing and was killed, no one would avenge him. The guards behind him didn't even dare to breathe, heavily, sweat pouring down their faces. They all knew that their own lord and this one were not on good terms. One wrong word and all of them might be done for. Heh. Gula let out a cold laugh, but didn't bother with them. He had no time to waste on such insignificant figures and cut straight to the point. "Is Frisia here?" The leader shook his head like a rattle when asked about Frisia. "Lord Frisia went out several days ago and hasn't shown any sign of returning yet." As he spoke, a few more patrols passed by. Without exception, once they recognized Gula's face, they hurried forward to pay their respects. Some also began to curiously size up Jiang Fei beside him. However, no one paid him much attention, assuming he was just one of Gula's underlings. Upon hearing that Frisia wasn't there, Gula's face darkened. "That damned bastard, what's he gallivanting around for?" Many nearby heard the curse, but none dared to retort. Instead, they lowered their heads, even further pretending not to hear. After all, the only one bold enough to insult Frisia like that was probably Gula. Meanwhile, more people gathered. Upon seeing Gula, they all bowed their heads. Just as Gula was about to continue questioning, Jiang Fei suddenly spoke up. "Where did Frisia go?" He was tired of Gula's inefficient questioning, wasting time while the latter showed off his authority. Gula wisely shut his mouth, swallowing the remaining words. "Etch." The leader was momentarily startled by the unfamiliar voice. Regaining his composure, he saw that it was the person beside Gula who had asked. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure whether he should answer. Those who had been bowing their heads looked up at the different voice. Almost all eyes fixed on Jiang Fei. Gula, seeing that the leader was not responding, felt a bit embarrassed. He first offered Jiang Fei an apologetic smile. Then, with a fierce gaze fixed on the man before him, he said menacingly, "This gentleman is asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Slap. As he spoke, the tail behind him lashed directly against the deck of the spaceship. The deck instantly shattered into a web of cracks like a spider's web. Seeing Gula's attitude toward the young man, the crowd was left utterly stunned. Just moments ago, everyone's attention had been focused on Jiang Fei. They had clearly seen that the mighty King Gula actually offered him a conciliatory smile. After all, this was Phalisa's brother. Rumor had it that he was a top-tier powerhouse, even more formidable than Phalisa. Why was he so courteous to a young man, almost as if afraid of provoking him? At the same time, some people farther away activated their scouter to check Jiang Fei's battle power. Of course, not a few did so, but when the number appeared before their eyes, they were all dumbfounded. 0. This? How is this possible? No way. Is the scouter broken? This can't be right. How can the battle power be 0? Many people were astounded in their hearts. Originally, they had thought Jiang Fei was just one of Gula's underlings. However, after witnessing Gula's attitude toward this man, they realized they were mistaken. This person was evidently no ordinary individual. But when they checked his strength, everyone was bewildered and confused. Why did the scouter show 0? Why could a person with 0 battle power be by Gula's side? Why was Gula so polite, even fawning toward someone with 0 battle power? However, no one could answer these questions, and they dared not ask. Of course, that leader did not care about such things. He had just been terrified by Gula's actions. Fearing that the tail just now might have struck his head, he quickly answered in a trembling voice, "Lord Phalisa has gone to the Namite planet." "It's been a week." Namite planet, Jiang Fei murmured to himself. It seemed that the current timeline was the storyline where Phalisa went to Namite planet to search for the Dragon Balls. And it had already been a week, including travel time. Perhaps he was already engaged in battle with Sun Wukong. Where is the location? Gula directly grabbed the man by the neck and dragged him closer. "My scouter has the location marked." "Oomph." Gula snorted coldly, unceremoniously took the scouter off the man's face, replaced it with his own, and said in an icy tone, "Then you can disappear." With that he lightly tossed the man's body upward, and it instantly flew hundreds of meters. Then Gula's eyes flashed red, and with a boom, the man in the sky turned to ashes and slowly drifted down. The surrounding people witnessing this scene trembled all over, never expecting Gula to be even more ruthless than their own king. A perfectly fine person was killed just like that, but at this moment no one dared to voice any objection. After doing all this, Gula turned around, immediately put on a smiling face, and said humbly, "Sir, shall we go directly?" Let's go." Zhang Fei nodded lightly, then gently touched the ground with his foot, and the two turned into streaks of white light, vanishing before the crowd. About a minute later, the people on the spaceship deck finally began to breathe heavily. Phew, phew. Some people even collapsed to the ground, patting their chests. The pressure Gula had exerted on them was immense, especially when the leader was just annihilated. Some even wet their pants in terror. Although these people had come through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, everyone knew fear. After all, they only had one life, and no one wanted to lose it for nothing. After another minute or so, they finally recovered a bit. Then they immediately started chattering and discussing. "Did you see that person beside King Gula?" "Of course I did. Good heavens, I've never seen King Gula so polite to anyone." "Damn, that was more than politeness. It was exactly the demeanor I show when I see Lord Falisa." "What is that person's background?" "He seems incredibly formidable." "I don't know his background, but his battle power shows 0. "What? 0? Impossible." "Yeah, battle power is 0, so why is King Gula so polite to him?" "It's true. I just scouted him too, and it showed 0. I thought my device was malfunctioning." "Forget that for now, guys. Did you just see that? That person just lightly tapped the ground with his foot, and the two vanished. He must be no ordinary figure." Yes, I saw it too." At this moment, Zhang Fei and Gula had arrived at the Namek planet. However, the current state of Namek planet was not good. The entire planet was shattered, with flames continuously erupting from the cracks in the ground. He looks like the fight has already started." Zhang Fei chuckled to himself. He had sensed 2 powerful auras nearby, not far from their location. Faintly, the sound of explosions could be heard. Gula then activated his scouter and immediately detected 2 battle powers. However, the numbers on the display gave him a huge shock. The numbers on the screen kept jumping upward, beep, beep, beep. After the number reached around 300, the scouter exploded with a bang. "Damn, who is Falisa fighting?" Gula said in astonishment, even unable to refrain from cursing. Although 300 battle power was nothing to their Frost Demon clan. However, in the entire universe aside from them, no one with such high battle power had ever been discovered. Moreover, the scouter's maximum detection limit was exactly 300. That meant the person fighting Falisa had a battle power exceeding 300. How could such a discovery not surprise him? Zhang Fei looked at Gula's astonished expression and smiled slightly. "Let's go. Maybe we can still catch a good show." The entire Namek planet was shrouded in thunder and lightning, with the sky painted a blood-red hue. The earth had cracked beyond recognition, and the oppressive darkness weighed heavily upon all. "Huh." Sun Wukong, engulfed in golden light, slammed a punch into Frisia's face. "Up!" Frisia screamed and was sent flying backward in an instant. He staggered back roughly 50 to 60 meters before barely managing to halt in midair. Blood streamed from his mouth, and his body was covered in wounds, every inch marked by injury. "You bastard, when this planet is destroyed, you'd best prepare to meet your end," Frisia said angrily. He simply wanted to find the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Nothing complicated, yet somehow it remained impossibly difficult. In his growing fury, his aura fading, he charged straight at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong watched him coldly, his eyes devoid of mercy. His combat power far exceeded Frisia's, now rendering the other's attacks completely harmless. Punch after punch echoed through the air as energy rippled outward. Frisia was clearly on the back foot, his steps growing unsteady. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Frisia stood no match against Sun Wukong. His defeat was inevitable. Damn it, come on. Frisia was consumed by rage. Though the planet was moments from exploding and his opponent would perish anyway. But as the Emperor of the universe, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Even knowing he couldn't win, he pressed forward relentlessly. He refused to believe the mighty cosmic ruler would fall to a mere monkey. "Come then," Sun Wukong growled, his golden aura flaring even brighter. The collision of their forces erupted like thunder across Namek. Sun Wukong disregarded all danger, his heart filled with the thrill of battle. Today he would finish Frisia himself. Booms and crashes converged upon their battleground. While they were locked in combat, Zhang Fei and Gu La had already arrived directly above them. Gu La's mouth hung open, his eyes filled with disbelief. What is this? He never imagined that the one battling Frisia would be so ferocious. If he were merely fierce, that would be one thing. But the man was overpowering Frisia, leaving him with no chance to counterattack. Gu La shook his head in disbelief. "Sir, do you know who this is?" He couldn't fathom that anyone besides a god of destruction could push a member of their race to such a desperate state. Heh. Zhang Fei smiled faintly. Super Scion. His heart pounded, equally not because the battle below was spectacular. He had glimpsed the protagonist from his past life, and emotions surged uncontrollably. What? As Zhang Fei lost himself in thought, Gula was too stunned to speak. Staring intently at the yellow-haired figure below, he panted this. This person is the legendary Super Scion. Impossible. He had always believed Super Scions existed only in legend, a tale the frozen demon clan had passed down for generations. Yet today he witnessed it with his own eyes. Truly unbelievable. Zhang Fei steadied himself and shook his head at Gu Lei's words. Just an ordinary Super Scion. No need to make such a fuss. As a transmigrator, he knew the truth. Super Scions were rare now, but in later years nearly every Scion could transform. Without yellow hair, standing on, and one wouldn't dare greet anyone. Despite this casual remark, Gu La remained deeply shaken. He swallowed hard, watching the scene below. Sir. Do you think my younger brother stands any chance of winning? Zhang Fei glanced at him indifferently. Do you really think so? Even without knowing the plot, Frisia's odds were slim based on what he was witnessing. Sun Wukong rained blow after blow, each landing true. Frisia's attacks were either blocked or evaded, and when they did connect, they made no impact. Frisia meanwhile bled from the mouth, his face, contorted, forced back relentlessly. There was no sign of victory. Gu La, seeing the same, could only shake his head in resignation. Frisia had clearly exhausted himself, though another moment, and he'd be dead. But your brother can take a beating. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow, teasing. From what he'd observed, Sun Wukong attacked with full force. Yet Frisia endured wave after wave. Any ordinary fighter would have perished long ago. Gu Lei's lip twitched. The situation matched Zhang Fei's assessment exactly. Frisia was battered but alive. Yet there was no sign he intended to assist. Initially, the mention of Super Scions had caused him considerable anxiety. Figures from legend posed grave threats to the frozen demon clan. Had he and Frisia joined forces to eliminate this threat, future worries would vanish. But witnessing the shattered planet, he abandoned the idea. He and Frisia were natural enemies. It would be ideal if the Super Scion killed him. Besides, Namek was moments from destruction. The Super Scion wouldn't survive either. A smug grin spread across Gu Lei's face. Haha, fight hard, dogs tearing at each other. Once I make my move, I'll unify the entire universe. Zhang Fei noticed Gu Lei's wretched smile and frowned slightly. He didn't know what the fellow was plotting. But knowing the frozen demon clan, he could tell the kid was up to no good. The battle raged on, yet planet Namek seemed on the verge of collapse. Magma and flames erupted ceaselessly from the cracks in the Earth's core, as though an explosion were imminent at any moment. Zhang Fei also noticed the crisis. He extended 2 fingers before him, and a divine radiance enveloped them. Almost instantaneously, white luminescent particles drifted across the land. The enraged Earth was quelled in a moment, and the dark clouds overhead gradually dispersed. Planet Namek appeared to be reborn, revitalized through a profound transformation. Gu Lei stood high above, witnessing Zhang Fei's movements and the miraculous scene unfolding below. Gu Lei sighed helplessly, realizing his dreams of domination would remain unfulfilled. With that, Zhang Fei withdrew his fingers, clasping them behind his back as he continued to observe the battle below. Bang! After their collision, Frisia was driven backward through the air by the tremendous impact, fresh wounds appearing across his body. In stark contrast, Son Goku remained firmly planted where he stood, completely motionless, while his aura intensified dramatically. Huff! Huff! Frisia panted heavily, his stamina depleted after the prolonged battle, exhaustion weighing heavily upon him. Deprived of the strength to mount another assault, he was now at his opponent's mercy, yet a strange, sinister smile still curled at the corner of his lips. Haha, Super Scion, you are indeed formidable, but victory will ultimately belong to me, Frisia. Ha ha ha. Frisia laughed without restraint, his voice echoing throughout the desolate surroundings. According to his calculations, the planet would explode in no time, and the Scions, unable to survive in the void of space, would suffocate to death. What use was this person's strength then? In the end, it would still be King Frisia who survived. TCH. Son Goku sneered at Frisia's words, refusing to accept death when he had yet to avenge Kuririn. Gathering all his energy for a final strike, Son Goku resolved to take Frisia down, even if it cost him his life. But as he channeled his power, he sensed an unfamiliar energy nearby. Is there someone else? Son Goku looked up sharply, tracing the source of that new energy. He had already arranged for Gohan and the others to use the Dragon Balls on Namek to evacuate everyone to Earth. The sudden appearance of this unfamiliar energy in such a supposedly empty place struck him as deeply suspicious. Who are these two? His gaze immediately caught sight of Zhang Fei and Gu Lei, hovering high above. Before he could process their identities, another unsettling realization hit him. Wait, why does that person have no energy signature at all? Son Goku's eyes widened in shock, locking onto Zhang Fei with intense focus. He had been so consumed by his battle with Frisia that he hadn't registered this anomaly before. Only now as he caught his breath did he sense that presence nearby. Yet when he looked up, seeing two figures defied all understanding. Such a feat was impossible. Flight required harnessing one's energy, and concealing it would make aerial movement unfeasible. Before Son Goku could fully grasp this impossibility, the manic laughter around him gradually faded, replaced by panicked screams. What the hell is going on? Frisia cursed outright as he took in the surroundings. According to his calculations, the planet should have already detonated. Yet instead of destruction, the world around him was healing. The fractured earth was mending before his eyes, vibrant life returning where there should have been nothing but ruins. Son Goku couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The hellish landscape was being restored to life, and the dark clouds above were parting to reveal sunlight. Could it be him? Son Goku gazed upward at the young man, radiating no energy. Zhang Fei acknowledged the stare with a warm nod. Though his divine power paled in comparison to the Omni King and Grand Priest, mending a fractured planet was well within his capability. Frisia, however, descended into madness. This can't be happening, he shrieked. It was supposed to explode. Why is it healing now, eh? Roaring uncontrollably, he gathered two violet energy blasts in his palms. Fine then, I'll do it again. Lobbing the blast downward with terrifying speed, Frisia struck the ground before Son Goku could react. The violet energy crashes erupted with twin detonations, sending plumes of fire and dust skyward. Frisia stared in disbelief, his eyes bulging. Each blast he'd unleashed alone possessed the destructive capacity to shatter the planet entirely. Yet aside from the brief explosions, planet Namek remained unscathed, though not entirely untouched. As the dust settled, two massive craters marred the surface where Frisia's strikes had landed, rubble and pulverized stones scattered across the ground. Son Goku struggled for words, having nearly believed the planet itself was doomed. Even weakened, Frisia's power remained catastrophic. A casual strike from him could obliterate a world with ease. But this defied all comprehension. Drawing a deep breath, Son Goku turned his gaze back to Zhang Fei. Could all of this be his doing? From their first encounter, Zhang Fei had radiated an aura of mystery. With so many inexplicable occurrences unfolding, he was the only plausible explanation. Damn it! Even this wretched planet conspires against me. Frisia fumed with barely contained rage. Bloodshot eyes bulged as his pupils trembled with fury. He screamed to the heavens, gathering energy once more while his hands moved in blurring arcs. Countless energy blasts rained down like a storm, each impact detonating in rapid succession across the battlefield. Frisia unleashed his full royal attack barrage, pummeling the surface of Namek with relentless destruction. The land below instantly transformed into a sea of flames, and the rising dust choked the sky, casting the once brightened heavens back into gloom. "Ah, my foolish younger brother," Galai said from above, clutching his head. How could he not know this was the work of the one beside him? Galai's guess was precisely correct. The planet of Namek had indeed been tampered with by Zhang Fei. Just as he had recently repaired this world, he had also reinforced it. With Frisia's current capabilities, destruction seemed highly unlikely. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued relentlessly. After approximately 30 seconds, Frisia finally halted his assault, gasping for breath. Gazing upon the smoke-wreathed earth, he clenched his fists involuntarily. Why? Why has my attack proven ineffective? Frisia ground out between clenched teeth. Any single one of his energy beams could have annihilated the entire planet. Yet now his attacks had accomplished nothing more than carving a few craters into the earth. However, in the midst of his anger, he suddenly recalled something. Why hasn't that Super Saiyan attacked me? Realizing the situation was amiss, Frisia hastily turned to search for Sun Wukong's figure. So you're here? It seems I have no choice but to fight to the death today. Frisia quickly located Sun Wukong and raised his hand to strike, intending to catch him off guard. Yet before he could act, he noticed the other party, keeping his head tilted upward, staring at something. What is this guy doing? What's going on? Frisia was utterly baffled and temporarily ceased his attack. Following the direction Sun Wukong was gazing, he looked up. The moment he saw it, his eyes bulged wide with ecstatic joy. It's actually Galai. Excellent. As for Zhang Fei beside him, he was completely ignored. He had long prepared himself for certain death, never expecting to find a way out when all hope seemed lost. Ha ha ha. Frisia could no longer contain his maniacal laughter and waved vigorously toward the high sky. Brother, why are you here? The way he called out brother was exceptionally warm and affectionate. It was the first time today he felt that Galai's face appeared so endearing. Upon noticing Frisia and hearing his call, Galai nearly fell from the sky. Throughout their lives together, he had never once heard Frisia address him as brother with such genuine sincerity. Below, Sun Wukong's expression darkened upon hearing Frisia's words. Sun Wukong glanced at Galai beside Zhang Fei, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Frisia, and felt a wave of dread. Damn it, that person is actually Frisia's older brother. I should have realized it sooner. He pounded his chest in frustration. If only he had finished Frisia off faster. Now their elder brother had arrived, and his strength was certainly no inferior to Frisia's. If it were merely Frisia's brother, that would have been troublesome enough. But what intimidated Sun Wukong most was the figure beside Galai. A vague sense whispered within his heart. That person was far more terrifying than either of the brothers combined. Frisia, seeing Sun Wukong's grim expression, felt pure delight. Haha, Super Saiyan, prepare to die. My brother's strength far surpasses my own. Pointing at Sun Wukong, he declared arrogantly. Today had brought him nothing but misfortune. The only comfort was Galai's arrival. Not only would he survive, but he might also eliminate this Super Saiyan. It simply couldn't get any better. With this thought, he looked up again toward the sky. Brother, come down quickly. Together we'll destroy the Super Saiyan, and our clan will become invincible in this universe. High above, Galai heard these words with thinly veiled contempt. Was Frisia truly thinking of their clan? No, he was simply desperate and calling for help. Once the Super Saiyan was eliminated, Frisia would still be the emperor of the universe, ruling supreme everywhere. Nevertheless, the Super Saiyan could not be taken lightly. It was a legend passed down through the frost demons. If not destroyed swiftly, he might indeed become a formidable threat in the future. Although he and Frisia rarely saw eye to eye facing a common enemy, it was best to join forces. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he turned to the person beside him. Sir, what do you think? Galai asked cautiously. Zhang Fei had long seen through Galai's thoughts, and replied calmly, strike if you wish. Honestly, the battle between Sun Wukong and Frisia had yet to fully satisfy his interest. The only commotion thus far had been Frisia's attacks against the ground. Moreover, he wanted to see the limits of Sun Wukong's current strength. Understood. Delight surged through Galai's heart as brilliant light began to shimmer around his body. In the next instant, his form shifted, and he directly entered his final form. Galai thought things through clearly. Although Frisia was insufferable, the Super Saiyan was the true menace. He had to eliminate this threat here and now. Seeing Galai transform, Frisia burst into another fit of excited laughter. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is my brother. As he spoke, he cast a casual glance at Sun Wukong, his expression dripping with schadenfreude. Damn it. He's actually this powerful. Sun Wukong looked upward, teeth clenched, his heart heavy to the brink of despair. The rapidly escalating pressure served as a relentless reminder. The figure above was far more formidable than Frisia. Even at full strength, he dared not claim victory. After completing his transformation, Galai looked down upon Sun Wukong and said coldly, "If Super Saiyan, prepare to die." With those words, he prepared to dive straight down. Sun Wukong assumed his combat stance. There was no retreat left, only a desperate fight. The only thing that troubled him was that he would never be able to avenge Krillin. Haha. Frisia sneered coldly. He seemed to already envision the Super Saiyan's gruesome demise. However, upon noticing Zhang Fei still hovering in the sky, his brow immediately furrowed. Frisia pointed at Zhang Fei and shouted angrily, "Hey kid, are you just here to watch the show? My brother has already made his move. Why are you still standing around?" Huh. Zhang Fei, high in the sky, paused slightly and pointed at himself. "Are you talking to me?" Humph. Frisia snorted with his arms crossed. "If it's not you, then who else could it be?" Heh. Heh. Zhang Fei found it somewhat amusing after hearing this. In Frisia's view, this person was nothing more than a minor character. Although he had never seen him before, at best, he was just a slightly more capable underling who otherwise how could he be following Cooler? However, it must be said that this newly recruited lackey had absolutely no sense of discretion. His own boss had already engaged, yet he was still standing there like a spectator, dumbfounded. Cooler, who had already charged down, abruptly retracted his neck upon hearing Frisia's words, his body freezing in midair. Gulp. He swallowed hard, stiffly turning his neck to glance behind him. After noticing that Zhang Fei did not seem angry, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned back, his expression instantly darkened. His eyes fixed on Frisia, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, Frisia, you utter bastard." After cursing in his heart, he no longer cared about dealing with the Super Saiyan. Cooler adjusted his direction and charged straight toward Frisia. Frisia was still looking at Zhang Fei with an air of arrogance. However, when he noticed that the man made no move at all, a flicker of anger surged in his heart. He, the majestic emperor of the universe, had never been so ignored before. Even his older brother Cooler and his father King Cold had to show him some respect. A mere underling dared to treat his words as nothing, truly tired of living. Just as Frisia was about to open his mouth to rebuke him again, Cooler's figure appeared with a whoosh right in front of him. "Brother." Frisia was surprised to see Cooler appear before him, then pointed at Goku not far away and said, "Brother, where is the Super Saiyan? Go kill him now." Cooler's face darkened as if a storm was about to break. After hearing Frisia's words, his fury boiled over, and he roared inwardly, "I'll fuck your mother." Cooler directly delivered a smack, with his palm slapping Frisia across the face. Frisia was sent spinning in midair by that slap, turning 3 or 4 full circles before stopping. "You? Brother, what are you doing? You hit the wrong person." Frisia was dazed by the blow, covering his face with disbelief in his eyes. Clearly he was told to take care of the Super Scion, so why was he suddenly being attacked? Fuck you, I'm hitting you. Cooler stepped forward and delivered another smack across his other cheek. This time Frisia spun in the air for a full 7 or 8 circles, demonstrating the force of the slap. Cooler no longer dared to bother with that damn Super Scion. How dare Frisia insult that person? He was practically asking for death. Although he and Frisia were at odds, even somewhat hostile toward each other, they were still blood brothers. If the consequences spread to him, he would have nowhere to cry. Damn. Frisia was dizzy from the beating, but also angered. Cooler, you bastard, I'll kill you. These 2 slaps caused a stream of blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth, leaving 2 bright red palm prints on both cheeks. His current appearance was completely different from his previous arrogant demeanor. As they spoke, Cooler and Frisia had already engaged in combat. However, the outcome was obvious. Even in his prime, Frisia was no match for Cooler, let alone now, when his vitality was severely depleted. Boom. Cooler punched Frisia in the stomach, causing a mouthful of blood to spew forth. Then Cooler delivered a flying side kick, landing squarely on Frisia's forehead. After the heavy blow, Frisia's body plummeted like a cannonball, accelerating downward. The bang 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 of sonic booms echoed, indicating the incredible speed of his fall. Boom. Frisia's body slammed heavily into the ground, creating a bottomless crater that looked as if a meteor had just struck. However, Cooler clearly had no intention of letting him off so easily. With a flicker of movement, he appeared on the ground the next moment and struck toward the crater. Ow, ow, ow. Soon Frisia's screams of agony rang out. The crater acted like a natural amplifier. The entire area echoed with Frisia's wails, accompanied by reverberations that lingered for a long time. Goku was dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. He smoothed his golden hair, looking utterly bewildered. As for the feeling of confusion, he was no less flabbergasted than Frisia. After all, he had just steeled himself for a fight to the death. Who would have thought the brothers would suddenly pull such a stunt? However, just as Goku was still pondering, a magnetic voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Hello, Goku. Upon hearing this voice, Goku instantly snapped back to alertness and quickly turned his head. There a handsome and mysterious face directly entered his sight. And the owner of this face was none other than Zhang Fei, who had been hovering in the sky. It's you. Goku's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. Although the man before him had not released any aura, standing this close, Goku could still feel an immense pressure. Swoosh. Swoosh. Goku quickly backflipped in the air, instantly putting some distance between himself and Zhang Fei. Watching Goku's tense expression, Zhang Fei shook his head with a helpless smile. He had originally intended to watch another good show from the sky, but who knew it would turn into this situation? In fact, Frisia's words had not angered him because he was well aware of that guy's arrogant nature. However, unexpectedly, before he himself could say anything, Cooler couldn't stand it anymore and chose to strike directly. As a result, Frisia's screams still echoed in the air. Although Zhang Fei looked relaxed, Goku was extremely tense with sweat forming on his palms. He stared at Zhang Fei warily and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Me." Zhang Fei smiled faintly and spread his hands. "With this appearance, I'm obviously an Earthling." Earthling? Upon hearing those 3 words, Goku's vigilance instantly eased considerably. However, there was still a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Are you really an Earthling?" "Of course," Zhang Fei replied with a faint smile, while silently adding in his mind, "though not the Earth of this world." "Oh, I see." Sun Wukong stroked his head, and after confirming, immediately lowered his guard. With uncommon generosity and warmth, he dispelled his Super Saiyan form, extended his right hand in greeting, and beamed, "Greetings, I am Sun Wukong, a fellow Earthling myself." Zhang Fei paused at Sun Wukong's swift change in demeanor, then nodded and clasped his hand, replying with a smile, "Zhang Fei, nice to meet you." Though his words conveyed delight, inwardly he was already critiquing the situation. A mere confirmation of being an Earthling was enough to lower his guard and dismiss the Super Saiyan state. Truly naive. Still, this carefree nature aligned perfectly with Sun Wukong's character, as Zhang Fei knew it. Perhaps it was for the best. The straightforwardness saved him the trouble of lengthy explanations. After releasing their handshake, Sun Wukong posed his question with genuine curiosity. "Then why were you with Frisia's elder brother? Are you friends?" Frisia himself was thoroughly wicked, and his brother appeared equally sinister. Given their natures, it puzzled Sun Wukong how Zhang Fei could possibly be associated with them. Could it be that Frisia's elder brother was actually aligned with Zhang Fei? "Friends." "Not exactly friends," Zhang Fei replied with a wry shake of his head. "I simply got lost and happened upon Gula, Frisia's older brother. He was also unfamiliar with the terrain, so we decided to seek out his younger brother Frisia together. Along the way, we happened to witness your battle with Frisia." Zhang Fei's explanation was brief and informal, yet entirely truthful. He had merely asked for directions, and when Gula did not know the way, he had taken him to find Frisia. With Frisia absent, Gula had pursued them to Namek. "Oh, I understand now." Sun Wukong accepted the explanation without question. His gaze drifted back to the crater below, clearly convinced by Zhang Fei's words. Frisia's anguished cries continued to echo though the volume had diminished significantly. His life force was fading, growing increasingly feeble and desperate. Perhaps Frisia's brother isn't entirely without merit, Sun Wukong mused to himself. Gula might not appear kind, but he had not struck against him directly. Instead, he was teaching Frisia a lesson, and from the look of things it wouldn't end until Frisia was dead. By the way, Sun Wukong suddenly remembered something and turned to Zhang Fei. You're the one behind the devastation on this planet, aren't you? Yes. Zhang Fei responded calmly. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up at the confirmation, and he immediately asked his next question. Then why can I not sense any key from you? Perhaps my constitution is simply unusual, Zhang Fei said, slowly glancing at his own hands. It was clearly an excuse meant to deflect Sun Wukong's suspicions. In truth, his power was not absent. It was simply concealed beneath divine energy. Only beings of superior strength to a god could detect what lay beneath. Sun Wukong's countenance intensified at Zhang Fei's answer. His tongue traced his parched lips, and an unusual gleam kindled in his eyes. His hands met before him with a sharp clap. Eagerly he pleaded, then, could you fight me? Zhang Fei stood stunned by the request. It made perfect sense. Sun Wukong was inherently drawn to battle. His earlier explanation had clearly ignited his fighting spirit. Before Zhang Fei could decide whether to accept, Frisia's agonized screams suddenly ceased. Then Gula appeared before him in a flash. In his grasp was the nearly lifeless Frisia. Sir, your humble servant has brought my younger brother. I await your judgment. Gula spoke with reverent submission. He had originally intended to execute Frisia on the spot. Since the Super Scion could not be defeated, eliminating Frisia would serve as adequate compensation. However, he held back out of deference to Zhang Fei's feelings. After weighing his options, he decided to bring Frisia instead. Upon seeing Frisia's wretched state, Sun Wukong felt much of his hatred dissipate. His eyes revealed compassion. Despite Krillin's death, the Dragon Balls existed. Krillin might already be restored. Let us descend first, Zhang Fei said, waving his hand. He had spent days drifting through the skies and was beginning to miss solid ground. Sun Wukong and Gula had no objections. That mattered little to them whether they remained aloft or returned to the earth. The three descended toward the devastated landscape. Gula carelessly tossed Frisia to the ground, causing him to cough up mouthfuls of blood. Bastard. Frisia spat through gritted teeth. He still could not reconcile how Gula had initially targeted Sun Wukong. How had the tables turned so that Gula was beating him instead? The injustice burned. Gula's eyes hardened at the curses, and he delivered a kick. Wretched fool, facing death and still daring to speak arrogantly. Gathering energy in his hand, he prepared to end Frisia's life. Among those present, none desired Frisia's demise more than Gula. If his brother perished, the entire universe would be his to command. Hold, Zhang Fei commanded in a low tone. At his voice, Gula immediately withdrew his hand, the energy blast vanishing instantly. Gula bowed reverently, his gaze submissive as he looked toward Zhang Fei. Frisia, lying on the ground, felt a surge of curiosity and raised his head to look up. Witnessing Gula's subservience filled him with shock. Could this person possibly not be Gula's subordinate? He knew Gula well. His arrogant and haughty nature rivaled his own. Gula's character was far more treacherous and cunning than his own. Yet this sight of him was unprecedented. Just who is this person? Frisia racked his brains in bewilderment. Suddenly it struck him. Could it be that my earlier disrespect toward this person provoked this merciless beating? If that were true, this was simply an unjust punishment brought on by his own sharp tongue. His curiosity about this person's identity only intensified. What manner of person could inspire such reverence and submission from Gula? Not only Frisia, but even Sun Wukong found himself deeply intrigued by Zhang Fei. How could one not marvel at an earthling commanding such deference from someone even more vicious than Frisia? As the two were still speculating about Zhang Fei's identity, Zhang Fei had already slowly walked up to Frisia. Cooler followed closely behind, accompanying him on either side, appearing more like the lackey that Frisia had described. Only after seeing this scene did Frisia confirm it. This person's identity must be extraordinary. Cooler's violent beating of him was 100% caused by his earlier sharp tongue. Upon seeing the two approach, Son Goku felt somewhat at a loss, so he simply followed along as well. As a fellow Earthling, he sensed that Zhang Fei held no obvious malice. This was not just directed at him, it seemed to apply equally to everyone on the battlefield. Frisia, is it? Zhang Fei said calmly as he approached. Oomph. Frisia snorted coldly upon seeing the person before him. He knew it was this individual who had brought about his current predicament. Thus he now resented not only Cooler, but also the person before him. His face naturally showed no pleasant expression. Oh ho! Oh ho! Before Zhang Fei could say anything, Cooler leaped out again, a gloomy expression returning to his face. He had already offended this one, just now, and now this reckless creature was causing trouble once more. Bang! Without a word, Cooler delivered a kick that sent Frisia tumbling face up. The Frisia who had been lying prone was now on his back, sprawled flat on the ground. Blood flowed profusely from the corners of his mouth, his face contorted in extreme pain. You beast, you dare to remain arrogant even at death's door. You beast. Cooler feigned a look of heartbroken anguish. Bang, bang, bang. He delivered several more kicks. Whatever Frisia might have been thinking, Cooler was thoroughly enjoying himself today. What damn Frisia? He was being beaten like a dog lying on the ground. Frisia had absolutely no room to resist letting Cooler's kicks fall upon him. He constantly cursed the bastard in his heart, not only calling him a beast, but also dealing such severe blows. If he had a chance to survive, he would definitely kill Cooler first. Enough, Zhang Fei said calmly. Upon hearing this, Cooler immediately stopped his kicks and hastily retreated to the side. Zhang Fei looked at Frisia's current wretched state and thought it was bad enough. If he continued beating him, he might lose his life. Not out of sympathy, but because he still remembered his mission as an enforcer. Enhancing the combat power of Universe 7 was his primary responsibility. Frisia would one day be a major combat power for Universe 7. Losing him for nothing would be too wasteful. Of course, if Frisia truly made any suspicious moves, Zhang Fei wouldn't mind sending him on his way. However, if he were beaten to death just for a humph, that would be overly cruel. After all, he was an enforcer, not a soul reaper. Frisia, I only have one question for you. I only have one question for you, Zhang Fei said calmly. Frisia turned his head away, seemingly resolving to resist unto death. In his heart, he had already considered Zhang Fei an enemy. How could he possibly answer honestly when questioned by an enemy? Unless it was truly a matter of life and death, there would be no talk. He wanted to show Cooler, who was like a dog's lackey, how unyielding the backbone of the frost demons was. Zhang Fei ignored his attitude and continued, do you know how to get to Beerus's god of destruction realm? Huh. Frisia was shocked in his heart, instantly turning his head around and glaring with his somewhat swollen big eyes. Who would have known that this guy would ask such an explosive question right away? The moment the name Beerus was mentioned, it directly stunned Frisia. His eyes kept sizing up, Zhang Fei wondering what this guy's background was, asking right away how to get to the god of destruction realm. May I ask, are you? Frisia no longer cared about his pride, asking cautiously. His resentment vanished instantly by more than half, and his backbone tactfully softened a bit. Beerus was not someone anyone could provoke. He was the master of the universe. Someone like Frisia, the emperor of the universe, might not even be a fart in Beerus's eyes. Although he was unwilling to admit it, that was the fact. Being able to control 70% of the universe's territory was all due to his private endorsement. Otherwise, would Cooler and King Cold have willingly remained in their respective corners? And nothing much, just a friend of his. Zhang Fei smiled faintly. I haven't been here for a long time and wanted to drop by to visit him, but got lost. I heard from your brother that you've dealt with him before, so I came to ask if you know the way to the god of destruction realm. After hearing this, Frisia first froze, then closed his eyes and sharply inhaled. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that this unremarkable young man was actually a friend of the god of destruction, Beerus. Just now he had been puzzled as to why the proud and arrogant Cooler would be so polite to someone who it turned out the problem lay here. At the same time, he also understood why Cooler had appeared here. Frisia turned his head and said through gritted teeth to Cooler, so it was you who led. Ghost. No. This gentleman led me here. Yes, so what? You seem rather unhappy about it, Cooler said calmly while picking his nose. Happy? Seeing a friend of Lord Beerus is something I'd consider the highest honor, even beyond my ancestors' graves emitting auspicious smoke. Yeah, Frisia said fiercely to Cooler. TCH. Cooler glanced away and no longer looked at Frisia. Because if Frisia said his ancestors' graves emitted auspicious smoke, didn't that imply Cooler's ancestors' graves didn't? Typical killing 1,000 enemies, but losing 800 of your own, truly annoying. Frisia no longer looked at Cooler and turned his gaze back to Zhang Fei, thinking that this kid was really lucky to be able to make friends with Beerus. If he could also become friends with Beerus, that would be beyond merely his ancestors' graves emitting smoke. He could blow up his ancestors' graves, and it wouldn't be a problem. However, what Frisia and Cooler did not know was that Zhang Fei claiming to be Beerus's friend was actually exaggerating Beerus's importance. After all, aside from gods, others likely wouldn't recognize the identity of an enforcer anyway. You haven't answered my question yet. Just as Frisia was lost in thought, Zhang Fei's voice interrupted him. Oh. Frisia instantly snapped back to reality and then said with a regretful expression, Sorry, sir, I don't know where Lord Beerus resides. Alright, I understand. Zhang Fei nodded. Having been mentally prepared for this, he didn't look too disappointed. It was perfectly normal for a mere Frisia not to know about the god of destruction realm. Son Goku, listening from the side, was utterly confused. Terms like god of destruction and Beerus were all unfamiliar to him. If that's the case, then we won't disturb the two of you rekindling your brotherly bond. After saying this, Zhang Fei placed his hand on Son Goku's shoulder. Whoosh! A streak of white light flashed, and the two disappeared from planet Namek. Gula watched the two departing figures, a trace of confusion appearing in his eyes. He had not yet properly latched onto this powerful ally, and now they had suddenly left. Moreover, no specific instructions had been given on how to deal with the injured Phalysa lying on the ground. Gula stared at the battered Phalysa, deeply lost in thought. Bastard, what are you looking at me for? Although Phalysa was now covered in wounds, seeing Zhang Fei leave, he regained his usual arrogance. Gula ignored Phalysa's curses, silently pondering how to deal with this younger brother of his. After a moment of thought, he said coldly, all right, I'll spare your worthless life. Gula was still hesitant. After all, Zhang Fei had not given clear instructions to kill Phalysa, so he dared not act rashly. Moreover, Phalysa was a lackey of Beerus. If he acted rashly and killed him, it might provoke Beerus's fury. The wrath of the god of destruction was not something he could bear. However, Gula was not about to let Phalysa off so easily. A more sinister thought had quietly arisen in his heart. You? What the hell are you trying to do? Phalysa looked at Gula's ferocious gaze and felt a chill in his heart. This so-called older brother would not show any mercy when it came to striking. After suppressing him for so many years, who knew what acts of madness he might commit? My foolish brother, I won't kill you, but as for the Phalysa army, leave it to your big brother to handle. Gula said with a cold laugh. After speaking, he dragged Phalysa like a dead dog straight up into the sky, heading toward the base he had come from. Phalysa's face was now ashen, not because he feared his forces being eroded. An army was nothing. If he lost it, he could rebuild. But Gula's cold smile was truly chilling. He felt that something bad was about to happen to him. Deep in the cosmos, Zhang Fei set off with Sun Wukong on the journey back to Earth. Sun Wukong, being carried by Zhang Fei at extreme speed, was astonished by the sights. Not only was Zhang Fei carrying him through the dark void of space, but he was also amazed by the unbelievable speed. This speed was simply breathtaking. Crossing a galaxy took less than half a breath. The direction of Earth, it's correct, isn't it? Zhang Fei turned his head and said with a smile. Sun Wukong, hearing Zhang Fei's words, snapped back from the scenery outside and scratched his head, saying, I came from this direction, absolutely no mistake, but I don't know how far it is. Direction is all that matters. Zhang Fei nodded. With his speed, having a precise direction was enough. Distance was no issue at all. If necessary, he could fly back and forth along this line until he sensed Earth's location. By the way, Zhang Fei, Sun Wukong looked at Zhang Fei's back and asked, what did you mean by Beerus and the god of destruction earlier? He had also encountered gods such as the king of the worlds, the king of hell, and of course the celestial god of earth. But the god of destruction mentioned by Zhang Fei was something he had never heard of. And nothing, just an insignificant god. You'll get to know him someday. Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly without turning his head. He was heading to Earth now. As for Beerus, they would meet if fate allowed, since he couldn't find the place now anyway. Rather than waste time, it was better to go to Earth and experience the worldly atmosphere. After all, he had spent so long in the divine realm, a little enjoyment wouldn't hurt. And if Beerus had any sense, he would do his work and come to find him proactively. If he lacked that awareness, he would have to wait for Zhang Fei to teach him a lesson later. Oh, I see. Is he powerful? Sun Wukong rubbed his chin and tilted his head. Not powerful. Zhang Fei heard this question, and a helpless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Truly the legendary martial arts fanatic. No matter who it was, his first question was always about their strength. Oh. Sun Wukong's face showed disappointment when he heard, not powerful. Of course, saying Beerus was not powerful was from Zhang Fei's perspective. If it was from Sun Wukong's perspective, it was hard to say. Because an ordinary person and a tiny ant simply cannot be compared. Moreover, Sun Wukong was still very weak. If he was a tiny ant, then Beerus was a super scion. Then Zhang Fei, you must be very powerful, right? Sun Wukong continued to ask, his eyes sparkling. The first time he saw Zhang Fei, he had sensed a very dangerous signal. Now that he had let down his guard, the danger was gone, but there was an unfathomable feeling. And the divine ability he had just displayed further indicated that Zhang Fei's strength was terrifyingly great. Me? Just average. Zhang Fei replied casually. Sun Wukong obviously didn't believe this answer. Zhang Fei, you're too modest. Zhang Fei gave a non-committal smile. For his own strength, he had a relatively clear understanding. He was just slightly above the level of an angel. If he faced true experts like the Grand Priest, he was still far from enough. Saying average was already a bit flattering. But among ordinary people like Sun Wukong, he could be considered a top-tier powerhouse. However, Zhang Fei never compared himself to ordinary people. His comparison targets had always been beings like the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Then let's have a spar sometime. Sun Wukong had finally voiced his heart's desire after asking for so long. His face was excited and his eyes were full of longing. All right. Zhang Fei nodded in agreement. He understood Sun Wukong's nature. If he didn't satisfy this wish, he would probably pester him endlessly upon reaching Earth. Moreover, advising Sun Wukong would also boost the combat power of the seventh universe. This was also part of his job. Great. Wonderful. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's agreement, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, even trembling with joy all over. Jiang Fei turned back to see the fervent expression on Sun Wukong's face and shook his head helplessly inwardly. He had reason to believe that if they weren't in space, Sun Wukong would have attacked him directly. Deep within the seventh universe, a massive galaxy began to rapidly collapse as its central star was destroyed. Countless planets blossomed like spectacular fireworks in the darkness. Beerus and Whis watched the scene expressionlessly. Over these past few days, countless planets had been destroyed, and who knew how many lives had perished in this universe. Having witnessed such scenes too many times, the two had long grown immune to it all. They felt no regret for any life lost. Whis, I think it's about time we called it a day, Beerus remarked while watching the fireworks below. It had already been a week since they left the god of destruction's realm. Beerus felt that since becoming a god of destruction, he had never been so fulfilled as in this past week. He couldn't help but think the workload he'd shouldered during these 7 days rivaled an entire lifetime. Far from it, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a smile, glancing through the crystal ball atop his staff. Despite not having a moment to spare these past few days, Whis found himself thoroughly enjoying the experience. He believed this was precisely what a god of destruction and angel should be doing, destroying all things in the cosmos, while the angel provided oversight and assistance. What? It's not even close to being over. Beerus questioned, pacing behind him with a furrowed brow. He felt they'd already destroyed enough galaxies to call it sufficient. Whis shook his head gently. Lord Beerus, there's no need to rush. Our progress has been quite rapid. If we maintain this pace for another year, it should be nearly complete. The backlog of work from previous years had been substantial. Each time Beerus slept, it would last anywhere from 100 to 1,000 years. At minimum, it was still 30 or 40 years, and upon waking, he'd barely be rested for 2 or 3 days. Within those brief days, he'd need to visit various planets, seeking out delicacies, leaving the actual destruction work to happen almost casually. All these years had accumulated a staggering backlog of tasks. What the hell, are you kidding me? Beerus spoke in utter disbelief. Only today did he realize that serving as a god of destruction wasn't nearly as comfortable as he'd imagined. His mind had grown sluggish from exhaustion, and at this rate, he'd surely die from overwork. Whis simply shrugged helplessly. That's just how it is, Lord Beerus. Hop. Beerus yawned widely, stretching his arms. But then his expression shifted, abruptly darkening as something suddenly crossed his mind. What's wrong, Lord Beerus? Whis noticed the change immediately and asked hurriedly. Damn it, that bastard Frisia. I entrusted him with managing so many territories in the 7th universe, and yet here we are with so many planets still needing destruction. What the hell is he doing? Beerus ground his teeth as he spoke, clearly shifting blame onto others. Whis could only stare in speechless frustration at the excuse-making. Despite Frisia's ambitions and questionable nature, he had actually been diligent and responsible in carrying out Beerus's assignments. Otherwise, given Beerus's laziness, it would take more than a year to finish all the work. Even 10 years wouldn't be enough to clear out the low power level planets. Lord Beerus, what are your intentions then? Whis asked cautiously. Let's go. I'm going to have a word with that kid Frisia. Beerus sneered. He dares to slack off on my assigned tasks. I need to teach him a lesson. Whis rolled his eyes, then tapped his staff against the void. 2 beams of white light descended, and the pair vanished from the area. En route. Watching Whis guide them, Beerus curiously asked, any updates on that Jiang Fei kid yet? Whis slowly shook his head in response. I see, Beerus responded flatly, his eyes beginning to dart around, as if contemplating something. Whis himself felt equally puzzled. By all rights, the law enforcement officer should have arrived long ago. Yet he remained conspicuously absent. More troubling still was that no trace of him could be found through any inquiry. Whis had considered that perhaps the law enforcement officer simply didn't know the way to the god of destruction's realm, which would explain the delay. But the real issue was that if the officer lacked knowledge of the god of destruction's realm coordinates, he could easily return to the Xeno Palace and ask the Grand Minister directly. At an angel's speed, it would take no more than 20 minutes. Yet a full week had passed, and Jiang Fei still hadn't made contact with them. If he had entered the god of destruction's realm, Beerus, as the host, should have sensed his arrival immediately. So I forget it, I'll just ask Frisia about it later. Whis sighed inwardly. Though the law enforcement officer wasn't significantly more powerful than him, he held a high position, and angels fell under his jurisdiction as well. That alone created psychological pressure on Whis. If it were the Grand Minister or Xeno themselves who had come, things would be different. But dealing with this law enforcement officer was entirely unfamiliar territory. The unknown naturally bred a certain reverence. Former Frisia Force. Massive spaceships sailed through the boundless void. Civilizations nearby saw this formidable armada and kept their distance. Goku now sat where Frisia once ruled, a glass of red wine in hand, as he gazed at the twinkling stars, his eyes filled with smug satisfaction. After returning from Namek, he had crushed the entire force with ruthless efficiency, transforming the Frisia Force into the Gura Force. He had naturally assumed the title of Cosmic Emperor as well. Anyone who dared oppose his rule had long been reduced to space debris drifting through the cosmos. Hum. 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 A smile spread across Gura's face as he surveyed his dominion, even humming a cheerful tune. But just as he reveled in the zenith of his power, two unwelcome guests materialized in his chamber without warning. It was Whis and Beerus. The moment they arrived, cheerful melodies reached their ears from within. "Frisia, what refined taste you have." Beerus's voice cut through the air with icy coldness. As a god of destruction, he rose before dawn and rested long after midnight, exhausted from endless duties. Meanwhile, this fellow lounged with his legs crossed, sipping wine and whistling tunes, living like royalty. Gura froze mid-hum, the sound cutting off abruptly. His hand trembled so violently that wine spilled all over himself. He had no time to spare for his disheveled appearance. He spun around immediately. That voice. He was certain he'd heard it somewhere before. And there it was, Beerus himself. The glass slipped from Gura's grasp and shattered on the floor in an instant. Moi. Beerus tilted his head, studying the unfamiliar face before him with mild surprise. "Frisia, did you get plastic surgery or something? Why'd you change your colors?" "Ahem," was coughed lightly, reminding him, "Lord Beerus, this isn't Frisia." "Huh." Beerus was puzzled for a moment, then fixed his gaze on Cooler. "Beerus-sama, what brings you here?" Cooler dared not remain seated. He hurriedly rose and stepped forward, bowing his body, his hands rubbing together in a fluster. Sweat dripped from his face like soybeans, falling one by one. Beerus looked at the groveling figure before him and nodded indifferently. Although this person bore some resemblance to Frisia, a closer look revealed they were indeed different. "Who are you?" "His father," Beerus asked coldly. He vaguely recalled that Frisia still had a father alive. This person looked so much like Frisia. He had every reason to believe that this was Frisia's biological father. Cooler awkwardly forced a smile onto his face. "I'm his brother. My name is Cooler, Lord Beerus." Cooler. "No recollection." Beerus said flatly. Yes, a small fry like me. How would Lord Beerus ever recognize me?" Cooler said with a chuckle. He himself had only seen Beerus from afar once long ago. Only later did he learn that this figure was the ruler of the universe, the legendary god of destruction. Though it was just that one glimpse, Beerus's image was etched deeply into his mind. That was why upon seeing him, Cooler recognized him immediately. "Where is Frisia?" Beerus asked expressionlessly, then walked straight to the seat Cooler had just occupied and sat down. Whis followed behind him and stood beside the seat. Cooler slowly turned to face Beerus, his heart tightening when he heard the inquiry about Frisia. But then he gradually relaxed, relieved that he hadn't killed Frisia outright, otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain. "Lord Beerus, please wait a moment," Cooler said respectfully. Then he turned and walked out of the cabin, giving a few instructions to the two guards at the door, and then re-entered. About a minute passed. Two people carried a stretcher directly into the cabin. One of them lowered his head and said, "Great King Cooler, Frisia has been brought. You may leave." Cooler waved his hand. The two subordinates immediately exited, stealing a glance at Beerus seated on the chair as they left. They wondered who this person was sitting while Cooler stood, but they dared not ask further and simply left, closing the cabin door behind them. "Oh, what is this?" Beerus looked up at the stretcher, broad in his brow, slightly raised. Lying on the stretcher was none other than the Frisia he had been seeking. But what puzzled him was how Frisia had ended up in such a state. "Lord Beerus, Frisia has been brought. Please give your orders." Cooler turned around, bowed, and smiled. Upon hearing the name Beerus, Frisia's tightly shut eyes snapped open. Struggling to turn over, he saw Beerus's sharp-featured face, and tears of emotion nearly spilled. In the past, whenever he saw that face, he was extremely nervous and cautious. But today, for some reason, it felt so familiar. Beerus walked over and teased, "Frisia, what kind of look is that? How did you end up like this in just a few days?" Frisia was now bruised and swollen, purple blood staining his entire body, his aura extremely faint. His appearance was utterly pitiful in his current state. He probably couldn't even defeat an ordinary person. "Oh, Lord Beerus, you've finally come. I've suffered so much." Frisia mustered the last of his strength, threw himself at Beerus's feet, and began to recount Cooler's crimes against him. It turned out that after returning from Namek, Cooler had been determined to take over Frisia's territory and resources. However, fearing that Frisia was under Beerus's protection, he never dared to kill him. If he let him go, it would inevitably cause trouble later. So Cooler devised a rather troublesome and malicious method. The plan was to beat Frisia severely every few days, leaving him barely alive. Whenever he showed signs of recovery, he would be beaten again, kept in a half-dead state. TSK. After hearing Frisia's account, Beerus couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Even with his vast experience, he marveled at Cooler's cruelty and malice. After all, Beerus himself usually gave a quick death. He couldn't have imagined such a method. He had thought Frisia was vicious enough. Unexpectedly, his brother surpassed him, truly broadening Beerus's horizons. It seemed the seventh universe had no shortage of such talents. Whis showed no reaction, maintaining his usual elegant and composed expression, as if what he had just heard was a trivial matter. Beerus looked at the still sobbing Frisia, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Are you two biological brothers?" Lord Beerus, is that the point?" Frisia said with a mournful face. Good heavens, your loyal dog has been bullied this badly. Why is the first question whether we're brothers? Is that necessary? Shouldn't you fly into a rage and kill Cooler with one palm? Oh, nothing, just curious, Beerus said casually. He himself was at odds with his brother Compa, but at worst they argued and fought when they met. But these two brothers acted as if they had a blood feud, treating each other so cruelly. Then he looked at Cooler, his expression turning serious, and said with narrowed eyes, "Don't you have some explaining to do?" Beerus wasn't particularly concerned about Frisia. Even if he were dead, he wouldn't grieve. He was no saint. The number of people he had killed far exceeded the tally of these two brothers combined. But Frisia was his lackey, doing much of the dirty work, and he could vent his frustrations on him when annoyed. The reason he had come was simply that he was overwhelmed with work, in a bad mood, and wanted to make trouble for Frisia. Now that this incident had occurred, he had to address it. After all, in the 7th universe, or any universe, which ordinary strongman would dare to bully the lackey of a god of destruction? As the saying goes, to beat a dog is to insult its master. This act could be seen as a challenge to the dignity of the god of destruction. Gula gazed at Beerus's indifferent expression, his heart sinking to his throat. He had envisioned such a scene before, but never imagined Beerus would arrive so swiftly. Frisia observed Gula's nervous demeanor and felt an unprecedented wave of satisfaction. The beatings he had endured on Namek and the torment of recent days. Finally, he could vent this pent-up rage. "My lord Beerus, please let me explain." Gula wiped the sweat from his forehead. Beerus regarded him expressionlessly, waiting for his explanation. Gula steadied himself and spoke slowly. "Frisia has come to this state solely through his own doing." "You lie!" Frisia shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. He could hardly believe Gula's audacity. After reducing him to such a wretched state, he now claimed it was his own fault. He was clearly attempting to defame him. The previous offense against Zhang Fei had been nothing but a misunderstanding, and that person had not even complained. Yet as he pondered this, Frisia's confidence wavered. He had no idea of the relationship between Beerus and that friend of his. If they were truly close, the outcome would likely be far from favorable. Beerus raised a hand, signaling Frisia to be silent. "Frisia spoke disrespectfully toward your friend, so I took it upon myself to punish him," Gula declared with evident anguish, his face contorted with self-reproach. He wore the pained expression of an elder brother who had failed to discipline his younger sibling. "My friend?" Beerus frowned. He could not recall having any friends. In the entire 7th universe, who could possibly be Beerus's friend? While he held the status of destroyer god across all 12 universes, his relationships with the others ranged from strained to outright hostile. The angels of those destroyer gods treated him with courtesy, but nothing approaching friendship. Indeed. A remarkably handsome young man who claimed to know you and called himself your friend." Gula continued explaining. "That was certainly no friend of mine, and I have no friends." Beerus narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. Young, handsome, and striking. No such person existed in his memory. If there were, it would be himself. Such virtues combined in one individual. Beyond Beerus himself, could anyone in the entire universe possess them? Upon hearing this, Whis was initially surprised. For even this angel was unaware that his lord Beerus had friends. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, he seemed to be lost in thought. What? No. Surely not. Gula froze entirely upon hearing this. He had imagined any possible reaction Beerus might have to his words. He had never considered that Beerus would simply deny having such a friend. At a loss for what to say, Frisia's remaining worry vanished, instantly replaced by an expression of wild elation. He felt revitalized, his strength returning enough to stand unsteadily. "I knew it. That little bastard could never be Lord Beerus's friend." Frisia ground out through clenched teeth. It was Zhang Fei's appearance that had reduced him to such misery. Now, knowing the man was a fraud, he had no further reservations. Frisia fixed Gula with a venomous glare. "My foolish brother, you've been deceived by that scoundrel." Gula's face drained of color, sensing the consequences to come. Frisia was thoroughly satisfied with Gula's expression and had already made up his mind. He would ensure Beerus handed over Gula's fate to him, no matter the cost. He would make his foolish older brother understand what true suffering beyond death meant. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he contemplated this. It was as though that cosmic emperor had returned. "What was his name?" Beerus asked in a deep voice. Gula opened his mouth to answer, but realizing he did not know, could only shake his head blankly. "Where did he go?" Gula shook his head again, still clueless. "Which star system does he come from?" Gula continued shaking his head, his expression on the verge of tears. "It seems you truly are rather dim-witted." Beerus's tone was laced with killing intent. Simultaneously, he slowly raised his hand, and the energy of a destroyer god instantly filled the entire space. Gula wanted to defend himself, to beg for mercy. But under this overwhelming pressure, his teeth chattered uncontrollably, and his lips went numb against his will. Frisia saw Beerus about to end Gula's life, and hastily prepared to intervene. Allowing Gula to simply die would not satisfy his thirst for vengeance. However, before he could speak, another voice rang out. "Wait, my lord Beerus." Whis, who had remained silent until now, suddenly intervened. Beerus frowned at Whis's words. What is it, Whis? He slowly lowered his hand, and the destructive energy that had filled the surroundings vanished completely. Phew. Gula seized the moment to gasp painfully. Seeing that Beerus's attendant was the one speaking, Frisia decided to hold his tongue for now. Whis walked slowly toward Gula. With a gentle wave of his staff, a projection of a human figure materialized before them. Is this the person you refer to? Whis asked calmly. Before the trembling Gula could respond, Frisia eagerly interjected, Yes, that is him. That is him. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. His inner fury flared up like fire. All because of this person had he been reduced to such a wretched state. Seeing that face again, now he nearly wanted to tear him into pieces. Gula, already resigned, numbly nodded. Once both confirmed, Beerus could no longer maintain his composure. For the figure Whis had summoned was none other than Zhang Fei, the enforcer of the divine realm. Where did you encounter him? What transpired between you? Speak. Beerus roared at Frisia. Frisia was momentarily stunned, confused by why Beerus had suddenly grown so agitated after being so expressionless moments before. Assuming Beerus was merely angry about someone impersonating his friend, Frisia proceeded to recount the events on Namek. Naturally, he edited and substituted his disrespectful remarks toward Zhang Fei. He changed commanding Zhang Fei to assist into merely suggesting it. He portrayed the other party as exceedingly arrogant, even insulting him. Gula, instead of stopping him, flew into a rage and punished him severely. After all, he was the victim and needed to paint himself in the most sympathetic light possible. Ghoul listened dumbfounded from the side, no longer feeling the need to correct anything. Frisia's performance was far from over as he continued to recount with tears streaming down his face. The gist was simply how detestable Zhang Fei was, and how terribly wronged he himself felt. However, what he failed to notice was that Beerus's face had grown as dark as an impending storm. Sensing the moment was right, Frisia maintained his mournful expression and pleaded, Lord Beerus, this isn't merely striking me. It's an affront to your very honor. You must certainly. Well struck. Before he could finish, Beerus abruptly interrupted with a cold remark. Yes. Wait. Frisia's expression suddenly froze as though he'd heard something utterly inconceivable. Sensing something was amiss, he cautiously whispered, Lord Beerus, what did you just say? I said well struck. Beerus growled through clenched teeth, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Frisia never expected such a response. Before he could process this, Beerus unleashed a sudden kick that struck him full force. Frisia let out a blood-curdling scream, scrambling to his feet with all his strength, only to collapse back onto the stretcher. The force of that kick was devastating. Already in poor condition, he now suffered several broken bones. Yet the physical agony paled compared to the psychological devastation. Frisia was utterly bewildered. He was convinced his performance had been flawless, laced with genuine emotion. But why had Beerus turned on him so suddenly? Beerus stared coldly at the fallen Frisia, his gaze chilling, and spat. Who do you think you are, daring to advise the law enforcement officer? Whis sighed in resignation. In a certain sense, Zhang Fei as the law enforcement officer was essentially the supreme deity of the divine realm. It was always the law enforcement officer who reprimanded others, who would dare offer him advice. Frisia had truly stepped on a steel plate this time. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Ghoul's eyes instantly brightened. Though he didn't fully understand what a law enforcement officer was, from Beerus's furious expression he could infer. The young man they had encountered those past few days must hold a status even higher than a destroyer god. Otherwise, the ruler of the universe, the destroyer god Beerus, would hardly be this enraged. Lord Beerus, what Frisia just claimed is far from the truth. He was never so courteous. Ghoul seized the opportunity and hurriedly approached Beerus. Beerus's icy gaze swept over him, and a single word ground between his teeth. Speak. Ahem. Ghoul cleared his throat and faithfully recounted the conversation between Frisia and Zhang Fei. Hey kid, you here just to watch the show? Are you talking to me? Who else would I be talking to? With that, Ghoul crossed his arms, his eyes dripping with disdain, perfectly capturing Frisia's arrogant and overbearing demeanor. Beerus watched Ghoul's vivid portrayal and felt his heart nearly stop, barely able to catch his breath. Even Whis was stunned. That was the law enforcement officer after all. Who would dare speak thus? Frisia. Beerus strode directly toward Frisia on the stretcher. You son of a bitch. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he delivered another kick. Guh. Frisia spat a mouthful of blood, his body crashing against the cabin door before he lost consciousness. As consciousness faded, despair overwhelmed him. He desperately wanted to break down and sob. If he'd known this would be the outcome, he never would have sought the Dragon Balls on Namek. Huff. Beerus panted with rage. He raised his hand to end Frisia's life, but then reconsidered. If he died so easily, it would be far too lenient. Pointing at the figure collapsed by the doorway, he commanded Ghoul, push it further. Yes, Ghoul replied ecstatically. When they'd first arrived, Beerus had thought Frisia's wretched state was bad enough. But now it seemed Ghoul had done exactly the right thing, and perhaps not even enough. From now on, the Frisia force is under your command. Do well, and when idle, destroy more planets. Beerus said to Ghoul in a calm tone. Yes, henceforth I Ghoul shall follow Lord Beerus alone. Wherever you point, I shall strike. Ghoul vowed earnestly. He had long dreamed of this day, though never imagined it would arrive so suddenly. Although he had previously taken full control of the Frisia force, it had been nothing more than exploiting a vulnerability. Now, with Beerus's personal endorsement, it was as if he'd received official sanction. From then on, he could act throughout the cosmos with legitimacy. Whis slowly approached. Lord Beerus, shall we continue searching for the law enforcement officer? Beerus furrowed his brow. He had no idea where Jiang Fei was at present. Searching blindly through the vast cosmos was like finding a needle in a haystack. I believe I know where they've gone. Ghoul spoke up. Oh. Both Whis and Beerus turned to look at him. Didn't you just say you didn't know? Beerus asked, narrowing his eyes. Ghoul scratched his head and carefully replied, I truly did not know, for they departed suddenly. But that gentleman, no, the law enforcement officer, did ask me about the name of a planet. This immediately piqued the interest of both Whis and Beerus. It seemed they might have some clue regarding Jiang Fei's whereabouts. Go on, Whis said calmly. That planet is called Earth. I am unsure of its location, as many rocky planets could bear that name. Whis and Beerus nodded slightly. That made sense. It was merely a planet's name, and still didn't pinpoint its exact location. Ghoul paused before continuing. However, I examined the spaceship that the Super Scion rode, and its route originated within the Milky Way galaxy. Therefore, I believe the law enforcement officer likely traveled with that Super Scion to a planet named Earth within the Milky Way. Hearing this, Whis's eyes lit up. At last, some useful information. Beerus, however, hesitated, pacing back and forth within the cabin, clearly troubled by something. Lord Beerus, the Milky Way falls under the jurisdiction of the Northern Kai, and we should be able to locate the law enforcement officer there. Whis suggested with a smile. Hearing this, Beerus quickly waved his hand. No, I cannot go. Why? Whis was slightly surprised. After all, the law enforcement officer was a high-ranking authority figure. Knowing their exact location, yet failing to pay respects, would be terribly rude. Beerus paced back and forth, head bowed, as he explained. If it were before, I would surely have gone to pay my respects to that kid. But now with the Fula incident, I would never seek him out no matter what. Whis said, bewildered. What does the Fula affair have to do with you? Think about it. The law enforcement officer called Fula my friend, which proves he already knew Fula was my lackey beforehand. Now that Fula has offended him, if matters are pressed further, I will surely bear responsibility. If I were just beaten up, I wouldn't care, but if I lost my position and my life, then it would be over. Beerus seemed to have suddenly seen the light, rapidly weighing all the pros and cons. This you're overthinking it, Lord Beerus. Whis found it somewhat amusing. Yet seeing his master, the destroyer god, actually capable of analyzing matters brought a faint sense of satisfaction. Perhaps the one he served was not entirely a fool after all. However, in his view, these analyses were purely excessive worries. Beerus glanced at Whis and continued, since we have no prior dealings with him, such situations may arise. It is better to prepare for a rainy day. At the same time, he privately grumbled to himself. If everyone were as gullible as Chuanwang, matters would be far simpler. But how many such simpletons could there be in the world? The great minister Deshiguan was a prime example. Though nervous and fearful in Chuanwang's presence, he knew exactly how to please him. But Deshiguan was different. He dared not show the slightest disrespect. The reason? Not only was he profoundly powerful, but also a man of intellect. A single misstep could provide him with leverage, and by the time you realized how you perished, you would not even know it. Such a person was far from easy to deceive. But I still feel it is rather discourteous not to meet the law enforcement officer. Whis frowned as he spoke. Yet inwardly he too began to consider Beerus's words. He had previously felt a heavy unease born precisely from the unknown law enforcement officer. If this person were amenable, then so be it. But if not, then disaster would not fall upon Beerus alone. Perhaps even he, the angel, would suffer alongside him. Beerus shook his head firmly. I refuse to go. Losing courtesy is better than losing my life. Let us return to the destroyer realm first. Lord Beerus, we may evade the first blow, but not the second, was said helplessly. Though his words carried reluctance, his heart, too, began to waver. He had already imagined that handsome face twisting into a sinister smile. Let us evade for now. I suspect that kid will not come to me anytime soon. Beerus sighed. Secretly cursing under his breath, he lamented why someone would bother coming to the seventh universe. Now he could not even sleep peacefully, living in constant fear. After a brief argument, Beerus's staunch position prevailed, and they decided to return to the destroyer realm. Before departing, he gave Gulis several instructions. I am returning for now. In the future, destroy more planets for me. Additionally, if you ever encounter that person again, you must show utmost respect, as though he were your own father. Forget it, never mind. Treating him with the same reverence as me will suffice. Of course, even greater respect would be most welcome. Originally, he had intended to say one should treat him as reverently as one's own father. However, recalling Fula's wretched state, he swallowed those words. After all, if he could be so ruthless toward his own younger brother, treatment toward one's father would hardly be any better. Yes, I shall bear it firmly in mind, Gula replied with his head bowed. Having given his instructions, Whis and Beerus vanished from the scene in an instant. Seeing the two depart, Gula finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet after a moment of relaxation, dread once again consumed his heart. Muttering to himself, he whispered, "The law enforcement officer. Exactly what kind of person is he?" Initially, when Zhang Fei claimed to be friends with Beerus, he had believed it. After all, with such profound abilities, having a destroyer god as a friend was not unreasonable. But from Beerus's recent behavior, this was clearly far more than mere friendship. The dignified destroyer god, upon speaking of this person, became so cowering that he dared not even meet him face to face. This proved that the person he had previously encountered held a status far superior to that of a destroyer god. Meanwhile, on the other side, if Zhang Fei had known Beerus's thoughts, he would have laughed aloud. He harbored no concern for Fula's offense whatsoever, let alone any implication upon himself. If he wished to cause trouble at the destroyer realm, he would have done so long ago. Though unfamiliar with the route, he knew the path to Chuanwang's temple. At worst, he could simply return and ask for directions, arriving within moments. The reason Zhang Fei had not done so was first that he simply did not care about this matter. Second, he feared that upon arrival the simpleton would cling to him and refuse to let him leave, leaving him with no recourse. Nevertheless, their journey to Earth had taken fully half a month. This was not due to losing their way and wasting time. Rather, on the route to Earth they had passed through Yadalate planet. Drawing upon memories from his past life, Zhang Fei knew the inhabitants of this planet could perform instantaneous transmission, so he chose to stay and learn the skill. Though exceedingly powerful, he harbored deep admiration for techniques like instantaneous transmission. Moreover, his aptitude for comprehension and learning was extraordinary. He mastered the skill in barely 5 minutes. Sun Wukong fared somewhat worse, taking the full half-month to achieve mastery, even with Zhang Fei's guidance. Otherwise, heaven alone knew how much longer it would have taken. Fortunately, both had successfully reached their destination. We have finally arrived. Earth familiar, yet strange. Zhang Fei hovered high above, gazing at the scenery below with emotion. Indeed, we are finally home, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Though both expressed similar sentiments, their appearances were starkly different. Sun Wukong was dust-covered, his clothes tattered, his hair a mess. Zhang Fei, by contrast, remained immaculate, exuding an ethereal aura of holiness. Gu. Just as the two were admiring Earth's scenery, Sun Wukong's stomach growled inopportunistically. Sun Wukong grinned and scratched his head. Let us go to my friend Buma's house. It is nearby. Let us get something to eat first. Zhang Fei nodded slightly. Since his body had been infused with divine power, he no longer required food. Yet having not tasted Earth's delicacies for so many years, his appetite was indeed stirred. Without delay, the two set forth. Sun Wukong led the way straight toward West City's Capsule Corporation. At the end of the Snake Way upon King Kai's planet, North Kaioshin's face was grim, his two antennae standing rigidly upright, unmoving. His fists were clenched, sweat pouring down his face like rain. Just moments ago, he had suddenly lost all signal from Earth. Had it been merely that, it would have been acceptable. But only a few days prior, Whis from the Destroyer Realm had contacted him. He had been told that the law enforcement officer of the Divine Realm would inspect Earth and instructed to receive him with proper courtesy, carefully avoiding any offense. Yet before he could properly prepare, Earth's communications had abruptly severed. He knew that the law enforcement officer of the Divine Realm had already arrived. Otherwise, as a god himself, he would never fail to perceive Earth's signals. Sun Wukong, and that scion on Earth, please do not cause me any trouble. North Kaioshin's palms grew damp, his mind tense as a taut string. At this moment he could do nothing. His initial thought had been to send a transmission warning the warriors on Earth. But now, unable to even perceive Earth itself, communication was impossible. He could only pray that Sun Wukong and the others would not do anything reckless. Meanwhile, privately complaining, he thought, "O law enforcement officer, why must you come to this remote backwater instead of inspecting the Kaioshin realm or the Destroyer realm?" On Earth, Zhang Fei and Sun Wukong flew directly to the largest corporation in the Western capital, Capsule Corporation. Soaring through the sky, they bypassed the entrance and landed straight in the garden courtyard behind the building. At the far end of the courtyard stood a luxurious mansion. Before Sun Wukong could call out, a figure suddenly materialized before him. "Kakarot." The newcomer called out in a deep voice, addressing Sun Wukong by his scion name, with intense battle lust evident on his face. Zhang Fei cast a casual glance and immediately recognized him. He was the proud scion Prince Vegeta, the second protagonist of Dragon Ball. Vegeta also noticed Zhang Fei, but paid him little mind, his attention completely fixed on Sun Wukong before him. He had tracked down Sun Wukong by sensing his spiritual energy, and to his satisfaction his perception had not betrayed him. This was indeed the Kakarot he had been longing to find. Sun Wukong waved his hand, slightly somewhat surprised. "Vegeta, long time no see. Looks like you have been revived." However, a faint smile soon appeared on his face. After all, if someone like Vegeta could be revived, then Krillin should be back too. TCH, do you think I would die that easily? Vegeta sneered. Though I never expected you to actually still be alive. The people on Earth had once wished upon the Dragon God to resurrect Sun Wukong on Namek. However, the Dragon God informed them that Sun Wukong was not dead and it could not revive the living. Upon hearing this, everyone rejoiced and made a different wish, simply sending Sun Wukong back to Earth. But the Dragon God once again surprised them by saying it could not grant that wish either, for there was a powerful force surrounding Sun Wukong that intimidated it from using its abilities. The bewildered crowd had no choice but to give up. It is all thanks to Zhang Fei, Sun Wukong said with a grin. Him. Only then did Vegeta properly examine Zhang Fei. A moment later he frowned slightly, a hint of contempt appearing on his face. He could clearly sense that the person beside him radiated no spiritual energy whatsoever. Perhaps some kind of magical power was at work. While such individuals were rare, they were not unheard of. Vegeta withdrew his gaze, yet the scornful expression remained unchanged. Perhaps this person possessed some mystical power, but to the Scion Prince's eyes it was nothing more than some petty trick. Zhang Fei noticed the disdain in Vegeta's expression, but merely offered a polite smile. It was not generosity on his part, rather someone at his level simply found it beneath him to explain himself to others. A normal person would never waste words explaining anything to an ant. If it became too bothersome, one would simply crush it. Moreover, Zhang Fei no longer qualified as an ordinary person. Cut the crap. Vegeta turned his gaze back to Sun Wukong, his tone hostile. Kakarot, fight me now. He had learned from Gohan and Piccolo that Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and this had long eaten away at him. How could a mere lower-class warrior become a Super Saiyan? This was a direct affront to his lifelong emphasis on royal bloodline. Sorry, Vegeta, I do not feel like fighting right now, Sun Wukong said with a smile. He no longer harbored any ill will toward Vegeta. The genuine emotions Sun Wukong had shown on Namek while on the verge of death had completely touched his kind heart. Besides, even if he wanted to fight, Vegeta was no match for him. Bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and roared loudly. Do not think you can look down on this prince just because you have become a Super Saiyan. Huh, I did not. Sun Wukong scratched his head and quickly explained. He had never looked down on Vegeta, he was simply thinking about getting a meal first. Besides, he already had a match scheduled with Zhang Fei. He planned to spar with him as soon as he arrived on Earth. Now Vegeta was making him sound like some arrogant jerk. You did not. Then fight me right now. I will show you that even a Super Saiyan is not my match. Vegeta shouted loudly, his voice grating on the ears. Zhang Fei could not help but frown, wondering if this guy was mentally ill. In essence, Vegeta and Sun Wukong were the same, both hopelessly addicted to battle. Yet their attitudes were completely different. Sun Wukong would humble himself and beg a stranger for a chance to fight, nearly groveling at their feet. Vegeta was different. He demanded sparring matches as though giving orders. The main thing was that every time he acted tough, he would end up getting beaten up. Zhang Fei actually admired the later Vegeta more, someone who dared to act, take responsibility, and care for his family. But for the early Vegeta, maybe he needed a few more beatings. Alright, I will fight you, but not now. No, right now. I am going to show you what I am made of. Vegeta's tone brooked no argument. Then let me at least eat first. I haven't had any meals. If you do not fight me, you will not even get to dream about eating. Hey Vegeta, this is not your house. You are being too domineering. So what? The whole world answers to this prince. Hearing their argument, Zhang Fei felt a headache coming on. If he had known, he would not have come here at all. He could have just found any restaurant and probably already be enjoying a proper meal by now, just as he was considering whether to leave. A woman in a white lab coat with blue hair tied back, flawless porcelain skin, and a face as beautiful as a flower pushed open the door of the residence. Oh, Bulma. Zhang Fei looked up and recognized her instantly. Bulma stood at the doorway with clenched fists, flames burning in her eyes, and shouted loudly, "What is all this noise about? Can't you be quiet?" She had been conducting an experiment that was just about to succeed when the sudden commotion outside interrupted her. In her frustration, her hand trembled and the experiment failed. The two did not stop their argument because of her shouting. They continued trading barbs back and forth. Goku. Bulma paused for a moment, surprised to see the person arguing with Vegeta was the long-absent Sun Wukong. But remembering her hard work ruined, her anger flared instantly. Seeing the two still going at it with increasing volume, Bulma could not resist stepping forward to stop them. Muttering under her breath, she complained, "All you care about is fighting, always disturbing my work. If you were at least good-looking it would be fine, but the problem is you are also." As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught something and her gaze shifted. Suddenly her complaints stopped mid-sentence, her steps faltered, and she froze in place. Her furious eyes now sparkled with stars, and she muttered to herself, "So handsome. He is just too handsome." Zhang Fei noticed Bulma's gaze fixed upon him. Out of politeness, he offered a warm smile and a slight nod in greeting. But that smile proved dangerously captivating. Bulma felt her heart skip a beat, pounding wildly against her chest. She forgot all about trying to stop the quarrel between Son Goku and Vegeta. As if her very soul had been enchanted, she drifted toward Jiang Fei in a daze. Drawing nearer for a closer look, his flawless features came into sharp focus before her eyes. It was as though her breath had been stolen away. Her pulse quickened, each inhale growing shallow and rushed. See, could a person actually look like this? Bulma's eyes shimmered with starlight. My. Jiang Fei registered her words with a flicker of surprise. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined his first meeting with Bulma would yield such an evaluation. It felt strangely off, almost as though she were insulting him rather than complimenting him. And no. Realizing Jiang Fei's bewildered expression, Bulma quickly waved her hands to clarify. I meant that someone who looks like that could actually be human. Jiang Fei found himself at a loss for words. This remark fell short, even compared to her previous one. In his memory, Bulma was supposed to be a once-in-a-generation genius, one of the world's top scientists. Yet seeing her now, she seemed rather not particularly sharp-witted. Oh, it's just, you're just so incredibly handsome, so devastatingly gorgeous, it's almost inhuman. Bulma blushed deeply, stammering her explanation. She had originally intended to say he looked like a celestial being descended from the heavens. But the moment she thought of Earth's supreme Kai, she immediately abandoned that comparison. Using the term God to describe this stunningly handsome man before her would be nothing short of an insult. Heh. Jiang Fei smiled faintly and nodded, indicating his full understanding. In his previous life, his appearance had been rather ordinary. It was only after ascending to the divine realm and absorbing vast quantities of divine power that his entire physique underwent a profound transformation. Not only had his features grown considerably more handsome, but his very aura radiated an otherworldly quality, a transformation so dramatic that even he found it hard to believe. Each time he gazed into the mirror, he couldn't help but sigh. If he were a woman, he would surely fall hopelessly in love with himself. Of course, this was not vanity, but rather a confidence so unshakable that no description could possibly exaggerate it. Hello. I am Bulma, nice to meet you. Bulma said shyly, yet simultaneously extended her fair slender hand with surprising boldness. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded, reaching out to clasp her hand naturally. Nice to meet you too. I'm Jiang Fei. I'm considered a friend of Goku's. Wow. Bulma's heart nearly burst from her chest with excitement. As for what Jiang Fei had said, she had only caught his name. Whether or not he was actually Goku's friend was entirely irrelevant to her. She already knew deep in her heart that this friendship was sealed. She was going to make it happen no matter what. Watching the near-drooling expression on Bulma's face, Jiang Fei's lips twitched involuntarily. When he attempted to withdraw his hand, he discovered she was clutching it with an iron grip, showing absolutely no signs of loosening her hold. Miss Bulma, could you maybe let go of my hand first? Jiang Fei said helplessly. He wasn't unable to break free from her grasp. He was merely afraid that if he exerted the slightest force, she would be sent rocketing straight into the sky. Oh, I'm so sorry. I got lost in thought for a moment. Bulma snapped back to reality, speaking with obvious excitement. Only then did she reluctantly release his hand, her delicate fingers slowly sliding away. Watching her utterly infatuated expression, Jiang Fei felt nothing but helpless resignation. No other emotion stirred within him. Perhaps it was due to the influence of divine power, but the Jiang Fei of his previous life had desperately yearned to find a girlfriend. Now facing an attractive woman, indeed a remarkably beautiful one, he somehow managed to remain utterly unmoved. His heart remained as calm and still as a tranquil lake, as though he had already transcended all worldly desires. Sensing the awkward silence, Bulma quickly scrambled to find a topic. By the way, how did you and Goku end up here? Oh, nothing special. Goku mentioned he wanted to have a meal at your place. Jiang Fei explained casually, then pointed toward the two still locked in their bitter exchange. Though looking at things now, that seems rather inconvenient. Given the ferocity of their argument, they were bound to come to blows before long. By then, forget about dinner. They'd likely tear the very ground beneath their feet apart. Seeing Jiang Fei prepare to leave, Bulma abandoned all pretense of ladylike composure and seized his arm in a tight grip. A dreamy expression appeared on her face as she sweetly declared, convenient. Perfectly convenient. Let them argue all they want. You just eat your meal. It won't interfere at all. With that, she began dragging him toward the residence ahead. Jiang Fei paused briefly, then gave a slight nod. In the end, it hardly mattered where he ate, so he might as well stop being formal about it. Casting a sideways glance at Bulma, Jiang Fei withdrew his arm and stated coolly, "Dinner is one thing, but I will be paying for it." With that said, he proceeded toward the entrance on his own accord. Bulma fumed at his resolutely composed demeanor, stamping her foot in frustration. She hadn't even gotten to enjoy the advantage of the situation, and he was already walking inside. She glanced back at Son Goku and Vegeta, still locked in their heated face-red argument. Never mind, you two keep arguing. I'm going to go enjoy the view of that handsome man instead. Bulma hurried after Jiang Fei into the residence, casually shutting the door behind her. Upon entering, Jiang Fei noticed that the interior furnishings truly exuded the luxurious opulence one would expect from the wealthy. Not only was the decor extravagant, but the technological integration was unmatched anywhere else on Earth. Bulma retrieved a large assortment of ingredients directly from the refrigerator and retreated into the kitchen to begin preparing the meal. Jiang Fei, not one for false modesty, simply found a seat and settled in. Since most of the items stored in the refrigerator were semi-prepared foods, the meal came together remarkably quickly. Platters of abundant, mouth-watering delicacies were brought to the table one after another. The rich fragrance of the cooking food stirred Jiang Fei's appetite instantly. "Come try my cooking. There's plenty more if you're not satisfied," Bulma said with a radiant smile. As the saying goes, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. However, this was not born of any genuine confidence in her culinary abilities. Rather, these foods were all specially processed convenience items, simply heated in a pan, yet their taste rivaled that of five-star hotel cuisine. Such delicacies were reserved for those who could afford them. "Thank you." Jiang Fei nodded in gratitude, then immediately picked up his chopsticks and began eating. True to his instincts, the moment the food touched his tongue, his eyes suddenly brightened. It was not merely because the meal was delicious, but because the flavors evoked a deep, unmistakable sense of familiarity. "It seems you're quite satisfied with the food, aren't you?" Bulma rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. She felt that simply sitting quietly and observing Jiang Fei was itself a form of pleasure. Especially his dining manners, completely unlike Goku or Vegeta, who would devour food like ravenous beasts. Instead, he ate with elegant composure, savoring each bite with meticulous care. In truth, however, Jiang Fei was not deliberately cultivating an image of grace or refinement. He simply wasn't hungry at all. There was absolutely no reason to gorge himself indiscriminately. He merely wished to savor each flavor thoroughly, which is why he chewed so deliberately. Outside the residence, Son Goku and Vegeta had already escalated their argument to the brink of physical combat. Auras began to ripple faintly around both fighters, and the surrounding air grew turbulent with heightened energy. "Come on, yes, just like that. Fight me already. Let me see your true power, Kakarot," Vegeta shouted with evident excitement. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Today, no matter what, he would clash with Kakarot. "I had planned to test myself against Jiang Fei first, but it seems I'll have to," Goku muttered under his breath. However, before he could finish his sentence, he twitched his nose, catching the enticing aroma of food drifting through the air. Following the scent, he realized it originated from Bulma's residence. Looking down, he discovered that Jiang Fei had already vanished without a trace. "Hey Jiang Fei, you sneaky bastard. Eating without even inviting me," Goku complained. No longer had the time to continue bickering with Vegeta, he suppressed his aura and charged into the residence like a starving wolf. Watching Son Goku depart, Vegeta ground his teeth in fury. All their verbal sparring had amounted to absolutely nothing. Yet he had caught something from Goku's earlier words. Goku had mentioned wanting to test himself against Jiang Fei, which struck him as peculiar. That person radiated absolutely no fighting presence whatsoever. Why would Kakarot bring him up, and moreover, not for battle nor for sparring, but for guidance? Glancing toward the residence ahead, Vegeta followed, carrying both resentment and curiosity. If this so-called Jiang Fei truly possessed remarkable ability, then perhaps he should also experience the prowess of the Scion Prince firsthand. Inside the residential building, Jiang Fei continued to savor his meal with slow, deliberate bites. Nearly every dish on the table had been picked over by his chopsticks at least once. A happy smile spread across his face. "Delicious." Jiang Fei set down his chopsticks, offering only 2 words of evaluation. At the same time, he took out 2 tissues from beside him and wiped the crumbs from the corners of his mouth. Bulma sat across from Jiang Fei, her gaze already dulled, lost in a state of entranced reverie. However, just then, a loud bang echoed as the front door was forcibly blown open. Bulma was instantly startled awake by the noise and hastily turned around. He spotted Sun Wukong's eyes glowing with the desperate hunger of a starved ghost as the Scion launched himself toward the table laden with dishes. Without a single word, he grabbed whatever was within reach and began shoving it into his mouth. "Son Goku." Bulma's voice carried a warning edge, a faint scowl crossing her face. Moments ago, she'd been so lost in thought that she'd already mapped out her entire future with Jiang Fei, down to the names they'd give their children. But Sun Wukong's sudden intrusion shattered not only the tranquil atmosphere, but also all her sweet daydreams. With his mouth stuffed full, Son Goku lifted his eyes and mumbled, "Oh Bulma, so you're home." Though it was nearly impossible to make out his words through the food. "Jiang Fei, you didn't even invite me to eat. That's not very friendly," Son Goku continued, glancing back at him. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei poured himself a cup of tea and held it to his lips, savoring the aroma. Only after swallowing the strong tea did he exhale with satisfaction. Watching Sun Wukong devour food like a glutton, he said calmly, "You'd better finish eating before you speak." As he spoke, he brought the tea to his lips, once more savoring its rich, sweet fragrance. Son Goku nodded with his cheeks puffed out, then ate even faster. The chicken legs vanished like skewered meat. The buns disappeared as quickly as those tiny steamed rolls. He slurped noodles as if drinking water and consumed fried rice with the same ease as pouring kanji. Sigh. Bulma sighed, helplessly glancing between Zhang Fei and Son Goku. As the saying goes, there's no harm without comparison. Now as she looked at Zhang Fei, he seemed more and more pleasing to the eye. Just as Bulma was lost in her thoughts, another tremendous boom rang out from within the room. Boom. It was the same door once again. But this time it wasn't simply kicked open. It was pulverized in a single punch. Debris from the collapse scattered into the food. Woo. Woo. With his mouth still full, Sun Wukong glared silently, protesting. Bulma shot to her feet, instantly, teeth gritted as she snapped, "Vegeta, what are you doing?" TCH. Vegeta couldn't be bothered with Bulma's complaints. Watching Son Goku stuff his face and struggle to speak, disgust filled his eyes. Spotting Zhang Fei's location, he marched straight over. Sun Wukong quickly shoved what remained of his food into his mouth upon realizing Vegeta wasn't after him. "Vegeta, what exactly do you want?" Bulma had reached her limit. She hadn't objected to Vegeta training at her place, but today he disrupted her experiments and destroyed her door. Now he was picking a fight with her dream man. Anyone would think this was Vegeta's house. Ignoring Bulma, Vegeta walked straight up to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei was interrupted by Vegeta's sudden arrival. He'd already set down his tea and habitually popped it into his mouth. "You're Zhang Fei, right?" Vegeta said sternly. Seated like a mountain, Zhang Fei regarded him with a calm, detached gaze and offered no response. He'd quickly figured out that Vegeta wasn't merely sick. He was seriously ill. "Kakarot told me you're quite strong, is that true?" Vegeta's question carried a hostile edge. Zhang Fei merely tossed him a scornful glance and remained silent. He knew all about Vegeta, born Vegeta style, Dar the Scion Prince. His classic pattern was always the same: strike the toughest pose, absorb the hardest beatings. Part stemmed from his nature, part from years serving Frieza. In terms of provoking beatings, he could rival Frieza himself. He was essentially the Dragon Ball version of these two notorious figures. Noticing Zhang Fei's dismissive look, Vegeta flew into a rage. "You damn fool, are you deaf? Couldn't you hear me speaking?" His inherently proud nature felt insulted by such a gaze. Vegeta had already made up his mind. He'd make this person pay regardless of how strong he truly was. The pride of a Scion Prince brooked no challenge. "Setting aside whether you're strong or not, what exactly are you doing?" Zhang Fei replied coldly. "What do you think I'm doing?" Vegeta sneered. "I want to show you the power of Prince Vegeta of the Scions." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his fist forward, sonic booms erupting in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, his iron fist was already inches from Zhang Fei's face. Sun Wukong swallowed his food and frowned. "This is bad. I let Vegeta get the jump on me. He was the one who challenged Zhang Fei first, yet here, they were fighting before he'd even finished his meal." He complained aloud, but there was also a flicker of worry in his eyes. Of course he wasn't concerned for Zhang Fei. He was worried about Vegeta. Zhang Fei raised his brows, slightly surprised that Vegeta would strike so readily without any courtesy. Watching the fist mere inches from his nose, the corner of his mouth twitched. The toothpick in his mouth launched forth like a bolt of lightning. Vegeta hadn't yet processed what was happening. His fist was already mid-strike and a mocking smile had instinctively formed on his lips. But that triumphant expression didn't last long. A sharp sting erupted from his shoulder, as though a bullet had torn through muscle and bone alike. His body reared backward, and just as his fist was about to connect with Zhang Fei, it veered off course, sending him hurtling through the air in the opposite direction. He retreated several meters before landing with a heavy thud on the ground, a small wound appearing on his shoulder. Crimson blood began to well from the injury, drawing a sharp intake of breath. At the same time, an unprecedented wave of shock crashed over him. What? What's happening?" Vegeta stammered in disbelief. Even now he still couldn't comprehend how he'd been wounded. All he remembered was a sudden piercing sensation in his shoulder, followed by an instant loss of balance as he collapsed to the ground. Bulma had barely reacted. She had only felt Vegeta suddenly vanish and charge forward, and then in the blink of an eye he was lying on the ground again. Goku didn't even bother finishing his meal, and stood up immediately. From his perspective, everything that had just happened was clearly within his sight. Vegeta seemed to have been pierced by something exceedingly fine through his body. The momentum of that object not only failed to strike Zhang Fei, but Vegeta himself was injured and fell. How could this be?" Vegeta said with a grimace, clutching his wound. He still hadn't figured out how he had been injured or how he had fallen. Zhang Fei's expression remained calm and composed as if nothing had happened at all. Bulma regained her composure and shot Vegeta a vicious glare. Then she ran to Zhang Fei's side, her eyes filled with worry. "Zhang Fei, are you okay?" Her tone revealed deep concern, as if she regarded him as family. Zhang Fei gave her a gentle smile and slowly shook his head. "Oh my God, this smile." Seeing that smile, Bulma felt her heart melting. If she hadn't maintained even a shred of composure and rationality, she might have shouted that she alone must protect this smile. Zhang Fei slowly rose and stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. Vegeta, since you wish to test me, then I shall grant you this opportunity. Vegeta looked up at him, the stunned expression gradually fading. Soon a fiery and arrogant gleam returned to his eyes. Perhaps it was just a fluke. Perhaps this was some mysterious power of his opponent. Vegeta thought to himself, engaging in some self-deception. After all, from just now until now, Zhang Fei still hadn't revealed a single trace of his aura. In that case, this prince shall enlighten you, Vegeta said arrogantly, pointing his thumb at himself. In his view, there was nothing extraordinary about his opponent. In this world, the only one who could be Vegeta's rival as a Scion prince was Kakarot, another Scion. The more he thought about it, the more conceited he became, with the corners of his mouth curling up so far they seemed to reach the back alleys. Next, Vegeta assumed an attacking stance, as if preparing to enlighten Zhang Fei indoors. Hold on. Zhang Fei shook his head, extending one hand and pointing behind him. Pull out that toothpick first. If you can break it, we'll talk about enlightenment. Oh, what toothpick? Vegeta paused, lowered his stance, and turned around. Indeed, half buried in the wall behind him was a toothpick. There was still a faint trace of crimson on it, like blood. Suddenly, Vegeta sharply turned back to look at Zhang Fei and said in disbelief, could it be this toothpick? Saying this, he also glanced down at his wound that was still dripping blood. He had just remembered that when he first entered, Zhang Fei had a toothpick in his mouth. It had now vanished from his lips, which made it evident. Zhang Fei had used this toothpick to stop his attack, while also inflicting a minor wound. Oh, it's just a toothpick. Goku mused thoughtfully. Just moments ago, he had wondered what had injured Vegeta, and it turned out to be an unremarkable toothpick. At the same time, the blood within him began to boil. A single toothpick could wound Vegeta. Didn't that indicate in its own way that Zhang Fei's strength was truly formidable? Impossible, this is impossible. How could I be injured by a toothpick? Vegeta shook his head, somewhat unwilling to admit it. If he had been injured by an energy blast, he wouldn't be like this. It was just a wooden toothpick. How could it possibly harm someone as strong as him? Zhang Fei smiled helplessly. There was nothing impossible about this. Forget a toothpick, even if he spat. No, just breathed and Vegeta would likely be done for. Letting him suffer only a minor wound was already showing restraint. Watching Vegeta stand dumbfounded, Goku no longer paid him any mind. Curious, he walked over to the wall and directly pulled out the toothpick. Carefully examining the mud and ash on it, one could tell from this toothpick was neither more nor less than exactly half inserted into the wall. Clearly, Zhang Fei's use of it demonstrated not only immense power, but also extremely precise control. A toothpick capable of piercing through Vegeta's body. Forget about merely half embedding into a wall. Even piercing through the entire earth would be a breeze. Alright, Vegeta stopped staring blankly. If you wish to test Zhang Fei, first break this toothpick. Saying this, Goku tossed the toothpick to Vegeta. Vegeta snapped out of it and caught it effortlessly. Looking at this thin, short piece of wood in his hand, boundless rage suddenly erupted within him. Idiot! Vegeta cursed with a dark face. He was the proud Scion Prince, one of the strongest in the entire universe. The number of planets he had destroyed was not large, but certainly not small either. Now he was being told to break a toothpick before being considered worthy of a contest. This was undoubtedly an insult to his proud pride. Vegeta pressed his thumb against the center of the toothpick and gritted his teeth at Zhang Fei. You bastard, how dare you insult this prince? I'll make you die. Saying this, he applied force with his fingers. But the imagined crack sound did not ring out, nor did any sensation of wood breaking come from his fingers. What the hell is this? Vegeta looked down, his eyeballs nearly popping out. His thumb was already straining with maximum effort. The toothpick not only didn't break, it didn't even show any sign of bending. Instead, his thumb appeared somewhat pale. Vegeta, what the hell are you doing? Goku asked in confusion, watching Vegeta's astonished expression. Actually, he was also curious why Zhang Fei wanted Vegeta to do such a simple task as breaking a toothpick. However, despite his curiosity, he had no intention of asking too many questions. After long years of experience, Goku also knew that some powerful individuals would set certain special rules. Perhaps this was Zhang Fei's rule. Vegeta did not pay attention to Goku's voice and continued to focus entirely on the toothpick in his hand. Sweat could already be vaguely seen on his forehead and temples. By now he was already continuously increasing his strength, but simply couldn't break this damn toothpick. This. What the hell is going on? Could this prince not even break a toothpick? Vegeta began to doubt himself, and his thumb was already growing sore from friction. However, he did not give up. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his spirit. After about a second, suddenly he opened his eyes wide, his gaze concentrated, and whispered fiercely, break. At the same time, an unparalleled, overwhelming aura erupted from his body. The surroundings were instantly hit by fierce winds, and the residential buildings crumbled apart. Watching the giant stones falling from the ceiling, Bulma immediately crouched down and hugged her head, screaming in terror. Goku protected his face with his hands and shouted loudly in confusion, what the hell? Vegeta, I just asked you to break a toothpick. Do you really need to exert that much force? Jiang Fei watched the rolling boulders plummet toward him, still standing with his hands clasped behind his back, utterly unfazed. A bright flash flashed across his eyes, and a transparent semicircular barrier materialized around him. It then rapidly expanded, and within the blink of an eye completely enveloping Bulma and Son Goku. Vegeta's energy continued to surge upward. Residential buildings were flattened to the ground as white spiritual energy erupted skyward. Shockwaves radiated in all directions, tearing the very earth apart. Bulma crouched on the ground with her head in her hands, trembling in terror. But to her surprise, the boulders that should have already crashed down upon her head seemed to never arrive. Yet why couldn't she feel even a hint of pain? "Whoa, Jiang Fei, that move of yours is quite something." Son Goku chuckled, brushing the dust from his clothes. Though he wasn't afraid of being crushed by rocks, nobody wished to be buried alive. "Jiang Fei." Bulma opened her eyes at Son Goku's voice and slowly rose to her feet. She discovered that the area she occupied was shielded by a glass-like barrier. While all the surrounding buildings had been reduced to rubble, the ground beneath her feet remained completely untouched. "So it was Jiang Fei who saved me," Bulma murmured to herself, placing a hand over her chest. Gazing at him, her affection deepened, laced with a trace of admiration. Beyond the transparent barrier, Vegeta was still straining with all his might against the toothpick in his hand. His energy continued to climb, white flames erupting skyward. The ground beneath his feet cracked rapidly, spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward. Yet even so, the toothpick remained unyielding. On King Kai's planet, King Kai's face turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down his cheeks. To put it mildly, the sheer volume of sweat falling from him was nearly forming a stream. "Vegeta, what in the blazes is that Vegeta up to?" King Kai trembled entirely, his breathing shallow and ragged. Though he still couldn't sense Earth's presence, he could faintly detect the aura Vegeta was unleashing. Yet at this moment, he would have given anything to sense nothing at all. Vegeta, could this fellow have crossed paths with the Executor? King Kai grew increasingly terrified with every passing thought. At this rate, he was going to scare himself to death. Yet these fears were unfounded. Vegeta wasn't engaged in battle with Jiang Fei at all, but rather warring furiously with a toothpick. On Earth, Piccolo, Tien, Shinhan, Krillin, and Son Gohan had gathered. They had all sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Vegeta. They were now racing toward Capsule Corporation. With such tremendous energy unleashed, it was possible they had encountered an enemy. As defenders of Earth, they had to investigate. If trouble had indeed arisen, they might be able to lend a hand. What puzzled them, however, was this: if Vegeta had encountered an enemy, why could they sense only his own energy? Why couldn't they detect the opponent's aura? Those answers would have to wait until they arrived at Capsule Corporation. Vegeta's released energy continued to surge upward. Shockwaves kept coming one after another, leveling building after building in the surrounding area. Bulma gradually snapped out of her daze. It was only then that she realized this was actually her home. Gazing at the devastation surrounding her, her blood pressure surged. "Hey Vegeta, stop it right now, hear me. Stop it." Bulma pressed herself against the barrier, shouting her protest. It wasn't about the money. After all, her family was the richest in the world. The problem was that many of these buildings housed her laboratories. Inside were numerous research projects in progress, and their destruction would certainly break her heart. "Hey, Vegeta, you bastard, can you hear me?" Bulma pounded on the barrier. Seeing Bulma's distress, Jiang Fei shook his head in resignation and decided to intervene. With a wave of his hand, another transparent barrier materialized around Vegeta. The violent energy radiating from his body vanished instantly, leaving no trace. Shockwave after shockwave came to a halt. The remaining buildings were saved. Had it continued much longer, Capsule Corporation might have been erased from the face of Earth. Phew. Bulma patted her chest, exhaling in relief. Turning to look at Jiang Fei, a faint blush tinting her cheeks, she said, "Thank you." Jiang Fei said nothing, merely offering a gentle smile. Just then the warriors from Earth arrived together. What confused them was that moments ago they had felt that towering aura, yet upon arrival it had suddenly vanished. Nevertheless, they did manage to spot Vegeta. This puzzled them even more, for Vegeta was currently enclosed within a barrier. His hands seemed to be constantly twisting something. His face was flushed red with exertion, as though he were struggling mightily. On King Kai's planet, when King Kai sensed Vegeta's energy disappear, his heart plummeted. Could this guy have been slain by the Executor? The more he contemplated it, the more plausible it seemed. He could already envision Vegeta's arrogant, domineering demeanor, that overwhelming aura radiating from him, his signature bravado, as he pointed mockingly at the Executor's nose. What the hell is an Executor? I'll show you. It means nothing before a prince like me." Before he could finish those words, the Executor delivered righteous judgment and obliterated him with a single palm strike. "TCH. No, I can't stay here anymore." King Kai paced with his hands clasped behind his back, gasping for air. The two antennas on his head quivered uncontrollably, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. His mind raced as he formulated a plan. After all, under his jurisdiction, Whis had tasked him with properly hosting the Executor, yet he had been entirely unable to make contact with Earth. Now not only had he failed to establish contact, but that brat Vegeta had also offended the executor. As a king of a world, his failures were undeniable. What am I to do? King Kai's face was contorted with anguish, his heart boiling with panic. Fine, I'll hide with the other kings for a few days. With no other choice, King Kai muttered. As he spoke, he retreated inside to pack his belongings. Though he knew he could only delay the inevitable, who wouldn't wish to buy themselves a few more days of life? Better to survive a few days first. Once he kept his head, everything else could be addressed. Soon King Kai had gathered all his belongings. Grabbing the monkey and the insect, he fled without hesitation. Meanwhile on Earth, the crowd not only caught sight of Vegeta, but also laid eyes on a long-lost acquaintance, Sun Wukong. Father. Son Gohan was the first to dash over. He had been yearning for his father all these days, wondering when they would meet again. Little did he expect that a visit to Capsule Corporation today would bring him face to face with his father. Gohan. Sun Wukong smiled and waved back. A surge of deep longing flooded his heart. Such was his nature. When thoughts of home did not arise, he felt nothing, but now that they had met, his homesickness was fiercer than anyone's. Zhang Fei, with perfect timing, lowered his own barrier. The father and son embraced instantly, and Sun Wukong lifted Son Gohan high into the air. Wukong, it's wonderful, you're back. Wukong, you truly are safe and sound. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Piccolo all gathered around as well. Their eyes shimmered with joy. After all, these were comrades who had lived and fought side by side. After many days apart, reuniting now stirred profound excitement in them all. Everyone's here. It's so good to see you. Sun Wukong, holding Gohan, smiled and greeted them. Though the surroundings lay in ruins, it did not dampen the spirits of the group. They chatted cheerfully about all sorts of things, from trivial household matters to lively anecdotes. Oh, by the way, Sun Wukong recalled as if struck by a thought. He walked slowly to Zhang Fei. Come everyone, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Fei. He brought me here from Namek. Bulma at that moment stepped shyly beside Zhang Fei. One might have thought they were a couple, judging by the way she stood. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others stepped forward to greet him. Piccolo merely nodded aloofly. Zhang Fei responded with a warm smile, to each exuding a very approachable air. As familiar faces appeared before him, a wave of emotion surged within Zhang Fei. Yet one person was missing from the crowd. Where has my tea-loving master gone? Zhang Fei wondered silently. He glanced at Bulma beside him and remembered that at this time she was still in a romantic relationship with Yamcha. Was it appropriate for her to stand so close to him? He had his own thoughts, but Bulma was oblivious. She seemed perfectly comfortable. Uncle Zhang Fei, thank you for bringing my father back from Namek, Son Gohan said earnestly as he was held in his father's arms. Oh, it was nothing. Don't mention it. Zhang Fei replied with a faint smile. Mr. Zhang Fei, you brought Wukong back from Namek. You must be incredibly strong. Krillin, his bald head gleaming, said enthusiastically. Zhang Fei smiled and shook his head, about to modestly decline, but before he could speak, Sun Wukong eagerly interjected, Zhang Fei isn't just strong. He's immensely strong, unfathomably so. Hearing this, the group was stunned, and all eyes turned to Zhang Fei. They all knew Sun Wukong's power. He was the ceiling among them. Moreover, he could transform into a Super Saiyan, a warrior who had faced Frieza head-on. For Sun Wukong to give such a verdict meant that this Zhang Fei was indeed not to be underestimated. Is that for real? Krillin asked, astonished. Of course it's real. Sun Wukong replied earnestly. Even Frieza and his brother treated Zhang Fei with utmost respect. With that, he began to recount excitedly the events that had transpired on Namek. As the group listened, their expressions grew increasingly astounded. By the end, they were even overwhelmed with awe. Sigh. Zhang Fei let out a helpless sigh. He thought to himself that Sun Wukong was truly a loudspeaker, blurting out everything he knew without filter. Yet on the other hand, this showed how sincere Sun Wukong was with people. I never imagined Uncle Zhang Fei was so powerful. Even someone as evil as Frieza is afraid of him, said Son Gohan, his face full of admiration. After hearing Sun Wukong's account, even the aloof Piccolo couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Zhang Fei. He too once harbored a proud heart that yearned for strength, but as enemies grew more formidable, that pride gradually receded into the depths of his soul, eventually fading away. In the end, he willingly became a babysitter. Oh, by the way, what is Vegeta doing? Krillin suddenly remembered. They had come because of Vegeta's energy signature. But now Vegeta's bizarre behavior left them bewildered. He was still struggling with something. Oh, Vegeta, Sun Wukong turned to look and explained casually. He insisted on sparring with Zhang Fei, so Zhang Fei casually wounded him with a toothpick and told him he'd only spar after he broke that toothpick. What a... The group was shaken. They questioned whether they had heard correctly and even asked Sun Wukong to repeat himself several times. He wounded Vegeta with a toothpick. And it was just an ordinary toothpick. So that's what Vegeta is doing, breaking a toothpick. In just a short while, their perception of the world had been thoroughly upended. Gulp. Krillin swallowed hard and looked back. Vegeta was still inside the barrier, wrestling with the toothpick, his energy never dissipating. Perhaps because he was too focused, or because Zhang Fei's barrier isolated him from external energies. Vegeta hadn't noticed that a crowd had gathered around him. What material is that toothpick made of? There's no way Vegeta can't snap a toothpick. Krillin murmured unconsciously. All eyes turned to Zhang Fei. They assumed the toothpick couldn't be an ordinary one. Surely it was crafted from some special material. Sun Wukong also looked at Zhang Fei, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He had touched that toothpick. It felt ordinary, as if he could crush it into powder with a little force. Seeing everyone staring at him, Zhang Fei smiled wryly and explained softly, "It's truly just an ordinary toothpick." He pointed to the intact table where remnants of food still lay, beside it rested a box of toothpicks. The group exchanged bewildered glances, looking at one another at a loss for words. "Indeed, although it is but a common toothpick, a trace of my power has been imbued upon it," Zhang Fei continued to explain with a smile, observing the utterly bizarre expressions on everyone's faces. "Phew, so that's how it is." Krillin sighed with relief. He had sensed something was amiss just now. A mere toothpick. Any ordinary person could snap it in half with ease, let alone Vegeta. A trace of Zhang Fei's power had seeped onto the toothpick. Wait, something's not right. Krillin suddenly remembered something, and his expression shifted to one of utter shock. Everyone else had their jaws dropped on the ground long ago. Aside from Vegeta, who was still fighting for his life against the toothpick within the barrier, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Merely by imbuing a toothpick with a sliver of his own power, and yet Vegeta is rendered helpless. Piccolo murmured to himself. He was now forced to reassess the young man, named Zhang Fei, standing before him. Yet upon closer observation it left him with an entirely different feeling. Perhaps it was due to the influence of Kami. Although he too could sense no ki whatsoever, he could still perceive that a transcendent divine power swirled around Zhang Fei. And this power stirred even deeper fear within the depths of his soul. Son Goku cared not for such things, the fiery ardor in his eyes burning intensely. If even a toothpick touched with a fraction of his power left Vegeta helpless, what could happen if they truly fought? Zhang Fei quickly led a spar. Son Goku exclaimed excitedly, setting his son down immediately. He could no longer contain the fire raging within his heart. No matter how powerful Zhang Fei might be, he would not rest until he had tested him. Very well, Zhang Fei agreed readily. Since they had already agreed to settle things, a brief skirmish now would do no harm. As he spoke, his feet lifted from the ground, and he slowly floated upward into the air. How miraculous! I cannot sense even a trace of ki from him, yet he flies. Tien Shinhan remarked. According to their martial arts principles, one must harness the chi within to achieve flight. But Zhang Fei now left them amazed once again. Then I shall too. Son Goku's gaze sharpened, and the energy around him began to gather. With a mighty roar, the white aura enveloping his body instantly transformed into brilliant gold. His black hair stood upright, dyed the same radiant golden hue. The surging pressure caused the very earth to tremble. Even the temperature of the air grew scorching. After completing his transformation, Son Goku looked up toward the sky, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward. Swish! In the next instant he had already appeared before Zhang Fei. The two locked eyes, one face burning with fervent passion, the other radiating utter calm. On the ground below, watching the imminent clash, everyone gazed upward at the sky. Not a single person dared to blink, fearful of missing the thrilling spectacle in the very next moment. So this is a Super Saiyan. This aura is truly formidable. Tien Shinhan swallowed hard. It was his first time witnessing Son Goku in his Super Saiyan form. This overwhelming power left him utterly awestruck. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. So Goku defeated Frieza in this form. Krillin could not help but exclaim. Like Tien, he too was witnessing the Super Saiyan for the first time. It was precisely due to his sacrifice that Son Goku had successfully transformed back then. He had indeed played his part in that triumph. His only regret was that he never got to see what a Super Saiyan truly looked like. But now at least he could finally witness it. Piccolo and Gohan saw this scene once again, their hearts throbbing with excitement. Yet they were noticeably more composed than the former two. Having experienced the prowess of Son Goku in this form, they did not grow overly alarmed. High above in the sky, Son Goku spoke with fierce battle intent. Will you make the first move, or shall I? You go ahead. If I strike first, you likely won't even have a chance to respond. Zhang Fei gestured politely, a faint smile playing on his lips. Though their exchange was quiet, it could be heard clearly from below. Krillin, Tien, and even Son Gohan were left completely dumbfounded by Zhang Fei's words. Son Goku's power at this moment had already reached a terrifying degree. Did Zhang Fei not fear twisting his tongue with such words? However, they did not dwell on it too much, dismissing it as mere pre-battle bravado. In that case, I shall not hold back. Son Goku, however, would not underestimate Zhang Fei. With those words spoken, his figure moved, and in an instant he vanished from his original position. Before anyone could react, he was already before Zhang Fei. Without any superfluous motion, Son Goku swung his fist wreathed in golden flames. Boom! The devastating strike landed squarely on Jiang Fei's face, erupting like thunder. The impact radiated outward, instantly scattering all surrounding clouds. Yet despite the tremendous force of this punch, it inflicted not a single wound upon Jiang Fei. He did not even waver in midair. What? Seeing this, the crowd below erupted in gasps of disbelief, utterly unable to trust their own eyes. Son Goku's movements were so fast they could not even track them. The sheer destructive power of the attack induced a suffocating sensation. Such a strike delivered with full force had not produced the slightest effect. Although they had long anticipated that Jiang Fei was formidable, yet surely he would have at least moved after taking such a blow. Who exactly is this guy? Piccolo frowned, his thoughts heavy. Continued gazing at Jiang Fei, he felt his very soul being increasingly suppressed. Especially deep within, an inexplicable impulse arose, the urge to kneel and bow before this young man. His original inclination toward Son Goku's victory was now replaced by a sensation that Goku was merely an ant shaking a towering tree, a mantis attempting to stay the wheels of a carriage. This feeling was entirely indefensible, rising spontaneously from the depths of his soul. What Piccolo did not know was that above the sacred world of the Kai, in the heavenly palace, Kami watched the battle below, his garments drenched in perspiration. His two withered hands clutched the staff with great difficulty. He appeared as though his oil were exhausted and his lamp running dry, unable to stand much longer. Lord Kami, what is wrong? Bubbles, his devoted servant, looked upon him with deep concern, supporting his arms with both hands to prevent him from falling. This person, if I am not mistaken, this person is a god. Kami spoke with a trembling voice. He could feel that the one battling Son Goku below was a genuine deity, one whose level far exceeded his own by countless folds. Even merely observing from afar filled him with a fear so profound that he scarcely dared to remain standing. Ha, Jiang Fei, you are indeed strong. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious. He had anticipated a one-sided situation, but he never expected the defeat to be so complete. Can you keep going? Oh, Jiang Fei said calmly. To be honest, Sun Wukong's punch to his face felt neither painful nor itchy. It was like a gentle breeze brushing across his cheek, not only painless, but also a little pleasant. Of course, Sun Wukong adjusted his breath and threw another vigorous punch. He was not one to give up easily. Although that punch was powerful, it only used 70% of his strength. This time he would be fully focused and use all his power. With a boom, another unstoppable punch struck Jiang Fei's face. A fierce gale swept through the sky, and even space began to tremble slightly. However, this time the result remained unchanged. Jiang Fei stood in the void, completely unaffected, his expression still as calm and indifferent as ever. Still useless. Sun Wukong's eyelids twitched at the sight. All right then. With a fierce shout, his chi surged once more. The golden flames covering his body instantly became wildly violet. Hanging in the sky, his entire form glittered with golden light, making even the sun appear dimmer. He swung his fists, targeting various parts of Jiang Fei's body, launching a relentless and rapid assault. Bang! 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 Thunder roared in the sky and shockwaves spread in all directions. Although the battle was in the sky, the tremendous impacts caused the ground to shake violently. Jiang Fei stood with his hands behind his back, blocking wave after wave of Sun Wukong's attacks with his bare body. His complexion remained unchanged without any alteration. Sun Wukong's power had been pushed to its limit, yet he could not budge Jiang Fei at all. Phew! Baika closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. He no longer dared to look directly at the situation above. The battle above was already a one-sided stomp. The opponent didn't even need to fight back, yet he was helpless. If he were to actually fight, the outcome would be almost certain. Not far from the crowd inside the barrier, Vegeta's chi had once again reached a peak. Finally, with a crack, the toothpick in his hand was at last broken. The moment the toothpick snapped, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. His clothes were already drenched in sweat. See that? This is the might of the Scion Prince. A tiny toothpick easily broken. Vegeta muttered weakly to himself, feeling somewhat dizzy. After all, he had used all his strength to break that toothpick. However, what he didn't know was that the toothpick was not broken through his own power. Instead, the power that Jiang Fei had imbued into it had dissipated over time. Otherwise, even if he struggled for a year, he would never have broken it. As Vegeta was resting, he began to notice that the surroundings had become much quieter. He turned his neck and happened to see the scene of Sun Wukong and Jiang Fei fighting. Kaka Luote. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. Then he sprang up with a kip up and muttered to himself, "Is that a Super Saiyan?" It was also the first time he had seen what a Super Saiyan looked like. A surge of emotions welled up in his heart, followed by a sense of unwillingness. Damn it, the strongest Saiyan should be me, the prince. Vegeta said through gritted teeth, then pointed at the sky and shouted angrily, "Kaka Luo, take it down here and let me handle him." Saying that regardless of his stamina, he exploded with chi and a white aura enveloped his body again. Pushing off the ground with force, he launched himself into the air and flew toward the sky. However, before he could fly 5 or 6 meters off the ground, a thud was heard. What the hell? What's so hard? My head. Vegeta fell straight down from the low altitude, clutching his head and rolling on the ground in agony. The spectators on the ground, hearing the commotion, their attention was momentarily drawn over. What's that guy doing? Tianjin Fan said with a frown. Looks like he's performing a donkey roll. Kulin scratched his bald head. Because of the barrier that Zhang Fei had set up for Vegeta, it not only isolated his chi, but also blocked his voice. Therefore the others had not heard Vegeta's earlier shouts at all. They only heard the dull sound of impact. Sun Wukong glanced over, then turned his gaze back to the sky. Uncle Zhang Fei is so amazing. Dad seems to be using all his strength. Yeah, I never imagined Zhang Fei's power could be so terrifying. Kulin stopped paying attention to Vegeta and focused on the sky above. It's hard to imagine what level this person's power has reached. Wukong's chi is so strong it makes me tremble, yet this person has taken so many attacks and is completely unharmed. Tianjin Fan also expressed his feelings appropriately. Baika still stood with his arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation, hoping to dispel the fear deep in his soul. The battle in the sky continued. Sun Wukong's fists had become a blur with speed and power reaching their peak. Yet he could not shake Zhang Fei in the slightest. Sun Wukong now realized that their strengths were on completely different levels. If earlier he had wanted to exchange a few moves, now he only hoped to make Zhang Fei move even a little. Even a tiny shift would be enough for him. Haha. Sun Wukong landed a few more punches, then quickly distanced himself, his eyes fixed intently on Zhang Fei. After a long period of attacking, both his body and mind felt a sense of fatigue. What's wrong, Wukong? Can't go on. Zhang Fei said with a faint smile. Hey, I'm just getting started. Sun Wukong let out a dry laugh. Try this move. With that he held his breath, focused his mind, and brought his hands together, gathering chi between them. Moments later a dazzling light burst forth. Ka. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. A powerful unmatched white beam shot toward Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei looked at the energy wave and smiled, shaking his head. I've heard people say never to clash waves with the Sun family, so I'll follow that advice. Just as the beam was about to hit him, Zhang Fei slightly opened his mouth and gently blew a breath forward. The Kamehameha approaching him seemed to lose control. It grazed the tip of his nose, made a 90-degree turn upward, and shot straight into the sky. Then the beam traced a bizarre sharp angle turn and headed straight for Sun Wukong. This. Sun Wukong was suddenly flustered. He never expected that the beam he had released would come back at him and even trace such unbelievable arcs in the air. Sun Wukong quickly tried to cancel the technique, cutting off the chi gathering in his hands. But it was clearly too late. The released beam had already gathered enough power. Sun Wukong watched helplessly as the Kamehameha struck him with full force. Boom! An explosion rang out in the sky and thick smoke billowed. A figure fell rapidly from the smoke. It was Sun Wukong, hit by his own technique. He was falling in a free-fall motion, hurtling straight toward the ground. His hair had already lost its color, and although his chi was still present, it was no longer as formidable as before. The crowd on the ground, who had been watching all along, was now completely stunned and numb by Zhang Fei's strength. Sun Wukong had lost without any suspense, unable to even mount a counterattack. He hadn't even truly thrown a punch. Instead, he had used Wukong's own attacks against him. Thud! Sun Wukong's body crashed heavily onto the ground. Wukong! The onlookers slowly recovered from their shock and rushed over to his side. Sun Gohan lay on the ground, his face etched with worry as he gazed at his father. Dad, are you alright? You're not hurt, are you? Others chimed in with worried questions. Zhang Fei is too powerful beyond imagination. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, grinning broadly. Despite his battered appearance, he had not suffered serious injury. After all, he had reined in his attack in time without channeling additional energy into it. If the strikes had continued, the outcome would have been far worse. Zhang Fei watched with a smile as the battle concluded. A flash of white light emanated from his body, instantly clearing the thick smoke hanging in the sky. Then he descended gracefully from the air. He appeared to transcend the mortal world, radiating an innate ethereal presence. Wow, Zhang Fei is so handsome. Bulma's eyes were fixed on him, transfixed. Though she had not grasped what transpired during the battle, the outcome was clear. Sun Wukong had been defeated. In her memory, Wukong was nothing short of a battle maniac, a fighter who disregarded his own life, nearly undefeated. Yet now her ideal man had bested him. Not only handsome, but remarkably powerful. This only deepened her admiration for Zhang Fei. Damn it, Kakarot actually lost. Inside the barrier, Vegeta rose to his feet, his expression a mixture of disbelief and fury. A Super Saiyan, the very ideal he had dreamed of achieving, had been defeated so disgracefully. It was a blow to his pride. Though it was not his own defeat, Vegeta could feel the endless shame radiating from it. What the hell is this thing? Why can't I break it? Vegeta clenched his fists and slammed them against the barrier. He had realized it was this barrier that confined him. It also severed all sensing between the inside and the outside. His mind churned with frustration, desperate to escape and fight Zhang Fei, to reclaim the honor Kakarot had lost. Bang bang bang. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of punches against the barrier. Yet the damn barrier held firm. The continuous blows left his hands aching. Damn it, what is this thing? Vegeta cursed in desperation. Today had brought too many bizarre encounters. Was it really so difficult to simply fight someone? He did not know why, but it felt impossible. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Oh. Vegeta's energy surged outward once more. He gathered energy into both hands and launched a massive blast toward the barrier ahead. Boom boom boom. Smoke erupted inside the barrier as explosions filled the air. He had just snapped the toothpick in his hand, and now found himself forced to contend with the barrier trapping him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Wukong was barely helped to his feet. Zhang Fei approached slowly. The crowd surrounding Wukong parted to let him through, their gaze toward him filled with deep respect. Yet confusion lingered. When had such a formidable figure appeared on Earth? Why had they never heard of him before? Zhang Fei, you're far too cunning. When we first met, you claimed your strength was merely average. Sun Wukong said with a broad smile despite his battered face. He had never believed Zhang Fei's claims of being average. Seeing him today proved how extraordinary he truly was. Haha. Zhang Fei replied with a calm smile. I was simply telling the truth. As he spoke, he extended his finger and gently tapped the air twice. A divine radiance suddenly enveloped Sun Wukong's body. Dad! Sun Gohan exclaimed in alarm from nearby. Those around them were startled, completely unaware of what was happening to Sun Wukong. Their eyes turned to Zhang Fei, wondering if he had struck again. Most thought so, yet no one dared to intervene. After all, if Sun Wukong could not match Zhang Fei, they stood no chance whatsoever. What is this? Sun Wukong examined the light emanating from his body, sensing nothing amiss. Instead, a warm current was nurturing his physique, bringing profound comfort. In the next moment, his wounds began healing at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere breaths, the light gradually faded. All injuries vanished, his entire demeanor refreshed and renewed. My wounds are healed. Sun Wukong could not believe what he was seeing, gripping his hands tightly to confirm it. Realizing his injuries had indeed healed, he looked at Zhang Fei with shock. Zhang Fei, is this your ability? He asked in astonishment. The others nearby also gaped in amazement upon seeing Wukong's recovery. Zhang Fei smiled and nodded. It was nothing. He had no intention of harming Sun Wukong. They were all talents of the seventh universe. His future objectives depended on them. If injuries caused his power to stagnate, it would contradict his original purpose. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone was amazed. Today had brought too many astonishing revelations. First, Vegeta could not break a toothpick Zhang Fei had used. Then Sun Wukong was defeated effortlessly without even a direct strike. Now he had restored Wukong's injuries with a mere gesture. Such power was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Incredible skill, truly miraculous. Krillin murmured in awe. Piccolo's face showed utter astonishment, his earlier arrogance entirely replaced by profound reverence as he gazed at Zhang Fei. This is amazing, just like Senzu Bean's. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with envy. Zhang Fei possessed not only overwhelming strength, but also such miraculous abilities. If he could master such power, he would never fear injury again. He could fight without restraint from then on. While they were still marveling at Zhang Fei's extraordinary abilities, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens and landed in the courtyard. The sudden appearance immediately drew their attention. Zhang Fei turned to look as well. Oh, it's the god. Why have you come down? Sun Wukong was the first to react, greeting with a smile. Kulin, Tianjin Fan, and the others also waved with cheerful expressions. Baiku, however, felt a stir in his heart, as if something had occurred to him. This guy. Is he sensing it too? The god said nothing, walking straight past the still rampaging Vegeta. Sun Wukong smiled and walked forward to meet him. The god was an old acquaintance who had helped him many times. As he approached, he said, God, aren't you supposed to stay in the temple? What brings you here? The god seemed not to hear Sun Wukong's voice, remaining silent. His eyes appeared not to see Sun Wukong walking toward him. He passed directly by step, moving forward. Huh. Sun Wukong's smile froze on his face, and he scratched his head in bewilderment. Turning to look at the god who had ignored him, he found it strange. Kulin and the others were equally puzzled. They could tell that the god who rarely left the temple seemed unusually odd today. Zhang Fei maintained a faint smile. Ever since he arrived on Earth, he had sensed someone watching him. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the god of this planet. And the purpose of this man's descent was likely to see him. While everyone was still perplexed, the god did something none of them expected. The god walked up to Zhang Fei, his expression devout and humble. This humble deity pays homage to Mr. Zhang Fei. As he spoke, he knelt without hesitation, pressing his forehead to the ground. When the others saw this, their eyes nearly popped out. What's going on? Kulin stammered. Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and the others stood with mouths agape and eyes wide, shaking their heads stiffly. They had no idea what had happened. This was the god of earth, and he was kneeling before Jiang Fei. Though the god's power was mediocre as a deity, he ought to maintain his dignity. Even in the most perilous situations, they had never seen the god grovel. Sun Wukong and the others held great respect for this god, who had helped them so much. Yet today's scene left them utterly dumbfounded. God of earth, rise, Jiang Fei said calmly, finding nothing amiss. He was after all an enforcer of the divine realm. It was only proper for the earth's god to pay homage to him. Having come to the seventh universe for the first time, and the god of destruction being too proud to meet him. If the earth's god didn't come to pay respects, it would be inexcusable. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Fei. The god said, still prostrate. After expressing his gratitude, he slowly rose, but kept his head lowered, not daring to meet Jiang Fei's gaze. What? What is all this about? Sun Wukong was utterly confused. He walked over to Baiku, who had been silent all along. After all, the two were once one, so perhaps Baiku knew something. He nudged Baiku with his elbow. Baiku, what's with the god? Baiku frowned slightly at Sun Wukong's question. At that moment, Kulin, Gohan, Tianjin, Fan, and even Bulma all turned their eyes to him. So my feeling was right. Baiku crossed his arms, lowering his head and speaking in a deep voice. The spiritual suppression Jiang Fei exerted on him was far too powerful. Now, seeing the god who was once part of him descending from the temple, his suspicions were confirmed. What feeling? What do you mean? Sun Wukong was completely baffled. It felt like Baiku was speaking in riddles, his words shrouded in mist. After a pause of about 2 seconds, Baiku opened his mouth and explained in a low voice, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Jiang Fei is a god. A god, eh? The moment the words left his mouth, the entire place erupted. Everyone exchanged glances, unable to believe what they had just heard. Until now, they had only regarded Jiang Fei as an incredibly powerful human, never once considering him a deity. That's right, and he must be a god of very high rank. Baiku stole a glance at the god, his expression extremely serious. A god of very high rank? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Like Lord Jiawang. The most powerful and highest-ranking god he had encountered so far was Jiawang. So it was natural for him to assume Jiang Fei was on the same level as Jiawang. Baiku slowly shook his head and said solemnly, his rank should be far higher than Jiawang's. He had met Jiawang before. Although Jiawang's divine rank was higher than the earth gods, it was nowhere near enough to put any pressure on him. Even if it were a rank or two higher, it probably wouldn't have affected him much. But Jiang Fei suppressed him powerfully. This was enough to show that Jiang Fei was an immensely high-ranking deity, far higher than Lord Jiawang. Sun Wukong muttered to himself, swallowing hard. He also recalled hearing about the god of destruction from Frisia and Cooler on planet Namek. Back then, Jiang Fei had dismissed him as an insignificant god. Now looking back, it seemed not so simple. Meanwhile, the god kept his head lowered, his face full of humility, and asked in a low voice, may I ask, Mr. Jiang Fei, which deity of the divine realm are you? The enforcer, Jiang Fei said flatly. Upon hearing the title enforcer, the god's face showed a flicker of confusion. But then he quickly resumed his respectful demeanor. Clearly the name, enforcer, was unfamiliar to him. But that was fine. He was merely a minor god of earth. There were many high-ranking deities he had never heard of, so it was only natural. As I recall, you shouldn't leave the temple without special circumstances, should you? Jiang Fei continued calmly. The god's face instantly tensed, and he quickly replied, yes, yes. This humble deity sensed the presence of the enforcer, so I broke the rules to come and pay homage. Please forgive me, Lord Enforcer. No matter. There's nothing for you here. Go back now. Jiang Fei waved his hand. This was the first god he had met since arriving in the seventh universe, and one who had come to pay respects. Unlike some other deities, it showed consideration. Phew, the god breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said respectfully to Jiang Fei, thank you, Lord Enforcer. This humble deity takes his leave. With that, he faced Jiang Fei and backed away step by step. When he reached Sun Wukong and the others, he warned them in a low voice not to provoke the Lord Enforcer. Then he flew into the sky and departed. Meanwhile, he secretly grumbled, with someone like this here, why didn't Lord Jiawang say anything? And at that time, on Jiawang's planet, it was already empty. To be precise, even the house built on the planet had vanished. Only a lonely planet remained floating in the void. On Earth, after the divine being departed, almost everything had settled into place. However, the way everyone looked at Jiang Fei this time revealed a noticeably different change. If their feelings when he defeated Son Goku had been admiration and astonishment, then now their gazes were like Piccolo's, filled with reverence and awe. A human's innate reverence for a deity. After all, before departing, the divine being had warned them. No disrespect toward Jiang Fei combined with the immense power he had just displayed. For a moment, among all the people present, not a single one dared to approach and speak. Even Bulma, who harbored affection for Jiang Fei, dared not draw any closer. She could only mutter to herself, I was right from the start. That fellow truly isn't human. Yet amid the entire scene, there was one exception. That person was Son Goku. With his carefree nature, he cared little whether Zhang Fei was mortal or divine. In his heart, Zhang Fei remained nothing more than a close friend. Zhang Fei, you've tricked me again. First claiming to be just an earthling, and now you've become a god. Bravo. Son Goku grinned widely, strode up to Zhang Fei, and gently punched him in the chest. I didn't deceive you, Goku. Zhang Fei replied with a relaxed tone. I am indeed from Earth. As for my divine status, you never asked. Should I announce to everyone I meet that I'm a god? Those who know might think I'm divine, but those who don't would simply assume I'm insane. Son Goku paused at the explanation, then scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. That does sound reasonable. The others couldn't help but smile as well. What caught them off guard was how witty Zhang Fei could be. The tension in the air dissipated almost instantly. Krillin and the others began to approach, though Piccolo remained at a respectful distance. After about 2 minutes of casual conversation, Son Goku suggested, Zhang Fei, do you have a place to stay? If not, come stay at my house. He had his reasons. Keeping Zhang Fei around meant he could train together every day. Wouldn't that mean daily sparring sessions? No. Before Zhang Fei could even respond, Bulma raised her objection. When she first learned of Zhang Fei's divine nature, she felt a sense of distance. But now reconsidering, if she could win over a god, wouldn't that be even more thrilling? The thought stirred excitement within her. Zhang Fei should stay with me instead. I have plenty of space in. But as Bulma glanced around at the devastation, her voice trailed off. Vegeta's attack had caused unprecedented destruction. The residential buildings had collapsed and few structures remained standing in the surrounding area. Zhang Fei smiled and shook his head. I haven't been to Earth in a long time. I'd like to explore on my own. No need for everyone to go to trouble. Upon hearing this, both Son Goku and Bulma wore expressions of disappointment. By the way, let me cover the damages here. Zhang Fei surveyed the surroundings, which resembled the aftermath of a magnitude 9 earthquake. Before Bulma could protest, he raised his hand and gave a gentle wave. Suddenly banknotes rained from the sky, showering down around them. This is incredible. Krillin stared upward in disbelief. Bulma covered her mouth in astonishment. Despite her family's status as the world's wealthiest, she had never witnessed anything quite like this. Zhang Fei chuckled quietly beside her. Earlier during their meal, he had noticed a banknote stored in Bulma's home. After memorizing its design, he simply willed these notes into existence. With divine power at his command, money was merely finely crafted paper. With a casual gesture, he could create countless replicas, flawless in quality, even surpassing the craftsmanship of genuine currency. Good heavens, Zhang Fei, your abilities are truly extraordinary. Is there anything in this world you cannot accomplish? Son Goku gazed upward at the cascading notes, murmuring to himself. Then his eyes lit up as a thought struck him. Wait, Zhang Fei, could you teach me that technique? He exclaimed with excitement, but when he turned around, Zhang Fei was already gone. Scanning the area and confirming his departure, disappointment washed over Son Goku's face. Money held little significance for him. Despite being married, he had never earned a single coin, nor did he feel any sense of responsibility toward it. Chi-Chi had plenty of reasons to be frustrated on that account, and he preferred not to endure his wife's constant nagging. If he could master this technique, his standing at home would undoubtedly soar. But it was too late. Zhang Fei had already left, and the opportunity to learn was gone. The cascade of banknotes continued for roughly 5 minutes. Mountains of cash had piled up across the ground, worth enough to make anyone envious if displayed publicly. Meanwhile, the others noticed that Zhang Fei had disappeared. Disappointment crossed Bulma's eyes as well. At that moment, Vegeta finally broke free from the barrier, not through his own efforts, but because Zhang Fei casually dismissed it upon leaving. Damn it, I'm finally out, Vegeta panted, drenched in sweat. His gaze swept across the gathered Earthlings, searching desperately for Zhang Fei. Exhausted as he was, his arrogance remained untouched. Where is Zhang Fei? Where is he? I'm free now. Come out and face your demise. Vegeta called out boastfully, scanning his surroundings. But those around him regarded his outburst with the same pity one might show a madman. No one responded. After exchanging glances, they simply departed. Bulma, I'm heading home too. Son Goku, clutching Son Gohan, decided it was time to return. With that, he launched himself into the air, becoming a fleeting comet against the horizon. Only Bulma and Vegeta remained. But Bulma wasn't in the mood for conversation. She was still reeling from her disappointment and needed solitude. So there stood Vegeta, newly freed, looking utterly foolish amid the scattered bills. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after leaving Capsule Corporation, Zhang Fei had no intention of seeking out complications. This time, he wanted to properly experience the vibrant energy of the metropolis. After years of restraint, he finally felt entitled to indulge. He wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away. Half a year had slipped by in an instant. Zhang Fei had reclaimed the mundane life of an ordinary person on Earth, concealing the transcendent aura that once clung to him. He seemed to have truly merged into normal society, eating, drinking, reveling in joy, admiring the scenic mountains and rivers, living a life of unparalleled ease. Were it not for the advanced technology of this world reminding him, there would have been a moment when he truly believed he had returned to the earth of his past life. I've had enough fun. Time to get down to business. Jiang Fei lay on a patch of grass, gazing at the sky as he stretched lazily. He had not forgotten the purpose of his journey to the seventh universe. After half a year of indulgence, he had experienced all that life had to offer. To continue would only be a repetition of past actions. Jiang Fei slowly rose, the worldly expression on his face vanishing without a trace. Once again he exuded that serene detachment beyond all worldly concerns. Yet just as he was about to take action, a presence far beyond that of an ordinary human suddenly emerged from afar. This aura appeared without warning, as if materialized from thin air. This aura, could it be Trunks? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He had never met Trunks, so he did not know what his aura should feel like. But based on the known storyline and the current timeline, it must be Trunks. Trunks. Let me go and see, Jiang Fei murmured. Then, employing instant transmission, his figure vanished from the spot without a trace. In an unnamed valley of a transverse mountain range, a blue-haired youth stood atop a flat summit, a sword strapped to his back. His eyes darted left and right, as if searching for something, a hint of confusion on his face. That's strange. By now Frisia and his father should have arrived, shouldn't they? The blue-haired youth muttered in puzzlement. Just as he was perplexed, Jiang Fei's calm voice came from behind him. Are you Trunks? The blue-haired youth, startled by the sound of his name, flinched and spun around abruptly. Jiang Fei's figure had clearly appeared in his sight. It seems I was right. Jiang Fei nodded in confirmation. He had arrived behind Trunks long ago. Seeing the familiar clothing, blue hair, and the long sword at his side, it was almost certainly future Trunks. Now that he had turned around, the confirmation was complete. Trunks's pupils contracted sharply. He retreated several steps and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Besides the sheer incredulity, a storm of emotions surged within him. If Jiang Fei's sudden appearance behind him had caught him off guard, the fact that he accurately called out his name sent a chill down his spine. Who are you? How do you know my name? Trunks asked, warily tightening his grip on the sword. After all, in this world, he had not even been born yet. How could anyone call out the name of someone who did not yet exist? Was he seeing a ghost? Heh. Jiang Fei gave a faint smile and said calmly, my name is Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei. Trunks frowned upon hearing the name. His confusion deepened. He did not recall anyone by that name from the past. However, that was not the immediate concern. The real question was how this person knew his name. How do you know my name? Trunks remained highly alert. That was the matter he wanted to clarify. He had originally come to deal with Frisia ahead of time, yet now he had encountered such an unexpected twist. What if I said I guessed it? Would you believe me? Jiang Fei said with a smile. Trunks's mouth twitched. Are you taking me for a fool? At the same time, his aura began to emanate slowly, as if he was ready to strike at any moment. Just then, Son Goku appeared in a flash, having sensed the key and used instant transmission to arrive. Uncle Goku. Trunks was utterly bewildered. According to his knowledge, Goku should not have been on Earth at this time. He was supposed to arrive on Earth 2 or 3 hours later via spaceship, but now. Oh, you know me. Goku looked at Trunks curiously. Trunks was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Seeing that the youth did not answer, Goku scratched his head in confusion. He also noticed that the young man was gripping his sword hilt as if facing off against someone, so he turned to look behind him. And there he saw an old acquaintance he had not met for half a year. Jiang Fei, you're here too. Goku's eyes lit up with delight. Ever since his crushing defeat by Jiang Fei 6 months ago, he had trained arduously, almost to the point of neglecting sleep and food. His strength now far surpassed what it had been half a year earlier. Seeing Jiang Fei again, the fierce fighting spirit within him began to boil over. Long time no see, Goku. Jiang Fei smiled faintly in response. He noticed the improvement in Goku's power and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. For a protagonist like him, just showing a glimpse of a goal could cause his strength to skyrocket like a rocket. One after another, several meteors streaked across the sky. Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and others also arrived. They too had sensed the aura emanating from this place, but without instant transmission, they were slower than Goku. Jiang Fei. Vegeta saw the person he had been yearning for on the ground. He dove down from the sky and landed right in front of Jiang Fei, his eyes blazing with battle lust. Half a year ago he had missed the chance to fight Jiang Fei, but now he was determined to settle the score. Father. Trunks murmured softly at the sight of Vegeta. Then he saw many familiar faces, most of which he had only seen in photographs. As he watched them all gather around Jiang Fei, the hand on his sword hilt slowly relaxed and his vigilance gradually subsided. On the other side, Vegeta's loud voice rang out, Jiang Fei, hurry. Fight me. What? Want to break your toothpick again? Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow and said unhurriedly. The others couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. The memory of that scene from 6 months ago still brought a smile to their faces. Vegeta's face flushed red, but this time he did not utter any arrogant words. Back then he had been too impulsive. Only after calming down did he realize the truth. The tooth picked the barrier. All were abilities Jiang Fei had displayed, and he had defeated Son Goku without even throwing a single move. From this, it was clear that the gap in power between them was immense. Yet the more he realized that the more he yearned to fight Jiang Fei. Could you please fight me? Vegeta unexpectedly dropped his proud demeanor. This scene left everyone astounded. They wondered if this was still the Vegeta they knew. Even Jiang Fei felt a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Vegeta to change so quickly. But the one most surprised of all was Trunks, who stood frozen in place. Is this really my father? His mind recalled what his mother had once told him. Your father is a proud and lonely man. Whether he was lonely or not was still unclear, but from what he had just witnessed, where was the pride? He seemed rather polite and humble, didn't he? Jiang Fei looked at Vegeta's awkward yet sincere expression and nodded slightly. It wouldn't take much time anyway, might as well get some exercise. Moreover, pushing Vegeta harder might actually accelerate his growth. Excellent. Vegeta clenched his fists, a trace of joy flashing across his face. After months of anticipation for this battle today, the moment had finally arrived. When Son Goku heard that Jiang Fei had agreed to Vegeta's request, he immediately pushed his way forward and shouted excitedly, "Count me in 2, Jiang Fei, add me to the fight." It wasn't easy to get another chance to battle Jiang Fei again. He refused to let this opportunity slip away so easily. Don't worry, you won't be left out, Goku, Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. As he spoke, he lifted off the ground and rose slowly into the sky. Turning to face both Son Goku and Vegeta, he said, "Both of you can attack me at once." Upon hearing these words, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance. Under normal circumstances, the two would have resented the other getting in their way. But today, facing Jiang Fei, neither harbored even a hint of such thoughts. All right. The two responded in unison and soared into the sky together. Trunks watched the unfolding scene and felt increasingly bewildered. His mind was now flooded with questions. Where was Frieza, and why hadn't he arrived on Earth yet? Who exactly was this Jiang Fei? Why would his father and Son Goku challenge him? He'd never even heard of someone named Jiang Fei. Yet this person somehow knew his name. Trunks began to wonder whether he was the time traveler or if Jiang Fei was the one from another era. Just as he was still struggling to make sense of it all, the battle in the sky had already begun. Both immediately unleashed their full power. Son Goku struck first without warning, transforming directly into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta refused to be outdone, even though he still couldn't achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Swish! With incredible speed, Son Goku closed the distance to Jiang Fei, first launching a devastating punch straight at him. The sheer force of the attack made it difficult to breathe. Trunks was equally captivated by the battle above, feeling the overwhelming pressure of Son Goku's aura. He couldn't help but murmur in awe of this. Is this really Uncle Goku's ki? How incredible! Although he could transform into a Super Saiyan himself, his ki would never reach the magnitude of Son Goku's. With this kind of power, even the androids would stand no chance against him. Sigh. Trunks exhaled wearily, resigning himself to the gap between them. If only Son Goku had lived longer in his own world, then the tragedy that followed would never have occurred. At this rate, within 3 years the androids would have no hope of defeating him. High in the sky, Jiang Fei chuckled softly and calmly extended a single finger as Son Goku's fist bore down. Just as the attack was about to land, that slender white finger made a gentle sideward motion. Son Goku's fist suddenly veered off course as though it had lost all control. It slammed into empty air instead. Bam! Jiang Fei's finger snapped forward, striking the top of Son Goku's head. The moment contact was made, the Super Saiyan form dissolved instantly. Son Goku's body shot downward like a projectile, piercing through the sky. It crashed directly into a massive mountain below. Rumble! The towering peak collapsed in ruins, boulders tumbling down in cascades. Son Goku's body was completely buried beneath the rubble. Trunks watched in utter disbelief, his mouth agape at what he'd just witnessed. He was starting to wonder if he'd never actually traveled back in time at all. Perhaps he was still asleep at home, and everything he saw was merely a dream. So powerful. Vegeta, charging toward Jiang Fei, felt his heart sink. He could already imagine his own fate wouldn't be much better than Kakarato's. Nevertheless, Vegeta resolved to fight with everything he had. But Jiang Fei had no intention of granting him that chance. Having dealt with Son Goku, Jiang Fei opened his fingers and spread his palm. He casually delivered a palm strike to the empty air. Instantly, a violent gale erupted overhead. Vegeta's forward momentum was shattered by the shockwave, his surrounding white aura scattered by the force. Jiang Fei's strike was deceptively gentle, but as his palm descended, a massive transparent blade of wind materialized. With a swift whoosh, the wind blade shot forward. Vegeta, pinned helplessly by the gale, could only watch in horror as the blade struck him. Blood erupted from his mouth. His upper garments disintegrated into fragments. Vegeta lost his combat ability and fell from the sky. He then crashed onto the cliffs below. And just like that, the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta combined against Jiang Fei had already concluded in merely a second or two. This person is incredibly powerful. Trunks muttered in shock. He knew this wasn't a dream because everything unfolding before him felt so vividly real. Yet it was precisely this authenticity that made it feel almost surreal. After watching Zhang Fei slowly descend, he flew toward where Vegeta had fallen. Moments later, Krillin and the others had returned supporting Son Goku. Trunks also appeared carrying his father on his back. Zhang Fei was already standing on the ground. Son Goku opened his eyes weakly and managed to say, "Zhang Fei, you're still as powerful as ever." He felt his strength had improved significantly compared to 6 months ago. Yet standing before Zhang Fei now he still felt utterly outmatched. Zhang Fei chuckled faintly. Despite the Scion's remarkable talent, they were still far below him. Though he'd only engaged them twice. He could clearly sense his own power had grown incrementally. It was only a small increase, but it was enough to notice. Meanwhile, Trunks set his father down on the ground. Compared to Goku, Vegeta looked far worse. Unconscious, his body drenched in blood. If not for the faint traces of his aura, one might have thought he was already dead. Just then, swish, swish. 2 beams of white healing light descended upon Son Goku and Vegeta. Zhang Fei had no intention of letting these two suffer any lasting damage. After all, he'd need them to help him reach his targets down the line. Roughly 5 seconds passed. Both men's injuries healed completely, fully restored. Phew, that's too much, Zhang Fei, you're seriously insane. Son Goku groaned once he recovered. Vegeta remained silent. Having faced Zhang Fei's power directly, he now understood just how vast the gap between them was. Trunks watched them rise as if nothing had happened, feeling on the verge of madness. He knew the recovery was undoubtedly Zhang Fei's doing. Yet he still wanted to scream out his confusion. What the hell was going on in this world? As Goku had said, Zhang Fei was truly a monster. But the real question remained. Why did such a being not exist in their world? Let's save the chatting for later. Zhang Fei chuckled, waving his hand at Sun Wukong's unconventional compliment. His gaze gradually shifted to Trunks. Let's first hear what this future visitor has come for. Future visitor? The group was startled by the term. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin all followed Zhang Fei's gaze. Never would they have imagined that this young man was from the future. He really knows? Trunks' heart tightened. At the same time, his curiosity about Zhang Fei grew. Who exactly was this person? He not only knew his name, but also his origin. Everyone became intrigued by Trunks. This was their first encounter with a time traveler. Are you really from the future? Krillin asked curiously. Trunks nodded slowly. My name is Trunks. I truly came from the future through time travel. The group gasped in astonishment at the confession. They silently admired Zhang Fei even more. A god indeed. He could tell this person was from the future. Truly beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Trunks, since you're from the future, how is the future me? Sun Wukong immediately pressed forward with curiosity. Trunks' face darkened. I'm sorry, Mr. Wukong. The future you is dead. What? Sun Wukong cried out in shock. He had hoped to hear about his own progress, but instead received such an answer. Heh. Vegeta couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He thought to himself that he must have surpassed Kakarot in the end. Then he must have killed him in battle. At that thought, a long-lost confidence seemed to return. What about me? Krillin stepped forward eagerly. Mr. Krillin, you are dead too, Trunks said expressionlessly. Krillin felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't lived enough yet. How could this be the answer? Just as he was about to ask if he had married. Tien Shinhan couldn't hold back. What about me? Dead. Trunks' voice carried no emotion. Piccolo, growing restless, said in a low voice, what about me? Don't tell me I'm dead too. Trunks nodded. No one else dared to ask. The scene fell into a deathly silence. They all still had so much to live for, yet now they were all sentenced to death. Huh. Vegeta burst out laughing. With an air of arrogance, he said, it seems the future me killed all of you. What a pity. He shook his head, feigning regret. His expression truly seemed resigned. Dad. Mr. Vegeta, you are also dead. Trunks said with a wry smile. Vegeta's smile froze, instantly turning rigid. Anger flashed across his face as he glared at Trunks. How did I die, eh? Who did it? As he spoke, he stole a glance at Zhang Fei. His mind worked quickly. If even Kakarot was dead, there was only one person capable of that. Zhang Fei noticed Vegeta's gaze and gave him a calm, dismissive look. Vegeta immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. In about 3 years, 2 androids will appear. Trunks, oblivious to the brief exchange, began to explain the events of his timeline, including that Sun Wukong would die of a viral heart disease. Of course, he deliberately concealed whose offspring he was. Sun Wukong scratched his head in frustration. What a headache. Senza beans can only heal injuries, not illnesses. From Trunks' account, the androids seemed formidable. He wasn't afraid of strong enemies, but he feared dying prematurely. He would miss the chance to fight such powerful foes. Are the androids really that strong? Vegeta crossed his arms skeptically. Trunks nodded seriously. Then a powerful aura erupted from him. Golden energy blazed upward, his hair changing from blue to gold. It was unmistakably the Super Saiyan form. Oh, you're a Saiyan too. And you can transform. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. No. That's impossible. Vegeta was flustered and incredulous. Saiyan hair should all be black, but yours. He paused. Saiyan hair was indeed black. Yet this young man's hair was blue. But the Super Saiyan form was unmistakable. I'm sorry, I am indeed a Saiyan, but I cannot reveal my lineage yet. Trunks said, apologetically releasing the Super Saiyan form. He continued, my strength might be enough to handle one, but there are two of them, so I've never won. I came here today to warn you to prepare. I hope that in 3 years you can defeat the androids. If so, maybe our future world can change. His voice trailed off at the last sentence. Because what was happening in this world had already diverged from what he knew. Whether defeating the androids in this timeline could change his own remained uncertain. Little did Trunks know that even without Jiang Fei, the normal course of events would not change their future. He would still need his own efforts. So that's how it is. Sun Wukong scratched his head. By the way, Mr. Wukong, this is medicine for your heart disease. You can take it when the symptoms appear, or take it now. Trunks pulled the medicine from his pocket and tossed it to Sun Wukong, who caught it effortlessly. His worries melted away instantly. Death itself didn't matter. What mattered was not being able to fight strong opponents afterward. That would be a regret. By the way, Krillin seemed to think of something. What about Jiang Fei? What happened to him in the future? The others suddenly realized this point. If all of them were dead, surely Jiang Fei couldn't be dead too. With Jiang Fei's strength, defeating the two androids would be a trivial matter. Jiang Fei. I'm sorry, but in my timeline there is no one named Jiang Fei. Trunks said with a frown. This surprised everyone again. The future timeline had no Jiang Fei, but they didn't dwell on it for long. Krillin said lightheartedly, no matter. With Jiang Fei here, the androids are no threat. Jiang Fei's power was evident to all enough to handle the coming crisis. But Jiang Fei's next words shattered their ease. I'm sorry, but I'm leaving Earth today and won't be back anytime soon. So you'll likely have to deal with the androids yourselves. Jiang Fei said calmly. He had spent enough time on Earth. It was time to fulfill his duties as an enforcer. What? That's... Krillin's face fell. Sun Wukong also showed a look of regret. To him, Jiang Fei was an incredibly powerful rival. Having such a target would surely push his strength to new heights. Hearing that he was leaving, he felt a pang of reluctance. Vegeta, on the other hand, was consumed by anger, not at others, but at himself. Another Super Saiyan had appeared out of nowhere, dealing a heavy blow to his pride. Piccolo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the pressure lifting from him. Mr. Jiang Fei, how did you know where I came from and my name? Who are you really? Trunks could no longer contain himself. He had too many questions. If he didn't get answers, it would be unbearable. Jiang Fei smiled faintly and was about to fabricate an explanation. But Sun Wukong, brushing aside his regret, eagerly explained, let me tell you. Jiang Fei is always too modest. Jiang Fei was taken aback, then nodded with a smile. He was curious to see how Wukong would explain. Jiang Fei is a god, a very powerful god. He's something like an enforcer with incredible abilities beyond our imagination. Sun Wukong said dramatically. In his mind, Jiang Fei was omnipotent. Knowing that Trunks was from the future was nothing special. After all, he had witnessed it himself. Oh. Trunks' mouth fell open. He never imagined that this person had such a grand origin, a god. Oh great God, please forgive my earlier ignorance and offense. Trunks rushed to Jiang Fei and dropped to his knees with a thud. He clasped his hands above his head, his eyes filled with sincerity, and bowed again and again. He was a completely different person from before, yet it was understandable. In his future timeline, he had never met a real god. Naturally, he harbored a sense of worship and awe. Now he understood why Jiang Fei was so powerful and how he knew his identity. He was a legendary god. Ahem. Jiang Fei was caught off guard by this sudden display. Get up. You don't need to bow to me. In his memory, when Trunks first met Whis, he knelt and kowtowed several times. But he had mistakenly worshipped the wrong god, leaving Beerus ignored. Thinking of Beerus, Jiang Fei frowned. That bastard, why hasn't he come to find me? Growing more irritated, he realized he had been in the 7th universe for half a year. Aside from Earth's guardian deity, he hadn't seen a single other god. It seemed he would have to go out and search himself. Trunks, hearing Jiang Fei's words, rose slowly, gazing at him with reverence. One last thing, time travel is strictly forbidden. Jiang Fei said flatly. Trunks, terrified, was about to kneel again. Jiang Fei raised a hand to stop him. Just be careful. No matter how many times you travel through time, I won't trouble you. But in his mind, he had other thoughts. Beerus, in your universe, someone has violated the law by time traveling. I'll mark that down. With that, his body transformed into a beam of light and vanished. He truly is a god. I couldn't even sense how he left. Trunks murmured, staring at where Jiang Fei had stood. After asking why Frieza hadn't come to Earth, he opened his time machine and departed from this timeline. The others also left, each preparing for the coming of the androids 3 years later. Although Jiang Fei had departed, he did not leave Earth directly. Instead, he headed straight for the Heavenly God Temple. The heavenly god sensed his arrival and immediately brought Bobo forward to pay homage. Zhang Fei waved his hand and said calmly, "Take me to the North Galactic King." Upon hearing this request, the heavenly god nodded with an expression of confusion. Instantly, the two of them transformed into streams of light and vanished within the heavenly god temple. Only Bobo was left behind, utterly bewildered. Zhang Fei knew that finding Beerus relied solely on his own capabilities. He needed to rely on his memories to locate the other gods of Universe 7 and see if he could uncover the whereabouts of the god of destruction. Before long, Zhang Fei and the heavenly god arrived at the domain of King Yama, surrounded by numerous lesser deities who all paid their respects. Enough, no need for formalities. Take me to the Serpent's Highway quickly, Zhang Fei stated indifferently. Upon hearing this request, King Yama immediately gave orders to his subordinates. Then Zhang Fei followed a small demon to the starting point of the Serpent's Highway. Gazing at the seemingly endless narrow path, he suddenly levitated into the air, transforming into a burst of light as he shot forward. In less than 30 seconds, Zhang Fei reached the end of the Serpent's Highway. Looking up, he saw a tiny planet hanging in the sky. Without hesitation, he flew straight toward it. However, what awaited him was not the North Galactic King's enthusiastic welcome. Instead, he saw barren leafless grass on the planet. Absolutely nothing green in sight. Humph! Zhang Fei exhaled and lightly stomped his foot. Where has everyone gone? Immediately, planet Kaioshin trembled, and more than half of it shattered into rubble in an instant. Meanwhile, the North Galactic King regained his connection to Earth and assumed Zhang Fei had already departed. He was carrying his house on his back, heading back. But halfway through, he sensed again that his Kaioshin realm seemed to have been destroyed. Could the Grand Supervisor have come looking for me? A sense of foreboding suddenly struck the North Galactic King. He was now torn, unsure whether to return or not. After pondering for a moment, the North Galactic King gritted his teeth. Screw it. If they've already tracked me down, it would be inappropriate to keep hiding. With that thought, he steeled himself and hurried back, though the journey filled him with trepidation. He had even prepared himself for whatever consequences might await him before the Grand Supervisor. Zhang Fei stood expressionless atop the remaining half of the planet. He could sense a powerful presence approaching. If he had to guess, it must be the North Galactic King. About half an hour later, a short figure carrying a house on his back slowly descended onto this planet. It was the North Galactic King. Seeing that half of his planet had been destroyed, his heart raced. A quick glance revealed Zhang Fei standing still, gazing at him with an expressionless stare. Gulp. The North Galactic King swallowed hard, struggled to set down his house, and then hurried over to Zhang Fei's location. Whis had once shown him a photograph of the Grand Supervisor, exactly as the person before him now appeared. "I humbly greet you, Grand Supervisor. Forgive my failure to welcome you properly." The North Galactic King immediately knelt and bowed. In truth, such formality was unnecessary. However, his guilty conscience compelled him to perform the elaborate greeting. "You know who I am?" Zhang Fei asked without expression. The North Galactic King lay prostrate on the ground, afraid to lift his head. "Yes, Whis has contacted me before. I have your appearance firmly etched in my memory." Zhang Fei's eyes lit up at this. As he suspected, this KO could indeed contact the god of destruction's realm, and directly through Whis. This trip had definitely been worthwhile. Rise, Zhang Fei said calmly. The North Galactic King's antennae twitched slightly. "Is that it?" he thought. This differed greatly from his expectations. He had prepared himself for both the worst and best-case scenarios. The worst, the Grand Supervisor killing him on the spot in a fit of anger. The best, the Grand Supervisor crippling him. Yet the other showed absolutely no sign of anger. "Where have you been?" Just as the North Galactic King was about to rise, Zhang Fei's questioning tone frightened him back to the ground. The Grand KO summoned me for some matter." "So?" the North Galactic King said timidly. His mind was racing. Did this count as dereliction of duty? If so, what offense would it be? Would he be killed? Hearing this, Zhang Fei's eyebrows raised slightly. Looking at the house he had set down, he suddenly recalled what Trunks had once said. "Do you take me for a fool?" Zhang Fei said indifferently. If the Grand KO had summoned him, that would be perfectly normal. But what was abnormal was, did a summons require carrying a house? No. The North Galactic King hurriedly shook his head. Sweat instantly broke out across his face. Realizing his excuse wouldn't hold, the North Galactic King quickly laid out his entire thought process. His main concern was that Vegeta might have offended the Grand Supervisor, who would then take vengeance on him. So he had gone into hiding for a while. Zhang Fei found the North Galactic King's explanation somewhat amusing. "Rise first. I'm hardly so petty as to take my anger out on others for such trivial reasons." He had never cared about Vegeta's arrogance in the first place. Why would he blame the deity governing this region for such a matter? Were not the gods on Earth still perfectly fine? However, from the North Galactic King's account, he learned one important thing: Beerus and the others now knew his location. And yet, knowing where he was and not coming to pay respects, that was quite commendable. The North Galactic King could not fathom what Zhang Fei was thinking. He simply breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and slowly rose from the ground again. However, Zhang Fei changed the subject, his gaze falling upon him once more. The North Galactic King was nearly frightened back to his knees by that word. Fortunately, he steadied himself and remained standing. He pulled out a handkerchief and hurriedly wiped the sweat from his face. Going 6 months without reporting to your post is truly unacceptable, Zhang Fei continued. Yes, it was indeed wrong. Please punish me, Grand Supervisor. The North Galactic King dared not argue and quickly agreed. After all the accusations were factual with no room for rebuttal, Zhang Fei waved his hand. Never mind punishment. I have a task for you. Whatever you command, Grand Supervisor, the North Galactic King promised with his head bowed. Contact Whis and have him bring the God of Destruction to me. Zhang Fei said this with his hands behind his back and a casual tone. Upon hearing this request, the North Galactic King instantly relaxed and replied with a smile, of course, naturally. At the same time, he felt that this Grand Supervisor seemed rather benevolent. It appeared his initial assumptions had been too severe. He had imagined the other to be far more vicious than he actually was. How true was that saying, hearsay is false, but what one sees with one's own eyes is real. It was because he had never personally encountered him that he had overthought the situation. The 7th universe's God of Destruction realm. The Enforcer is at your place right now? And you want us to go there, said Whis, gripping his staff, his tone slightly flustered. He had long known that this day would inevitably come. He just never expected it to arrive so abruptly. Yes, Whis, please bring Lord Beerus over immediately, said the Kai on the other end through telepathy. Alright, I understand. Whis replied silently in his heart. His entire being began to unconsciously tense up. Facing the Enforcer for the first time, he had no idea what would happen. Then you two should come over quickly, said North Kai, about to cut off the communication. Whis quickly stopped him. North Kai, wait a moment. Is there something else, Whis? North Kai continued to inquire in his mind. Well, Whis seemed hesitant. After a silent sigh, he slowly asked, since the Enforcer is with you, I want to ask, what is he like? Or rather, is he particularly angry right now? Whis blurted out all his questions at once. It must be known that the Enforcer had already arrived half a year ago. They had never gone to pay homage nor even greeted him. Actually, he had originally intended to go in person, but Beerus absolutely refused. As an angel, he could not leave the God of Destruction at will. So he did not go. Now summoned suddenly, there was no way to avoid it. He could only learn more about the situation and prepare himself mentally. On the planet of the Kai. After North Kai heard Whis' question, he slightly raised his head to glance at Zhang Fei's calm and composed demeanor. Then he quickly lowered his head, covering his mouth with one hand, as if afraid that Zhang Fei might hear. The two were communicating through telepathy, so others could not hear. But he still felt that this gave him a certain sense of security. After all, the one they were discussing was no ordinary person. From my observation, Lord Enforcer does not seem to be angry. His tone and demeanor are as calm as still water. He is not as terrifying as imagined. He feels quite kind and gentle, replied the Kaishin truthfully. Although he did not know Zhang Fei's true nature, this was the impression he gave at the moment. Really? In the God of Destruction realm, Whis' face showed a trace of joy upon hearing the Kai's evaluation. If it was truly as the Kai said, then there was probably nothing to worry about. After keeping him waiting for half a year, bringing Beerus to apologize should be enough. The Kai said seriously in his heart, I think I am right. Moreover, Lord Enforcer said he does not like to take out his anger on others. The overall impression he gives is easygoing, kind, and very magnanimous. I don't know what Whis thinks, but this is how Zhang Fei feels to him. The Enforcer of the Divine Realm had arrived, and not only had he failed to pay homage in time, but he had also delayed for half a year. The other party had come to his territory, and if he had destroyed half a planet without seeing him, that would be understandable. But after meeting face to face, he showed no intention of punishment. The only time he mentioned punishment, it was actually just to have him contact Whis. If this is not being easygoing, kind, and magnanimous, then there are probably no good people in this world. Alright, tell the Enforcer we will arrive immediately. Whis said good several times in a row, then hung up the telepathic call, feeling secretly delighted. What he feared most was that the Enforcer would cause trouble for them. If it was to trouble Beerus, he would be overjoyed. But if it was to trouble him, then he would not be happy. However, now it seemed that the Enforcer was truly a benevolent and merciful supreme god. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Someone who has reached this position must have a mindset and thoughts different from others. So if I had realized this earlier, I wouldn't have been worried and scared for over half a year. Whis smiled wryly at himself. Then he instantly arrived at Beerus's bedchamber. Without a word, he kicked the bed twice with a bang-bang sound. The entire bed shook violently. Beerus opened his eyes groggily. Before he could react, Whis grabbed him and vanished from the God of Destruction realm. Whis, where are you taking me? Beerus, still in his pajamas, asked somewhat angrily. After leaving Gula's place, he had been working intensely for several days. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, he simply returned to the God of Destruction realm to take a short nap of half a year. As a result, he had just fallen asleep when he was woken up. Whis glanced at Beerus and said indifferently, taking you to see the Enforcer? How, the Enforcer? Beerus yawned, then sensed something amiss. What? The Enforcer? Whis, are you trying to kill me? I'm not going. Stop, I want to go home. Whis looked at Lucy's fussing and found it very headache-inducing. If he appeared before the enforcer like this, even the most kind-hearted person would probably be unable to bear it. However, complaining about this now was useless. After all, who asked him to be stuck with such a god of destruction? Lord Lucy, please calm down. Lord Enforcer is not what we imagined. Whis said, helplessly recounting everything the Kai had told him earlier. In short, they had overthought it. The enforcer was not a vicious and evil person. It was entirely their own fear that terrified them. To sum it up in 2 words, the enforcer was extremely kind. Oh, is that so? Then I'm relieved. Lucy, upon hearing Whis's words, also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when Whis suddenly said he was taking him to see the enforcer, he was almost scared half to death. If it was really as the Kai said, then meeting him probably wouldn't result in anything serious. Whis quickly changed my clothes. I can't meet the enforcer dressed like this. Lucy said in a relaxed tone. Whis smiled and nodded, and with a thought changed Lucy into his everyday clothes. On the planet of the Kai, North Kai said respectfully to Jiang Fei, Lord Enforcer, Whis will bring Lord Lucy over shortly. Jiang Fei responded indifferently. He stood quietly in place waiting. In fact, there was one thing Whis had not gotten entirely right. Jiang Fei was indeed magnanimous, merciful, easygoing, and kind. But that was only towards ordinary people or lower-level gods. When it came to the level of gods of destruction or Kaiashins, it was a different story. After all, a magnanimous, merciful, easygoing, and kind person could never become the enforcer. After roughly 10 or so minutes, Whis appeared out of nowhere above Jishing Planet with Lucy. My lord Lucy, we've arrived. Whis called out behind him. Lucy gave a slight nod, then stepped out from behind Whis. However, when he saw that Jishing Planet had been reduced to only half its original size, his heart skipped a beat. Whis, what? What happened here? Lucy felt something was deeply wrong. How could Jishing Planet, which had been perfectly fine, suddenly be left as only half? Seeing Lucy's unease, Whis spoke up to reassure him. My lord Lucy, do not worry. It is merely a trivial matter. A trivial matter? Lucy looked at Whis. Yes, just a small matter. Whis said with unwavering confidence. The North Realm King had already informed him that Jishing Planet's destruction was but half ruined. The enforcement officer had only destroyed half the planet without resorting to violence. To him, it was truly an insignificant incident. However, my lord Lucy, the enforcement officer, is currently watching us from below. Should we really remain hovering in the air without descending to greet him? Whis noticed Jiang Fei's gaze had already spotted them. Lucy stiffened and forced himself to say, of course not. During their journey here, he had let his guard down. But now that they had arrived, he found himself growing increasingly nervous. However, it was too late to turn back. They could hardly retreat all the way here. Having said that, he descended from the sky first. Whis closely followed behind him. Within moments, Lucy stood before Jiang Fei. I am Lucy, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, paying respects to the enforcement officer. Lucy immediately bowed deeply, far past 90 degrees, his head nearly buried into his crotch. I am Whis, the guardian angel of the 7th universe, paying respects to the enforcement officer. Whis nodded with a smile, acknowledging the greeting. Jiang Fei observed them both with a calm expression, making no move to speak first. An awkward silence fell over the scene. After about 3 or 4 seconds, Lucy slowly raised his head. Jiang Fei then spoke in an even tone. So you are the legendary god of destruction, Lord Lucy. Hearing this, Lucy felt a chill. Though his tone held little emotion, those words carried an undertone. How dare I call myself Lord in your presence? The enforcement officer may simply call me by Lu, or no, call me shall by. Lucy plastered a broad grin on his face, saying cheerfully, eagerly maintaining an approachable demeanor. Jiang Fei sneered, his tone suddenly growing heavy. It isn't easy to meet you, is it? Gulp. Lucy swallowed hard, sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly ominous. He licked his lips, his face clearly showing his tension. Enforcement officer, please allow me to explain. There are reasons for this. Lucy hastily spoke. Save it. Jiang Fei waved his hand, cutting him off, seemingly unwilling to hear any excuses at the moment. He then beckoned with a finger. Come shall by, I have a few words to say to you. Seeing Jiang Fei's demeanor, Lucy had 1,001 reasons to refuse. Yet no matter how unwilling he was, he could only walk forward step by step. Enforcement officer, please instruct me. Lucy forced a smile. Jiang Fei gave a faint nod. His expression then shifted, and his gaze instantly turned piercing. With one hand, he grabbed Lucy's head and forcefully pressed him into the ground. Channeling power from his core, he pinned Lucy against the earth. Enforcement officer, what are you doing? Lucy stammered, his head buried underground. Just as he was about to resist, he sensed a massive surge of energy gathering in Jiang Fei's hand. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The remaining half of Jishing Planet was also blasted into fragments. Fortunately, Whis and the North Realm King reacted swiftly, narrowly escaping the ground. Otherwise they both would likely have been harmed. The North Realm King was dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. He never expected Jiang Fei to strike Bai Lu Si without warning. However, after a moment of shock, bitterness returned to his face. Good heavens, the remaining half of the planet is gone, and so are my houses. Meanwhile, Wei Si was the most bewildered of all. He could only stare blankly at what was unfolding below. Oh! Bai Lu Si let out a shrill scream. After such an explosion, the power within his body was instantly scattered to the winds. His body surface was scorched black. Jiang Fei moved his mind, and a transparent barrier materialized in midair beneath them. He and Bai Lu Si fell directly onto the barrier. Only one was standing while the other was sprawled on the ground. Enforcement officer. I was wrong. Bai Lu Si lay on the ground completely powerless to resist. However, Jiang Fei did not let him finish. Grabbing his tail with his other hand, he swung his arm in a wide arc and hurled him toward the opposite barrier. Thud! A dull sound echoed. Ouch! Bai Lu Si cried out in pain. The impact left him completely dazed, feeling as though his bones were about to fall apart. But it was not over. Jiang Fei exerted his strength again, swinging his arm in a wide circle to hurl him toward another direction. Thud! Hissack! Bai Lu Si grimaced in agony. Though he desperately wanted to fight back after that initial explosion, he had no strength left to resist. Thud! 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 Jiang Fei showed no mercy, striking him repeatedly from both sides, the dull thuds echoing endlessly. Bai Lu Si's anguished cries reverberated through the air. What? What has become of this? Wei Si was at a complete loss. His original plan had been for the enforcement officer to merely scold him, after which Bai Lu Si would sincerely apologize and they could laugh off their grievances. But now the situation was vastly different from his imagination. Hearing the relentless dull thuds and continuous screams of agony, Wei Si's heart raced uncontrollably. Bai Lu Si was being tossed high into the air again and again, only to be slammed back down. His greatest regret now was not that he hadn't come to see Jiang Fei sooner. Rather, he regretted ever coming here in the first place, as he would not have suffered this torment. Gathering the last strength in his body, he bellowed. Wei Si, is this what you called peaceful? You've ruined me. Before he could finish, there was a loud thud as he was slammed into the barrier once more. Hearing these words, Wei Si's mouth twitched involuntarily. He then turned his gaze to the North Realm King. Is this what you called peaceful? How did things turn out like this? North King didn't know what to say. In his heart, Jiang Fei, though rather stern, had never made things difficult for him. He was indeed a relatively lenient deity. But seeing Beerus now, things had turned out so differently. North King listened to Beerus's wailing and couldn't help but feel a chill. At the same time, he felt very grateful. Thank goodness it wasn't him suffering. North King crept up beside Whis and whispered, why don't you go and persuade the enforcer? My. Whis's anxious mood instantly calmed upon hearing this. Although he deeply pitied Beerus's current plight, who would dare approach at a time like this? He certainly didn't want to end up like Beerus, being grabbed by Jiang Fei and beaten senseless. Ahem. Whis cleared his throat twice, his anxious expression vanishing. He put on his usual composed demeanor. Looking at North King, he said calmly, it's not that I don't want to go advise him. Beerus-sama has spent quite a lot of time with me. Seeing him suffer like this, my heart aches terribly. As he spoke, Whis even squeezed out 2 tears from the corner of his eyes. It seemed as though every blow struck Beerus's body was also stabbing into his heart. Just as his face showed utter anguish, his expression suddenly shifted, turning grave. However, Beerus-sama made a mistake, and those who make mistakes must be punished. Therefore, I cannot speak up. If I do, it wouldn't be saving him. It would be ruining him. Whis said these words with deep sincerity, sounding exactly like a wise elder giving instruction. North King heard this and nodded blankly. It seemed somewhat reasonable, but then he snapped out of it. Looking at Whis suspiciously, he asked, you're just too scared of the enforcer, aren't you? Upon hearing this, a look of embarrassment instantly appeared on Whis's face. To be honest, he actually did feel a bit uneasy inside. Not to mention whether he could defeat Jiang Fei. If the man's identity as enforcer was placed before him, he wouldn't dare fight back anyway. Getting hit a couple of times wasn't the real issue. It was too humiliating. Throughout the entire divine realm, there had never been a case of an angel being beaten. Moreover, Jiang Fei's method was to grab him by the tail and hurl him onto the ground repeatedly. If this got out, his face would never hold up again. How could I possibly fear the enforcer? The enforcer is the person I admire most in my life. Just as I show respect to the great God, so do I to him. And perhaps even more so. No other emotions would ever arise. Whis continued to speak with solemn righteousness. Oh, is that so? North King remained skeptical. It wasn't that Whis seemed insincere, it was just that his panicked expression earlier didn't look like a lie at all. After speaking, Whis sighed inwardly and shook his head. At the same time, he silently prayed. Beerus-sama, please endure this suffering a little longer. Once the enforcer cools down, perhaps it won't concern me anymore. Bang! Jiang Fei once again slammed Beerus heavily against the barrier. But this time he didn't continue. Instead, he smoothly released Beerus's tail. Oh, if it hurts to death. Beerus twisted his body, crying out in agony. His entire body was covered in bruises. His tail had nearly been plucked bald. Slap slap. Zhang Fei patted his hands and said indifferently, "Stop pretending. Come here now." Although the commotion had been tremendous, Beerus hadn't actually suffered serious harm. At most, he only sustained some superficial injuries. He just looked rather gruesome. Zhang Fei was quite measured in his use of force. Aside from the energy he released at the very beginning, the rest was purely physical strength. Hearing this, Beerus dared not roll on the ground anymore. He scrambled to his feet and ran toward Zhang Fei. This time he didn't bow. Instead, like North King before him, he dropped to his knees with a thud, burying his head low. Whis and North King also dared not linger in the sky. They quickly descended from above to the ground within Zhang Fei's barrier, hurrying over in a rush. "Beerus, do you know why I'm beating you?" Zhang Fei said in a calm tone, head bowed. Beerus straightened his kneeling posture and immediately nodded. Zhang Fei looked at Beerus's appearance, furrowed his brows slightly, and waved his hand. "Rise and speak." Upon hearing this, Beerus dared to slowly stand up. Whis, standing behind Beerus, saw his current state, though his lips had spoken of pity upon closer inspection and seeing him in such condition. For some reason, a hint of secret satisfaction arose in his heart. "Then tell me, why am I beating you?" Zhang Fei said expressionlessly. Beerus thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, "Is it because I didn't come to see you right away?" Zhang Fei shook his head slightly. "Then, was it because I didn't work diligently?" Beerus said again cautiously. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that obvious nonsense? If you had worked diligently, would I have come to the 7th universe for fun?" Beerus pursed his lips, realizing this answer was wrong too. He pondered left and right, then suddenly remembered something. Leaning close to Zhang Fei, he whispered, "Could it be because of Frisia?" Hearing this, Zhang Fei felt a headache coming on. How had Beerus dragged this topic so far off? Out of nowhere, why bring up Frisia? Back then he had only met Frisia once, and he had been thoroughly beaten by Frisia's brother. How could it possibly be about him? Never mind, stop guessing. Let me tell you. Zhang Fei waved his hand and said with a frown, "The reason I'm angry is that you knew I was on Earth, yet you didn't come to see me. If there had been something delaying you by a day or two, that would have been fine. But I gave you a full half a year. If I hadn't reached out to you proactively today, I doubt you would have come, would you?" Zhang Fei had actually considered that Whis and Beerus might be like him, unable to determine his location, which is why they hadn't come over. If that were the case, although he would still be angry at most, he would just reprimand them. But when he learned from the North King that Beerus had long known he was on Earth, and yet still hadn't come to see him, Beerus-sama has now suffered from his own cleverness. Whis thought helplessly in his heart. At that time he had suggested going to see Zhang Fei immediately. Unfortunately, Beerus had analyzed a whole bunch of reasons for him at the time, firmly refusing to go, and now he had ended up in this predicament. It's about this. Upon hearing this reason, Beerus beat his chest in frustration. Regret welled up in his heart. Back then he had thought his analysis was perfectly reasonable. Now looking back, it was complete nonsense, and he had ended up getting savagely beaten for it. However, even if he regretted it now, it was too late. The fight had already happened. Beerus lowered his head, looking remorseful, and said, "I'm sorry, Enforcer, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." "Don't rush, it's not over yet." Zhang Fei waved his hand and said, if he hadn't just mentioned Earth, he would have almost forgotten. There was one more thing he still remembered. There's more. Beerus's eyes widened. He couldn't recall what wrong he had done. Before he could think further, Zhang Fei moved like lightning, delivering 2 swift kicks directly to Beerus's chest. Beerus had not yet reacted. In his confusion, he rolled several times on the ground. Then he was dragged for dozens of meters before slowly coming to a halt. Whoa! Beerus turned over and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whis had thought everything was over. But unexpectedly, Zhang Fei suddenly struck again. This sudden move made him so tense that he dared not even breathe, fearing that after dealing with Beerus, he would be next. Enforcer, what? What did I do wrong again? Beerus clutched his chest, his face contorted with pain. This pain was not physical, but emotional. More than pain, it was frustration. He, a proud god of destruction, was treated like a lord everywhere he went. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But today not only had he endured so much grievance, but he couldn't even complain and had to put on a smiling face. Only now did he realize how hard it was to be a god, especially a god of destruction. Come here, Zhang Fei beckoned him. Beerus dared not hesitate. He wiped the pain from his face and trotted back over. Zhang Fei looked at his disheveled state and continued in a deep voice, "I just struck you because of work matters. Enforcer, please tell me, what have I done now?" Beerus lowered his head, resigned to his bad luck. When it came to shortcomings in his work, he could list a great many. If each one were to be accounted for, it wouldn't be settled with just a few punches and kicks. Nothing much, just that on Earth I discovered someone engaging in unauthorized time travel. This act violates the rules of the divine realm. Zhang Fei stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. This matter was neither huge nor trivial. But as an enforcer, since he had seen it, he had to address it. Beerus was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Then his expression became rich and varied. Grievance, disbelief, and even a hint of defiance. All kinds of emotions surfaced almost instantly. Even Wei's face took on a strange expression. Even North Kai muttered, inwardly sensing something amiss. Zhang Fei noticed the change in Beerus's face and snapped, "What? You have a problem?" How could Beerus dare to have a problem? Upon hearing this, he immediately shrank his head, and all the emotions on his face vanished instantly. However, he still murmured softly, "Enforcer, someone traveling through time has nothing to do with me." Mush. Zhang Fei thought he was being defiant, glared at him, and raised his hand to strike again. Beerus quickly shut his mouth, not daring to continue. He could only cast a pleading look at Whis beside him. "Lord Enforcer, please calm down." Whis, receiving Beerus's plea, hurried forward 2 steps with a cheerful smile. Zhang Fei looked at him calmly, ready to hear what he had to say. "It's like this, Enforcer. Time travel should be the responsibility of the Supreme Kai," Whis said with a full smile. Zhang Fei was slightly taken aback. Then he looked at Beerus in front of him and asked, "Is that so?" Beerus nodded hastily, but now he felt like crying. The Supreme Kai's work error. What did that have to do with him, the god of destruction? Zhang Fei turned his gaze to North Kai again. North Kai understood and said seriously, "That is indeed the case, Lord Enforcer." Ahem ahem. Zhang Fei realized he had made a mistake and coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. He had originally thought this matter was Beerus's responsibility. Unexpectedly, it was the Supreme Kai's job. It seemed he had indeed been mistaken. "Since that's the case, let's drop this matter for now." Zhang Fei touched his lips and said softly. Upon hearing this, Beerus was so aggrieved he could cry. He roared inwardly, where did this enforcer come from? His professional competence was too poor. He couldn't even figure out who was responsible, and without any discrimination, he had given him 2 kicks. Now he acted as if nothing had happened, and just let it go. Seeing Beerus's aggrieved expression, Zhang Fei decided not to trouble him further. He then turned his gaze to Whis. Whis, who had been beaming, suddenly felt a chill in his heart upon seeing that look. "Enforcer, may I ask what is the matter?" Whis forced a smile. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow. "The 7th universe ranks second to last in the entire universe. Don't you have anything to say?" Well." Upon hearing this, Whis' smile froze instantly. He actually wanted to say that he was not the god of destruction, so what did it have to do with him? However, he could only think it in his heart, and dared not say it. Beerus's aggrieved expression vanished, replaced by a look of amusement. If Zhang Fei could give Whis a beating, what was there to be aggrieved about? He would be overjoyed. "I won't waste words with you. Lately my strength hasn't improved much. So let's spar a few moves," Zhang Fei said calmly. On Earth, he had only had a couple of small skirmishes with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. That level of fighting was too restrained. He was afraid of accidentally killing someone. Having just beaten Beerus, his body was now warmed up. Why not take advantage of this warm-up to have a real fight? Perhaps his strength would improve significantly. This isn't quite appropriate," Whis said with a wry smile. He knew that Zhang Fei's strength was roughly on par with an angel's, barely ahead. But still, as said before, if they really fought, would he dare to go all out? However, before Zhang Fei could speak, Beerus said nonchalantly, "What's inappropriate about it? The enforcer wants to test your strength. Why not give it a try?" Whis glared at him fiercely. "Lord Beerus, are you trying to find some psychological balance?" "Whether it's psychological balance or not, I don't know. I just want to see you get beaten up." Beerus shrugged helplessly. He had been bullied by Whis many times. If the enforcer could bully him a bit, then he would generously forgive Zhang Fei for what he did before. Whis didn't want to bother with Beerus anymore. Turning to Zhang Fei, he said, "Enforcer, this really isn't appropriate. I deeply respect you. How could I possibly fight you?" His words had just fallen, and Zhang Fei's fist came straight at him. Whis hurriedly dodged, but was still hit on the shoulder. He staggered back several steps, secretly astonished in his heart. This punch is so heavy. From just that one hit, Whis could roughly judge that Zhang Fei was definitely not inferior to him in terms of strength. "Since you're so polite, there's no need for you to fight. Just stand there and be my punching bag, that's fine too," Zhang Fei said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he moved like lightning, instantly appearing before Whis. With a punch, fierce winds howled and space seemed to tear apart. Whis, seeing the fierce attack, was in agony and could only choose passive defense. Bang bang bang. Zhang Fei threw several more punches. Whis raised his arms to block, but the punches were fierce and fast, making him barely able to parry, retreating continuously. "Good, well hit." Beerus stood aside, saying excitedly. Seeing Whis suffer, he even waved his arms, completely ignoring his own injuries, as if the scene was like a stimulant, making him cheer and jump with joy, forgetting himself. In his heart, he only wanted to see the scene of Whis being beaten until he couldn't get up. Boom, boom. The two's battle grew increasingly intense. The entire space began to warp rapidly. The snake path below had already shattered into who knows how many pieces. Both hell and heaven trembled. Zhang Fei's punches grew heavier, with each one continuously striking forward. Whis' body seemed to merge with the air, dodging nimbly. However, Zhang Fei had pushed his speed to the extreme, leaving no time for his body to react. Wei could only dodge while using his staff to block. What's the matter, Wei? Still not planning to fight back? Zhang Fei said calmly while fighting. Wei had bitterness in his heart, but couldn't speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to counterattack. He had underestimated Zhang Fei's strength. If he had struck at the very beginning, he might have had some chance. But now he could only defend passively. If he rashly attacked, he would surely be hit. Zhang Fei's every punch was not only grand in scale and astonishing in speed. Moreover, the fists contained boundless divine power. If that divine power invaded his body, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Since you're not speaking, let's end this battle, Zhang Fei said with a faint smile. As he spoke, white light began to emanate from his body, and sacred power started to gather within him. Wei sensed the overwhelming energy and mobilized all the power within his body. Likewise, white divine light began to glow on his body. The two of them were like suns, directly illuminating this space like daylight. Suddenly, two beams of white light collided rapidly, producing a deafening explosion. The barrier on the ground suddenly shattered. A huge crack appeared in space. Then centered on that crack, many smaller cracks appeared one after another. The entire space was like a piece of glass that had been smashed. Bang, bang, bang. Several dull sounds rang out. Wei's body flew out from the light. He staggered and steadied himself in midair. After about 2 or 3 seconds, the light slowly dissipated. Zhang Fei stood in the void, his face still calm. Who? Wei slowly exhaled, then bowed his head to Zhang Fei. Thank you, Enforcer, for holding back. Zhang Fei responded indifferently. The battle between the two ended almost in a flash. Wei now roughly knew that he was no match for Zhang Fei. If he had taken it seriously from the start, he might have lasted a bit longer. But that would have been only 2 or 3 seconds more. Zhang Fei's inherent strength was already superior to his, which doomed him to defeat. But what terrified Wei even more was that Zhang Fei's strength could continuously increase during the battle. Moreover, this increase was not temporary but persistent. If Zhang Fei's strength had only been slightly above his before, then after that fleeting battle, he could probably now surpass him by a head. Is this the talent of the Enforcer? Wei murmured to himself. Just as he was still immersed by Lu Si very opportunely walked over. Seeing Wei's current state, he said with a beaming smile, Yo Wei, what happened to your face? Are you alright? Wei looked at Bai Lu Si, his eyelid twitching slightly. The words sounded like concern, but paired with that expression it seemed very punch-worthy. Zhang Fei had held back just now, but he still landed several heavy punches on his face. Now half of his face was swollen. The other eye socket was already black and blue. Lord Bai Lu Si, are you feeling especially happy now? Wei said speechlessly to Bai Lu Si in front of him. Bai Lu Si smacked his lips and said while stroking his chin, I can't say I'm especially happy, just barely satisfactory. I feel the Enforcer should have used a bit more strength. Upon hearing this, Wei couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking to himself, how did he raise such a creature? Both of them were beaten by the same person, not to mention sharing a common hatred or empathy. Why was he always kicking someone when they were down? Lord Bai Lu Si, don't be too smug, Wei retorted bluntly. Alright, stop chatting. Zhang Fei flew over at this moment. Wei and Bai Lu Si immediately stopped their bickering upon seeing him. Zhang Fei looked at them and said calmly, let's go to the realm of the gods of destruction. We've been here for so long and haven't been there yet. Yes, Wei and Bai Lu Si said in unison. Then the three turned into a shooting star and instantly disappeared from here. North Kai watched them leave. Looking at the mess all around, he was somewhat speechless. His home was gone, his house was gone, and there were space cracks everywhere. A feeling suddenly arose in his heart. That Zhang Fei seemed not as kind and easygoing as he had previously thought. The previous feeling seemed like an illusion. Because this place turned out like this, it seemed to be all thanks to Zhang Fei. The Destruction God Realm. Whis and Beerus had returned to their familiar domain. For some reason, this visit stirred an inexplicable sense of warmth within them. This place is quite splendid, Zhang Fei remarked, surveying his surroundings. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally arrived here. It was undeniable that the Destruction God Realm boasted breathtaking scenery, luminous mountains, crystal clear waters, and fresher air, as though a utopian paradise. Above, countless suns, moons, and stars hung suspended like precious gems, painting the sky in resplendent hues. Honored Enforcer, might I suggest you rest inside first? I shall have Whis prepare a fine meal. Beerus approached him eagerly. Zhang Fei gave a slight shake of his head. Keep your pitiful rations for yourself. Ugh. Beerus appeared somewhat embarrassed. But he quickly recovered his respectful demeanor. Then might I inquire, Enforcer, what are your plans moving forward? He actually harbored no desire for Zhang Fei to remain indefinitely. They had already fought and discussed everything. Since he refused to stay for a meal, he might as well leave. No need to linger. Moreover, an idea was taking root in his mind. Zhang Fei had clearly discerned Beerus's unspoken reluctance to host him further. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, what did you have in mind for me? Nothing of the sort, merely a humble suggestion. Beerus replied with feigned deference, his eyes conveying sincerity. At this moment, Whis approached Beerus and whispered, Well done, my lord Beerus. You're now advising the enforcer. Beerus shot Whis a fierce glare, signaling him to be quiet. But Whis showed no fear. He had not forgotten recent events. The recent confrontation was still vivid in his memory. If it came to trading blows, he was more than willing. Who was afraid of whom? He would simply strip bare and expose everything. After cautioning Whis, Beerus turned back to Zhang Fei with an ingratiating expression. Go on, I'm listening, Zhang Fei said coolly. How well-honored enforcer, I have a humble younger brother who also holds the position of destruction god. Beerus said with a grin. But there was something sinister lurking beneath that smile. A younger brother. Zhang Fei stroked his chin, muttering to himself. I feel as though I've heard this phrase somewhere before. Nevertheless, he was aware of Beerus's brother. Also a destruction god. He served in the 6th universe. The two brothers had never gotten along. Yes, honored enforcer, my younger brother shares equally negligent attitudes toward his duties. If you have no plans elsewhere, I implore you to visit and provide him guidance. Beerus spoke with a solemn expression, perfectly embodying the role of a concerned elder brother. I see, Zhang Fei replied calmly. How could he not understand Beerus's true intentions? It was simply an attempt to get rid of him. And Beerus indeed thought exactly that. Once Zhang Fei was sent away, his own life could continue as usual. Meanwhile, he could discipline his shameless brother, truly killing two birds with one stone. Upon hearing this proposal, Whis felt a knot form in his stomach. If Zhang Fei agreed, Beerus would be overjoyed. Work? He would likely avoid it entirely. Watching Beerus's smug expression, Zhang Fei said coldly, stop dreaming. I will visit every other universe, but certainly not now. Whis breathed a sigh of relief. Beerus, however, sighed disappointedly, his ears drooping straight down. It seemed his good days were truly over. Honored enforcer, please assign your upcoming duties. I shall wholeheartedly assist Lord Beerus. Whis said with a grin, stealing glances at the dejected Beerus. After all these years, someone had finally arrived who could keep him in check. The satisfaction he felt was indescribable. Zhang Fei nodded slightly. From now on, we shall follow the 996 work schedule. Whis, you shall oversee its implementation. Huh. Both Whis and Beerus stared in shock, glancing at each other. They had no idea what 996 meant. May I ask, honored enforcer, what does 996 refer to? Beerus inquired confusedly. Whis, standing nearby, wore the same bewildered expression. 996 means working from 9 in the morning until 9 at night, 6 days a week. Zhang Fei stated flatly. What a... Beerus's mouth dropped open upon hearing this. In that case, he would truly be rising before the rooster and sleeping after it. Honored enforcer, is this work schedule not a bit too long? Beerus whispered. If he worked under such a system continuously, he would surely collapse from exhaustion one day. I find it quite reasonable. Didn't the enforcer even grant you 1 day of rest? Whis chimed in like a model laborer. Beerus now wanted nothing more than to bite him. He had never noticed how provoking this fellow could be before. Zhang Fei nodded. Whis speaks well. Young people should endure hardship. If 996 does not suit you, shall I change it to 997? No. 996 is perfectly fine. Beerus hastily waved his hands. There was no need to guess. 997 undoubtedly meant 9 to 9, with no rest days each week. Nevertheless, he desperately wanted to retort. How much older was he than the enforcer? Who was actually the young one? Why pretend to be profound? But he only dared think these things, never speak them aloud. Additionally, I shall reside at your place for the time being. Zhang Fei said it casually, with no intention of seeking permission. Neither Whis nor Beerus dared to object. They could only nod silently. After a pause, Zhang Fei continued. And Whis, each day upon your return, report to me in full detail regarding Beerus's work progress. Written submissions would be preferable. No problem, honored enforcer. Whis agreed without hesitation. Turning to Beerus, he added, My lord Beerus, since this is the enforcer's requirement, I suppose I have no choice but to comply. Whis, shut your mouth. Beerus growled through clenched teeth. He wouldn't dare show disrespect toward Zhang Fei, so he took out his frustration on Whis instead. But it was merely verbal venting. After all, Beerus stood no chance against Whis. Seeing Beerus's flustered state brought Whis immense delight. Whis then smiled at Zhang Fei and asked, Honored enforcer, are there any other instructions? I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Well then, after your return each day, practice a few moves with me. Zhang Fei said coolly. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, both of them were momentarily stunned. Then a glint of sharp light began to flicker in Beerus's eyes. Whether it was intentional or not remained unclear. He murmured in a voice neither too loud nor too soft. Does that mean I get to see Whis get beaten up every day? Whis felt his heart skip a beat after hearing Beerus's words. This doesn't seem appropriate. It's very appropriate, very appropriate. Likewise, Zhang Fei remained silent. Beerus interjected first. Didn't you just say you would do your utmost to fulfill any request? But, Whis tried to defend himself, but Beerus continued, what? Were you just talking out of your ass? He had finally found another opportunity. Now he suddenly felt that the 996 work schedule wasn't so bad, or in fact it seemed more like a blessing. If he could see Whis get beaten every day, what did it matter if he didn't get any sleep? You? Whis glared at Beerus, fuming with anger. Perhaps this was karma. The one who had been gloating just moments ago had now swapped roles. Beerus hypocritically said to Zhang Fei, "Enforcer, shall we change it to 997 instead?" Why all the nonsense? Get to work now. Zhang Fei felt a slight headache. Hearing Zhang Fei's seemingly irritated tone, Whis and Beerus dared not continue their mutual bickering. Without further ado, they transformed into beams of light and vanished from the god of destruction realm. Sigh. Watching them leave, Zhang Fei let out a helpless sigh. He then silently walked into the palace behind him, Beerus's palace. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Following Zhang Fei's orders, Beerus worked diligently and tirelessly. The fatigue on his face deepened day by day. Even a trace of weariness rarely seen began to appear. One day, Beerus and Whis were in the depths of space. After destroying a galaxy, they prepared to call it a day and head home. On their way back, Beerus yawned with vacant eyes. "Whis, when will the Enforcer leave? I feel like I'm about to collapse." Beerus stared at Whis's back, his voice ashen with despair. In these 3 years, he hadn't slept a single day. Fortunately, he was a god, otherwise he would have died from exhaustion long ago. Although he followed the 996 work schedule, 1 day off a week wasn't enough for him to rest properly. Every time he just lay down, he was kicked awake. On his sole day off, he didn't even dare to sleep anymore. Sigh. Whis also sighed, utterly exhausted. By now they no longer bickered as they used to. Instead, they felt a sense of shared suffering. "Lord Beerus, I also want the Enforcer to leave, but look at the situation. 3 years have passed, and he's clearly made the god of destruction realm his home." Whis's face was also lined with fatigue. Besides weariness, there were a few bruises. Speaking of which, Whis actually felt a bit envious of Beerus. Although he worked 996, at least he had 1 day off. As for himself, Zhang Fei had truly set a 997 work schedule for him. He had no rest days at all throughout the year. Every time Beerus had his day off, he had to spar with him for an entire day. Now every time he went out, he had at least 1 bruise on his face or dark circles under his eyes. He often wondered if he was really an angel. Across the entire universe, which angel was as miserable as he was? Sighed. They both sighed simultaneously, thinking, when would this ever end? They soon arrived at the god of destruction realm. Zhang Fei, with his hands behind his back, had been waiting for them. Though exhausted, they forced themselves to perk up and squeeze out a smile. "Enforcer, this is Lord Beerus's work log. Please take a look." Whis stepped forward and handed over a piece of paper. On it, as per Zhang Fei's request, Beerus's daily work performance was recorded. Zhang Fei took it, gave it a quick scan, and let out a soft hmm. Beerus casually found a place to sit, ready to watch the upcoming fight. He knew that after reporting work, it was time for Whis's performance. At first he felt a thrill. Every time he saw Whis get beaten, he would rejoice with glee. But now, aside from exhaustion, he had no mood left. Sigh. Whis sighed again, readying himself for battle. "Come on, Enforcer." Over these 3 years, he had witnessed Zhang Fei's terrifying talent. When they first met, the gap between them was small. After one exchange, Zhang Fei had gained the upper hand. 3 years later, Zhang Fei's strength had far surpassed his own. Now he could only gaze at his back. "Not today," Zhang Fei said calmly. Huh. Whis was slightly surprised. He thought he had misheard. After all, in these 3 years, their sparring had never been interrupted. "Why not today?" Seeing his confusion, Zhang Fei slowly explained. "I'm leaving. From now on, you two will have to be conscientious about your work." "What?" Whis suddenly shouted loudly upon hearing this. "Enforcer, what did you just say?" he asked uncertainly. "I said I'm leaving. From now on, the work." Before Zhang Fei could finish, Whis, overjoyed, closed his eyes and began dancing. He ran over to the drowsy Beerus, grabbed him, and shouted, "Lord Beerus, the Enforcer is leaving." "Great." "Huh? What? Huh? The Enforcer is leaving?" Beerus's listless eyes instantly regained their spark. Whis nodded seriously. Then, disregarding all dignity, the two embraced each other, as if celebrating some incredible joy. "Heavens, you finally opened your eyes." Beerus cried out to the sky, tears of joy streaming down his face. Whis was no better. Finally, this day has come. Gazing at the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, 2 lines of clear tears fell from his eyes. Seeing their reactions, Zhang Fei's expression turned slightly odd. But why was Whis like this? He had lost all semblance of an angel's dignity. "Oh well, I'll come back another time." Zhang Fei shook his head helplessly. Then, using instant transmission, he left the god of destruction realm. Whis and Beerus held each other for a long while before finally letting go. When they turned around, they found that Zhang Fei had already left long ago. "He's gone, truly gone." Beerus covered his face with a grin. Whis composed himself slightly and said to him, "Lord Beerus, the Enforcer, said before he left that from now on we must be conscientious in our work." Beerus lowered his hand from his face. He looked around to confirm it was just him, and Whis then shouted, "Conscientious. Conscientious, my ass." With that, he shot into his palace like lightning. Whis was momentarily stunned, then smiled in understanding. Yes, Lord Beerus is right. Conscientious. Conscientious, my ass. After saying that, he also rushed into the palace. Of course, he wasn't going to sleep like Beerus. He just wanted to lie down on the bed and relax properly. As for work, let whoever cared about it deal with it. As for Zhang Fei, he had already arrived on Earth. The reason he no longer stayed in the realm of the god of destruction was that Beerus's work was essentially complete. Over the past 3 years, the intensity of working 996 hours had been more than enough to compensate for the backlog of tasks. Now the overall strength of the 7th universe might not rank among the top few. At the very least, advancing from second to last to third to last should not be a problem. Zhang Fei believed that taking too large a stride was not necessarily a good thing. In all things, one must leave room for further improvement. But it was also evident that the room left in the 7th universe was still somewhat excessive. There's a battle going on over there, judging by the chaotic nature of this key, it should be Cell. Zhang Fei gazed at the distant sea, muttering to himself. When he was in the realm of the god of destruction, he had sensed Vegeta's persistently high key a few days earlier. He figured that the android arc must have begun. Now with Cell's key also present, it seemed that the course of this world had not been significantly altered by his appearance. What he needed to focus on now was elevating the high-end combat power of the 7th universe. If Cell had not appeared according to the normal sequence, that would have been fine. But since he had appeared, he could only become part of Zhang Fei's achievements. Let's go take a look. Zhang Fei used instant transmission to vanish from his spot once more. The next second, he had already arrived on a small island. In the sky, Vegeta and Trunks had both transformed into Super Saiyans. For some reason, the two were fighting in midair, staging a scene of father-son bonding. Below on the island, Android 18 and Android 16 lay behind a large rock. Krillin stood before them, watching Cell, who had already evolved into his second form, approach step by step. Zhang Fei took a glance at Android 18 with her golden hair. He murmured inwardly, she truly has some charm. However, after his compliment, he shifted his gaze to Cell. For Zhang Fei, the most captivating thing was this artificial monster that had gathered the essence of all Earth's strongest warriors. This ugly monster, like Trunks, had traveled from the future. The only difference was that they did not originate from the same future timeline. Rather, they seemed to exist as parallel worlds. The key of Goku, the key of Vegeta, the key of Trunks, the key of Piccolo, and even the key of Frieza. Zhang Fei looked at the second form Cell and nodded, saying, not bad, really not bad. There is still some cultivation value here. Possessing the bloodlines of so many top-tier talents, Cell's potential was virtually limitless. If he were to develop further, he might even transform into the Super Saiyan Blue form of Golden Cell. The image was truly unimaginable. But right now he's still a bit weak. Zhang Fei shook his head, then a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. No matter, let me give you a little help. As he spoke, he subtly flicked a finger. A sphere of energy materialized out of thin air, shooting towards Cell's back. Haha, Android 18, you can't escape now. Become a part of me. Cell parted his thick lips, his face leering. Krillin tried to stop Cell as he drew closer, but his strength was far too meager. He was utterly powerless and was sent flying with a single blow. Android 18 watched Cell's approach, despair gripping her heart. Cell's tail slowly extended, its tip suddenly expanding, ready to absorb her. But just then he suddenly heard a whistling sound of something cutting through the air behind him. Before he could react, a booming explosion erupted. Cell's body was blown cleanly in two. What? What is this? Cell's eyes were filled with incredulity. His upper half fell to the ground. Huh. Android 18 was equally astonished to see Cell's body severed. She had thought she was doomed, but then this sudden change occurred. Moreover, apart from Trunks and Vegeta, she could not sense the key of anyone else nearby. Android 16, lying on the rocks, also scanned the area with his eyes. On the other side, Cell's body regenerated. He stood up, looking around, and roared angrily, "Bastard, who dares to ambush me? Come out." He was on the verge of becoming perfect, and now someone had ruined it. Rage burned within him. Ambush. A calm voice rang out. Zhang Fei descended slowly from the sky. Do I need to ambush scum like you? Cell's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of Zhang Fei, for he sensed that this person exuded no ki whatsoever. Even more shocking, Cell's own cells did not contain any record of this individual. His mind held no matching physical characteristics. Who is this? Android 18 raised her head, her gaze fixed on Zhang Fei. As an artificial human, her memory had been implanted with data on many powerful warriors. But the information on this person was a complete blank. No record existed. Dr. Jero must not have recorded this person. Android 16, looking at the sky, added. As a robot, his records were more detailed. He had just scanned his database. No detailed information on this individual was found. Bastard, once I become perfect, I'll deal with you. Cell regained his composure, temporarily suppressing his fury. The most important thing now was to become perfect. Though he possessed the Scion's tendency to be cocky, he also had Piccolo's shrewd intellect. Thus he knew exactly what he should do. As long as I absorb Android 18, no one in this world will be a match for me. With that thought, Cell charged at Android 18 again. Jiang Fei watched him passively from above, and with a slight movement of his finger, a white light appeared on Cell's body. Boom. Another explosion. This time most of Cell's body was blasted into fragments. The remaining half fell to the ground. Damn it. Why is this happening? Seeing Android 18 so close yet so far, Cell gnashed his teeth in fury. He could not fathom why his own body would suddenly explode for no reason. So powerful. Android 18 murmured, staring at the sky. With Cell facing away, he hadn't seen what happened, but she had been watching the sky clearly. A flick of his finger, and he shattered half of Cell's body. Since when did Earth have such a person? Android 16 frowned, puzzled. Ordinarily, if such a powerful warrior existed, Dr. Jero's database would have recorded them. But the problem was that this person before them was a complete blank. Utterly unknown. Trunks and Vegeta also noticed the commotion here. They immediately stopped their father-son bonding session. Trunks saw that Cell had been split in two. At first he was puzzled, then a smile spread across his face. The reason he and Vegeta had fought was their disagreement over what to do with Cell. Damn it, who did this to Cell? Vegeta demanded, eyes wide with fury. He had already achieved Super Saiyan form. He had then spent another day training in the hyperbolic time chamber. By now he was the strongest being on Earth, and his ego had swelled to the extreme. Jiang Fei heard Vegeta's words and shook his head helplessly. In the next instant he appeared behind Vegeta. With a calm tone he said, "Vegeta, it has been 3 years, and you are still the same arrogant fool." What? Vegeta found the voice somewhat familiar, and turned around sharply, only to find Jiang Fei standing right behind him. That calm expression on his face was almost identical to 3 years ago, and that handsome appearance had not changed at all. If anything, he looked even younger than before. Jiang Fei. Vegeta pursed his lips. The anger in his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by an eager gleam. Throughout these past 3 years he had constantly dreamed of one day defeating this man. And today that opportunity had finally appeared right before him. Mr. Jiang Fei. Trunks also flew over, his face filled with excitement. He had once witnessed Jiang Fei in action. That was a deity even Goku and Vegeta could not handle. With him around, neither the androids nor Cell would pose any threat. "Oh, it is Trunks." Jiang Fei responded coolly. "Yeah." Trunks nodded vigorously with a smile. During this period he had improved significantly. The defined muscles across his body showed just how diligently he had trained. His aura was far more overwhelming than when he first arrived. Vegeta flew straight up to Jiang Fei, grinning arrogantly. "Jiang Fei, I have become a Super Saiyan." "Oh really?" Jiang Fei said this expressionlessly. That Vegeta could become a Super Saiyan did not surprise him at all. But why did Vegeta seem so proud? Vegeta was irritated by such an understated response. He thought Jiang Fei did not fully understand what he meant. "I am not only a Super Saiyan, but I have surpassed Super Saiyan. I am now Super Vegeta." Vegeta looked extremely pleased with himself. He felt that his current achievement was enough to stand equal to Jiang Fei. "Good, I see." Still that same casual and slightly exasperated remark. Upon hearing this, Vegeta froze completely. He expected Jiang Fei to be astonished. But this reaction was far too calm. In fact, Jiang Fei was quite speechless about Vegeta. At this point Vegeta could not even achieve full power in Super Saiyan 1. How could he claim to have surpassed Super Saiyan? And he actually gave himself the name Super Vegeta? It all sounded like the delusional ramblings of a teenager. "By the way, Mr. Jiang Fei, you are a god. Please judge fairly." Trunks glanced down at Cell below, and suddenly remembered his fight with Vegeta. Jiang Fei watched him with a calm expression. Trunks slowly explained why he and Vegeta had clashed. It was roughly the same as the original storyline. Vegeta wanted to recklessly take on Perfect Cell directly, while Trunks advocated playing it safe and eliminating the threat before it fully matured. The two argued over this matter, and it eventually escalated into a physical fight. "Mr. Jiang Fei, tell me, does what my father did make any sense?" Trunks said this with a pained expression, genuinely frustrated inside. The future world had already become extremely dire, all thanks to these enemies. Now that there was such a perfect opportunity to eliminate them, Vegeta insisted on waiting for them to grow stronger. Was he out of his mind? "Trunks, shut up." Vegeta shouted angrily. Wasn't that just calling him inhuman? He seriously questioned whether this boy was even his own son. He did not resemble him in the slightest, and had completely abandoned Saiyan pride. A true Saiyan should strive to defeat the strongest opponent. Jiang Fei waved his hand. "This is your family matter. I do not wish to interfere. Resolve it yourselves." The two came from completely different environments. How could they possibly persuade each other? Vegeta and Goku only wanted to grow stronger by defeating worthy opponents. But Trunks had lived in suffering and despair. The harsh reality simply did not allow him to be reckless. He would eliminate his enemies quickly and without mercy, never giving them time to grow stronger. However, Jiang Fei did glean some information from Trunks' words. That Trunks had already reconciled with Vegeta as father and son. Like in the normal timeline, Son Goku had failed to take his medication on time and was absent during the battle with the androids. Though he had recovered, he had also entered the hyperbolic time chamber for training. In that case, once I deal with perfect Cell, I will show you what I am capable of. Vegeta crossed his arms and said this with an arrogant expression. Upon hearing this, Trunks immediately became agitated. No, Cell must die right now. He was about to rush down and strike while there was an opening. You little bastard, you dare. Vegeta unleashed his aura and pursued him. His speed reached its peak, and in an instant he caught up. Without another word, the father-son bonding scene played out once again. Cell below. He turned to watch the chaos above, and his lower body instantly regenerated. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on prey, he lunged toward Android 18. But just as he was about to make his move, a loud boom echoed, and Cell's head was stomped into the ground. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Fei said this calmly, looking down at Cell beneath his foot. This time Android 18 saw Zhang Fei up close, and her expression instantly froze. Her heart began to flutter. This was the first time she had ever encountered someone so handsome. Especially his aura, which left her somewhat dazed. Hello, I am Android 18. Thank you for saving me. Almost instinctively 18 walked over and greeted him without thinking. Saved you. Zhang Fei paused in confusion. Seeing the shy expression on 18's face, he quickly understood most of it. He sighed helplessly. It seemed being handsome was not always a good thing. The burdens that came with it were far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Sometimes he truly wished he could make his appearance more ordinary. But unfortunately this could only remain an unreachable dream. Zhang Fei looked at 18 and slowly shook his head. You misunderstood. I came to deal with the dog. Saving you was merely a coincidence. Take a dog. Number 18 was stunned, clearly not understanding what he meant. She then persistently pressed on. Then why did you stop Cell 3 times? She didn't believe that Zhang Fei's 3 interventions against Cell were all mere coincidences. He must have had designs on her, definitely harboring ulterior motives. Miss, I stopped Cell indeed because I didn't want him to absorb you since it's unnecessary, Zhang Fei explained helplessly. If Cell absorbed number 18, he could indeed transform into his perfect form. However, such a perfect form was not what Zhang Fei desired. Whenever this guy sustained severe attacks, he would vomit out numbers 17 and 18. He remembered that in the original story, when Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he had driven Cell back to his first form. Such a situation was far from reliable. It was better to let Cell become perfect on his own. Moreover, Zhang Fei intended to carefully train Cell and had no desire to keep knocking him until he vomited. Even though if he spat them out, they could be reabsorbed. But Cell himself found it troublesome and nauseating. Number 18 looked puzzled. However, Zhang Fei had no intention of continuing his explanation. He released his foot from atop Cell's head, then seized him by the throat with one hand and lifted him into the air. You? Who exactly are you? Purple blood trickled from the corners of Cell's mouth as he spoke with a grimace. He could feel that once this person gripped his throat, his physical strength was as if imprisoned. There was absolutely no ability to resist. You will know in time. As for now, I give you 2 choices: become my dog or die. Choose. Zhang Fei said with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, number 18 instantly understood what Zhang Fei meant by take a dog. However, she did not find anything inappropriate about it. Instead, she thought this man was quite imposing. Upon hearing these words, Cell's eye twitched involuntarily. He immediately put on an angry expression, because Zhang Fei's words were simply too insulting. You want me to be your dog? Cell nearly ground out those words through clenched teeth. Although he was quite shrewd, he also carried the proud cells of a scion, especially those of Vegeta. If Zhang Fei had been slightly more tactful in his wording, given the current situation of being at someone's mercy, he might have agreed right away. But now the proud cells within him would not allow such a humiliating act. Oh, you actually have some backbone, Zhang Fei said with a faint smile. He then released the hand gripping Cell's throat and delivered a powerful punch to Cell's abdomen. Ugh. Upon receiving the heavy blow, Cell spewed a large mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying backward. However, before he could travel any distance, there was a loud bang. Cell's body slammed directly into an invisible barrier. He then tumbled onto the uneven, rugged ground. The pain on his body made his face contort in agony, and then his tail began to grow rapidly. Whoosh! A figure instantly shot out from the tip of his tail. It then crashed directly into a boulder not far away. Number 17. Number 18 saw that the figure was indeed her younger brother. She immediately called out and flew over to check on him. Since number 17 had been spat out by Cell, his body was still undergoing rapid transformation. Within 2 or 3 seconds, Cell's energy began to plummet sharply. He then reverted to his first form. How what a disgusting creature, Zhang Fei said, shaking his head, then walking forward slowly. It had to be said that Cell's second form already resembled a human almost entirely. But this first form was a complete humanoid monster. Damn it. Cell lay on the ground, angrily pounding the earth. Not only had he failed to become perfect, he had been beaten back to his first form. Zhang Fei had now walked up to him and said calmly, well, shall I give you another chance? He actually did want to properly cultivate Cell. After all, Cell was one of the powerful bosses in Dragon Ball. He hadn't appeared later in the story, which was rather regrettable. However, if this guy remained so stubborn, then Zhang Fei certainly would not waste more words on him. Cell raised his head, looking at Zhang Fei with resentful eyes. But in his heart, he had already begun secretly calculating. No, this person before me is simply too terrifying. If I remain defiant, I'll surely be finished. Better to temporarily submit to him and find an opportunity to become perfect. Then take revenge for today's humiliation. Thinking of this, Cell silently nodded. He then forcibly suppressed the restless cells of the scion within him. The vicious expression on his face disappeared instantly and completely. Instead, he put on the characteristic smile of the Frost Demon clan. This gentleman, I am willing to be your dog. As he reached the end, Cell's voice grew progressively quieter and resentment reappeared in his eyes. The sense of humiliation in his heart grew heavier, influenced not only by the scion cells, but also by his own indignation. Cell was clearly the most powerful being in this world. Yet now he actually had to say words about becoming someone's dog. So incredible. Beside him, number 18, clutching her brother, was so astonished she could hardly speak. Her face was filled with shock. That was Cell who had given them endless headaches. And yet he had ended up like this. It was truly unthinkable. Above in the sky, Vegeta and Trunks stopped their battle because they both sensed that Cell's energy had suddenly dropped significantly. Trunks saw Cell lying on the ground and instantly became excited. Wonderful, mister. Zhang Fei has stepped in. Damn it, that guy is mine. Get lost, Vegeta said in barely contained fury. With a burst of aura, he dove straight down. He had originally intended to defeat perfect Cell himself. But now Zhang Fei had intervened, not only preventing Cell from becoming perfect, but also beating him back to his first form. Simply unforgivable. On Zhang Fei's side, upon hearing Cell's words, he nodded satisfactorily. At the same time, he keenly observed the discontent in Cell's eyes. Zhang Fei was not concerned about this. If he couldn't handle this guy, he wouldn't call himself a vet. In that case, then sing me a song first, Zhang Fei said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Cell was completely dumbfounded. Sing? Sing what song? Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment. Then he nodded silently to himself and slowly said, then sing, Where is the Road Ahead? Upon hearing the song title, Sha Lu grew even more bewildered. It was not just him. Beside him, Ba Hao was equally confused, and Lu Hao shared the same bewilderment. However, Lu Hao was diligently searching through his memory banks. Then he muttered to himself, according to my search, there doesn't seem to be such a song. Zhang Fei watched as Sha Lu remained unmoved, frowned, and urged, hurry up, sing. This. I've never heard this song. Sha Lu stuttered. Who knew what song this was? Who knew what peculiar taste this person had? How could he be forced to sing in front of so many people? Oh, is that so? Zhang Fei thought to himself. This world probably didn't have this song either. Then, relying on his memory, he roughly replicated a melody. His finger gently tapped, and a white speck of light shot directly into Sha Lu's mind. The lyrics of Where is the Road immediately began echoing in Sha Lu's mind. Do I really have to sing it? Sha Lu swallowed hard. He had already heard the song in his mind. Honestly, it was quite catchy. But he couldn't sing, not in front of all these people especially. After all, he was a formidable warrior. Such an act was far too humiliating. What do you think? Zhang Fei responded coolly. Though Sha Lu harbored 1,000 objections, there was no escaping this. After all, singing was far preferable to losing his life. Ahem. Sha Lu cleared his throat slightly and stood up. Then he slowly began to sing. Where is the road? The road is beneath your feet. La 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 la. Just then the ferocious Bei Jiata arrived. He had originally intended to come and confront Zhang Fei. Before he even drew near, he heard Sha Lu's deeply emotional singing. What is going on? Bei Jiata was completely dumbfounded. Hadn't they been engaged in tense combat just moments ago? How had it suddenly turned into a talent showcase? Father, Talon Ku Si rushed over anxiously. His aim was to stop his father from doing anything reckless. However, he had clearly heard the singing as well. What on earth is happening? Hearing the song, Talon Ku Si also felt momentarily dazed. He looked at Sha Lu, who was performing with all his might. He simply couldn't imagine the ferocious creature he had seen earlier. La la, la la la. Meanwhile, Sha Lu continued belting out the song at full volume. For some reason, he seemed to be getting more into it with each note. Zhang Fei furrowed his brows. He felt his ears were being grossly insulted. This was nothing short of noise pollution. A fine song ruined beyond recognition. Enough, stop singing. Zhang Fei said, his brows tightly knitted. Hearing this, Sha Lu immediately ceased his performance. He cast a cautious glance at Zhang Fei. As the singing stopped, Bei Jiata slowly recovered his senses. Anger instantly returned to his face. He charged forward. Zhang Fei, why did you prevent Sha Lu from reaching his perfect form? Bei Jiata shouted furiously. He had considered himself invincible at this point, striving only to challenge stronger opponents. Now Zhang Fei had ruined everything. Sha Lu had not grown stronger. If anything, he had become weaker. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, are you questioning me? So what if I am? Bei Jiata crossed his arms and sneered, his eyes filled with blatant provocation. Since Sha Lu could no longer fight, he would settle for Jiang Fei instead. This would serve him well. He could spar with a worthy opponent and avenge his earlier defeat. Father, don't be like this. Mister. Jiang Fei is a god. Your behavior is highly disrespectful. Talon Kusi arrived and said with a frown. He felt his father was giving him nothing but headaches. Such a simple matter had been needlessly complicated. Upon hearing his son's words, Bei Jiata's face twisted with disdain. He arrogantly declared, nonsense. In the presence of a scion prince, what does a so-called god matter? He would grovel at my feet just the same. His power had surged and he feared nothing anymore. Facing Jiang Fei, he had regained the confidence from their first encounter. Bei Jiata, you've changed. You're no longer the man who would humble himself before me, driven solely by the desire to fight. Jiang Fei shook his head in resignation. 3 years ago when Talon Kasi first arrived, Bei Jiata had been far more submissive. But now everything had changed. Bei Jiata's face flushed when the past was brought up. His arrogant sneer instantly transformed into fury. Save your breath. Since you thwarted Sha Lu from reaching his perfect form, you will fight me, the Scion Prince, instead. Bei Jiata roared, flames of anger blazing in his eyes. He raised his fist to strike. Calmly, Jiang Fei raised his palm, stopping him mid-strike. Bei Jiata halted, sneering. What? Afraid? Did you just hear what Sha Lu's saying? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Bei Jiata hesitated, frowning. I heard it. What about it? Upon receiving his answer, Jiang Fei nodded with a smile. He pointed at Bei Jiata. Now you sing it for me. What a... Bei Jiata could hardly believe his ears. Talon Kusi was equally incredulous. Was Mr. Jiang Fei really asking his father to sing? Not only was Bei Jiata in a furious state, but no one dared make such a demand of him under any circumstances. Knowing his father well, Talon Kusi knew this would never happen. Make Bei Jiata sing. Ba Hao was also shocked. She had fought Bei Jiata before and knew he was a man of utmost pride. Forcing someone like him to sing would be equivalent to killing him. According to my calculations, the probability of Bei Jiata singing is 0.25%. After processing the data, Lu Hao murmured. Sha Lu meanwhile watched with great anticipation. He had already suffered humiliation himself, so having company would be nice. Are you joking with me? Bei Jiata panted, feeling gravely insulted. Jiang Fei shrugged and replied earnestly, what do you think? Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, Bei Jiata launched a punch directly at him. His golden aura erupted to its peak, and the energy in the air became terrifyingly violent. The island itself began to crack apart. Heh! Jiang Fei smiled calmly, and slowly raised his hand. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The golden light vanished. The turbulent air stilled. A minute passed. Bei Jiata's hair reverted to its natural black. The arrogance and bravado on his face had disappeared, replaced by sheer embarrassment. Let's begin, Jiang Fei said calmly. Bei Jiata's expression was torn. He glanced at his son, then at the expectant Sha Lu. Ba Hao and Lu Hao stared at him intently. He felt as though his heart had been struck by 10,000 critical hits. Nevertheless, when he met Jiang Fei's piercing gaze, he mustered his courage and began to sing. You carry the burden. I lead the horse. Where's the road? The road is under your feet. Good. Jiang Fei led the applause. Truthfully, Bei Jiata sang even worse than Sha Lu, like a ghost wailing in torment. But for such courage, the applause was warranted. Great job, father. You're amazing. Talon Kusi clapped enthusiastically, nearly reddening his palms. He did not find the performance particularly enjoyable. He simply saw a new side of his father which greatly altered his previous impressions. Ba Hao and Lu Hao offered polite perfunctory claps. The most enthusiastic applauder was Sha Lu. For some reason, he found Bei Jiata's singing even worse than his own. There was a trace of smug satisfaction in his heart. You miserable fools. All of you miserable fools. Bei Jiata clenched his fists tightly. He could endure this humiliation no longer. Losing control, he erupted in a burst of energy and fled like a meteor, disappearing into the horizon. Father. Talon Kasi abandoned the scene and hurried after him. Flying across the sky, Bei Jiata's sense of shame reached its peak. He wished he could find a crack in the ground and hide inside. He secretly vowed never to show off in front of Jiang Fei again. A scene like today's must never be repeated. On the small island, Jiang Fei looked at Cell and said calmly, let us depart. Cell dared not voice any objection and could only nod with a bitter smile. He glanced at Android 17 and 18 beside him, clicking his tongue in regret. Jiang Fei moved his mind, and the two of them transformed into streams of white light. Hey, wait. Seeing Jiang Fei prepare to leave, Android 18 immediately tossed Android 17 onto the ground. She stood up and attempted to run after him. However, the very next moment, Jiang Fei and Cell vanished from the island. Android 18 furrowed her brows and sighed helplessly. He just left like that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta did not go elsewhere. Instead, he flew directly to the sacred world of the Kai. At the same time, Son Goku emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber accompanied by Son Gohan. The two were disheveled and clad in tattered garments. Unlike before, they had maintained their Super Saiyan forms continuously. Their first priority upon exiting was to find food. Korean gathered a substantial amount of provisions for them, and the two devoured it without any regard for their appearance. Vegeta is approaching. While eating, Goku sensed the distant Ki. Following closely behind him was Trunks. At this moment, Piccolo was on the sacred world of the Kai and could not afford to concern himself with the two of them. He had just felt Jiang Fei's oppressive aura, and the sweat on his face adequately reflected the intensity of his inner tension. However, Jiang Fei's sudden departure had caused his pressure to vanish instantly, bringing him a measure of relief. At the same time, Cell's Ki had also disappeared from Earth. How strange, father. Cell's Ki has actually disappeared. Son Gohan was the first to notice this. Since they had been maintaining their Super Saiyan forms, their perception of Ki remained exceptionally sharp. Upon hearing this, Goku's heart jumped. He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and began to carefully sense the surrounding Ki. Indeed, he had only been focused on Vegeta. This is troubling. Could it be that Vegeta has destroyed him? Goku said somewhat dejectedly. Due to not taking his medicine, his heart condition had indeed worsened. He had not only missed the emergence of the androids, but had now also missed the battle with Cell. No. Piccolo, overhearing their conversation, immediately stepped forward and explained, it must have been Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei. Upon hearing this name, Goku became instantly excited. Forgetting about his meal entirely, he stood up abruptly and asked, where is he? Is he still on Earth? Although he regretted missing the battle with Cell, fighting Jiang Fei would undoubtedly be far more thrilling. He has already left, Piccolo said with regret, shaking his head. Disappointment appeared on Goku's face as his excitement faded away. It seemed that this period was destined to be unlucky for him. Although he had made considerable improvements recently, the feeling of having nowhere to channel his power was truly unbearable. Whoosh! Vegeta appeared above the sacred world of the Kai. He was gasping heavily, his expression deeply displeased. Father! Trunks arrived shortly after and quickly approached Vegeta's side. Everyone immediately spotted the two of them. Goku wiped his mouth and walked over promptly, saying, Vegeta, Trunks, you are back. Yes, Uncle Goku, you have emerged from your training. Trunks responded joyfully upon hearing this. He was in good spirits, having witnessed his father's other side. Just moments ago, he had also sensed that Cell's Ki had vanished. Kakarot. Vegeta slowly raised his head and said grumpily. He noticed that Goku was still maintaining his Super Saiyan form. However, he no longer cared about such matters. After all, he had not yet recovered from what had just transpired. Vegeta, what? What is wrong with you? Goku scratched the back of his head and asked in confusion. He had noticed that Vegeta's expression was far from pleasant. Logically speaking, since Cell's Ki had disappeared, it should have been resolved by Jiang Fei. So why was he still wearing such a sour expression? Had he not gotten his fill of the fight? Was he angry? Actually, Uncle Goku, Trunks began with a smile, ready to explain. Shut up, Trunks. Upon hearing this, Vegeta suddenly lost his temper. He glanced at the people around him. Then, without looking back, he rushed straight into the hyperbolic time chamber within the temple. He needed to train continuously. Only in this way could he numb his heart and forget about this matter. What? What is going on? Goku murmured in incomprehension. Trunks did not concern himself further with the confusion. He directly began gesturing animatedly to the group, describing how Jiang Fei had suddenly appeared and made Cell sing. He then recounted Vegeta's singing incident. Heard about Vegeta belting out songs under the watchful eyes of all. Everyone was utterly stunned. They could not imagine what the scene at that moment must have looked like. I never expected Uncle Vegeta to have such a side, Son Gohan said incredulously. In his impression, Vegeta was nothing but a rage patient. He was quick to anger and quick to shout insults at people. But after meeting Jiang Fei, he had actually started singing. Not only him. People like Son Goku, Piccolo, and Tien had the same thoughts. Vegeta singing, haha, I really want to hear it for myself. Goku scratched his head and laughed loudly. His thoughts mirrored Trunks. He never expected Vegeta to have such an endearing side. However, what they did not know was that this endearing side only emerged when encountering Jiang Fei. As for other times, if anyone brought up the matter of him singing, he might become so furious that he would want to kill them. Deep in space, Jiang Fei had brought Cell to an unknown planet. Cell looked at the harsh environment of the planet and could not help but frown. He then glanced at Jiang Fei beside him. Although he did not know why, he did not dare to ask too many questions at this moment. He could only quietly obey arrangements. Cell, Jiang Fei called his name casually. Upon hearing this, Cell immediately approached, his face filled with an ingratiating smile. Since he had already become a servant, his dignity was long gone. It was better to keep a low profile and hope to find an opportunity to turn the tables one day. Smiling obsequiously, he said, You are too kind. Just call me Little Shah. Hearing these words, Jiang Fei's brows twitched slightly. His expression turned somewhat strange. It was not that there was anything wrong with this name. It merely reminded him of the name Beerus had asked him to call himself, Little Bai. If the two were to meet someday, would they not become the Little Shabi duo? Zhang Fei pondered, sensing something amiss. Then he said, I'll just call you Sha Lu. You can also address me directly by my name. I dare not, I dare not. Sha Lu hastily waved his hands and said. Zhang Fei gave him a faint glance. He didn't dwell on the matter any further. After all, it wasn't the main point. Mr. Zhang Fei, what are we doing here? Sha Lu lowered his head, looking up as he spoke. Of course, to help you become a complete form. Zhang Fei said flatly. What he needed to do now was to cultivate the top combat power of the 7th universe. Sun Wukong and Bei Jita could be left alone for now, let them develop freely. Although they lacked the powerful opponent of Sha Lu, for the two of them, as long as they could keep fighting strong opponents, their strength would skyrocket like a rocket. Later they could have Sha Lu serve as their sparring partner. What? Complete form. Hearing these 3 words, Sha Lu's eyes lit up instantly. This was his long-cherished wish. If not for the interference of the person before him, he might have already succeeded, even defeated all the strong warriors on Earth. That's right, isn't it your dream to become a complete form? Zhang Fei's tone remained calm. Sha Lu was considered a rather distinctive boss in the Dragon Ball world. He yearned deeply to attain the complete form. But after becoming complete, he didn't go on a killing spree. Instead, he set up a ring to challenge all the experts on Earth. Of course, his cruel and evil nature still existed. Gulp. Sha Lu swallowed his saliva and said excitedly, Are you going to help me absorb No. 17 and No. 18? No, I have a better method. Zhang Fei shook his head, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing that it wasn't about absorbing No. 17 and No. 18, Sha Lu's face showed confusion. Thinking about it back then when he faced No. 18, he almost succeeded. But Zhang Fei repeatedly obstructed him. If not for that, would he be suffering here? What method? Sha Lu asked with a hint of suspicion. According to the memories given by Dr. Gailawa, to become a complete form, he must absorb the Ren Zao Ren. There was no other method known besides that. So he was still somewhat incredulous. How simple? Zhang Fei smirked lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. Sha Lu had no time to react. A flash of white light and a blade of light appeared. In the blink of an eye, his chest was directly pierced by the light blade. Blood gushed from the wound instantly. His face showed an expression of disbelief. Mr. Zhang. Blood already stained the corner of Sha Lu's ugly mouth. This is the second method to make you become a complete form, Zhang Fei explained with a smile. Then he raised his hand and released several light rays. Uft. Several sounds of flesh being pierced rang out. The next second, Sha Lu's body was shot full of holes. Then it turned into a pile of flesh and splattered on the ground. Only his head remained intact. Grow your body back, Zhang Fei said while raising his hand. Sha Lu, with only a head left, twitched the corner of his eye. Though reluctant, he had to obey. Swish. In the blink of an eye, a new body grew out. Just as Sha Lu stood up before he could catch his breath, a boom explosion sounded. Zhang Fei raised his hand and blasted his body into pieces again. This. Sha Lu was speechless, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Although he possessed the bloodline of the Nami Kuxing people and could regenerate a new body, it didn't mean he felt no pain after being destroyed. Again, grow your body back, Zhang Fei continued. Hearing this, Sha Lu's eyes widened, revealing fear. He now suspected if this guy was a pervert. Maybe. Let's forget it. Sha Lu felt like crying. If this continued, even if he didn't die, his spirit would collapse. Less nonsense, hurry up. Zhang Fei's gaze hardened as he urged. Seeing that gaze, Sha Lu was very resistant in his heart. But it seemed that if he didn't agree, he might die on the spot in the next second. Swish. Enduring extreme reluctance, Sha Lu grew a new body again. Just as he was nervously waiting for Zhang Fei's next move, Zhang Fei slowly said, Now feel it. Has your chi increased? Hearing this, Sha Lu focused his gaze. Then a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. After a moment of thought, he seemed to have an answer. Could it be the effect of the siren cells? Sha Lu looked at Zhang Fei and asked doubtfully. He possessed siren cells and roughly knew their characteristics. This effect of increasing power after near-death recovery. He had some understanding. Zhang Fei nodded slightly. He remembered that after being forced to regress by Wu Fan, Sha Lu chose to self-destruct. Since the core in his brain was not destroyed, he used the cells of the Nami Kuxing people to regenerate a new body. After recovery, not only did he become a complete form again, but he also benefited his strength, directly reaching the super second level. Can this really make me become a complete form? Though Sha Lu was asking, his tone already held excitement. Zhang Fei slowly nodded. Barring accidents, it should work. Great. After getting the desired answer, Sha Lu could no longer suppress his joy. He even spread his arms and shouted, Come on, Mr. Zhang, don't be polite with me. Since you know how to improve, do you still need me to do it? Zhang Fei said casually. Sha Lu immediately understood and indicated he knew. Then he condensed a light beam in his hand, and without hesitation blasted it at himself. Boom. At once on this desolate planet, light soared into the sky and explosions continued without end. This was the self-mutilation training method Zhang Fei had prepared for Sha Lu. And this training method was only suitable for Sha Lu. Sun Wukong and Bei Jita could also use this method to improve. But from Zhang Fei's previous observations, their physical strength might not be suitable for such training. If it were earlier, that would be fine. After all, when their strength was small, even doubling wouldn't cause too much problem for their bodies. But now at this stage, unless they relied on their own breakthrough, using this method again would. The body's strength might not be able to withstand the huge power. This was probably the fundamental reason why Sun Wukong and Bei Jita later abandoned this training method. But Sha Lu had no such problem. First he had Bai Ke's regeneration ability, then Fu Lisa's resistance, plus the passive of Saiyan like Sun Wukong and Bei Jita. It was a perfect combination. Half a year passed. Cell's entire body was engulfed in golden aura. Lightning bolts circled around him. His once ugly face had become sharply defined. At the same time, there was a touch of sinister charm about him. Clearly he had now transformed into his perfect form. However, with a single poof of a punch, Cell's face took a blow. Immediately he was pressed to the ground and pummeled mercilessly. Why has it come to this? Cell silently screamed in his heart, his expression between tears and desperation. He had long since achieved his perfect form through self-mutilation. He thought he could finally take his revenge and escape Zhang Fei's clutches. But reality told him he had been dreaming too much. Zhang Fei's strength was terrifyingly powerful. Perfect form or not, he was no different from his first stage, someone who could be felled with a mere wave of a hand. At this moment, he had no desire whatsoever to resist. The notion that becoming perfect would grant him vengeance now seemed absurd. Get up. Zhang Fei observed Cell, lying on the ground, his voice barely carrying. Zhang Fei, you're doing this again. Cell complained miserably, his previous handsome and sinister demeanor completely gone. All that remained was a servile, groveling appearance. Throughout the past year, he'd first endured severe torment at the hands of his own, making, then faced relentless training day and night under Zhang Fei. Even with a strong mind, otherwise he would have gone mad long ago. Zhang Fei looked at him with hands behind his back. That's enough for today. Phew. Great. Cell exhaled in relief, a look of joy crossing his face. Being overpowered by Zhang Fei single-handedly every day and forced to repeat it. This kind of life was simply beyond what any normal person could endure. Don't get ahead of yourself, there's still a mission for you. Zhang Fei waved his hand, cutting off his excitement. Cell's expression shifted to one of respect. Zhang Fei gazed at him and said calmly, go to Earth, defeat Goku and Vegeta, and let me see the fruits of your training over the past 6 months. Yes. Cell responded enthusiastically upon hearing this. He never expected the mission entrusted to him would be so straightforward. With Scion cells already coursing through his veins, he was inherently battle-hungry. After achieving his perfect form, he felt confident he could handle Goku and Vegeta. Moreover, after more than half a year of intense training, dealing with these two should be effortless. Remember, just show them what you can do. Both of them are still useful to me, Zhang Fei reminded him while observing Cell's fervent expression. Cell's current power far exceeded his original counterpart, though the exact extent of that advantage remained difficult to quantify. It should significantly surpass Super Saiyan 2 levels, likely reaching the mid-stage of Super Saiyan 3. Against Goku or Vegeta, as they are now, victory should be well within his capabilities. He didn't want to disrupt their training progress by suddenly removing Cell. Understood. Despite not fully grasping the reasoning, Cell nodded earnestly. As they were conversing, Zhang Fei glanced upward and sensed a powerful energy signature approaching at incredible speed. Someone's coming, Cell asked curiously. Zhang Fei gave a faint nod, recognizing that particular energy signature immediately. He already knew who it belonged to. The pressure drew nearer and nearer, and Cell could faintly sense it as well. This energy was far from ordinary, tremendously immense. Only a powerful warrior could radiate such force. Shall I handle this person for you? Cell suggested quietly. It was obvious the newcomer had been heading straight for them, having already pinpointed their location. No need, it's likely Frisia's brother King Cold. Let's see what he wants. Zhang Fei shook his head, naming the source of this energy right away. He'd had brief encounters with King Cold before, so he was quite familiar with his energy signature. Actually, he'd sensed King Cold lingering nearby for some time, but hadn't paid much attention to it. Until now, when the fellow had come straight here. I see. No wonder this energy feels somewhat familiar to my own. Cell nodded in understanding. He then stood beside Zhang Fei, both gazing skyward. After roughly 10 minutes, King Cold's figure suddenly materialized on the horizon. He hovered in midair, looking down at the planet below. His first sight was Cell standing there. Huh, isn't that Frisia? King Cold muttered in confusion, then focused his senses. His surprise deepened. How is this possible? And that energy, it belongs to Father. Cell watched him with a cold smirk. Just as King Cold was lost in confusion, he suddenly noticed someone else standing nearby. The moment he turned and saw him, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Zhang Fei. King Cold screamed in terror. Zhang Fei, standing on the ground, simply nodded calmly. King Cold swallowed hard, never expecting to encounter such a formidable figure on this desolate planet. How could he dare remain in the sky? Abandoning all composure, he descended rapidly and appeared on the ground in an instant, jogging over to Jiang Fei's position. Jiang Fei, what are you doing here? King Cold stammered, unsure whether it stemmed from excitement or fear. Perhaps both emotions warred within him. After all, the being before him was someone even Beerus feared. Nothing, I just happened to be here, Jiang Fei said with a casual wave. Then he looked at him and asked, why are you here? This star region was extremely resource poor. Logically, King Cold shouldn't have been in this area. It's like this, my younger brother has escaped. King Cold explained slowly. It turned out that Frisia had taken advantage of lax security several days ago and broken out of the army prison. He had dispatched all his personnel to search the entire universe. Additionally, over the past few years, he had come to understand the existence of energy. While passing through this region, he suddenly detected Frisia's energy. That's why he had rushed here, which led to what just happened. Why did he run? Jiang Fei asked curiously. He wasn't very familiar with the affairs between these two brothers. King Cold smiled awkwardly, then slowly explained what had happened after Jiang Fei left. His numerous schemes against Frisia, including how Beerus had explicitly ordered him to increase the pressure. Hearing this, Jiang Fei couldn't help but shudder. He never expected King Cold to be so ruthless. Even Cell frowned at this. He thought to himself, is this guy even human? Though Cell himself wasn't exactly innocent. Then go ahead and keep searching. Jiang Fei waved his hand, not wanting to meddle in their family affairs. However, he had just heard Gu Lei's account. Fu Li Sa had sustained severe injuries. Judging by the extent of the damage, it would take at least 5 or 6 years for him to recover to his former peak. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly, about to take his leave. At the same time, he said to Sha Lu, don't forget what I entrusted to you. I'll be gone for a while, and I'll find you on Earth later. After saying that, Jiang Fei's body flashed with a white light, and he departed from the planet. Only Sha Lu and Gu La remained on the scene. With Jiang Fei's departure, the two of them simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. It was evident that their pressure had been immense. After catching their breath, Gu La fixed his gaze on Sha Lu. The reason was that the other's aura not only bore the presence of Fu Li Sa, but also that of his father, King Kurda. This piqued his curiosity. Why do you have Fu Li Sa's aura? Gu La asked, looking at Sha Lu with a furrowed brow. Sha Lu glanced at him indifferently and said somewhat arrogantly, that's none of your concern. His strength had now become incomparable to what it once was. Someone like Gu La was truly beneath his notice. Not to mention, at this moment, even when he had not yet reached his perfect form, the other was nothing but trash in his eyes. Gu La felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. In this universe, aside from Jiang Fei and Bai Lu Si, no one had ever been so arrogant before him. However, considering that this man had just been with Jiang Fei, though angered, he found it inopportune to lose his temper. Gu La let out a cold laugh. On the surface, he feigned respect and probed. Then may I ask, what is your relationship with Mr. Jiang Fei? I am Mr. Jiang's. Sha Lu was about to answer instinctively. He originally intended to say he was Jiang Fei's dog. After glancing at Gu La, who was full of anticipation, he felt that saying so would be a bit embarrassing. Ahem. He cleared his throat twice. Imitating Jiang Fei's usual nonchalant demeanor, he said, nothing much, just a friend. After saying this, he clasped his hands behind his back with an air of profound mystery. He looked up toward the horizon, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Friend. Gu Lei's heart suddenly trembled upon hearing this. He had never imagined that this person before him was actually Jiang Fei's friend. He had assumed he was some kind of subordinate or servant. After all, the last time he had heard the word friend was when Jiang Fei had spoken of Bai Lu Si. Yet after Bai Lu Si heard Jiang Fei's name, his behavior was anything but that of a friend. He was a complete coward, not even daring to meet face to face. And now from this person's mouth came the word friend again. It remained to be seen how much weight these two words carried. Then those injuries on your face and body. Gu Lei's attitude shifted, but he was still somewhat skeptical. Sha Lu looked at the wounds left from his recent battle with Jiang Fei. There was hardly a patch of intact skin. There was a large scorched black area, as if burned. Purple blood had congealed on his chest. After thinking for a moment, 2 or 3 seconds, he then explained with a hint of guilt, we just sparred a bit. I suffered some superficial injuries, but he wasn't in much better shape. Gu Lei's eyes filled with shock upon hearing this. This person was actually this formidable, able to spar with Jiang Fei. However, when he heard that Jiang Fei wasn't in much better shape, doubt rose in his heart again. After all he had witnessed with his own eyes, that Jiang Fei had left completely unscathed. How could he be as battered as the man before him? Is that true? Gu La couldn't help asking. Of course it's true. Sha Lu suppressed his unease and maintained a calm demeanor. Didn't you see how hastily he left? On the surface he seemed fine, but in reality he suffered severe internal injuries. He might be somewhere healing right now. After saying this, he silently prayed inwardly. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I'm just bragging a bit, please don't be angry. Just this once, I'll never do it again. Actually, if it weren't for Gu Lan knowing Jiang Fei, Sha Lu might not have bothered to explain so much. After all, he couldn't just worry about his own face. Jiang Fei's dignity also needed to be preserved. After hearing this, a look of astonishment appeared in Gu Lei's eyes. Thinking it over, it did seem to be the case. Jiang Fei had barely spoken a few words. He had left in a hurry. May I ask your name? Would you care to come to my place for a short visit? Gu Lan now spoke very politely. He felt that he had encountered quite a few benefactors in recent years. Heaven truly had begun to favor him. No need go about your business. I have matters to attend to, Sha Lu said indifferently. After saying that without giving him a chance to insist, he flew up into the sky heading toward Earth. Gu La watched Sha Lu's departing figure silently lamenting, things have changed. The times have changed, truly changed. After saying that he didn't linger there any longer, he reassembled his team preparing to continue searching for Fu Li Sa. On the other side, Jiang Fei had not gone elsewhere. He had directly come to the realm of the gods of destruction of Universe 7. He planned to take Sha Lu to other universes to test his skills. He might not be able to win, but he still needed to scout the situation. Moreover, during the half-year he had spent training with Sha Lu, his own strength had also increased slightly. Soon Jiang Fei had arrived at the realm of the gods of destruction. Oh no, the enforcer is here again. Wei Si, like a startled bird, immediately became tense. Only half a year had passed, and the shadow in his heart had not yet fully dissipated. He hadn't expected him to come again. After all, he and Bai Lu Si had done no work at all in the past half-year. But now was not the time to think about that. Wei Si's figure flickered, and he directly appeared in Bai Lu Si's bedchamber. Lord Bai Lu Si, get up quickly. The enforcer is here, Wei Si shouted anxiously. However, his words seemed somewhat redundant because Bai Lu Si had already risen frantically searching for his clothes. His perception was actually sharper than Wei Si's. After all, this realm of the gods of destruction was his territory. How could he not know when someone entered? But what surprised Wei Si was that since Jiang Fei had left, Bai Lu Si had been sleeping non-stop. Wei Si had called him several times in between, but had never been able to wake him. Unexpectedly this time, without being called, he had gotten up. In all these years, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. It was evident that the shadow Jiang Fei cast in Bai Lu Si's heart was no less than that in Wei Si's. Wei Si, hurry and go out to greet him, Bai Lu Si hastily ordered. His clothes were crooked and disheveled as he followed Wei Si out. He dared not show the slightest negligence, fearing that if he was late, he would be beaten again. The two of them hurriedly flew out of the palace. Upon spotting Jiang Fei, they accelerated even further. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before him. Greetings, enforcer. Beerus bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Whis, following behind Beerus, silently lowered his head as well. Jiang Fei observed Beerus, noticing the bloodshot eyes, a clear sign that he had just woken up not long ago. It seemed his arrival today had disturbed his sweet dreams. Beerus, have you been working diligently during the 6 months I've been away? Jiang Fei inquired calmly, without directly stating the purpose of his visit. Instead, he first asked about the recent work situation. Hearing this question, Beerus's heart tightened instantly. Since Jiang Fei left, he had been sleeping all along. All work had been cast aside. He had assumed Jiang Fei wouldn't come here for a few years. Unexpectedly, he had returned so soon. Well, Beerus slowly straightened up at a loss for an explanation. He glanced back at the person standing behind him and stammered, Whis, why don't you report the work to the enforcer? As he spoke, he unconsciously shuffled backward a few steps, retreating directly behind Whis. Lord Beerus, the enforcer is asking you a question. How can I report? Whis, watching his actions, spoke with a hint of trepidation. His own steps also began to edge backward slowly, for not only had Beerus failed to work diligently, but he himself had not fulfilled his supervisory role, not even reminding him about work. Whis, this is your fault. Reporting work is your duty. I'm not good with words. Beerus directly pushed against Whis, who was retreating. He couldn't let him fall behind him, or else when the enforcer took action, he would be the first to suffer. Whis blocking in front might at least withstand something. Whis turned back with dissatisfaction. Lord Beerus, what's there to be bad with words? Just tell the truth. Jiang Fei, seeing the two of them, already understood most of the situation. Needless to say, they hadn't done a single bit of work after he left. However, that wasn't the main purpose of his visit. He would settle that matter later. Enough. Just as the two were still bickering, Jiang Fei spoke in a low voice. Whis and Beerus immediately ceased their argument, their expressions turning cautious. I already have a clear picture of your work situation, Jiang Fei said with a frown. After a pause, his gaze shifted to Whis. Whis, noticing the look, felt his heart skip a beat. He wondered if the enforcer was going to make an example of him first. Give me the coordinates of the other universes, Jiang Fei said calmly. Hearing that he wasn't the target, Whis breathed a sigh of relief. Not daring to ask why, a ball of light materialized from his staff and floated gently before Jiang Fei. Enforcer, the maps of all universes are here. Whis relaxed with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded and touched the light orb with his hand. The orb instantly transformed into specks of light, merging into his mind. Immediately, a rough map of each universe appeared in his thoughts. Seeing Jiang Fei inquire about the locations of other universes, Beerus grew curious. Is the enforcer going to inspect work in other universes? He asked promptly. Zhang Fei glanced at him and said flatly, not exactly an inspection, just a visit. His enforcement authority currently only applied to the 7th universe. As for other universes, it would be finalized after the assessment was completed. Nevertheless, even without an inspection, he was still free to visit. Hearing this, Beerus's eyes lit up instantly. Unaware that Zhang Fei's authority was limited to the 7th universe, he took the just a visit remark as a polite euphemism and immediately hatched a mischievous plan. Beerus stepped forward with a grin. Enforcer, which universe are you planning to visit? I have good relations with the gods of destruction of other universes. I can brief you on their general situation. Whis almost couldn't suppress a laugh. He turned to Beerus and whispered, Lord Beerus, do you have any misunderstanding about what good relations means? Hearing Wiss's reminder, Beerus shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to shut up if he had nothing better to do. After warning Whis, he put on a smiling face again and looked at Zhang Fei. Oh, is that so? Then go ahead and tell me about them. Zhang Fei looked at him with amusement and gestured for him to continue. Seeing that the enforcer seemed to be taken in, Beerus's eyes grew even brighter. He immediately spilled the malice in his heart. Well, enforcer, as I mentioned before, I have a foolish younger brother. His name is Xiangpa, currently the god of destruction in the 6th universe. His work attitude is extremely unprofessional. He stopped there, feigning a helpless sigh as if filled with disappointment and anger at his brother's lack of improvement. Whis, hearing Beerus mention Xiangpa, looked somewhat odd. He immediately knew what the fellow was up to. Despite Beerus's current display of heartfelt concern, as if he were a responsible older brother, almost every god in the universe knew that these two brothers simply couldn't get along. No matter what they did, whether right or wrong, whenever they met they would clash. Clearly he was trying to steer the enforcer toward his brother. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow and looked at Beerus. So your meaning is? My meaning is the same as last time. I'd trouble the enforcer to go over and offer some guidance when you have time. It might benefit him for life. Beerus smiled with an extremely sincere expression. Zhang Fei looked at Beerus's earnest, family-considering demeanor, so genuine, it couldn't be more genuine. If he hadn't known some of the inside story, he might have been fooled by these lies. Beerus. Zhang Fei called his name softly. I'm here. Beerus stepped forward eagerly, obviously unaware of what awaited him. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow and said lightly, Do you know what I hate the most? People who treat me like a fool. Beerus shuddered upon hearing these words. His gaze toward Zhang Fei began to grow fearful. Standing by, Whis could only shake his head helplessly. This time he was likely to be caught in his own cleverness again. He sighed inwardly. Lord Beerus always tries to pull off some fancy moves, but little does he know that his intellect is far from sufficient. Enforcer, what do you mean by that? Beerus forced a smile and said with difficulty. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that his plan had been seen through. Zhang Fei narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, I don't know about Kampa's work attitude, but no matter how bad it is, it should still be better than yours, right? Upon hearing this, Beerus fell silent, his face unable to maintain its composure. He didn't know what the current universe ranking was, but before he had always been firmly in second to last place. There was almost no room to fall further. As for the 6th universe, it occupied the third to last position. Although it wasn't that high either, it was still one step above him. Whose work attitude was worse was almost obvious. I won't say anything about this. Zhang Fei glanced at him and waved his hand. These two brothers were in the same boat. Neither should laugh at the other. Beerus was trying to steer him toward the 6th universe. Wasn't it because the two of them had a bad relationship? He thought about the relationship between the gods of destruction. Zhang Fei continued looking at Beerus. But you said your relationship with the other gods of destruction is good. Aren't you treating me like a fool? Beerus swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his face. It seemed he had underestimated the enforcer. He was not as easy to fool as Zeno. Zhang Fei stared at him intently, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. With such intelligence, it was no wonder he was ranked second to last in the universe. In fact, Beerus's claim that he had good relations with the other gods of destruction was pure nonsense. Not only was his relationship with competence, but the gods of destruction from other universes also had a very poor perception of him, to the point that they didn't even want to talk to him. He remembered that it was a long time ago. Zeno had organized a universe-wide game of hide-and-seek. All the gods participated. And what happened? This guy, without a word, ran straight back to the realm of destruction and slept for 50 years. Therefore Zeno couldn't find him no matter how hard he tried. It infuriated that little idiot so much that he almost destroyed all the universes. In the end, the remaining 11 gods of destruction went through great hardships to soothe him. Therefore, whenever the gods saw Beerus, they never had a good expression. Enforcer, I was wrong. Beerus lowered his head, his face drooping. Zhang Fei looked at him and said calmly, Since you admit your mistake, then you and Whis will attack together. After speaking, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the two opposite. Whis was bewildered upon hearing this, full of question marks. How did he get dragged into this? Just as he was about to speak, Beerus interrupted, Excellent, excellent. He didn't actually want to see Whis get beaten. After all, he had seen enough of that in the past 3 years. He just didn't want to be the only one getting beaten up. If someone could join him, that would be even better. And if that person was Whis, it would be absolutely perfect. Enforcer. Whis couldn't express his grievances. Why did they have to start a fight again? And if they were going to fight, why did he have to be dragged along? But before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Fei interrupted him. Enough nonsense, I said, both of you attack together. He had originally come here with no intention of fighting. If Beerus hadn't tried to fool him, he might have already left by now. But now, since he hadn't had a good workout in a long time, he might as well take this opportunity. When training with Cell before, he had always held back for fear of accidentally killing him. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would kill that guy. But now, facing Beerus and Whis, he had no such reservations. These two were tough and thick-skinned with divine power, so they were hard to kill. Whis attack. Beerus urged from the side. Whis glared at him, then picked up his staff. Enforcer, forgive me. With that, he attacked. Beerus didn't hesitate, either instantly appearing in front of Zhang Fei. He knew that if he didn't attack first, he would have no chance to strike later. Just as the two were about to reach Zhang Fei, a white light flashed from his body. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted. Both of their bodies were instantly frozen by an immense impact force, unable to move any closer. Wow. Beerus spat out a mouthful of blood. In that very instant, his body had already sustained damage. At this moment, his expression had become extremely ferocious. The Enforcer's power has improved again. Whis thought in shock. Such talent was truly terrifying. At this rate, surpassing the Grand Priest was just a matter of time. Even surpassing the unattainable king of all gods. I can't hold on. As Whis was still lost and thought Beerus was sent flying backward. Not good. Whis's face changed drastically. The light on Zhang Fei's body became even more dazzling. Boom. A thunderclap resounded. The explosion spread across the entire realm of destruction. The ground trembled, and the surrounding flora and trees were uprooted. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky, sensing this energy, instantly collapsed in the sky, turning into clusters of brilliant, colorful blossoms. Whis channeled his divine power to the extreme, wrapping his entire body in a pale green sacred aura. Yet this power was like a small boat in a vast ocean, almost submerged by the slightest wave. Cough, cough. Whis could no longer hold on. A stream of blood flowed from his mouth. His body uncontrollably flew backward. The staff in his hand was also knocked aside. He retreated hundreds of meters before finally stopping. At his feet lay Beerus, who had just been sent flying. In one move, Zhang Fei had neutralized the attacks of both Whis and Beerus. Moreover, both of their bodies had sustained injuries of varying degrees. Is that all you've got? Zhang Fei said calmly. He hadn't even had his fill of fighting yet. With a flash, he appeared in front of Whis. Zhang Fei casually threw a punch. His relaxed demeanor made it seem as if he wasn't taking the fight seriously. But this scene caused Whis's pupils to contract sharply in pain. For some unknown reason, he casually grabbed Beerus, who was lying on the ground, and held him horizontally in front of his own body. Damn it, Whis, you're too much. Beerus opened his eyes wide and cursed. This was completely treating him, the god of destruction, as a meat shield. Hearing this shout, Wei Si finally snapped back to reality. That's right, what he was holding up was none other than Bai Lu Si, the god of destruction. How had he ended up lifting this deity as a shield? Just as he was about to set Bai Lu Si down, Zhang Fei's fist came whistling through the air. Wei Si by reflex raised Bai Lu Si once more, even stretching his arm forward and pushing him out. Bang! The heavy punch landed directly on the abdomen. Bai Lu Si spat a mouthful of fresh blood from his mouth. His eyes bulged wide as if they were about to pop out. Wei Si was shaken by the tremendous force, his body retreating dozens of meters backward. It was evident that Zhang Fei's punch, though not delivered with full force, was still immensely powerful. Wei Si. You bastard. Bai Lu Si opened his mouth wide and squeezed out these words from his throat. That punch caused his chi and blood to surge, and even his internal organs were injured. Fortunately, he was the god of destruction. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have been finished long ago. I'm sorry, Lord Bai Lu Si. I'm so used to holding my staff that somehow I picked you up instead. Wei Si, upon hearing this, quickly apologized and explained. He really hadn't done it intentionally. It was just that Zhang Fei's punch came so suddenly. His hand was accustomed to holding the staff. After the staff fell, he instinctively treated Bai Lu Si as the staff, holding him horizontally in front of himself. Put me down now, Bai Lu Si said through gritted teeth, his expression ferocious. It was clear that the punch just now had nearly cost him his life. All right. Wei Si quickly agreed. Just as he was about to put Bai Lu Si down, he saw Zhang Fei's next punch already flying toward his face. Seeing this, Wei Si instinctively raised Bai Lu Si in front of him again. Seeing his body lifted once more, Bai Lu Si was so angry his teeth itched. However, before he could vent too much anger, Zhang Fei's fist grew larger in his pupils. With a bang, another straight punch landed squarely on his chest, and he bore it with all his might. This time it made him vomit several large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, he no longer cared about holding Wei Si accountable, because he felt stars spinning before his eyes, dizzy on the verge of fainting. Zhang Fei originally intended to throw another punch, but seeing the situation he thought better of it. He looked at Wei Si and said calmly, "Good technique, Wei Si." If he continued hitting, Bai Lu Si would probably be kept in his hand as a shield. Hearing this, Wei Si chuckled awkwardly, then quickly and gently placed the shield in his hand on the ground. Though severely injured, Bai Lu Si had not yet lost consciousness. Lying on the ground, he could not utter a word, but his eyes filled with fury already expressed a silent curse. "And enforce her about this. You see," Wei Si said with a fawning smile. Although what had just happened was somewhat dramatic, it also made him realize one thing in future battles with Zhang Fei. It seemed safer to bring Bai Lu Si along. Zhang Fei waved his hand and said, "All right, let's stop here for today. I'll come again when I have time." After saying that, his figure vanished from the realm of the gods of destruction. Seeing Zhang Fei leave, Wei Si felt a wave of relief in his heart. But the relief didn't last long. He immediately checked on the one still lying on the ground. "Lord Bai Lu Si, Lord Bai Lu Si, are you all right?" Wei Si asked with concern. After all, this was the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Nothing bad could happen to him. If it were to be investigated, the Omni King would be angry. Although all this was caused by Zhang Fei, he himself also bore some unavoidable responsibility. Bai Lu Si was almost unconscious. But upon hearing Wei Si's call, he instantly opened his red bloodshot eyes. Now seeing Wei Si's face, he hated him so much that his teeth itched. He had already been defeated and was lying on the ground waiting for it to end. But then he was grabbed and used as a human shield. He took 2 heavy punches for nothing. "Lord Bai Lu Si, please calm down. Healing is more important. Don't let anger harm your body." Wei Si comforted him in a gentle tone. But Bai Lu Si clearly could not swallow this anger. He mustered the last ounce of strength in his body, stared wide-eyed and roared angrily. "You as my guardian angel, is this how you protect me, Wei Si?" This." Hearing Bai Lu Si's roar, Wei Si felt even more embarrassed and guilty. However, he still wanted to defend himself since no one had done it intentionally. The situation was urgent and he hadn't had time to think. Well, I have indeed been steadfastly guarding you from behind the whole time, Lord Bai Lu Si." Wei Si lowered his head, stroking his chin, his voice growing softer, his face already full of guilt. You. Hearing this shameless remark, Bai Lu Si pointed at Wei Si, stuttering, "You," for a long time without getting anywhere. With a puff, another mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth. His vision went dark, the world spun, and he fainted directly. Seeing this, Wei Si was startled. He quickly sensed his life signs. Finding that he was not seriously hurt, just unconscious from extreme anger, he slowly relaxed his tense heart. Wait, Wei Si then thought of something. Zhang Fei had asked for the coordinates of other universes. He would definitely go there. Moreover, he himself said he wanted to look around, seeing the horrific state of his own universe. Wei Si made a prompt decision, feeling it necessary to warn the brothers and sisters of all the other universes. "Wamo. This is Wei Si. I'm telling you something, the first universe must be careful. 12th universe. Ma Di knew this as Wei Si. I'm here to tell you to be careful about something." Since he didn't know which universe Zhang Fei would go to, Wei Si spent about 10 minutes informing all the remaining 11 universes. What he said was exactly the same without exception. It was that a leader was coming for an inspection and they should prepare quickly. Clean up any messes, don't get caught red-handed. When these angels asked which specific leader was coming, Wei Si's answer was also straightforward. "TSK, a leader is a leader. Why ask so many questions? It's the leader in our 7th universe." After Wei Si said this, they understood. The one who could make Wei Si call him a leader and was in the 7th universe could only be one person. However, what surprised them was, what exactly had this leader done in the 7th universe? Judging from Wei Si's tone, he seemed very frightened, which no one had expected. He didn't even dare to directly telepathically tell them his title and name. After departing from the destruction god realm, Zhang Fei headed straight for Earth. However, he was not overly hasty and his pace of travel was moderate. He needed time during the journey to carefully consider which universe would be most suitable. On Earth, in a desolate wilderness, Cell had set up a massive arena. Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and others had all gathered there. The others on Earth had also arrived. Of course, with the exception of future Trunks, who had long since left this world. "Hey, you have all arrived rather quickly," Cell said with a sinister smile, his arms crossed. Vegeta looked at Cell, who had undergone a complete transformation. Speaking with utter disdain, a defeated foe dares to show his face. "I never imagined Zhang Fei would spare you." Half a year ago, he had already fought against the second form Cell. Undoubtedly, it had been almost a one-sided beating. If Zhang Fei had not suddenly intervened, he would have destroyed the perfect form Cell back then. Nevertheless, it was not too late. At that time, he had been absolutely resolute about eliminating the perfect form Cell. Now, after half a year of arduous training, like Son Goku, he had reached the full power state of Super Saiyan. Eliminating this opponent before him should be an easy task. Defeated foe. This time it will not be so simple, Cell said calmly, looking at Vegeta. At the same time, he disdainfully scanned everyone present. It seemed as though he did not hold these people in high regard at all. Fall talk. Vegeta sneered coldly. His personality, though greatly improved compared to before, had not changed fundamentally in his core arrogance, especially toward Cell, a former defeated opponent. In his eyes, no matter how much the other had grown stronger, he was still nothing more than a worthless fool. Son Goku at this moment was the most excited and enthusiastic among them. It had been far too long since he last fought an enemy. Cell's reappearance was like a gift sent from heaven. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the arena. Cell, are you here to destroy Earth and kill all of humanity? Son Goku restrained his burning battle spirit and asked solemnly. Although he desperately wanted to fight, it was better to clarify the situation first. Idiot. Vegeta cursed disdainfully. In his view, the questions Son Goku was asking were incredibly foolish. Wasn't he here to destroy Earth and kill all of humanity? Or was he supposed to come specifically to bow, confess his sins, and reform? Piccolo and the others also felt rather helpless. Son Goku's personality was simply too kind, perhaps excessively so. Even if the other was a ruthless murderer who had killed many innocents, as long as he sincerely confessed and spoke a few soft words. Destroy Earth, kill all of humanity. Cell mildly savored those words. He then slowly shook his head and said, too boring. No interest. The words Cell spoke were something no one had expected. Vegeta, Son Goku, and the others all stood with their mouths agape in shock. Actually, in the past, he might have considered such things. But now it was virtually impossible. First, Zhang Fei had instructed him not to harm the people on Earth. Second, after half a year of getting along, his personality had been subtly influenced by Zhang Fei. Almost nothing could capture his interest anymore, especially these people who seemed like mere ants. He seemed to carry an aura of detachment from worldly affairs, a sense of serene calmness. Then what are you here for? Son Goku scratched his head, completely bewildered. Previously encountered enemies would always threaten to destroy the world or take their lives, forcing him to act. But now, facing an opponent who did not want to kill anyone, he had no idea what to do. Son Goku silently deliberated. Perhaps I should just kowtow to him. Ask him to fight me. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others also frowned at Cell. They had come because they sensed Cell's energy. Unexpectedly, Cell had changed not only in appearance, but also in personality. Nothing much. I just wanted to hear Vegeta sing, Cell said teasingly, simultaneously glancing down at the crowd below. Indeed, when Vegeta heard these words, his face instantly turned dark green. That was his lifelong shame, and he never expected it to be exposed publicly again. You're asking for death. Vegeta roared, and golden flames erupted from his body. His hair instantly turned golden, and his pupils shifted to pale blue. In almost an instant, he charged towards Cell. Bang! 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 One punch after another, each accompanied by whistling sounds of breaking air, was struck forward. Excellent. Cell sneered contemptuously, and golden flames similarly erupted from his body. Slowly extending his palm, he easily and effortlessly blocked the strike. What a... Vegeta was startled within. He had never imagined his attack could be neutralized so easily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vegeta withdrew his fists and launched several more strikes in rapid succession. However, to Cell's eyes, these attacks appeared extraordinarily slow. With ease, he dodged them all. Seizing an opening, Cell delivered a direct kick. Crash. Vegeta absorbed the blow. His stance destabilized, and he retreated several body lengths backward. Cell kept his hands behind his back, casually scanning the entire crowd, and said slowly, "Why don't you all come at me together?" His expression, movements, and tone, when speaking those words, genuinely carried traces of Zhang Fei's mannerisms. However, where Zhang Fei projected such natural elegance and charisma, Cell's display somehow felt deliberately pretentious. All right. Son Goku had long been restless. Hearing those words without any further hesitation, he directly activated his Super Saiyan form and attacked toward Cell. I'm joining too. Son Gohan saw his father already in the fray. Continuing to merely watch was indeed inappropriate. Displaying the same golden aura, he charged onto the arena. Gohan, Piccolo called out and followed after. Although his power level was not high, his own son had entered the battle. As a father, he could not simply stand aside. Krillin, T, and Yamcha and others exchanged glances. They no longer remained at the sidelines to observe. By this point, almost everyone had mobilized. The three of them, even if they could not win, had to go up and lend their support. Haha. Cell observed that most of the capable fighters had joined. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Facing a dense barrage of attacks from a circle of opponents, he handled them with considerable composure. While dodging, he mockingly addressed the crowd. Since you're all here, let me make one thing clear. If you all lose, you must sing for me a chorus of "Where is the road ahead?" The arena beneath your feet is not built for combat. It is a stage prepared specifically for the four of you. Hearing Cell's arrogant words, especially the phrase, "Where is the road ahead?" Vegeta was so furious his teeth ached. After steadying his mindset, he unleashed his energy and charged forward. At the same time, he sneered coldly at Cell. You know how to sing it yourself. Just save it for yourself. With that, Vegeta launched his attack. Vegeta joined the fray, and the entire arena erupted into a chaotic brawl. The warriors of Earth encircled Cell, launching fierce strikes from every angle. Heh! Cell sneered at their combined assault with utter contempt. He had grown tired of pretense and resolved to end this swiftly. The golden radiance burst forth from his body, crackling like rolling thunder. Streaks of electricity hissed and popped through the air around him. It was evident he had unlocked the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Cell's ki has surged so drastically, Son Goku observed with acute perception, speaking in astonishment. This energy is absurd. Son Gohan shared the same shock. He had assumed Cell's power barely exceeded their own. But he never expected it to be this overwhelming. It appeared as though Cell had surpassed their very realm. It's merely an empty display of intimidation. Vegeta's heart sank, his teeth clenched as he forced out those words stubbornly. He could feel it himself. Cell's aura far surpassed their combined might. Yet his pride had already flared, and he no longer cared about the consequences. After all the boasting he had just spat out, how could he possibly drop to his knees and concede defeat mid-battle? The expressions on the others' faces were frozen stiff. The situation before them defied all description. Yet there was a grim comfort in their hearts. Perhaps even in defeat they would not lose their lives. It seemed all that was required was to sing a song. This was something they could accept. Empty intimidation. Very well, let me show you whether it is bluff or not. Cell's lips curled into a sinister smile as he abandoned his defensive stance. In a flash his figure vanished and reappeared directly before Vegeta. How fast! The assembled warriors gasped in shock. Even Vegeta had not anticipated such blinding speed. There was no room for him to react at all. Cell lifted his leg and delivered a devastating side kick to Vegeta's face. Without any defensive movement, Vegeta was sent skidding several meters away. Across the vast arena, he slid, carving a long trail behind him. Soon after, the golden aura belonging to a Super Saiyan around him gradually faded. So strong, incredibly powerful. Son Goku witnessed this scene and was deeply shaken. No one understood Vegeta's strength better than he did. It was only marginally below his own. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected him to fall in a single strike. But before Goku could linger in his shock, it was already his turn. Cell adjusted his trajectory and charged straight toward Goku's position. We're in trouble. Goku recognized the danger and immediately prepared his defenses. Yet his outcome was no better than Vegeta's. Cell in his Super Saiyan 3 state was incomparable to anything Goku could match at full power as a Super Saiyan 1. The attack landed almost instantly, a complete knockout with no room for counterattack. With a devastating punch, Goku was reduced to his black-haired base form, lying unconscious on the arena floor. Father! Gohan saw his father struck down and immediately erupted with a surge of ki, launching himself into battle proactively. At this moment, he was arguably the strongest among them all. Still, to Cell these efforts meant nothing whatsoever. Gohan, don't act recklessly. Upon seeing this, Piccolo rushed in to join the fight as well. However, Cell read through both of their movements completely. The result was no different from before. Each fell to a single strike, all laid low. From striking down Vegeta to defeating Gohan and Piccolo, it had taken Cell less than a single second. Cell stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the fallen warriors on the arena, thoroughly enjoying the sight. It turned out that the feeling of obliterating opponents with a single blow was truly exquisite. Only now did he understand the pleasure Zhang Fei must have felt. What should we do? Krillin's face was etched with sheer panic. Earth's primary combatants had all been knocked down. All that remained were himself, Tien, and Yamcha, these ragtag stragglers. By any measure, they stood no chance against Cell. They had only come to this fight to bask in the spectacle. How should I know? Perhaps we should just surrender voluntarily. Yamcha was equally frantic. Fortunately, Cell seemed to hold no interest in them whatsoever. In the past, he would have slaughtered them all without hesitation. But now he felt no desire at all. These people were far too weak, truly not worth the effort. Meanwhile, on another front, after a leisurely 10-minute journey, Zhang Fei had arrived at Earth. Sensing Cell's aura, he instantly materialized above the battlefield. However, upon witnessing the scene below, he froze completely. What exactly is happening down there? Why are they singing? Zhang Fei pressed his lips together and muttered to himself. On the arena below, Son Goku and Son Gohan stood at the center, belting out a song at the top of their lungs. La 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 la. Through every twist of life's bitter and sweet. They sang with complete abandon, performing with extraordinary enthusiasm. There was not a hint of shame or awkwardness in their demeanor, though the singing was genuinely atrocious. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha stood positioned around them. Humming and swaying their heads, they served entirely as the atmosphere crew. Hearing those voices, Piccolo felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Crossing his arms, he turned his back in disgust. As the former great demon king, he still possessed a shred of dignity. Forcing him to sing would have been preferable to killing him. Vegeta had similarly turned away. Hearing those familiar, wretched melodies made his teeth ache with fury. He longed to find a crack in the earth and hide within it. He had originally intended to simply leave, but with two little cells watching him closely, his attempt to depart was thwarted. He had tried to leave earlier, but had not even walked far before those two squat brats dragged him back. Then they pinned him to the ground and kicked him relentlessly. When the hell is this terrible song going to end? How is Kakarot actually enjoying this so much? Vegeta glanced sideways, his brow furrowed as he vented his frustration. He simply could not comprehend how Goku's mind was constructed. Singing so horribly in full public view, didn't he feel any embarrassment at all? Above in the sky, Zhang Fei covered his face, unable to bear watching or listening any longer. If this continued much longer, this song would become an eternal classic. So that's quite enough. We should be going. Zhang Fei spoke calmly from above, his brows slightly furrowed. Though his voice was not loud, it carried clearly down to the arena below. Cell looked upward, his previously indifferent expression shifting as he immediately grinned and flew up to meet him. Goku and the others ceased their duet and gazed skyward. Yet before anyone could speak, was that Zhang Fei just now? Goku scratched his head and muttered to himself. That's right, father. It was Uncle Zhang Fei. Gohan nodded affirmatively. Vegeta gazed up at the sky, his brows knitting together. Recalling Cell's overwhelming power, his mind raced with countless thoughts. Could it be that Cell's immense strength is all thanks to Zhang Fei? The thought sparked a fleeting brightness in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a look of inner turmoil. Glancing at Goku beside him, he silently pondered, perhaps I should just become his dog as well. Across all the universes, every destroyer and angel had received word that Zhang Fei might arrive at their universe at any moment. In certain higher-ranked universes, expressing not the slightest unease. In the 11th universe, the destroyer with a clown-like face, Whim, was leisurely enjoying a delightful afternoon tea. Standing beside him was Makarita, his guardian angel, with her twin ponytails exceptionally beautiful and carrying a unique charm. Lord Whim, you seem entirely unconcerned about the news of the enforcer coming, did Makarita say, with a faint smile, observing her destroyer's leisurely and carefree demeanor, showing absolutely no interest in the news he had just received. What is there to worry about, Whim said, leaning back in his chair and parting his red lips, his voice low and casual. Makarita smiled faintly. According to Vase, they were severely tormented by this enforcer. Whim chuckled derisively upon hearing this. Shaking his head slightly, he replied, that fool Beerus has made such a mess of the 7th universe. Do you really think they will have easy days ahead? Hearing this, Makarita immediately smiled and shook her head. She was very well aware of the comprehensive strength level of the 7th universe. If not for the 9th universe covering for them, they would unconditionally be ranked dead last. If the enforcer comes to our 11th universe, he will surely come with a smile and leave equally joyful, Whim declared confidently. As he spoke, he glanced at Makarita beside him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Honestly, he also felt extremely fortunate to have such an angel by his side. Makarita was an angel with a highly distinctive way of speaking, always offering stern admonitions to the supreme Kais and destroyers who lacked sufficient rigor. It was precisely for this reason that the level of the 11th universe had gradually begun to improve, nurturing numerous top-tier powerhouses. That is true, Makarita replied with equal confidence. However, a subtle sense of anticipation stirred within her heart. What kind of person was this enforcer who could actually torment the ever-composed Vase to the point where he dared not even speak his name? Meanwhile, 4 other universes shared the same sentiment as Whim. They were respectively the 1st, 12th, 5th, and 8th universes. These 4 universes possessed extremely high development levels, ranking among the top 4. They had even secured direct exemption from the future Tournament of Power. On the matter of Zhang Fei coming, they had reached a unified consensus. That was simply come whenever you wish. We guarantee not a single flaw can be found. However, for every joy there is sorrow. The other universes did not think so. It was just like when a teacher randomly checked recitation before class. Those who had prepared were fearlessly confident, wearing expressions of arrogance and disdain, occasionally letting out cold sneers, feeling as though if their name were not called it would betray all their effort from the previous night. Meanwhile, those who had not prepared could only bury their heads, silently praying in their hearts without making the slightest sound. Some might put on a bravado, sitting bolt upright, as if full of confidence. But the moment their name was called, their hearts would stop and their legs would turn to jelly. The 6th universe clearly belonged to this category of those who had not prepared. In the destroyer realm, Buds, think quickly. What should we do? Palsy exclaimed, anxiously pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Buds, the angel of the 6th universe, watched Palsy pacing before her and felt her head splitting with anxiety. Sighing deeply, she helplessly said, if you knew this would happen, why did you not act accordingly in the past? In fact, Buds was rather strict toward the destroyer. Palsy also harbored a certain degree of fear toward her. However, despite his fear, he still refused to do what needed to be done. No matter how much she lectured him, it was of no use. Buds, do you think the enforcer might not necessarily come to our 6th universe? Palsy said somewhat self-comfortingly. Who knows? Bud said helplessly upon hearing this self-deceptive remark. After a moment of thought, she continued, the enforcer is coming from the 7th universe. Tell me, Lord Palsy, would Lord Beerus recommend coming here to him? Hearing this, Palsy's heart tightened sharply, his steps faltering and nearly causing him to faceplant. Regaining his balance, he slapped his forehead. Right, how could I have forgotten that? His bastard brother would definitely throw him under the bus. He would absolutely go to any lengths to steer things toward him. Buds, how about we go out and hide for a while? Palsy's heart was completely in chaos, fear having reached its zenith. Hide? Lord Palsy, are you certain? Buds raised an eyebrow. She and Vase were siblings and were relatively close in daily life. Therefore, after being notified of this matter, they had discussed quite a bit. She had understood a portion of this enforcer's temperament and disposition. Why? Is that inappropriate? Palsy asked in confusion. Buds nodded, saying earnestly, highly inappropriate. She then briefly recounted the ordeals of Vase and Beerus. The general content was that Beerus and the others hid to avoid meeting the enforcer. Upon finally meeting, they received a set of kind treatment. Then they were subjected to 3 years of sanctions. Even on the day of departure, they were soundly beaten. This. Is this even human? Palsy, hearing Bud's account, had already become incoherent. He could no longer imagine how Beerus had survived these years. Lord Palsy, watch your words. Buds, hearing Palsy say this, was terrified and quickly covered his mouth. Palsy directly pushed away the hand covering his mouth. The person is not even here, yet can't I even say something? Sigh. After saying this, Palsy helplessly sighed again. With his hands behind his back, he resumed pacing back and forth in the destroyer realm, muttering as he walked, brutal, treacherous, behaving like a hooligan, accomplishing nothing yet swearing like. How could Lord Zeno have chosen someone like this as enforcer? What should we do? Buds, hearing Palsy's complaints, was utterly stunned. She had just told him to be careful with his words. Why was he still going on? And on top of that, his improvised rhymes kept coming in sets. Just as Palsy was in utter distress and Buds was at her wits' end, a beam of light suddenly descended upon the destroyer realm of the 6th universe. Both Palsy and Buds looked over simultaneously. Whoosh. 2 figures suddenly appeared in this domain. Following them came an incomparably calm voice. Brutal, treacherous, behaving like a hooligan, accomplishing nothing yet swearing like. Your evaluation of me is quite high, Palsy. Enforcer. Xiang Pa's legs went weak at the sight of the man before him, almost collapsing to the ground. Baduosi, upon seeing Jiang Fei, inwardly cried, it's over, it's over. At the same time, she cast a reproachful glance at the Xiang Pa beside her. She had told him to be careful with his words, to be cautious. But not only was he not cautious, he had even concocted a little rhyme. He had to go and make up a rhyme and then let the other party hear it. However, what struck her as different was that this enforcer was actually quite handsome. Although she had seen him before in passing and thought he was indeed very handsome, seeing him in person still gave her a different sensation. Baduosi, what do we do? He's coming over. Xiang Pa was now drenched in cold sweat from anxiety, because Jiang Fei was already slowly walking in their direction. What do we do? Just bow respectfully, and that's all. Baduosi spread her hands, indicating helplessness. At this moment, any excuse was futile. All they could do was quietly await the enforcer's thunderous wrath. Jiang Fei looked at them walking forward slowly. He wasn't particularly angry, just felt a bit puzzled. How had he ended up with such a reputation? He had always been in the 7th universe and had never interacted with other universes. When had he become a sinister, cruel, and thuggish person? Doing nothing could be traced, but he had never engaged in cursing people's mothers. However, that aside, those 2 lines were actually quite catchy. Just then, Xiang Pa, accompanied by Baduosi, had already come forward. Greetings, Lord Enforcer. Drenched in sweat, he bowed deeply to Jiang Fei. The angle of his bow far exceeded 90 degrees. Sweat on his face like soybeans dripped down in large drops. Greetings, Enforcer. Baduosi smiled and nodded. She also bowed her body appropriately. Sha Lu followed behind Jiang Fei, curiously observing everything around. It was his first time in the realm of the god of destruction. Everything here was very novel to him. He did not look down upon Xiang Pa and Baduosi before him, because he could sense that, like Jiang Fei, neither of these 2 had any presence of qi. Xiang Pa, Jiang Fei said, looking at the chubby figure before him, his tone calm. Hearing this calm voice, Xiang Pa's heart leaped into his throat, his eyes filled with fear. Somehow he felt that his respect was still not sufficient. He then bent his legs, and with a thud knelt on the ground. He looked up, grinning with a forced smile, and said, Enforcer, you're here. What are you doing? Get up and speak. Jiang Fei frowned, raised his hand slightly, and said calmly. Perhaps influenced by his past life, he actually did not like people kneeling to him at every turn. In the 7th universe, he would always tell those who knelt to stand up and speak. Now that he was in the 6th universe, it would naturally be no exception. He quickly shook his head, face full of ingratiating smiles, and said, Enforcer, I'd better speak while kneeling. Kneeling is comfortable. Jiang Fei's frown deepened. He then turned his attention to the angel beside him. Ba Duosi felt Jiang Fei's deep gaze and felt as if she had fallen deeply into it. However, she steadied her mind, adjusted her emotions, stepped forward, and explained with a smile, Lord Xiangpa likes to speak with people this way, or it has become a habit. Please forgive him, enforcer. Is that so? Jiang Fei was puzzled, his expression turning strange. According to his past life memories, he didn't recall Xiangpa having such a habit. It seemed there was some discrepancy between impression and reality. But what Jiang Fei didn't know was that his infamy had already been widely spread by Wei Si. Xiangpa speaking while kneeling was not a habit at all. It was clearly caused by excessive fear of him, especially since the words he had just spoken were heard by him. If forced to call it a habit, it was one that had just been cultivated after seeing the enforcer. Yes, I am naturally born with a worthless backbone. Worthless as a person, even more worthless in speech. Xiangpa quickly said with a forced laugh, desperately degrading himself. He only hoped that Jiang Fei would forget the words he had just said. Even if he couldn't forget, it would be best to attribute it to his own loose tongue. That way perhaps the punishment he would receive would be a little lighter. However, he had clearly underestimated the situation. Jiang Fei waved his hand and said, If you want to kneel, then kneel. But don't you want to talk about the matter of you slandering me? With that, his gaze focused on Xiangpa. An invisible pressure descended directly upon him. Xiangpa felt this intangible force. Sweat on his face grew denser. The fear in his eyes seemed to become tangible. This. Xiangpa was so scared he couldn't speak. He stuttered for a long time without managing to say anything coherent. He could only turn his gaze to Ba Duosi. He looked at her nervously and said, Ba Duosi, quickly talk to the enforcer. Ba Duosi felt speechless upon hearing this. At this point, how could she talk? Besides insulting and slandering the enforcer, who would dare to talk about that? Talking would just be making excuses. She should rather think about how to protect herself. Enforcer Lord Xiangpa has been disrespectful to you. Please handle the matter strictly. Ba Duosi spoke with a heroic air like an angel upholding justice impartially. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa almost spat out blood. He had asked the angel to say a few words, but she had started acting like an inhuman. Ba Duosi looked at Xiangpa's ugly expression and felt quite helpless in her heart. After a brief pause, she continued slowly. But Lord Xiangpa's words were absolutely unintentional. He was just misled by some rumors. Oh, what makes you say that? Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow slightly, while a hint of his own judgment emerged in his mind. This matter was mainly communicated to us by Wei Si. Ba Duosi began to recount in detail. She very decisively threw Wei Si under the bus. After all, he was their own god of destruction. Wei Si was just a younger brother. The relative importance was clear. That's about it. He mainly told us to be careful of you, saying you are too cruel and inhumane. Ba Duosi's voice grew softer. Her tone also became cautious. Anyway, that's what he told us. As for other universes, I'm not sure. After saying this, she began to pray silently in her heart. Wei Si, you can't blame your sister. Your sister is just trying to protect herself. You've already taken so many beatings. A few more should still be bearable, right? So that's the case. Just as I expected. Jiang Fei sneered. After all this, it really was Wei Si's doing. It seemed that Xiangpa's kneeling upon seeing him was not only because he had slandered him, but mainly because he had heard these rumors and was overwhelmed by fear. Kampa's expression improved considerably upon hearing this explanation from Vados. He silently gave her a mental thumbs up. Truly his angel, quick-witted as always. This seamless scapegoating maneuver had effectively shifted the bulk of the responsibility away. At that moment, Kampa also lamented at the most opportune time. Enforcer, it was all Beerus and his cohorts with their sinister intentions. I was merely duped by their deceitful words, leading to the mistake today. In the 7th universe's realm of the god of destruction, Whis was tending to Beerus's injuries. As divine power flowed continuously into him, Beerus and Whis both involuntarily shuddered at the same time. They exchanged a glance. Beerus spoke slowly. Whis, why do I feel no relief after the enforcer left? Instead, I feel the same, as if something ominous awaits us. Whis nodded, also sensing a foreboding premonition. This feeling had lingered in his heart since just now. In the 6th universe's realm of the god of destruction. Listening to Kampa's lament, Jiang Fei said calmly, rise for now. Hearing the placid tone, Kampa thought the matter was settled, dried his tears, and stood up. Hunched over, he looked at Jiang Fei with a chubby face beaming with a smile appearing quite endearing. Come, stand straight. Jiang Fei continued instructing. Kampa was puzzled but complied. He straightened his large belly and stretched his legs rigidly. Jiang Fei nodded faintly. Growing more curious, Kampa asked, Enforcer, what are you planning to do? Vados furrowed her brow and whispered, could this be the legendary, if you're going to get hit, stand at attention? Hearing this, Kampa was so frightened, he nearly knelt again. He had thought it was over, yet he was still going to be beaten. He had no desire to suffer physical pain. I won't strike you for now, Jiang Fei said with a calm expression. Though he was not particularly magnanimous toward high-ranking deities like gods of destruction, he still needed to maintain his image in the eyes of the gods. He couldn't just beat someone up for a few remarks. That would only confirm the accusation of being cruel, insidious, and thuggish. Since he had to act, it was better to first give someone a chance to reform, then find faults in the process of reformation. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Phew. Hearing these words, Kampa slowly let out a sigh of relief, and then asked, "Then what does the enforcer mean?" "Sing." Zhang Fei uttered a single word. "Sing." Kampa and Vados exchanged puzzled glances, clearly not understanding what he meant. However, Cell, who had been watching all along, became excited. Is it about to begin? Could it really be about to begin? Ever since Zhang Fei had him sing that song, he had been unable to forget it. He kept replaying it in his mind, even feeling that it was his own theme music. "Cell, demonstrate it once," Zhang Fei said calmly. Upon hearing this, Cell stepped forward, cleared his throat, and began to chant loudly. Kampa and Vados were utterly dumbfounded by the sight, thinking to themselves, what kind of trick is this? "Listen carefully and learn well," Zhang Fei said calmly. "Kampa, I'm not saying I didn't give you a chance. Sing this song for me to my satisfaction, and I'll let bygones be bygones." Hearing this, Kampa was momentarily stunned, then a look of joy appeared on his face. If that was the case, it would be too simple. But moments later, he couldn't smile anymore, because during the first half of the song, Zhang Fei had been talking, and he hadn't caught the lyrics at all. After 2 or 3 minutes, the song ended. Cell immersed himself for a moment, then slowly stepped back. "Please begin your performance." Zhang Fei looked at Kampa and continued calmly. "I'll be blunt up front. If you sing it wrong, or I'm not satisfied, I won't be lenient." Gulp. Hearing this, Kampa swallowed hard. He had originally intended to suggest that the person beside Zhang Fei sing it again, but seeing the icy gaze, he knew that was clearly impossible. Vados encouraged him from the side. "Lord Kampa, cheer up. The melody of this song is quite pleasant and simple." At the same time, she stole a glance at Zhang Fei. She realized that this enforcer was actually quite adorable. This playful, troublemaking personality. Wasn't he just a mature, high-end version of the Omni King? Then I'll begin." Kampa scratched his head and said. Zhang Fei nodded. Seeing that there was no turning back, Kampa steeled himself. He opened his mouth, closed his eyes, and thought about the lyrics. "You lead the load, I." Before he could finish the next line, a loud boom sound was heard, and he was sent flying backwards. Hearing the loud noise, Vados shuddered involuntarily. She seemed to realize that she had been mistaken. This enforcer was not at all cute. Ouch. The first line was wrong. "Sing it again," Zhang Fei said calmly, though his gaze was somewhat peculiar. The mistake Kampa made was something he hadn't anticipated. "First line wrong." "Oh, sorry, I'll start over." Kampa tried hard to recall, bowed, and apologized. Then he began to sing loudly again. "I lead the load, you." Boom. Another loud explosion erupted in place. This time Kampa didn't fly backward, but shot straight up into the air. After 4 or 5 seconds, he fell back down, creating a deep crater on the ground. "Ow. It hurts so much." Climbing out of the crater, Kampa said on the verge of tears, "Enforcer, what's wrong now?" "Wrong." Zhang Fei's tone remained calm, but the strangeness in his eyes grew more intense. Kampa rubbed his nose, smacked his lips, and hummed softly, "Who leads the load?" But this time he didn't rush. Instead, he observed Zhang Fei's expression. Seeing Zhang Fei's furrowed brow, he knew he had sung it wrong again. Vados' face flushed slightly as she tugged at Kampa's clothes and said slowly, "Lord Kampa, it's you carry the load." Hearing this, Kampa suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. He had made such a simple mistake. He had suffered 2 blows for nothing. How painful. After adjusting, he began again, "You carry the load." But as he sang, he felt something was off. Then he asked Vados, "The load, can it be carried?" Ahem. Vados coughed twice awkwardly. Her cheeks flushed red as she whispered, "Well, it's not as stimulating as lead." Zhang Fei was stunned by their conversation. He had long noticed that lead the load was very wrong. Good heavens, now they were actually starting to travel. Cell felt terrible, his face full of indignation. He felt that his theme song had been insulted. All right, let's stop here. Zhang Fei couldn't take it anymore. Who knew what other outrageous words he might hear if he continued singing? Moreover, his purpose in coming here was not to cause trouble for Xiangpa. Besides, he had no law enforcement authority in the 6th universe. A small punishment was enough. Phew, that's the best. Xiangpa breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was already covered in wounds. Although his vital points were unharmed, the pain on his skin was still excruciating. If he had to finish singing a whole song, even if he didn't die, he would shed a layer of skin. Vados slightly lowered her head, as if sensing that her previous words were somewhat inappropriate. It seemed she had inadvertently revealed her true intentions. On this matter, though Xiangpa breathed a sigh of relief, his heart remained tense. After all, he still didn't know the purpose of the law enforcement officer's visit. If it happened to be a work inspection, then he would inevitably suffer another beating. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Xiangpa cautiously inquired, "May I ask, Lord Law Enforcer, what brings you here?" "Oh, nothing serious. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to inspect your work." Zhang Fei saw Xiangpa take the initiative to ask, and immediately saw through his thoughts. He decided not to hide anything anymore, waved his hand to the side, and signaled Cell to step forward. Then he calmly said to Xiangpa, "This is a powerful warrior from the 7th universe. I brought him to the 6th universe this time to broaden his horizons." Cell stepped forward, looked at Xiangpa, and nodded with a faint smile. At the same time, he felt a surge of gratitude toward Zhang Fei's introduction. Others might not know, but he was very clear in his heart. He was nothing more than a dog taken in by Zhang Fei. Yet in front of outsiders, Zhang Fei called him a powerful warrior. This was undoubtedly a great face-saving gesture. On Xiangpa's side, hearing that Zhang Fei was not here for work matters, his hanging heart finally settled down. A natural smile long absent appeared on his face. However, when he heard that Cell was a warrior from the 7th universe, a flicker of disdain couldn't help but flash in his eyes. His expression became much more casual, with no trace of seriousness. He had originally thought this person was Zhang Fei's subordinate or a friend of some sort. He would have been a bit more polite. But if it was just an ordinary strongman from the 7th universe, then why bother showing any respect? With a piece of trash like Beerus, what kind of experts could there be in that universe? So he's from the 7th universe, welcome, ha. Although Xiangpa said welcome with his mouth, his tone carried a hint of mockery. Cell noticed this disdain and frowned deeply. He had smiled and nodded at this fellow being very polite. Why was there now a hint of contempt toward him? Just moments ago he was being toyed with by Mr. Zhang. Now in front of him, how could he start acting arrogant? Mr. Zhang, may I ask who this is? Cell didn't even look at Xiangpa. He turned his head and politely inquired of Zhang Fei, his tone also quite flippant. He believed that in this world apart from Zhang Fei, he was already the invincible existence. The person before him, though, like Zhang Fei, could not sense any ki, but he didn't believe that the other's strength could compare to Zhang Fei's. If that were the case, why had he been so thoroughly humiliated just now? Zhang Fei sensed Cell's unusual attitude. He wondered if Cell was thinking of crossing blows with Xiangpa. If that were the case, it would be quite interesting. So he slowly explained, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, the master of the cosmos, capable of destroying all things. Even I must show him a certain degree of respect on ordinary days. Xiangpa heard Cell's flippant tone, and a flame of anger rose in his heart. He was the dignified god of destruction. Who in the entire universe dared not respect him? How could this fellow opposite look so arrogant? However, when he heard Zhang Fei's introduction, his expression improved considerably. Even the admiration in his eyes grew more intense. It seemed this law enforcement officer wasn't completely worthless after all. Look, he gave the due respect quite generously. He, Lord Law Enforcer, flatters me. How can I deserve such praise? Xiangpa said with a beaming smile while casting a haughty glance at Cell. His meaning seemed to say, see, even the law enforcement officer has to show me some face. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Even so, Cell still wore a disdainful expression. Although Zhang Fei said that it was probably just hypocritical courtesy. Show him respect in person indeed. Have you ever seen anyone who, in showing respect directly, makes the other kneel in public? Kneeling was bad enough, but then he made him sing in front of everyone. If he sang badly, he got a thorough beating, and not just one. If this is what showing respect means, then it's a bit too special. I wonder how strong is this Lord God of Destruction? Cell said nonchalantly. Xiangpa's brow furrowed slightly. Since the other had taken the initiative to attack, he naturally couldn't fall behind. Moreover, he was a god of destruction. When had he ever endured such provocation? He retorted without hesitation, my strength isn't much, but dealing with a piece of trash like you, a single move is enough. Zhang Fei heard their exchange, his heart as calm as water, even a bit expectant. Although Xiangpa's words sounded very arrogant, they were all true. Cell's strength was actually only at the Super Saiyan 3 level. Although Xiangpa's strength was not as great as Beerus, dealing with Cell was still a piece of cake. Perhaps he could even recreate the scene from the original story where Beerus fought Son Goku. Actually, he had originally planned to show Cell the other strong warriors of the 6th universe. He just hadn't expected that Cell would now directly confront the god of destruction, Xiangpa. But this was fine too. Cell's strength had skyrocketed compared to before. If he could suffer a bit of a setback, it might be beneficial for his future training. Bato, standing beside Xiangpa, was completely indifferent to their confrontation. As an angel, she was quite familiar with the god of destruction's power. Dealing with an ordinary universe-level warrior was more than enough. However, she was becoming more and more interested in Zhang Fei. This law enforcement officer isn't as brutal as Whis described. Instead, I feel a unique aura about him. Bato slowly raised her head and said with a peculiar look. Meanwhile, Cell heard Xiangpa's arrogant words and couldn't hold back anymore. He sneered and said, is that so? Then why don't we have a contest? Xiangpa sneered contemptuously. If it weren't for the fact that this person was brought by Zhang Fei, he would have already wiped him out with a single slap. He slightly bowed, his expression humble, and said, Lord Law Enforcer, may I teach him a lesson? Zhang Fei nodded slightly and said to Xiangpa, then let it be a light touch. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Sheru felt a hint of resentment within his heart. What did holding back mean? The implication was clear, he had already lost. After all, aside from Jiangfei, Sheru had never acknowledged anyone as superior, not even after achieving his perfect form and experiencing such a dramatic surge in power. Hey, don't worry, enforcement officer, I know what I'm doing. Xiangpa responded with a faint smile, though his gaze turned cold as he looked at Sheru. Xiangpa was not known for his gentle temperament. To be provoked again and again as if the god of destruction were nothing to fear, word of this would surely spread and invite ridicule from the gods of other universes. Especially since this person was a powerhouse from Universe 7. He certainly wouldn't go easy on him. Oomph. Sheru snorted resentfully. He was already taking an offensive stance. At the end of the day, they'd settle this through force. He was determined to make this so-called destruction god understand his true strength. Xiangpa rubbed his neck in a casual manner and spoke carelessly, "Go ahead and make the first move. Once I act, you likely won't have any chance left." Arrogant. Upon hearing these words, fury ignited in Sheru's eyes. A heaven-shaking aura erupted from his body with a thunderous blast. Golden flames engulfed his body as violent waves of energy surged from all directions, creating an overwhelming presence. A glint flickered in Xiangpa's eyes. "Oh, this kid's aura is actually quite impressive." After a moment of surprise, his face returned to that calm, nonchalant expression. The energy was genuinely formidable. Yet in his eyes it remained pitifully weak. To think he can alter the form of his energy and elevate his strength, this powerhouse from Universe 7, is actually somewhat tolerable. Bidos gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. While the energy Sheru unleashed meant nothing to beings like them, nevertheless it far surpassed most in the universe. After a brief moment of acknowledgement, Bidos's gaze drifted toward Jiangfei again and again as Sheru's overwhelming power began to stabilize. Jiangfei watched Sheru and slowly shook his head, muttering, "So it's only a Super Saiyan 1 form." In that fleeting instant, Sheru surged forward towards Xiangpa with a thunderous impact, his hardened fist slamming into the opponent's body with tremendous force. Yet this formidable power produced no effect whatsoever. Xiangpa stood firmly in place, his impatience evident as he replied, "Is that all?" "What?" Sheru's expression darkened as unease stirred within him. Though he hadn't revealed his full strength, that strike had still drawn upon the complete power of Super Saiyan 1. But now his opponent hadn't suffered the least injury and instead fixed him with a look of utter disdain. Sheru realized he had finally encountered a formidable adversary. "Is this truly your full power?" Xiangpa's tone dripped with contempt. To him, someone with Sheru's abilities was nothing more than an amateur. In his eyes, this guy only dared to provoke the destruction god because he was riding on the enforcement officer's coattails. Damn it, don't get so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Sheru felt his pride wounded. He quickly created distance before his energy erupted once more, golden flames shooting skyward. The ground of the destruction god's realm trembled slightly as lightning crackled across his body. The golden aura intensified, becoming both more violent and radiant. Xiangpa raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, noting that Sheru's energy was escalating exponentially. It was a completely different force compared to what had struck him moments before. "He's ascended directly to Super Saiyan 3, Jiangfei murmured, sensing the overwhelming aura. Sheru decided to stop holding back. Within him resided not only Goku's carefree fighting spirit, but also Trunks' decisive nature. He channeled his energy to its peak, surpassing Super Saiyan 2 and instantly reaching Super Saiyan 3. Not bad, not bad. You're finally showing some promise." Xiangpa's tone remained measured despite his earlier surprise. "Oomph." Sheru sneered and teleported directly in front of him. His fist radiated immense power as it surged toward the opponent's face. With a thunderous impact, the ground of the destruction god's realm cracked. The very fabric of space rippled, threatening to shatter apart. Yet despite such ferocious force striking him, he remained immovably rooted where he stood without so much as a tremor. His impatient expression betrayed utter indifference. How is this possible?" Sheru felt panic rising within him. His previous assault had been nearly his full strength, yet what he witnessed now defied all expectation. "Can we continue?" Xiangpa asked with a click of his tongue. Sheru couldn't accept that his power seemed so negligible before this destruction god. With a powerful leap, he rose into the air and hurled an energy blast downward in an instant. His hands pressed together as he dove downward. The energy blast struck Xiangpa with a massive explosion, billowing thick black smoke. Those clasped hands crashed down towards Xiangpa's head with devastating force, while Sheru's overwhelming aura instantly dispersed the surrounding smoke. Two thunderous impacts followed in rapid succession, the sheer force of the blow causing the entire destruction god realm to quake. Sheru's hands throbbed with pain, yet his eyes locked on his Xiangpa, standing there completely unscathed. His gaze froze in disbelief. How is this possible? They stood mere inches apart, faces nearly touching. Xiangpa's gaze pinned him in place as he spoke calmly. "Shall I take my turn?" Sheru hesitated, caught off guard before he could react. Xiangpa slowly raised his hand and flicked a thick finger against Sheru's cheek. A dull impact echoed through the air. Sharu was sent flying backward like a severed kite. The golden flames that had wreathed his body vanished instantly. He rolled across the ground dozens of times before coming to a halt. A gruesome gash marred his sinister face, purple blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Now do you understand the extent of my power? Xiangpa materialized before him, standing tall with hands clasped behind his back as he looked down. Sharu lowered his head, while turbulent thoughts churned within his mind. He had believed himself invincible across all realms, except perhaps to Zhang Fei. Yet today he faced an opponent of such terrifying power that it shattered all his assumptions. Oomph! Xiangpa sneered at Sharu's silence. If the enforcement officer hadn't ordered me to hold back, you'd already be dead. People from Universe 7 were all cut from the same cloth as Beerus. Even in victory their smugness grated on his nerves. Sharu's mind reeled from Xiangpa's words, his throat tight as he swallowed hard. His gaze filled with shock flicked toward Zhang Fei standing nearby. Only then did he snap back to awareness. Looking up at Xiangpa, a horrifying thought crept into his mind. When he first arrived here, that terrifying destruction god, had he knelt right away to serve as his dog? Does not seem to be such a humiliating thing. Cell muttered to himself softly. He had reached enlightenment, this time completely. Previously, though he had been convinced by Zhang Fei's strength, he still found it somewhat difficult to speak of his own status. But now he finally understood what terrifying existence he was actually following. What did you say? Zamasu asked in confusion beside him. He had caught Cell speaking, but the words were too faint to make out. Cell did not even deign to look at him. The injuries on his face quickly healed. He jogged over to Zhang Fei's side. You bastard, how dare you still be so arrogant? Seeing Cell completely ignore him, Zamasu was filled with rage. Meanwhile, in his heart, he cursed Beerus, furiously blaming him entirely for everything that had occurred. Zhang Fei gave Cell a slight nod. He had watched the entire battle unfold before him. Yet this outcome did not surprise him in the slightest. However, not wishing to dampen Cell's confidence, Zhang Fei intended to offer some words of encouragement. But before he could speak, Cell straightened his posture and declared with proud conviction, I, Cell, am but a dog at Lord Zhang's side. Upon finishing these words, not an ounce of shame flickered within his heart. Instead, an unparalleled sense of exhilaration surged through him, pride blooming effortlessly. His eyes swept toward Whis and Zamasu standing nearby. An unmatched pride radiated from his gaze. Cough, cough. Zhang Fei, hearing this, burst into violent coughs. To be honest, he had not expected Cell to suddenly blurt out such words. His comforting words simply failed him. For Cell's face showed no trace of dejection. Instead, he was visibly excited. As if declaring this in front of everyone was something truly honorable. Huh. Zamasu's mouth parted slightly in astonishment. The anger on his face vanished completely, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He wondered if he had somehow knocked the fool stupid during their fight. Whis was outright amused. For the first time in her long existence, she had encountered such an amusing person. Meanwhile, she secretly thought to herself, if even those around the enforcer were so humorous and witty, then surely he himself would be even more entertaining. Let us not speak of this further. I merely said it in passing, Zhang Fei said calmly, waving his hand. Cell immediately shook his head upon hearing this. No, Lord Zhang, being your dog is my honor. Zhang Fei was completely at a loss for words. He could not fathom what had suddenly changed in Cell. He wondered if his brain had truly been damaged. With a helpless shake of his head, Zhang Fei let the matter rest. He slowly approached Zamasu, a faint smile on his lips. You have worked hard. No hardship at all, no hardship. Zamasu bowed, deeply overcome with honor. Before the enforcer, how dare he speak of hardship? Zhang Fei nodded with a smile and said, there is one more matter I need to trouble you with. Please speak, enforcer. Zamasu replied reverently, his demeanor a stark contrast to how he had carried himself during the battle with Cell. Whis also quietly approached from behind Zamasu, ready to await Zhang Fei's command at any moment. Watching this scene from a distant, Cell felt his admiration deepen. At the same time, he felt fortunate to have encountered Zhang Fei. You have tested Cell's strength yourself. Though far from matching a destroyer, he is certainly the strongest warrior in the 7th universe. Zhang Fei said slowly. Zamasu nodded silently within himself. This Cell, though no match for him when placed among the cosmos, was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. I brought him here for two purposes. The first is to let him see the world, and the second is to use him to test the elite combat strength of your 6th universe. Zhang Fei continued in a measured tone, subtly refining his true purpose. He had not come to the 6th universe for official business, but for private reasons. Claiming he wanted to test their elite combat strength was merely a cover. The real purpose was to measure how far Cell still lagged behind the warriors of other universes. I see. Hearing this, Zamasu's expression turned serious. Whis' ordinarily composed demeanor also grew grave. If this were the case, then this amounted to a contest between two universes. For matters of such importance, they had to take it seriously. Zamasu thought for a moment, then a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Looking at Zhang Fei eagerly, he asked, if we lose, is there any penalty? He certainly did not believe their side would lose, especially facing Beerus' 7th universe. Although Cell was powerful, he firmly believed that their universe must have warriors stronger than Cell. However, if it were merely a one-on-one contest, it would lack interest. What would be even better is if they could somehow humiliate Beerus. It would serve as leverage to suppress the other side in the future. Penalty. Yes. Zhang Fei paused momentarily, as if seeing through Zamasu's intentions. After a brief thought, he fabricated casually. Beerus said that whoever loses must bow and kowtow to the winner whenever they meet. Hearing this, Whis drew in a sharp breath, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She never imagined Beerus would play such a high-stakes game. Even more astonishing was that Whis had not intervened to stop him. Bold move indeed. Zamasu's eyes immediately blazed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Beerus's words were clearly a provocation. Yet moments later his expression returned to calm. A cold smirk curled the corners of his lips instead. Beerus, do you truly believe you have me cornered? Whis, find the strongest warriors of our sixth universe. Zamasu commanded the angel beside him. Whis dared not delay and immediately set about searching. After all, the stakes had grown so high. She did not wish to see her destroyer at a disadvantage. Just as the two were searching, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Fei's lips. Secretly murmuring to himself, Beerus, I have already made the agreement. We shall accept the result willingly. Do not dare to renege when the time comes. Truthfully, he was not optimistic about Cell winning. The top warriors of the sixth universe were limited to just a few: the android, golden-furred beast, and Frost Frisia's distant cousin. Against these three, Cell should face no difficulty. The ones who posed a real threat would be the Super Scion of this universe, and Hit, who wielded the time-skip technique. As for the Super Scion, he was still relatively weak, and likely could not even transform yet. This left Hit as the only viable opponent. Even with his time-skip limited to merely 0.1 seconds, a defeating Cell should pose no challenge at all. Have you not found him yet? Xiangpa urged impatiently. Bachu had already been searching for 20 minutes. Could it be that the sixth universe, renowned for its talented individuals, could not even produce a single powerhouse capable of defeating Cell? Lord Xiangpa, please remain patient, Bachu replied helplessly. In such a vast universe, locating a top-tier warrior was no easy task, especially when relying on one's own perception, making the endeavor all the more arduous. Xiangpa frowned. Could it be that we cannot even find a worthy warrior? Were it any other time, not even 20 minutes would have ruffled him. Even if he tasked Bachu with searching for a year, he would not grow restless. But now, with Zhang Fei watching, and after waiting so long with no results, did it not suggest that the sixth universe possessed no capable warriors? That he, the god of destruction, was utterly incompetent? We did find someone named Frost. Seeing Xiangpa's growing impatience, Bachu spoke reluctantly. Xiangpa's eyes flickered, and he opened his mouth to say something. But Bachu quickly added, however, he would likely not be his match. Xiangpa swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. His brows furrowed, even tighter. There's also a robot named Magetta, Bachu continued. But alas, he too would prove insufficient. Xiangpa's expression darkened instantly. Then there's a scion named Kaba, Bachu went on. But regrettably, he's even weaker. Xiangpa's composure crumbled completely. His face grew so gloomy, it seemed rain could pour from it. Good heavens! After all this effort, warriors were indeed found. Yet not a single one was worthy of being an opponent. Did this not imply that the people of the sixth universe were utterly useless? In truth, Bachu's words had already spared Xiangpa considerable face. Deep down, she knew perfectly well that those she had mentioned were not merely unlikely to win, they would certainly lose. Zhang Fei listened to their conversation without undue concern. He actually felt a measure of approval for Bachu's performance. To be aware of so many powerful beings across the universe was already quite commendable. It seemed she spent considerable time studying cosmic affairs. If it were her younger brother Whis who searched for warriors in the seventh universe, he would likely be able to name only Frisia. We've finally found someone, Bachu announced after a period of searching. Hearing this, Xiangpa's expression softened slightly. In a somewhat gloomy tone, he inquired, who is it? The sixth universe's deadliest assassin, Hit. Bachu smiled and waved her staff. A purple phantom figure materialized before them all. Zhang Fei observed the spectral figure and nodded silently. Indeed, it was Hit from the sixth universe. He then turned and walked toward Cell, who stood nearby. He needed to inform Cell that he had found him an opponent. The sixth universe's top assassin. Sounds impressive. How strong is he really? Xiangpa studied the spectral figure, stroking his chin as he asked. Absolutely assured, Bachu said with confidence. According to her assessment, Cell stood no chance against Hit. Even if facing an opponent one tier higher, Hit should handle it without difficulty. Seeing Bachu's assurance, the gloom in Xiangpa's heart instantly dissipated. Then hurry and bring him here, he exclaimed, nearly breathless with excitement. His sparkling eyes seemed already to envision Beerus bowing before him. Moreover, he intended to publicize this event widely, ideally letting all beings across the universe know. I have already made contact, but he has one condition. Bachu interrupted his wandering thoughts directly. Xiangpa's expression darkened. Does he not understand that a god of destruction summons him? He does, Bachu confirmed solemnly with a nod. Insolence. If he knows, how dares he negotiate terms? What does he think he is? Xiangpa erupted in fury. He was a destroyer god or ruler of the cosmos. For some mere cosmic warrior to dare request conditions when summoned by a god of destruction was simply living too recklessly. Lord Xiangpa, losing your temper will not solve anything. As far as we're concerned, he appears to be the only one capable of defeating Cell. Bachu spread her hands helplessly. Xiangpa's eyes darted about as he considered the situation, weighing the pros and cons. Regardless of the condition, it was best to agree first. After all, if he were to lose, would he not have to kneel before Beerus? Such an outcome must absolutely be prevented. Very well. Whatever condition he proposes, let him speak it, Xiangpa said in a displeased tone. Bachu sent a mental message to Hit. After a moment, she nodded with a touch of amusement. She then looked at Xiangpa and replied with resigned exasperation. He says he will come, but the price must be increased. 20 minutes later, Bachu brought Hit to the realm of the destroyers. Hit stood with his hands in his pockets, his eyes scanning everything around him. The person has arrived, Lord Xiangpa, Bachu said with a smile as she approached. Zhang Fei immediately noticed Hit's arrival. He gave a slight nod and said to Cell beside him, "Your opponent is here." Cell turned his gaze in the same direction and carefully sensed the other's energy, frowning slightly. He felt that the opponent's energy was not particularly strong. However, he did not let his guard down. The other might be concealing his true power to be revealed only during combat. Having experienced Xiangpa's strength firsthand, he had grown considerably more cautious. Xiangpa waved his hand, signaling Hit to approach. After scanning him from head to toe, Xiangpa said in a calm tone, "Your opponent is that green-skinned fellow over there." He gestured toward Cell's location. Hit followed his gesture and cast a single glance, then withdrew his gaze. "If you win, money is no object," Xiangpa said coolly. He then suddenly shifted tone, his voice turning chilling. "But if you lose, you will have no reason to live." Hit fixed his gaze upon Xiangpa. After a few seconds of silence, he gave a slight nod and said, "I understand." Then he began walking steadily towards Cell. Cell noticed the other approaching and did not remain in place. Instead, he walked forward to meet him. Both stopped simultaneously when the distance between them was merely 2 meters. Bachu naturally floated to the center between the two. "You are free to fight as you see fit. The one who loses the ability to continue is the loser. Remember to hold back if possible." She glanced at Zhang Fei, who returned a slow nod of acknowledgement. Bachu continued, "Then you may begin." With that, she flew to the side. Cell and Hit locked eyes, their gazes sharp and piercing, yet setting aside the differences in coloration and structural details. The two bore a striking resemblance. They stood facing each other for roughly a minute, but Cell discerned nothing unusual about his opponent. Still, he refused to let his guard down. Since his opponent made no move, Cell would strike first. Hop! Cell roared and immediately activated his strongest Super Saiyan 3 form. Golden energy surged across the space in an instant. Hit drew his hands from his pockets and assumed a simple defensive stance, unfazed by the turbulent energy swirling around him. His expression remained deadpan, his gaze as still as a deep pool. TCH. Cell's lip curled with annoyance at Hit's composed demeanor. He could sense no overwhelming power radiating from his opponent. From the very beginning, Hit had maintained this casual fighting stance. The stark contrast lay in Cell's own relentless surge of energy. Never one to lower his guard, Cell resolved to strike first. Taking half a step forward, he lunged like a living projectile. His clenched fist cut through the air with devastating force, aimed straight at Hit. Is this really going to be this simple? Cell furrowed his brow as his strike bore down on his opponent. Given the trajectory, there seemed no way to evade it. But just as doubt crossed his mind, Hit's figure vanished before his eyes. Cell's pupils contracted in shock. Impossible. Bang, 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 simultaneous with Hit's disappearance. A wave of agony erupted from his lower abdomen as though pounded by a sledgehammer. Hit had materialized before him without warning. Cell staggered backward, clutching his stomach as white foam spilled from his lips. Zhang Fei mused inwardly, so this is the time skip technique. With divine power coursing through him, Zhang Fei observed every detail with perfect clarity. Hit employed his time skip to freeze the next 0.1 seconds of time. Cell's movements came to a sudden halt. Hit exploited those frozen 0.1 seconds to land 3 precise strikes against his opponent. Naturally, those capable of witnessing this included Kampa, who was cheering from the sidelines alongside Vados, who watched with an elegant smile. However, Zhang Fei's observations went deeper. A warrior like Hit could accomplish far more within 0.1 seconds. The fact that he only threw 3 punches wasn't due to reluctance to do more. It was a constraint dictated by Cell's own strength. Within that 0.1 second, he could strike at most 3 times. Against a stronger opponent, perhaps only 1 blow would be feasible. Should the opponent far surpass him in power, the time skip would lose most of its effectiveness. Well done, Hit, keep this up and finish him. Kampa shouted with barely contained excitement. He had never imagined that Vados would find them a warrior capable of controlling time itself. If that were true, this fight would lack any suspense whatsoever. Beerus, you'd better prepare to bow before me. Kampa couldn't suppress his laughter at this point. Watching her destruction god behave so foolishly, Vados simply shook her head in resignation. Meanwhile, Cell gradually regained his composure. Yet the shock coursing through him defied description. He could only stare fixedly at the calm hit before him. How is this even possible? Cell murmured in utter disbelief. In his perception, his assault should have landed against Hit with ease. But Hit vanished without warning his disappearance, leaving no discernible trail whatsoever. Merely evading his attack wouldn't have shaken him so profoundly. Yet his opponent not only sidestepped the blow but struck back simultaneously. In his recollection, such velocity was beyond human capability. Are you yielding now? Hit responded with a faint glance towards Cell before lowering his guard and returning both hands to his pockets. For him, there was no point in prolonging this. It would be wiser to concede defeat and collect his payment promptly. Bastard, I will never surrender. Cell roared furiously. Hearing this, Hit merely shook his head dismissively. Then I suppose I'll have to strip away your ability to fight. Swish. Hit materialized before Cell in an instant. Upon seeing him, Cell unleashed another surge of overwhelming power, driving a devastating punch wreathed in violent energy straight toward Hit. Humph! Hit let out a cold snort as his figure vanished once more. Bang! 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 3 more heavy impacts echoed through the air. Cell's fist remained frozen midair, unable to complete its strike, while his body stood motionless like stone. Hit's 3 consecutive blows had struck with surgical precision. After landing the final strike, Hit returned his hands to his pockets, turned gracefully, and made his way back to Vados. Time to settle the bill, he murmured. Simultaneously, the golden aura surrounding Cell dissipated as his eyes lost all vitality. He collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated and unable to rise again. No problem. Vados responded with a smile upon seeing the battle's conclusion. Meanwhile, Kampa bounced with excitement. Watching him squirm through his massive frame, he cheerfully chanted to himself, "Ha ha! Beerus, get ready to kneel before me, ha ha!" On his end, Zhang Fei checked on Cell's condition. He tapped a finger and channeled healing energy into him. Soon after, Cell slowly came to. I'm sorry, mister. Zhang, I've lost again. Cell spoke quietly with his head bowed, humiliation reaching its peak. He had first fallen to the destroyer god of Universe 6. Then he succumbed to a powerhouse from that same universe. The consecutive defeats finally forced him to confront the harsh reality. He realized his own weakness and inadequacy. Zhang Fei regarded him calmly. Let shame fuel your resolve and keep pushing forward. Hit had already collected his payment and departed. Kampa was lost in fantasies of Beerus bowing before him. Vados' expression shifted as she raised an eyebrow. It seems the Grand Minister has arrived. Zhang Fei also noticed the arrival of the Supreme God. However, his thoughts began to race. He wondered if the Supreme God's sudden descent had anything to do with him. With a whoosh, just as Zhang Fei was lost in thought, a brilliant beam of light descended from the sky. The figure of the Supreme God slowly appeared before everyone. Xiang Pa sensed the Supreme God's arrival, and the excitement and exhilaration on his face instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by a prolonged expression of astonishment. Watching the Supreme God's figure, he muttered to himself, "What day is this? The law enforcer has come, and now the Supreme God has arrived as well." Though he spoke thus, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. He broke into a jog, coming directly before the Supreme God. Bottas followed close behind, slowly floating forward. "I pay my respects to the Supreme God." Xiang Pa bowed deeply and reverently. Bottas stood where she was, merely offering a slight smile to her father. The Supreme God regarded them both with an indifferent expression, offering no response. His gaze remained fixed on Zhang Fei in the distance. Zhang Fei understood immediately and slowly approached. "Long time no see, Supreme God," he greeted. The Supreme God revealed a kind smile, nodded slightly, and replied warmly, "Long time no see, law enforcer." The two had already become friends during their time at the Divine Throne. Now, after so long apart, both felt a touch of sentimentality. Zhang Fei walked up to him and asked directly, "Supreme God, why have you come here? Could it be that you're specifically looking for me?" Deep down, a hint of worry lingered. Not fear of the Supreme God himself, but concern that the Almighty King had ordered the Supreme God to summon him back. He still remembered his mission. If the Almighty King ordered him to return and report, now things would become quite troublesome. The overall strength of the 7th universe had indeed improved to some extent, but the high-end combat power was still being cultivated. Returning now to fulfill the mission would be nothing short of reckless. "That's correct, though it wasn't I who came seeking you. It was the Almighty King," the Supreme God said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Zhang Fei shook his head helplessly. As expected, it was indeed that little fool looking for him. Zhang Fei asked slowly, Did the Almighty King ask me to return and report? No, the Supreme God smiled and shook his head. As if reading Jiang Fei's thoughts, he continued, the Almighty King simply missed you and asked me to come and see you. I see. Jiang Fei maintained his composed expression, but inside, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, before he could relax for too long, the Supreme God stepped closer and whispered, the law enforcer should still accelerate progress. Though the Almighty King has not explicitly stated it, I can see he truly misses you. If you delay for another few decades before returning, he may very well revoke your appointment. I understand. Jiang Fei furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. He thought to himself that he truly needed to speed things up. The strongest in the seventh universe was currently Cell, and they had all witnessed his performance earlier. If he participated in the test now, he would likely concede defeat directly. But you do surprise me. In just a few short years, the law enforcer's strength has increased so considerably, the Supreme God remarked, gazing at Jiang Fei with admiration. He still remembered when Jiang Fei had left back then. His strength was only slightly above that of ordinary angels. Now, however, he appeared considerably stronger than before. You flatter me, Supreme God, Jiang Fei replied modestly. Indeed, his strength had grown rapidly. Even on days when he did not train, his divine power continued to grow slowly within his body. If he engaged in combat, the rate of improvement would be even faster. The two continued their conversation. Beside them, Xiang Pa's sweat dripped steadily from his forehead, for he was still bowing deeply. He complained bitterly within himself. You two lords, when are you going to let me stand up while you keep boasting? These were only his inner cries. Neither the Supreme God nor Jiang Fei could hear him. Without their permission, he dared not straighten his posture. Law enforcer, please do not be so modest. Such talent is something even I envy, the Supreme God said with a smile, shaking his head. Since their days at the Divine Throne, Jiang Fei had always been remarkably humble. He never imagined his personality remained unchanged. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Actually, possessing great talent is not entirely a good thing. Oh, why do you say that, law enforcer? The Supreme God asked curiously. He had never before heard that great talent could be considered anything other than a blessing. Jiang Fei said with an expression of regret, where there is gain, there is loss. When you acquire one thing, you must inevitably lose another. That is an unchanging principle of eternity. Look at me, though I obtained extraordinary strength through talent, I have lost the joy of diligent cultivation. Is that not a great regret in life? The Supreme God found the first half quite reasonable and nodded occasionally in agreement. But upon hearing the second half, his eyebrows twitched involuntarily. The usually mild-mannered Supreme God felt a fleeting urge to strike. He began to regret his earlier praise of Jiang Fei. This fellow's character no longer resembled the reserved person he had been at the Divine Throne. It was likely because he had spent too long in the seventh universe, influenced by its inhabitants, or perhaps the destroyer gods. Bada's listening nearby could hardly contain her laughter. She found the law enforcer extremely amusing. The Supreme God heard the laugh and cast a disapproving glance at her. Noticing this, Bada immediately closed her mouth and stifled her giggles. Making fun of a superior deity at any time was absolutely unacceptable, especially not in the presence of the upright Supreme God. However, after the Supreme God scanned Bada's, he noticed something amiss, because he discovered that the look in his daughter's eyes toward Jiang Fei carried a somewhat unusual gleam. He then glanced at Jiang Fei before him. Jiang Fei asked with a hint of confusion, "What is it, Supreme God?" The Supreme God looked at Jiang Fei, then at Bada's, whose gaze resembled spring waters, so affectionate and full of longing. How could such an experienced schemer not see through his daughter's thoughts at a single glance? He then turned to Jiang Fei and said in an utterly calm tone, "Law enforcer, I have always treated you as a brother, and you, unexpectedly, wish to become my son-in-law." Jiang Fei was utterly stunned by the grand deity's words. After a moment, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "You can't take advantage quite like that. Who is your father?" "Oh, isn't that how it is?" The grand deity paused, his gaze drifting to Beerus beside him. Jiang Fei followed his gaze. Upon seeing Beerus lower her shy face, he immediately understood most of it. Helplessly, he cried out within his heart, "No way." If she were an ordinary human woman, he could understand, but how could Beerus, an angel, become like this? The grand deity, however, was quite keen on seeing them together. After all, Jiang Fei not only possessed terrifying strength and extraordinary talent, but he was also an enforcement officer of the divine realm, holding an illustrious position. Having such an outstanding figure as his son-in-law would make him more than pleased. I consider my previous words a joke. The grand deity turned back and said with a smile. Although he deeply favored this colleague of his, he also knew that when it came to this matter, one could only let fate decide, never force it. Hearing this, Jiang Fei felt somewhat relieved. After all, he had never once contemplated matters of this nature. Beerus, upon hearing it, felt a tinge of disappointment within her heart, casting a resentful glance at her father. She thought to herself, why can't a father be more assertive? For his daughter's happiness, he should have held firm a little longer, been a bit more forceful. Perhaps then things would have worked out. The two continued chatting for a while. The grand deity was about to depart. Just before leaving, he glanced at his daughter once more, then pulled Zhang Fei aside and whispered, "I would suggest the enforcement officer consider it." As he spoke, his gaze pointed directly at the dejected bathers standing nearby. Zhang Fei also turned to look, feeling rather helpless in his heart. As the old saying goes, behind every outstanding man stands an equally outstanding woman. The grand deity continued. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows slightly, watching the grand deity's earnest effort. He looked simply like a top-tier salesman. Before he could even open his mouth to speak, the grand deity continued, "Of course, for someone as outstanding as my younger brother, one would surely not be enough." At this point, the grand deity's voice dropped even lower, speaking in a volume only the two of them could hear. "In other universes, there are also many extremely outstanding ones. Don't worry. As long as my younger brother speaks the word, this older brother will gladly carry it out." Having finished speaking, the grand deity smiled and patted Zhang Fei on the shoulder without giving him any chance to comprehend what had just been said. He directly waved his hand, tearing open a massive rift in space. Stepping into the void, the gap instantly sealed shut, and he vanished from the destruction god realm. Zhang Fei stood there completely bewildered, lost in the wind. After a long while, he muttered to himself, could this really be his own father? Through today's conversation, he had gained a new understanding of the grand deity. Judging by the situation, the man was trying to sell off his own daughter to him. Of course, after venting his complaints, Zhang Fei also felt quite emotional. It seemed the present truly validated that saying outstanding people often have to bear much suffering. And not long after, that suffering arrived, just as promised. Moreover, this kind of suffering could not be confided to anyone, for others simply could not understand. Enforcement officer, may I rise now? Just as Zhang Fei was lost in thought, Champy's voice slowly reached his ears. From the moment the grand deity arrived until now, he had not dared to straighten his back. Zhang Fei looked at him and said calmly, "You may rise." Phew. Only then did Champy straighten up, letting out a long breath. Zhang Fei also began walking over at a leisurely pace. Champy immediately drew near and asked with a grin, "Enforcement officer, what were you and the grand deity discussing just now?" Although he had been staying right beside the two the entire time, he had been bent over the whole time and had no interest in listening. Moreover, even if he had listened, he would not have understood a single word. "You need not know," Zhang Fei said to him indifferently. How could he possibly share such matters with others? He certainly couldn't say, "The grand deity wants to be my father, but I refused, right?" Enforcement officer. Bathers approached at this moment, her face flushed red, speaking in a soft voice. Zhang Fei touched his nose and nodded somewhat awkwardly. Seeing Zhang Fei in this state, Bathers couldn't help but blame her father once more inside her heart. If you've already spelled out her feelings, you might as well see it through to the end. Otherwise, don't meddle at all. Nobody asked you to speak. Look at the awkward situation you've created now. Even he doesn't know what to say anymore. Ahem. Zhang Fei cleared his throat twice and said calmly, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." He found the atmosphere unbearable. Furthermore, the grand deity had conveyed another message to him: his work needed to be expedited. Bathers nodded gently. Zhang Fei, accompanied by Cell, instantly departed the destruction god realm. After seeing Zhang Fei leave, Bathers' expression finally returned to normal. If the grand deity had not appeared, she would have been more at ease facing Zhang Fei. But having her feelings exposed by someone left her unavoidably embarrassed. "Phew, it's alright, there's still plenty of time. We need not rush." Bathers thought to herself quietly. Whether an enforcement officer or an angel, their lifespan was essentially unlimited, bordering on immortality. At the worst, she could simply prepare for an enduring battle spanning hundreds of millions of years. She had the patience to wait. Champy, noticing that the enforcement officer had also departed, finally felt his spirits lift somewhat. He had also noticed the unusual flush on Bathers' face earlier. He immediately drew near and asked curiously, "Bathers, what was wrong with you just now? Your complexion seemed a bit off." Although he sensed something was wrong, he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Bathers glanced at him and said indifferently, "You need not know." "Why that phrase again?" Champy scratched his head in complaint. Bathers shook her head helplessly. She was too lazy to explain. Someone like Champy, a lifelong bachelor, would never comprehend the nuances involved. If anyone else were present, they would likely have already picked up on the underlying meaning. However, not knowing was perhaps for the best. Knowing too much about such matters was hardly a good thing. "All right then," Champy shrugged. Then his expression shifted to one of excitement. Grabbing Bathers, he said, "Let's go to Universe 7. "What for?" What else?" "To make Beerus kowtow to me," Champy said excitedly. He still clearly remembered what Beerus had said to the enforcement officer. Whoever lost would have to kowtow to the other. Given Beerus's personality, getting him to come voluntarily was impossible. So he would have to trouble himself to go in person. "Aren't you afraid the enforcement officer might also be there? He just left? You suppose he's heading to Universe 7? Bathers raised her eyebrow and said, her heart simultaneously quickening. If they went to Universe 7, wouldn't she get to see Zhang Fei again? Champy was momentarily startled, then responded with a casual air, "That's even better. Let the enforcement officer serve as a witness preventing Beerus from reneging." After Ba Duosi and Xiang Pa made their decision, they immediately rose and prepared to head to the 7th universe. However, Jiang Fei did not choose to return to the 7th universe. Instead, he brought Sha Lu and arrived at the territory of the 11th universe. "Mr. Jiang, where are we heading?" Sha Lu asked curiously. Jiang Fei looked at him and said calmly, "I'm going to find you a suitable training environment." Upon hearing this, Sha Lu's eyes lit up instantly. He had originally planned to devote himself to cultivation during this period. After all, the blow he had suffered in the 6th universe was too great. If possible, after training, he would definitely reclaim his lost dignity. "Oh, there are several auras quite impressive," Jiang Fei murmured suddenly. Just as he was about to reach the realm of the god of destruction of the 11th universe, he sensed that there were several powerful auras in the vicinity, especially two of them far surpassing the ordinary cosmic powerhouses. It must be Ji Lian and the others. Jiang Fei smiled calmly, and then changed his flight path. In an instant he arrived at a huge, earthen-brown planet. The entire planet was barren with extremely thin oxygen. Apart from the earthen-brown earth and rocks, there was no sign of any vegetation. The environment was already extremely harsh. Yet here several powerful auras emanated. Tremendous shockwaves continuously spread in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars exploded across the planet's surface. Vaguely several figures could be seen colliding in the air. So powerful chi. Sha Lu exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment as he felt the energy permeating the air. Although he was no match for Jiang Fei at all, and had previously lost to Xiang Pa. However, on those two individuals, he could not sense any aura at all. Therefore, if he didn't engage them in combat, he would never know their terror. But now it was different. It was the first time he had seen such immense, terrifying chi. Just looking at it gave one a spine-chilling sensation. "Who goes there?" The collisions below suddenly ceased as a low, stern voice rang out. They saw a bald, large-eyed, robust figure. A man in a red, tight-fitting suit looked up at the sky. This person was the absolute king of the 11th universe, Ji Lian. Beside him was another equally burly figure whose imposing expression commanded respect without anger. He was the candidate god of destruction with a white beard, Tulpa. At this moment their gazes fixed on Jiang Fei and Sha Lu above. The others on the ground also stopped fighting and looked over. He found out. Jiang Fei laughed calmly. Sha Lu swallowed hard. His strength was limited, not as formidable as Jiang Fei's. Thus he could not remain calm. The reason they were discovered wasn't Jiang Fei's fault. Jiang Fei had no chi on his person. As long as he wished, no one could detect him. But Sha Lu was different. He had to use his internal chi to hover in the air. Especially when he got excited. Just now, they were discovered by Ji Lian and the others below. "And Mr. Jiang, what should we do?" Sha Lu said, somewhat flustered. Facing the powerful beings below still made him feel a bit fearful. At this moment he no longer had the calmness he had when he first followed Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei shook his head with a smile. "It's fine, let's go down and get acquainted." He personally held great admiration for Ji Lian. During the Tournament of Power, he single-handedly took on Sun Wukong and Bei Jita, beating them both until they had no chance to fight back. His appearance was almost a suffocatingly overwhelming situation. With the candidate god of destruction Tuapa, it was impossible to imagine where the 11th universe could lose. Although they lost in the end, that could only be attributed to a plot-induced defeat. The realm of the god of destruction of the 11th universe. The god of destruction Wei Meida was lying on a deck chair enjoying the bright sunshine. The angel Ma Ka Li Ta stood calmly behind him. As one of the most powerful universes, their life was undeniably peaceful and leisurely. Whether in overall ranking or top-tier combat strength, they possessed absolute power. Of course, this leisurely life and absolute power were all earned through hard work in the early stages. It seems something is wrong. Ma Ka Li Ta raised an eyebrow, seemingly sensing something. Wei Meida rose from the deck chair. "What's wrong, Ma Ka Li Ta?" He was completely different from Bai Lu Si and Xiang Pa. He had to personally inquire and handle any stirring in the universe. It was precisely because of this that their universe had achieved such accomplishments. It seems something is wrong with Ji Lian and the others. Ma Ka Li Ta said slowly. Upon hearing that it was Ji Lian's place where the problem occurred, Wei Meida's expression immediately relaxed. Then there's no problem. He had full confidence in Ji Lian. Moreover, with the candidate god of destruction Tua, any problem, there was almost equivalent to no problem. Even if there was an issue with their strength, they could handle it themselves. Ma Ka Li Ta was a bit uneasy. She waved the staff in her hand, and the crystal ball immediately displayed the planet where Ji Lian and the others were. But when she saw it, she was so startled that she almost dropped her staff. "Lord Wei Meida, come and see this quickly," Ma Ka Li Ta called out anxiously. Her gaze was fixed on the crystal ball on the staff. Hearing the urgent call, Wei Meida said jokingly, "What's wrong?" Could it be that you've seen a ghost? He said, slowly rising and approaching. Phew. Ma Kali Ta let out a sigh and placed the staff before him. At the same time she said helplessly, if it were really a ghost it would be easier to handle. Wei made a smile dismissively. His gaze then turned to the crystal ball on Ma Kali Ta's staff. The first thing that came into view was Ji Lian Tuapo and the others. Then he saw that they seemed to have surrounded two people in the center. This person is... Wei made a squint at his eyes, trying to see clearly. Suddenly, in an instant, Jiang Fei's handsome, faintly smiling face appeared clearly before his eyes. Wei Maida was first stunned, looked up at Ma Kali Ta, then disregarding all decorum suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap, the enforcer." Ma Kali Ta smiled wryly and nodded. Hissy, how did he actually come to my 11th universe? Wei Maida took a deep breath. He had originally thought Jiang Fei would go to some lower-ranked universes. He never expected that he would come to his place now. Ma Kali Ta said with a wry smile, Lord Wei Maida, isn't that not the point? The point is I see Ji Lian and the others, it looks like they're about to make a move against the enforcer. Upon hearing this, Wei Maida was so startled that his eyes nearly popped out, and he hurriedly looked again. Sure enough, he saw Jiren and the others surrounding Jiang Fei in a tight circle, with an appearance as if they were about to engage in a major conflict. Macaroni. Hurry, let's go over there. Wei Maida stammered. Then he soared into the sky and flew toward the planet where Jiren and his group were. Macaroni dared not delay either. After all, that was the enforcer, the object of worship for all gods. If he were attacked on the territory of the 11th universe, the crime would be immense. A flash of light surrounded her, and in an instant she was before Wei Maida. Then leading him, she flew forward at extreme speed. Wei Maida stayed behind Macaroni, watching the scenes flashing by, his heart already filled with extreme distress. He could only begin to silently pray, please don't let anything happen. Jiren, Topo, and the others were all powerful warriors that the 11th universe had painstakingly cultivated. It would indeed be a pity if they were killed for offending the enforcer. Of course, the above was still secondary. According to the information he had gathered from various sources, the enforcer's personality was extremely brutal. If he were to vent his anger on him personally, then he would have to think carefully about how to defend himself. On Jiang Fei's side, led by Jiren, about a dozen people surrounded Jiang Fei and Cell. Topo raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and demanded in a deep voice, "Who are you?" To be able to arrive on this planet unnoticed among their group, it was clear that the two newcomers were no ordinary fighters, especially the young man who had no aura at all. This left them somewhat astonished. How about it? Want to give it a try? Jiang Fei ignored Topo and the others, turning instead to Cell with a faint smile. Cell shivered vigorously upon hearing this, then shook his head frantically. If he couldn't sense the ki of these individuals, he might have had the courage to try. But now, facing such overwhelming ki, he couldn't muster any desire to fight. Cell could predict that if he dared to step up and spar with them, he would be laid flat in less than 2 or 3 seconds. I'll ask one last time, who are you? Topo's face instantly darkened and his voice grew louder. He began to release his unrivaled aura. Jiren stood with his arms crossed, staring intently at Jiang Fei with his large eyes. Hearing Topo's interrogation, Jiang Fei revealed a calm smile and decided not to hide anything. After all, this was the candidate god of destruction of the 11th universe, who probably knew of him. He explained with a smile, I am the enforcer of the divine realm. I sensed your ki and came to take a look. The surrounding people, upon hearing Jiang Fei's explanation, relaxed their guards slightly, expressions of astonishment appearing on their faces. They murmured and discussed among themselves. So he's a god. No wonder I couldn't sense any aura. Indeed, I can't sense any aura from the god of destruction either. After a brief exchange, their gazes returned to Topo. Jiren also looked at him sideways, waiting quietly for verification. After all, this was the candidate god of destruction, considered half a member of the divine realm. If the other's identity was real, he should have heard of it. Topo frowned deeply upon hearing the words enforcer. Then he fixed his gaze on Jiang Fei and shouted harshly, You're lying. I've never heard of such a deity in the divine realm. Hearing this, everyone tensed up and resumed their vigilance. Their gazes toward Jiang Fei turned extremely hostile. It seemed as if they might strike at any moment. As a candidate god of destruction, Topo held great respect for true deities. Although the other, like the god of destruction, had no detectable aura, he still trusted his judgment because he had never heard of a deity called the enforcer. Impersonating a deity was absolutely unforgivable. With that, he flashed and charged straight at Jiang Fei. In the blink of an eye, a massive fist was about to land on his head. What's going on? Jiang Fei was baffled. This was the first time he had voluntarily revealed his identity to someone. In the past, he didn't bother because those who knew him already knew him. Those who didn't know him wouldn't recognize him even if told. But this time he had voluntarily confessed to this candidate god of destruction. Not only did he not receive the respect he deserved, but he was also insulted. And after the insults, they even attacked. Helpless Jiang Fei had no choice but to counter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Macaroni was leading the anxious Wei Maida at top speed toward Jiang Fei. At the same time, Wei Maida was constantly imagining how to explain himself to the enforcer. After about a minute, they arrived on the brownish planet. As soon as they landed, Wei Maida's heart eased considerably. Because Jiren and the others hadn't been killed by the enforcer. They were just behaving oddly, crouching in a neat row with their hands on their heads. What is this all about? Seeing this, Wei Maida's eye twitched. The scene before him looked exactly like a vice raid. All that was missing was each of them holding an ID card high above their heads. Still, he breathed a sigh of relief. Though the posture was unsightly, it was better than losing their lives. Jiang Fei sensed someone approaching from behind and turned to look. Noticing Jiang Fei's gaze, Wei Maida grinned awkwardly. Then he hesitantly walked forward. Macaroni followed closely behind him. Originally, they weren't afraid of Jiang Fei coming to the 11th universe. But now that this had happened, their hearts began to race. Macaroni, do you think I should bow or kneel directly? Wei Maida walked slowly, asking softly behind him. Well, Macaroni glanced at Jiang Fei's calm expression, then at the bruises on Jiren and the others' faces and whispered, I suggest you be sincere and show a little respect. Topo's face was covered in fresh marks. Jiren's aura was very faint, his large eyes swollen into slits. Dispo was crouching on the ground, trembling. Judging by the scene, there was no need to guess. When they arrived, they must have tried to gang up on the enforcer only to be taught a lesson instead. Topo, Jiren, and the others squatted on the ground, daring not to move an inch. When they saw Vermoud approaching, their eyes first lit up, then dimmed again. The others might not fully understand yet, but Topo probably grasped at least something. It seemed he had misunderstood something. This young man in front of them really did seem to be a god. The reason they were here with their hands behind their heads, squatting and unable to move, was due to an overwhelming divine pressure. It was absolutely not their will. The other party was using a massive divine power to exert an unbearable pressure. They were forced to act against their will, hands behind their heads, squatting on the ground. On the other side, Vermoud exhaled a breath. As if to relieve the pressure in his heart, he walked slowly toward Jiang Fei. Without saying a word, he knelt down on both knees with a thud. The process was so crisp and neat, as if specially rehearsed. I, the god of destruction of Universe 11, greet the enforcer. Vermoud bowed his head deeply. Jiren and the others, still squatting on the ground, stared with wide eyes at this unbelievable scene. The shock in their hearts could not be expressed in words. That was the god of destruction, revered by millions. The ruler of the entire universe, just like that, knelt down. I am Makitara, the angel of Universe 11, greeting the enforcer. Makitara nodded slightly, just like the previous angels. Jiang Fei watched Vermoud's actions and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why do all the gods of destruction across these universes behave the same way? They see me, and before I even say anything, they already perform a grand salute. Is it really necessary? Do they have to be like this? Holy crap. Meanwhile, Cell beside him had reached the peak of admiration for Jiang Fei at this moment. Setting aside this clown-looking guy who knelt directly to Jiang Fei, let me tell you about that group of muscular men in tight clothes earlier. Each one radiating an aura so terrifying it was almost incomprehensible. But when Jiang Fei made his move, everyone was simply knocked down with no energy left to resist. Now he just wanted to ask, is there anyone in this world who can be Jiang Fei's match? Jiang Fei first nodded slightly to Makitara, then looked at Vermoud, who was prostrate on the ground, and said calmly, get up and speak. As he said this, he helplessly shook his head. He remembered that he had said these words more than once already. Almost every time he met a god of destruction, it was always the same thing. The key was that these gods of destruction's kneeling postures were all very standard. It really made one wonder if they had practiced privately. I dare not. Vermoud was sweating profusely on his face. In this situation, it was better to stay kneeling. Don't wait until he stood up only to get beaten. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly. What's there to be afraid of? When I tell you to stand, you stand. Gulping, Vermoud swallowed hard and slowly said, Jiren and the others offended the enforcer. I cannot escape responsibility. Although this kind of thing was not something he could control at any time. But the incident did happen in his territory after all. If handled poorly, it might give the enforcer a bad impression. I never said they were wrong. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and said, Really? Vermoud asked, lifting his head slightly. Jiang Fei nodded and replied seriously, Really? Hearing this, Vermoud finally felt relieved. Feeling it was about time, he slowly stood up. With humble eyes and a gentle tone, he spoke to Jiang Fei. Enforcer, please wait a moment. Although you won't blame them, I still need to say a few words. Jiang Fei looked at him and nodded lightly, while gesturing with his hand to let him proceed. Vermoud smiled broadly, then slowly walked over to where Jiren and the others were still squatting. However, as he approached, he felt an immense pressure pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. He strained to steady himself, barely managing to hold his ground. Fortunately, he was only standing at the edge position, otherwise he would have been like Jiren and the others. Not to mention having his hands behind his head. At minimum, he would be crouching there, unable to stand. You bastards dare to even touch the enforcer. Vermoud said this with his body tensed and eyes wide with anger. After finishing these words, a cold sweat began to break out across his skin. It was evident how immense the divine pressure Jiang Fei released was. God of destruction, sir, we were wrong. Jiren was the first to lower his head and admit his mistake. He already knew that his group had provoked someone they couldn't afford to anger. Didn't they see their own god of destruction kneeling before that person? Vermaud glanced at him, then turned his gaze to Topo. And you, as a candidate god of destruction, how can you be so reckless? Topo heard this reprimand from the god of destruction, but could only suffer in silence. How could he have known the other party was truly a god? If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to make a move, even if it meant death. The enforcer has pardoned you this time. Vermaud looked at the people from his universe, and the sweat on his face had fallen in large drops, like soybeans. He paused, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from his face. While wiping, he continued, however, though your lives are spared, your crimes cannot go unpunished. You will all kneel and apologize to me later. What a... Jiren and the others were shocked in their hearts. They never expected the god of destruction to make such a demand. You see, they were all prominent figures in Universe 11. Now they had to kneel and apologize to one person. If this got out, they would be laughed to death. What do you have something to object to? Vermaud frowned and looked at them, thinking to himself, are you more precious than me? I've already knelt and admitted my mistakes. What face do you culprits still need? Jiren and the others exchanged glances. Although they dared not go against the god of destruction's wishes, the dignity of being powerful warriors constantly reminded them. This thing, even if it cost their lives, they couldn't do it. Jiang Fei heard Vermaud's conversation with these people and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Then he said in a deep voice, didn't I just say they weren't wrong? What do you want them to kneel for? What mistake should they admit? As he spoke, he casually waved his hand and dispelled the divine power imposed on this area. Ouch! The moment the divine power was dispelled, these people lost their balance and fell directly onto the ground. However, they did not immediately get up again. Instead, they were panting heavily. Vermaud was at the edge of this area. The pressure was suddenly released, and he stumbled. He almost face-planted. Jiang Fei slowly walked over to him and steadied him slightly. Then he patted his shoulder and said calmly, come on now, tell me about your problem. Wei made his heart tightened upon hearing these words, his facial expression instantly stiffening. Not only him, but also the angel beside him, Ma Ka Li Ta, was taken aback. They had assumed this matter had already been dropped. They had thought that the enforcement officer was clearly a graceful god, amiable and friendly in all dealings. How had he been portrayed so poorly by Wei Si? But the sudden upheaval had forced her to temporarily discard her previous impressions. She still needed to reconsider the words Wei Si had told her. However, as long as the enforcement officer didn't cause trouble for her, it really didn't matter. To be honest, she was quite eager to witness how this enforcement officer would cause trouble for the god of destruction. And, enforcement officer, didn't you say that Jillian and the others did nothing wrong? Wei Maida said with an awkward smile. Jiang Fei nodded, looking at him, and said calmly, yes, which is why we should talk about your problem. Upon hearing this, Wei Maida's heart plummeted to the bottom of the abyss. He and Jiang Fei had never interacted before. This was their first meeting, and if there were any issues, they should all stem from this incident. So after all this time, the matter was far from over. Instead, the wrongs had their rightful reckoning and debts had their proper payers. It was directly targeting him for accountability. Meanwhile, Ma Ka Li Ta remained silently observant by the side. Normally, she would certainly have stood up bravely to speak out. But today was different. They were facing the enforcement officer. Then all she could do was silently pray for her own god of destruction in her heart. This, enforcement officer, how about I kowtow a few more times for you? This matter could then be considered settled. What do you think? Wei Maida pondered for a long time before carefully saying, huh. His words completely left Jiang Fei bewildered. Normally, shouldn't one first ask what the problem was, and then give themselves a chance to explain after? How could this fellow, without saying anything or asking anything, immediately offer to kowtow to absolve responsibility? This kind of action was something he had never seen before. Before he could even process it, Wei Maida suddenly dropped to his knees with a plop. In front of Jiang Fei's utterly bewildered expression, he bowed his head one after another without hesitation. His movements were seamless, each kowtow flowing smoothly, like water, more standard than standard could be. Jillian, Tuopo, and the others, upon hearing Wei Maida's words and seeing his current actions, were simply dumbstruck. It further altered their previous inherent perceptions of the god of destruction. DCP scratched his head, muttering quietly, is this really the god of destruction or a grandson? Why does he want to kowtow to people so easily? Although his voice was very low, it was still heard by Jillian and the others. However, no one around rebutted. Because what the god of destruction was doing now was truly no different from that of a grandson. At first he made them kowtow to admit fault, and now he had personally joined in, as such behavior was indeed somewhat despicable. However, upon hearing this, Tuopo could no longer bear it. He himself was particularly respectful towards gods, let alone he was also a candidate for god of destruction. Although he similarly held great disdain for the current Wei Maida, yet he absolutely would not allow others to wantonly trample upon the dignity of the god of destruction. They saw Tuopo's large hand grab DC Po's ear. He directly lifted him to in front of himself. Then he whispered sharply, "What do you know? This is called retreating in order to advance. Those who achieve great things should be like this, not minding trivial details." Okay, retreating in order to advance, retreating in order to advance. Quickly put me down. DC Po reluctantly nodded in agreement. He most disliked others pulling his ears in his daily life. But if the other party was Tuopo, then even if he hated it, there was no use. Because he could not defeat this guy. Humph. Tuopo snorted coldly. The moment DC Po was put down, it seemed as though he had suddenly understood something. Tapping his chin with his finger, he murmured in his heart, "Was what I did just now also retreating in order to advance?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Waymeda was kowtowing like pounding garlic. It seemed he had absolutely no intention of stopping. Ma Kalita watched from the side, her slender hand covering her forehead. Daring not to directly gaze at this scene, Waymeda normally maintained an image of awe-inspiring dignity in front of others. But after encountering the enforcement officer today, he became cowardly beyond measure, witnessing such a tremendous contrast. For some unknown reason, she actually found it hard to suppress the urge to laugh aloud. All right. Jiang Fei waved his hand, shaking his head, and said with a condensed voice. Upon hearing this, Waymeda slowly rose to his feet. Dusting off the dirt from his body, his expression surprisingly lacked any trace of humiliation. Jiang Fei looked at his red and white face, helplessly shaking his head. It had to be said this trick was really quite effective, causing him now to feel somewhat embarrassed about causing further trouble for the other party. "Enforcement officer, is this over? If not, I can perform a few more for you, it's fine," Waymeda said with a broad smile. As he spoke, he was about to pounce onto the ground again to start a new round of performance. Upon seeing this, Jiang Fei deeply commanded, "Enough." Waymeda was startled into a jolt, immediately straightening his legs. Jiang Fei looked at Ma Kalita beside him, who was barely containing her laughter. Is he always like this normally? Ma Kalita, upon hearing it was directed at herself, immediately lowered her hand, covering her face. Then she adopted a serious expression. Looking at Jiang Fei, she answered seriously, "Lord Waymeda is not usually like this regarding work. He is very strict." Speaking to this point, she also cast a glance at Waymeda. Her facial expression could no longer be restrained. The corners of her mouth rose, forming a beautiful arc. Waymeda, seeing Ma Kalita's smile, could not help but have his cheek twitch. Then why did he become like this today? Jiang Fei continued to ask, furrowing his brows. He considered his own image to be quite decent. Moreover, this was his first time visiting the 11th universe, so even if there were any improprieties, no one should have known about them. But why did this Waymeda, upon seeing him, act as if he were a soul-taking ghost? Especially whenever there was mention of problems, he would directly kneel down, wanting nothing more than to call him grandfather. However, having experienced the events of the 6th universe, his heart already had an answer awaiting verification. Well, Ma Kalita pondered slightly, licking her own lips, seeming to consider whether or not to sell out Whis. Approximately 3 or 4 seconds passed. Ma Kalita steeled her heart and spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps Lord Waymeda is relatively fearful of you, whom I understand. How did Whis tell you?" Jiang Fei placed his hands behind his back and said in a calm tone. Ma Kalita, seeing this situation, knew she could not hide it anymore. So she chanted in her heart, "Whis, it wasn't me who said it, the enforcement officer guessed it out. When we meet next time, please don't blame me." After finishing her inner prayer, she began to recount. "Whis told me that you are a person so fierce and ruthless as to have no humanity. You are a..." Listening to Ma Kalita's words, Jiang Fei's eyes gradually began to turn icy. As expected, it was Whis' vigorous propaganda that had made his name known beyond. Although he himself was not present in all the universes, judging by this situation, legends about him should already be spreading across all universes. Very good. Jiang Fei smiled coldly and nodded. Although he said good, there was a grinding undertone to his words. After finishing her tale, Makarita couldn't help but shiver and took a few steps back, afraid that Jiang Fei might suddenly go berserk and hurt the innocent. "Hiss! Why does it feel so cold?" Waymei rubbed his arms. This harsh planet was stiflingly hot yet, but now an intense chill kept invading everyone's hearts. Makarita sniffed and tentatively asked, "Enforcer, would you like to come to our place?" "No need," Jiang Fei said in a heavy tone. His mood was extremely bad. The rumors that Whis had spread across the universes had done him great harm. If the rumors were true, he wouldn't deny them. But there were countless fabricated and exaggerated details. They had painted him as an utterly evil demon. He decided he must return to the 7th universe. If Whis couldn't give him a satisfactory explanation, then he would face due punishment. Waymei's face immediately showed a hint of joy upon hearing this. However, after a moment, he put on a regretful expression. Seeming pained, he said, "That's truly a pity. If the enforcer could come to my place, it would be a blessing I've cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Rest assured I'll return to the 11th universe later. I have matters to attend to now, so I'll take my leave." Jiang Fei glanced at him indifferently. If this had been said when they first met, it might have been believable, but now having learned of the propaganda Whis spread about him, without guessing he knew these words were merely false politeness. In reality, deep down he was probably delighted. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei pointed at Cell beside him and said to Wei Mei, "He'll stay here to train for a while. Don't let him die." After saying that, without waiting for Wei Mei's agreement, his body turned into a beam of light and flew into the boundless space. Phew! Wei Mei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Fei leave. Not only him, but almost everyone present quietly exhaled. After all, the pressure Jiang Fei exerted on them was immense. If he hadn't left, these people might have suffocated. As for Cell, he stood there with an awkward grin. He never expected Jiang Fei would just abandon him here. Facing this group of strange muscular men was quite uncomfortable. Wei Mei had now regained his usual solemnity. He also noticed the awkward Cell. Turning to Jiren and the others, he ordered, "Since the enforcer has spoken, you all give him a proper welcome. Let's go." After saying that, Wei Mei stood behind Makarita. Makarita waved her scepter and the two turned into a light and instantly vanished from the planet. After seeing the god of destruction leave, Topo and Dispo immediately led their men to surround him. Gulp. Cell swallowed hard, forced a smile on his face, and waved slightly hello. "Oomph." Dispo sneered. Topo waved his hand and shouted to those around, "Beat him up." With that, a crowd of large men in red tights started attacking Cell. They had been too frustrated just now, they didn't dare touch that so-called enforcer. Now that a weakling was left behind, they had to vent. Of course, not everyone joined in. Jiren was still somewhat restrained. He stood with arms crossed, watching everything expressionlessly. However, when he heard Cell's screams of pain from being beaten, a strange feeling of pleasure began to rise in his heart. Hiss! Jiren lowered his arms and took a deep breath. After thinking for about a second, he stepped forward slowly with a determined and profound gaze. He quietly watched the crowd still inflicting violence. In an extremely low voice and very calm tone, Jiren said expressionlessly, "Excuse me, make some room, let me have some fun too." About 30 minutes passed. Cell was bruised and swollen. He was now holding his head with both hands, staring straight ahead at the big brothers before him. He was even humming his personal BGM, "Where's the road ahead?" Seventh universe, realm of the gods of destruction. This place, originally beautiful and serene, now echoed with vulgar noises. "Beerus, can you be any more shameless?" Kampa clenched his fists and shouted in Beerus's face. "I'm shameless. How am I shameless? Don't cause trouble for me, Kampa." Beerus also refused to back down, pressing his face forward. If not for Whis and Vados behind them holding their respective gods of destruction, the two would probably have kissed mouth to mouth. "You lost the match to me, and according to the rules you need to kowtow to me. Now you're reneging. Isn't that shameless?" Kampa said furiously, spittle flying all over Beerus's face. Beerus disgustedly wiped his face hard with his arm. "Too." Then he spat back directly. At the same time he kept taunting, "I lost the match and I still have to kowtow to you. Kampa, you little brat, choked on your food." Kampa felt the wetness on his face and frantically wiped it off. While wiping, he growled angrily, "Bastard, you sore loser." After wiping, Kampa spat several times. "Screw you." Beerus gave no ground, dodging while firing back verbal salvos. Whis and Vados, watching the two, felt disgust. They harmoniously pulled them back. Then with a shoulder throw they slammed Beerus and Kampa hard onto the ground. If they hadn't done so, the two's attacks might have hit them. "Bastard, if I could fight I'd knock you down." Kampa quickly got up, shouting continuously. Vados timely held him back, preventing him from stepping forward. "You? Look at yourself in the mirror." Beerus sneered contemptuously and was about to step forward to fight. However, Whis was holding him back. The two were thus separated by a distance. But the verbal abuse never ended, instead growing more intense. "My lords, gods of destruction, please stop arguing. Could you first calmly discuss what exactly happened?" Whis said helplessly. When Kampa first arrived, Whis thought there was some business. Who knew? He immediately started shouting for Beerus to kneel and kowtow. Beerus was completely dumbfounded when he heard that. He bluntly shot back, "Are you fucking crazy?" Then the two began a non-stop argument. Arguing turned into cursing, and cursing turned into nearly coming to blows. If not for him and Vados stopping them, the two would have already turned the place upside down. "I have nothing to say to this pathetic brat." Champ snorted, his face flushed with anger. Upon hearing this, Beerus retorted furiously, "Who are you calling a brat? I'll tear your mouth apart." With that he lunged forward, but was relentlessly held back by Whis, unable to advance. Beerus was equally perplexed. He had barely bid farewell to the enforcer and enjoyed a few days of peace when this foolish brother came knocking. From the moment he arrived, he spoke insolently, demanding that Beerus kneel and kowtow. Just look at what he said. Was that even human speech? "I'm right here if you've got the guts, come at me. The one who can't take it is the brat." Champ crossed his arms and sneered. "Enough, Lord Champ, please hold your tongue," Vados interjected with a frown. She was deeply exasperated. If she had known this would happen, she would never have brought Champ here. Not only did they fail to meet Jiang Fei, but it also sparked such a fierce conflict between the two gods of destruction. "Oomph." Champ snorted disdainfully at Vados' words. He turned his head away, arms still crossed, and looked elsewhere. You should also restrain yourself a bit, Lord Beerus, Whis said with a similar tone of helplessness. He felt that these were troubled times. Having served as an angel for so many years, he had never been this exhausted. If only he weren't an angel. What a wonderful life that would be. TCH. Beerus sneered, utterly dismissive, and could no longer be bothered with such a lowlife as Champ. Both fell silent. Vados sighed and began to explain what had transpired in the 6th universe. In essence, Jiang Fei had brought a powerhouse from the 7th universe, claiming that Beerus had issued a challenge and demanded that the 6th universe send a strong fighter. The two would battle, and the loser would kneel and kowtow. Thus the powerhouse brought by Jiang Fei suffered a crushing defeat. And that led to the scene just now. Beerus was utterly bewildered after hearing Vados' account. He scratched his head and looked at Whis in confusion. Did I ever say such a thing? Whis too was momentarily stunned by the mention of the challenge. He shook his head without the slightest hesitation. I recall that Lord Beerus should have. But before he could finish the word never, Whis felt a chilling breeze behind him, a bone-piercing cold that sent shivers down his spine. Enforcer, Vados standing opposite Whis exclaimed in surprise. At the mention of that name, Whis's heart tightened. He turned his head stiffly to look behind him. When he saw that it was indeed Jiang Fei, a forced smile appeared on his face. Enforcer. For some reason, as he saw the man appear silently behind him, a foreboding dread began to rise in his heart. Whis. Jiang Fei let out a cold laugh. He had sped back from the 11th universe to the 7th universe, and there Whis was right in the realm of the gods of destruction. Revenge would find its target, sparing him the trouble of searching the cosmos. Beerus and Champ both gasped as they saw Jiang Fei arrive. They dared not continue their bickering and rushed to his side, intending to greet him with a bow. But when they saw Jiang Fei's face dark as a thundercloud, they were struck with fear. Exchanging glances, they surprisingly knelt in unison. Pressing their heads to the ground, they declared in unison, "We pay homage to the Enforcer." Whis swallowed hard and stepped back behind Beerus. Vados also flew to the back of Champ, and both nodded. "We pay homage to the Enforcer." But Whis's bow was noticeably deeper than usual, because when Jiang Fei had called his name, there was a distinct gnashing of teeth, as if his premonition was about to come true. Jiang Fei spoke, calmly scanning everyone present. "Beerus, Champ, Vados, the three of you." Then suddenly his eyes narrowed and he roared, "Get lost." After that his icy gaze fell directly on Whis. The sudden outburst made the two prostrate brothers tremble in fear. Vados was also stunned, frozen in place. None of them anticipated Jiang Fei's outburst. Whis's face turned pale and his staff even dropped from his hand. For it was clear that Jiang Fei's wrath was directed at him. I shall take my leave." Beerus quickly rose and retreated to the side. His eyes held a hint of pity for the trembling Whis. Champ quickly caught on. Yes, I'll leave immediately." With that he grabbed the dazed Vados and hid nearby. No one cared why the Enforcer was so furious. After all, it was time to save their own skins. If they dawdled and got caught in the crossfire, there would be no one to argue with. In less than a second, the area was cleared, leaving only Jiang Fei and Whis on the vast stage. Enforcer WH. "What's wrong with you?" Whis forced a smile, trembling. But the smile was so ugly it looked like a cry. "Oh, nothing." Jiang Fei clicked his tongue, his expression calm, and said nonchalantly, "I just feel like giving you a lesson. Any objections?" Whis's heart sank like a stone into an icy abyss. His face was as pale as paper, and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. He glanced at Vados in the distance, a moment of clarity dawning. Could it be that those siblings had sold him out? No, it couldn't be. But before he could think further, Jiang Fei's massive fist, crackling with explosive energy, swung toward him. A dull thud rang out. With a scream, Whis's body flew backward like a broken kite. Blood spurted from his mouth, tracing a graceful arc through the air, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Then he fell heavily to the ground, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. Whis clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain, and said, Enforcer, why are you doing this?" Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. If this fellow hadn't asked, it would have been fine, but the question only fueled his anger. To think that after all this he still dared to ask why. It seemed a lesson he would never forget was in order. Swish! Jiang Fei flashed and appeared before Whis. Then he raised his mighty foot and began a relentless barrage of kicks. Bam! 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 Ouch! Enforcer, please stop, I'm wrong, I beg you. Whis twisted his body, desperately dodging Jiang Fei's attacks, while hastily pleading for mercy. At this moment, he had completely lost all semblance of an angel's grace. The psychological pressure and physical agony tormented him unbearably. Hearing this, Jiang Fei grew even angrier. He finally understood why those women got so furious when their boyfriends uttered such words. Just saying, I'm wrong. Damn it, say what you did wrong. Do you expect me to expose you myself? Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Fei kicked harder and harder with each blow. Even the realm of the destruction god of the 7th universe could feel the earth trembling. The once smooth ground had begun to crack into deep, unfathomable fissures. Bai Lu Si and Xiang Pa watched from the side, trembling with fear. Every tremor of the earth was enough to make their hearts pound with terror. At the same time, they both imagined what would happen if they were in Wei Si's place. At that thought, both Bai Lu Si and Xiang Pa quickly shook their heads. They both knew that with their physical constitutions they could never withstand so many blows. At this intensity, one kick would probably finish them off on the spot. Xiang Pa tugged at Ba Duo Si beside him and whispered, "Maybe you should go and persuade him." He couldn't bear to watch any longer. If this continued, Wei Si might actually be beaten to death. Ba Duo Si furrowed her delicate brows and slowly shook her head. The enforcer must have a reason for treating Wei Si like this. It's not appropriate for us to interfere. She had actually already figured out why Zhang Fei was so angry. Although she was initially confused, she had now come to her senses. Come to think of it, spreading rumors about the enforcer for no reason was practically asking for trouble. Are you two siblings? Xiang Pa was stunned by this explanation. Ba Duo Si glanced at him, but did not answer. Of course they were siblings, as close as could be. But the one beating Wei Si now was Zhang Fei. In that case, the blood ties between siblings truly didn't matter. Moreover, even without all these complications, in such a situation, who would dare to step in? They would just get beaten up together. On the other side, taking advantage of the brief intervals between Zhang Fei's kicks, Wei Si quickly cried out, "Enforcer, even if you're going to punish me, at least let me die knowing why." Although he had already guessed the general reason, he still wanted to gamble. After all, the offense was too great for anyone to bear. Moreover, he believed that his siblings would not betray him. Seeing that this fellow was still stubborn, Zhang Fei angrily kicked him twice more with a loud bam. Bam. Oh, oh. Wei Si opened his mouth wide and wailed. Zhang Fei felt that this beating was not satisfying enough. He turned his head and glanced at the scepter Wei Si had dropped earlier. With a slight lift of his palm, the scepter flew over like a magnet, instantly landing firmly in his grip. Zhang Fei held the scepter, his gaze cold, as he looked down at Wei Si on the ground. Gulp. Wei Si swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear. He had even begun to recall his past lives. What sin had he committed to end up like this? If heaven could grant him another chance, he would rather stop being an angel. Bang! Just as he was still lost in his fantasies, Zhang Fei directly slammed the scepter onto his body, striking him, while saying, "I'll teach you to spread rumors and cause trouble." Oh! Wei Si's screams became increasingly unrestrained. Hearing these words, he understood well enough. The matter had surely been exposed. Otherwise, Zhang Fei would not have said such things. He regretted it. If only he hadn't gambled, confessed honestly, he might have suffered less. Because now being struck by the scepter was worse than being kicked. It was unbearably painful, a pain that reached into the very soul. For slandering my image. For spreading rumors everywhere. For talking nonsense. For cursing me behind my back. Zhang Fei, holding the scepter, listed each offense through gritted teeth. The scepter in his hand had even begun to blur into afterimages. After several muffled thump, thump, thump sounds, Zhang Fei casually tossed aside the scepter. By now, Wei Si was nearly beaten half to death. He lay on the ground, gasping, blood and sweat mingled together. After all, Wei Si was an angel, the son of the Grand Priest. Although Zhang Fei was angry, he still knew his limits. Despite how miserable this fellow looked, he had not actually been fatally wounded. At most, it was superficial injuries, plus a few broken bones. For Wei Si, this was nothing, but only made him experience a taste of physical agony. This is too terrifying. Xiang Pa muttered to himself, his voice trembling. To be honest, he really wanted to leave, but without Zhang Fei's permission, he didn't dare let out a single fart. Remorse and self-blame filled his heart. Why did he have to come to the 7th universe for nothing? Now it's come to this. He couldn't leave, even if he wanted to. It's all that damn Bai Lu Si's fault. If he had just kowtowed to me earlier, it would have been over. But he had to drag it out, until now trapped in a dilemma. Wei Si. Bai Lu Si was trembling in the corner. Because he still didn't know if he was involved in this. Now, seeing Wei Si's miserable state, if not for his own formidable strength, he would have probably been scared into a faint by now. Cough, cough. Wei Si, lying on the ground, coughed violently a few times. He looked up at Zhang Fei and spoke with difficulty. Enforcer, have you finished beating me? Get up, Zhang Fei said indifferently, looking at him. Upon hearing this, Wei Si clutched his chest and staggered to his feet. The crisp crack of breaking bones could be clearly heard. Wei Si's face was extremely pained, but he kept his head down, not daring to meet Zhang Fei's eyes. Zhang Fei looked at his appearance and felt much relieved. Then he continued to instruct him. Notify all universes and clarify the rumors you spread earlier. Yes. Wei Si nodded hastily. Also, when you clarify, put it on speakerphone. I want to hear your conversations. Don't try any tricks, Zhang Fei added calmly. Wei Si did not dare to refute at all, and immediately began contacting his siblings across the universes. At the same time, he started to resent them inwardly. They were truly disloyal. He had kindly warned them, but they turned around and sold him out. Now look, he got a thorough beating for nothing. However, it was far too late to say anything now. Better to simply obey the orders meekly and avoid any further complications. Is this Avamo from the first universe? Whis began making contact. Per Zhang Fei's request to activate the speakerphone, he chose not to send the message telepathically. Instead, he spoke aloud at full volume, ensuring that Beerus, Kampa, and Vados nearby could hear every word clearly. In the god of destruction's domain of the first universe, an angel resembling a stout middle-aged matron instantly caught Wiss's voice. This was Avamo, the angel of the first universe. Upon hearing Wiss's voice, a hint of confusion stirred within her. Yet she promptly replied in her heart with a smile, "What is it now, Whis?" Communications between the two universes were actually quite rare, primarily because the first and seventh universes were separated by vast distances. Furthermore, there was a significant disparity in rank between them, compounded by the strained relations between their respective gods of destruction. Consequently, they barely maintained contact throughout the year. Their last exchange had been shortly before, when Whis had warned her to be cautious of the law enforcer. But this time it remained unclear what he desired. Hearing Avamo's reply, Whis cautiously glanced toward Zhang Fei beside him. Then he loudly called out, "It's about business. Please just open your Dao first." Huh. Upon hearing this, Avamo was utterly stunned. She slowly processed his words, a flush of embarrassment instantly coloring her cheeks. Swearing he should get lost, she abruptly severed the connection. It was not just her, everyone from the seventh universe fell into shocked silence. Dao. Kampa's eye twitched. He promptly nudged Vados beside him, offering a sheepish grin. "I never would have guessed your brother had such hobbies." Vados blinked her large, captivating eyes and couldn't help but swallow hard. Truthfully, even she was taken aback by Wiss's words. She never expected him to utter such vulgar phrasing in front of so many people. And not only that, but he had shouted it at the top of his lungs, as if eager for everyone to hear. Could Zhang Fei have beaten his true nature to the surface, forcing his innermost thoughts into the open? Avamo. Though she thought this, Vados still murmured the name softly under her breath. Simultaneously, Avamo's round, plump figure materialized in her mind. Imagining Whis alongside her sent an involuntary shiver down Vados' spine. She then slowly shook her head. Wiss's taste isn't exactly impressive either. Holy shit, is this really that stimulating? Even Beerus, watching from the side, could no longer contain himself and blurted out a curse. It was truly unfathomable that those words had come from Wiss's mouth. To spit out such a ferocious phrase so casually was truly befitting his standing as an angel. At this moment, the fear in his heart had completely vanished, replaced by sheer disbelief. On Wiss's end, realizing Avamo had cut the connection while simultaneously cursing at him, he momentarily failed to process what had just transpired. However, upon observing the utterly bewildered expressions of those around him and slowly savoring his own recent words, a sudden realization dawned on him. He hastily waved his hands at Vados and the others, exclaiming, "A misunderstanding. Everyone, it's a misunderstanding." Yet seeing his panicked state, nobody believed him for a second. If anything, he only managed to look more guilty. Whis covered his face with his hands, utterly at a loss for words. He felt that his path as an angel was somehow drifting farther and farther astray. The former image of his composed, stern demeanor seemed to have bid him farewell entirely. Whis, who would have guessed you had such a repressed side? You truly know how to make an entrance. Zhang Fei watched the flustered Whis and sneered coldly. Of course, he fully understood that Wiss's words had absolutely no such implication. Yet witnessing his bewilderment brought him a sudden wave of satisfaction. Hearing this, Wiss's already pained expression only grew more tormenting. He felt as though a throatful of blood were permanently lodged in his chest, ready to erupt at any moment. He struggled to compose himself, then slowly began to explain, "Law enforcer, it is absolutely not what you imagine. Please let me explain." "No need to explain." Whis had hardly finished his sentence before Zhang Fei cut him off. He then spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. "Now do you understand how I felt?" Whis was initially taken aback, but then reluctantly nodded in agreement. However, a quiet muttering began to form in his mind. "This may indeed have been a misunderstanding on my part, but even with some embellishment, most of it was still the truth." Yet he dared only think these words, never venturing to speak them aloud. After all, he had no desire to witness the law enforcer's methods a second time. Determined to clear the misunderstanding and fulfill Zhang Fei's instructions, Whis could only attempt to contact the first universe's angel once more. Speaking with the same clear, audible voice, he pleaded, Avamo, that's not what I meant. Please just listen to me for a moment." The stares directed at Whis by those around him grew progressively stranger. Could this guy truly have been beaten into stupidity by Zhang Fei? One instance of such nonsense was more than enough. Why was he attempting a sequel? If he insisted on saying it, couldn't he have just used telepathy, as if terrified someone might miss the broadcast? Roughly a minute passed before the other party finally began to respond. "Whis, what do you think you're saying?" Avamo replied, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment and a trace of anger. It was simply unfathomable that Whis, another angel, would dare direct such remarks toward her. Upon hearing a response, Whis quickly interjected, "The Indao I mentioned isn't what you're imagining." But hearing this, Avamo only felt certain that Whis was deliberately teasing her. Furious, she was on the verge of severing the call again, already resolved to file a formal complaint against him with the Grand Minister. Audio channel. Yes. It's audio channel. Please just open your audio channel first. Just as she was about to cut the transmission again, Whis hastily blurted out, sweating profusely. He had finally managed to find a suitable term. Avamo heard Wiss's explanation, yet she resolutely and angrily severed the connection regardless. Meanwhile, she had already made up her mind to report every single one of Wiss's actions from today, in complete and utter detail, straight to the Grand Minister. Are you still there, Awamo? You. Looking at the severed connection, Whis felt a surge of despair. He wanted to slap himself twice. How could he have failed to speak a single proper word just now? At this moment, he felt that his hard-earned reputation was about to be ruined. If Awamo went around spreading this story, how could he ever show his face among the angels again? Not just among the angels. The entire divine realm would look down on him with disdain. But even if he wanted to salvage the situation, it was already too late. Because now the first universe angel, Awamo, simply wouldn't acknowledge him anymore. Zhang Fei looked at him with a cold sneer. If you can't reach him, try the next one. Don't dawdle. His original intention was just to have Whis clear his own name. Unexpectedly, the first attempt had already yielded an unexpected gain. He truly hoped that this fellow would continue to blurt out some wild words. Just imagining the scene when these angels met in the future was bound to be spectacular. Alas, Whis let out a helpless sigh. He temporarily gave up contacting Awamo and began to reach out to the next angel. Is this the second universe's Sawa? Please open your audio channel first. Wiping the sweat from his face, Whis nearly made the same mistake again. But even if he did, Sawa's reaction probably wouldn't be too severe. Because Sawa was male, unlikely to misunderstand. He would definitely grasp the meaning. Alright. Sawa from the second universe replied promptly upon hearing Whis' voice. Then his voice echoed through the destruction god realm of the seventh universe. The very word, alright, he had just spoken. It was as if the speakerphone had been turned on. After doing this, Sawa asked curiously, "What's wrong, Whis? Why are you doing this?" Like Awamo before him, Sawa didn't usually contact Whis often when there was nothing urgent. The last time they had spoken was also when Whis informed him about the enforcement officer. Being contacted again so soon naturally piqued his curiosity. Never mind all that. I'm here to tell you something. Whis, standing in the seventh universe, waved his hand and spoke loudly. The voices of the two angels drifted through the spacious destruction god realm. Bai Lu Si Xiangpa and Ba Duo Si all pricked up their ears. After all, when Zhang Fei and Whis had spoken earlier, they were far away and had no idea what Zhang Fei wanted Whis to clarify. They only knew that after contacting the first universe angel, Whis was now contacting the second universe angel. Since the two were speaking loudly enough for the entire destruction god realm to hear, they decided to listen in and find out what Whis was up to. Alright, go ahead. Sawa's voice sounded again, though it carried a hint of bewilderment. Whis glanced at Zhang Fei beside him, steadied his nerves, and then spoke with an air of extreme seriousness. It's about last time. I mentioned that a leader was coming. Oh, Ba Duo Si sharp as she was instantly understood most of it upon hearing that line. She had heard similar words before. Now said again in front of Zhang Fei, it was clearly meant to have him clarify the rumors he had spread earlier. Bai Lu Si and Xiangpa, the brothers, were slower to react. They could understand the words, but the meaning behind them escaped them. Right, the enforcement officer, isn't it? You've already said that. I'll be careful along with Lord Hai Lu Si. Sawa took over, still a little puzzled. He had learned from before that the enforcement officer was supposed to be terrifying. But no matter how terrifying, was it necessary to keep reminding him again and again? Besides, the enforcement officer might not even visit their universe. Ahem. Whis coughed violently at those words, wearing a flattering smile as he nodded at Zhang Fei. Then he continued, the main thing is afterward I did add some details about the enforcement officer's character. I know you said the enforcement officer. Sawa nodded, about to continue. Whis' heart tightened, and he quickly interrupted. That day, I had too much to drink. I was completely out of my mind, raving nonsense. You must not believe a word of it. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Zhang Fei beside him. Seeing that Zhang Fei wasn't angry yet, he relaxed a little. Huh. Sawa's jaw dropped at these words, feeling something was off. Although they didn't contact often, he remembered that Whis didn't drink, did he? It seemed that none of the 12 universe angels drank, right? And even if they did, they wouldn't get drunk. Given their strength and the divine power within them, there was no such thing as being too drunk to speak, let alone drinking to the point of madness and babbling nonsense. Is that so? Sawa asked suspiciously. Though the other couldn't see him, Whis nodded frantically. It's true, it really is. Sawa from the second universe frowned slightly. To be honest, even with Whis' confirmation, the words were still hard to believe. After all, an angel getting drunk, babbling nonsense, and slandering the enforcement officer. No matter how you looked at it, it was utterly absurd. On Whis' side, after explaining, he heard no response from the other end, and finally let out a slow breath of relief. He intended to cut the connection without even saying goodbye. But at that critical moment, Sawa's uncertain voice echoed once more through the destruction god realm. Then that thing you said earlier, that the enforcement officer is nothing but a violent beast wearing human skin but doing nothing human, was that also raving nonsense? Every word of that sentence reached everyone's ears with crystal clarity. When Whis heard it, his face, which had just relaxed, instantly froze solid. His heart skipped a beat, and a chill sank deep into his chest. The suffocating pressure coming from beside him made it hard to breathe. Bai Lu-si, after hearing this, was stunned. So this was how Whis had been talking about the enforcement officer behind his back. Looking at Whis' battered body covered in dried bloodstains, he felt not a shred of sympathy. Even if there was any left, it was summed up in one word: deserved. Upon hearing these words, Pa was slightly taken aback. After a moment, he silently nodded. He thought to himself that although such remarks were indeed inappropriate, yet Whis' assessment was actually quite objective and fair, bearing an exact resemblance to his initial impression of Zhang Fei. Even by present standards, it could hardly be considered entirely fabricated slander. Alas, Whis has gone too far. How could he speak of the enforcer in such a manner? Doris sighed. Before she had ever met Zhang Fei, she had actually harbored the same thoughts. But only after witnessing the truth did she realize that most of those judgments were merely Whis' subjective conjectures. Actually, he is quite decent. He is merely a bit strict. Pa paused upon hearing this, casting a meaningful glance at Doris beside him. I sense something different about you. He had always felt that ever since the enforcer's visit to the sixth universe, his angel had undergone some subtle transformation. However, he could not pinpoint exactly what had changed. Doris glanced at him indifferently, having no intention of explaining anything. Though bewildered, Pa could only helplessly scratch his head before refocusing his gaze on the center of the arena. Whis was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though life itself had drained all color from his world. His voice trembled as he said, Sawa, could you please stop? It is all nonsense I have been spouting. Oh, all right, I understand. Sawa from the second universe nodded, utterly bewildered. He had not intended to harm Whis. He simply did not know where Zhang Fei was. Had he known, he never would have let such words slip out. In truth, Whis had shared far more with him. But since the other party had asked him to stop speaking, he decided to drop the matter entirely. Sawa sensed that Whis was about to sever the connection. So acting out of goodwill, he added one final remark. Whis, remember to watch your words henceforth. It is fine for us brothers to chat and vent here, but never mention such things in front of others, and above all, do not let the enforcer know. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I will never betray your confidence. Let us end this conversation here. Take care of yourself from now on. With that said, he decisively cut the connection. He then shook his head and sighed with resignation. In reality, Sawa did not believe Whis would drink, and even if he did, he certainly would not get drunk. Even granting the worst-case scenario, if Whis had gotten intoxicated, these words still should not have been spoken so carelessly. He should have kept them locked within. Fortunately, who could refuse his brother? As long as this fellow stopped speaking recklessly, he would certainly not blab in front of others, especially before the enforcer. Thinking this, he could not help but smile faintly. He then prepared to bring the Destroyer God along and begin their day's work. 7th Universe, Destroyer God Realm. Upon hearing Sawa's final words, Whis' face turned ashen. He truly wished to say one more thing to Sawa. You appear tight-lipped, claiming to have said nothing. Yet you have revealed everything. Beerus sighed helplessly. He was already contemplating what kind of person his new angel would be. Would they be stricter than Whis? What if they could not see eye to eye in the future? Doris shook her head. Sawa did mean well, but he clearly does not understand the situation here. Pa clicked his tongue, impressed. The enforcer was ruthless, broadcasting live in real time. Nothing could be concealed. Though the fear in his heart had diminished from before, yet he still desperately wished to depart this place immediately. After all, given the circumstances, unexpected developments could arise at any moment. At the center of the arena, Enforcer. Whis looked at Zhang Fei beside him, completely at a loss for how to explain. Or rather, any explanation now would feel utterly feeble. Zhang Fei regarded him expressionlessly and gave a slight wave of his hand. Proceed. It was not that he had suddenly become magnanimous. He had already mentally prepared himself. Besides, there was no rush to settle matters at this very moment. It would be fine to wait until all connections were made before reckoning with him. Hearing these words, Whis did not feel relieved. Rather, it felt like the calm before the storm. Though his heart protested 1,000 times, he had no choice but to steel himself and endure. This is Campili from the 3rd universe. I am Whis. After approximately half an hour, Whis finally managed to contact all 12 angels across the universes. The gist was simple, a clarification regarding his recent false statements about the enforcer. Yet the entire process left Whis thoroughly shaken and terrified. His siblings, in their eagerness to confirm, had essentially recited back nearly everything he had said earlier. These voices were heard with crystal clarity throughout the entire Destroyer God realm of the 7th universe. particularly Makarita from the 11th universe. Her retelling carried an unmistakable, mischievous undertone, as though she knew the enforcer was right there with them. And indeed, in truth, she did. For Zhang Fei had arrived from the 11th universe right in front of both Makarita and Whis. Lord Whis, do you think what Whis just said was sincere? Makarita stood to the side addressing Whis. Whis pursed his lips and shook his head. Tsk tisk, he was likely speaking out of genuine fear. At this the two exchanged knowing smiles. Their minds were already conjuring vivid imagery of the enforcer wielding a blade pressed against V's throat. 7th universe destroyer god realm. By the time Whis finished speaking, his face was washed clean with sweat. His pallid lips formed the words, Enforcer, I have completed the report. Do you have any further instructions? Zhang Fei gave a brief nod. His gaze then shifted toward Doris and Pa nearby. With a casual wave of his hand, he said, You two may return first. Pa felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders upon hearing this. Though what he had witnessed here was already thrilling, the scenes to come would undoubtedly prove even more intense. Yet he had no desire to linger even 1 second longer. He hastily bowed to Zhang Fei. I take my leave. As he spoke, he grabbed Doris and pulled her along to depart. But Doris herself lingered, reluctant to go. The very reason she had come to the 7th universe was to see Zhang Fei more often. Leaving before even finishing their conversation felt like a wasted opportunity. What is wrong, Doris? We must leave quickly, Pa urged her hurriedly. There was a high probability that an exceedingly bloody scene would unfold next. If they did not depart now, they might be splattered with blood in moments. Sigh. Doris sighed with slight regret and then silently nodded. She then led Pa away from the scene. As Pa confirmed they had fully exited the 7th universe's destroyer god realm, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he could not help but feel that his angel was behaving increasingly strangely. When he had pulled her away just now, there had been a trace of reluctance in her demeanor. Could it be that she felt unwilling because she did not get to witness her own brother being punished? Universe 7, the realm of destruction. After Ba Duo-si and Xiang Pa left, the place suddenly became empty. Zhang Fei and Wei Si were staring at each other. Bai Lu Si was still hiding not far away, not daring to approach at all. A tense and oppressive atmosphere filled the entire realm of destruction. Even the air currents seemed to have frozen solid. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Fei finally opened his mouth and said slowly, Wei Si, haven't I treated you well all this time? His tone was very flat, almost devoid of any emotion. However, Zhang Fei was no longer as angry at that moment. But when he heard the words of the angels from other universes, he still thought that letting this matter go so easily would be too lenient. How exactly to deal with this fellow would depend on his subsequent performance. Wei Si, upon hearing this, licked his dry lips. He had never felt that Zhang Fei had been generous to him. Although he desperately wanted to retort, he completely lacked the courage. He could only echo in a very insincere and cautious manner, indeed not ungenerous. Then now what do you say we do? Zhang Fei continued calmly. Wei Si was momentarily speechless, then quickly lowered his head. He wanted to say why not just let it go since they had already fought before. However, the way Zhang Fei asked clearly indicated that he did not intend to let him off. If he had said that, he would probably have died on the spot. He glanced at the scepter lying on the ground, still stained with his own blood. Wei Si gave a slight wave of his hand, and it flew into his grasp. Looking at his old companion, he steeled his heart and gritted his teeth. Holding the scepter with both hands, he presented it to Zhang Fei. I leave it entirely to the enforcer's discretion. Wei Si said with his head bowed, his attitude extremely sincere. Seeing that this fellow had finally gained some awareness, Zhang Fei nodded slightly. If it had been only the words, I leave it to you, without that gesture it would likely have resulted in another severe beating. But now Zhang Fei no longer wanted to continue the fight. He waved his hand and said calmly, forget it. When will your injuries heal? Zhang Fei continued to ask in a calm tone. Wei Si was suddenly stunned, hardly able to believe his ears. After shaking his head vigorously to confirm he wasn't hallucinating, a smile appeared on his face, and he immediately replied, I can recover in a day or two. Zhang Fei nodded. Then he suddenly added, looks like I didn't hit hard enough. Upon hearing this, Wei Si stumbled, nearly falling from fright. Fortunately, he was holding the scepter, which he thrust into the ground to use as a walking stick. This stabilized him and prevented him from falling. At the same time, the cold sweat on his face began to bead up again. Like soybeans, they dripped down in large drops. Haha. Zhang Fei, seeing his nervous appearance, smiled faintly and waved his hand. Don't be nervous. I'll give you a month. After a month, come find me on Earth. There's a task I need you to complete. Upon hearing that he wasn't going to be beaten again, Wei Si was so moved that tears almost fell from his eyes. He let out a heavy sigh of relief. Zhang Fei shook his head calmly. After giving his instructions, he turned into a beam of light and vanished in an instant. Seeing Zhang Fei leave, Wei Si felt the pressure instantly lift. He slumped directly onto the ground. However, the physical pain still made him wince in agony. Bai Lu Si at that moment also dared to slowly approach. Seeing that Whis was fine, his heart was filled with both joy and mixed feelings. Joyful because after all they had spent so much time together, even if it were a dog they would have developed an attachment. Let alone a fellow angel who had worked alongside him for so long. Now that he was fine, of course he was happy for him. But what was complicated was, he had also just heard Whis' words saying that his injuries would heal in a day or two. This made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. So after all that fuss, it was just a storm in a teacup, just a scratch. He had been worrying for half the day for nothing. Your appearance just now was quite wretched. That is not the demeanor befitting an angel. Whis. Lucy picked his nose and began to mock him now that things were over. Whis rolled his eyes. After this ordeal he seemed more at ease. Gazing at the beautiful starry sky, he said calmly, "Demeanor I certainly have, but it depends on who it's with." Lucy was momentarily taken aback by this reply. After a moment of reflection, his mocking expression slowly faded. He even nodded in slight agreement. Because he felt that he himself was like that. He had completely different faces when meeting ordinary people versus meeting the Omni King. Lucy even found a precise term for this behavior, judging people by their status. The Omni King's palace. At this moment the angel of the first universe, Mo, was already complaining to the Grand Priest about Whis' actions. The Grand Priest stood on a wide platform listening with a dazed expression, occasionally frowning. After about a minute he slowly came to his senses. Hiss! This Whis is too outrageous. How could he utter such vulgar words? The Grand Priest frowned deeply and said in a low voice. To be honest, he still couldn't believe that Whis could be such a character. However, he also believed that Mo would not have come to report Whis without reason. This matter must have occurred, but the specifics still needed verification. Alas, if it were only that it would be forgivable, but this fellow actually spoke behind the enforcer's back, saying things that were utterly disgusting. Mo said with a sigh. She didn't care whether Whis had actually made a slip of the tongue. She only knew that she had been greatly insulted. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. At the same time, she was thinking whether she should find the enforcer and personally inform him of these words. The Grand Priest raised his eyebrows. If before he had only been surprised, now he was somewhat angry. Zhang Fei was the person he had been trying so hard to curry favor with. For that he had even gone so far as to introduce his own daughter to him. And yet this brat Whis dared to speak ill of him behind his back. What exactly did Whis say to you? Recite it to me word for word. The Grand Priest asked in a slow voice, his face having already darkened imperceptibly. Mo nodded seriously and began her account. At appropriate moments, she even showed an extremely disdainful expression. She stated bluntly that the enforcer worked hard, yet was subjected to criticism. This was utterly unfair. You did very well, Mo. The Grand Priest's face now showed no expression at all. He waved his hand and said calmly, "You go back first. I need to go to the 7th universe and teach this impudent fellow a lesson." On Earth. Could he be standing me up? Zhang Fei lay on the grass in a vast plain gazing at the cerulean sky. He had been on Earth for nearly a month now, yet there was no sign of Whis. Today was the final day counting from his departure from the God of Destruction realm. Zhang Fei shook his head helplessly and sighed. It seems that last time I was too lenient. He had actually asked Whis to come to Earth primarily to train Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Ever since the Grand Priest had told him that time was running short, a deep anxiety had been gnawing at his heart. Since Sun Wukong and Vegeta would eventually be trained by Whis anyway, he might as well bring that time forward a little. Originally he had intended to train them personally, but after some thought he abandoned the idea. If it were about learning some peculiar abilities, he could still discuss insights with them. But when it came to cultivation, he truly felt inadequate. After all, as someone who experienced no pressure in cultivation and whose power grew even without training, he simply could not comprehend what it meant to be diligent and earnest. If it were purely combat, he might give it a try. But when it came to combining combat with theory, Whis, who had instructed Beerus, was far more experienced. As for Zhang Fei, he simply could not grasp theoretical matters. Because he had no need for such things. Forget it. I'll go find Sun Wukong first, he should be nearby. Zhang Fei muttered to himself helplessly. He had originally planned to wait for Whis to recover and then bring Beerus along so they could meet Sun Wukong and Vegeta in person and also let them taste Earth's delicacies. But now it seemed his goodwill was clearly superfluous. With that thought, Zhang Fei, who had been lying on the ground, vanished from the area in an instant. However, this time, he had truly misunderstood Whis. It wasn't that Whis didn't want to come to Earth, there was indeed an unspeakable reason. The 7th universe God of Destruction realm. Why are my ribs still aching? Whis touched his side and frowned. The injuries Zhang Fei had inflicted on him could have healed in a day or two, but before he could recover from the old wounds, his father arrived with a grim face. First, he angrily questioned him about discussing Zhang Fei behind his back. After learning the details, ignoring Whis' injuries, he gave him a thorough beating, a fatherly lesson of love and discipline. Moreover, the force he used was clearly much heavier than Zhang Fei's. However, after Whis explained that the law enforcer had forgiven him, the Grand Priest finally let it go. Even so, it took him a full month to recuperate. And even then he hadn't fully recovered. Don't complain, Whis. Think of it from another angle. This is actually a good thing. Beerus walked over with a smile. Surprisingly, he wasn't asleep in his chambers. It seemed that since Jiang Fei's arrival, his sleeping problem had improved somewhat. Whis frowned and said, Lord Beerus, you've had your fill of entertainment. Could you spare me the sarcasm? Haha. Beerus shook his head with a smile. Honestly, these past days had been a feast for his eyes. He said with a grin, think about it. To be disciplined by both the law enforcer and the grand priest in such a short time in all 12 universes, who else but you could enjoy such an honor? Whis's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, there was some truth to that. When he thought about it across all the universes, he was indeed the only one to have achieved such a distinction. Enough of that. Let's head to Earth now. Whis picked up his staff and said helplessly. Today was the last day. If he was late again, the consequences would be unimaginable. He lightly tapped the ground with his staff. The two of them instantly vanished from there and flew toward Earth. About 20 minutes later, they appeared above the planet. The law enforcer's location is a bit hard to pinpoint. Whis looked down at the cerulean planet and frowned. Beerus sensed the key on the planet and then curled his lips slightly, saying calmly, don't rush, there's still time. I found a familiar aura. With that, he directed Whis toward the key he had just sensed. In an instant, their figures descended onto the Capsule Corporation premises. This key, a scion, Whis said calmly, his gaze fixed on a large circular device ahead. From within emanated an aura far surpassing that of an ordinary earthling. Beerus nodded with a faint smile. He had dealt with scions in the past and would not mistake their race's energy. In particular, this aura belonged to someone he had met before. Whis was unconcerned and asked casually, the scion homeworld planet Vegeta should have been destroyed by Frisia on your orders, Lord Beerus. How is it that there are still scions on Earth? Although he asked, his expression was indifferent. His mind was solely on Jiang Fei. TCH, who knows how that incompetent Frisia handled the matter, Beerus said disdainfully. His demeanor was far less tense than Whis's. Instead, he was in a playful mood. He slowly raised a hand and said, summon him out and ask. That'll clear things up. Swoosh. A small energy sphere shot forward. The next second, a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky. Flames surged and thick black smoke billowed upward. The massive circular device was reduced to nothing. A pungent, acrid smell filled the air. Whis watched Beerus's actions and shook his head with a resigned smile. Just then, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air and a dark figure shot out from the smoke. It landed instantly on the ground, its eyes darting around. With veins bulging on its forehead, it roared in fury. Which bastard did that? Show yourself. The figure was Vegeta, who had been training in the gravity chamber. The sudden explosion not only interrupted his training, but also destroyed the chamber. Given his temper and current rage, he was determined to beat the perpetrator into a state of incapacity. Oh, so it is you, Vegeta? Beerus looked at the figure emerging from the smoke and said calmly, I've been standing right here. What do you intend to do? Vegeta heard the sound and immediately traced it to its source. Suddenly his pupils constricted sharply. The figure of Lucy stood right in front of him. You are. Vegeta stared ahead, eyes wide, his expression incredulous. Lucy, with a calm demeanor, stroked his chin and said, What? Don't you recognize me, Vegeta? As he spoke, he seemed to want to jog the other's memory. He extended a finger and tapped the air. This? Vegeta felt his body suddenly tighten and his energy instantly vanished. He then collapsed to the ground, his expression suddenly turning ferocious. Lucy looked down at him and said flatly, It seems you haven't improved at all. Gulp. Vegeta, lying on the ground, took a moment to recover and swallowed his saliva. How could he possibly forget that face? He had already experienced the same technique when he was very young. It was back on planet Vegeta when he had charged at Lucy. Even when facing the then ruler Fu Lisa, he had never endured such humiliation. Moreover, their Saiyan race had even harbored thoughts of rebellion against Fu Lisa. But facing this person, not to mention resistance, even such a thought had never crossed their minds. Wei shunned Lucy. Vegeta, lying on the ground, uttered these words in a stiff tone. After so many years, he never expected to meet again today. What alarmed him even more was that his current strength was already far beyond what it used to be. Yet the outcome now was no different from back then. Lucy sneered sarcastically, The way you talk is hideous, exactly like your foolish father. Upon hearing the mention of his father, Vegeta's heart jolted. It wasn't that he recalled his long-dead father, but rather the cause and effect of planet Vegeta's destruction. After all, this person had once trampled his father underfoot for a lousy pillow. Not only that, but he had also hinted to Fu Lisa to destroy planet Vegeta. Of course, these are all old stories, they can be set aside for now. But Lucy was absolutely an extremely dangerous individual. If not properly appeased, Earth would face a great calamity. Vegeta felt his energy recover somewhat. He struggled to stand up, forced a smile, and said ingratiatingly, by Lucy-sama, what brings you here? Hey, your smile is even uglier. He actually didn't want to act this way as it was completely against his style. But circumstances forced his hand. First, by Lucy's terrifying strength was not something ordinary people could contend with. If Earth were destroyed, he didn't think he could survive. Second, he now had a family of his own. Perhaps due to Jiang Fei's early intervention, Vegeta had become more mature compared to before. Although his concept of family was still vague, not as clear as later, but it was evident that he was more precocious than before. By Lucy-sama, have you eaten? Would you like something to eat? Vegeta's smile grew brighter and more natural. Hearing about food by Lucy showed a slight interest. He nodded calmly and said, then hurry up and prepare. Yes. Vegeta did not hesitate at all. He quickly rushed into the residence behind him. What he needed to do now was to placate this great deity. Sending the person off happily and joyfully was his top priority now. Vegeta entered the kitchen and directly put on a pink battle robe. He began bustling about with great enthusiasm. However, while busy, he thought of another person. Jiang Fei is also a god, right? What is his title? Something official. Vegeta shook his head upon this thought. Now was not the time to clarify that matter. He needed to attend to the one outside. With that, he lit the fire and brandished his spatula. According to Vegeta's understanding, even if Jiang Fei was a formidable great deity with unfathomable power, he surely couldn't be as powerful as the destruction god outside. In his current cognition, the master of the entire universe was the destruction god. The destruction god was the most powerful. There was simply no one who could match him. Even if Jiang Fei was also a god, no matter how high his status, he couldn't surpass the destruction god. Outside the residence, Lucy found a spot in the yard and sat down directly, crossing his legs in a leisurely manner. Whis, however, stood behind him with a worried expression. He occasionally sighed deeply. The two formed a stark contrast. I say, Whis, don't be so gloomy all the time, Lucy said, lying back in his chair and looking up. Whis glanced at him and said irritably, of course you're not gloomy. The law enforcement officer isn't looking for you. To be honest, just mentioning the words law enforcement officer made him fearful. Since arriving in the 7th universe, he had hardly had a single good day. If possible, he truly wanted to slap Lucy to death. Then he would enter a dormant state, waiting for the next destruction god to appear. At worst, after dinner I'll destroy Earth, and the one who remains alive will be the law enforcement officer, right? Lucy stroked his chin, seemingly having come up with a very serious solution. Hearing this, Whis couldn't help but cover his head. His gaze at Lucy was as if looking at an idiot. This guy was the classic case of the law enforcement officer not having beaten him for 3 days, making his body rather itchy. After a short while, Vegeta carried 7 or 8 plates to Lucy and placed them one by one on the table, saying respectfully, Lucy-sama, please enjoy your meal. It must be said that Vegeta's culinary skills were quite good. Although most were convenience foods, they looked quite appealing. Lucy smelled the fragrant dishes, his eyes lighting up and his appetite stirred. He picked up the chopsticks at hand and began to eat heartily. So fragrant. Whis smelled the aroma and felt a slight stir in his heart. His worries seemed to be forgotten in that instant. He sat down directly beside Lucy, picked up chopsticks, and began to taste. The two ate with golden sparks flying, their chopstick movements growing faster and faster. This was the first time they had eaten such delicious food. Phew! Vegeta, seeing this, breathed a slight sigh of relief. A confident smile gradually appeared on his face. I am the proud sire and prince. Such a trivial matter is a piece of cake. Perhaps sensing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, or wanting to further ingratiate himself with Lucy, to make him leave quickly, Vegeta walked directly to the front of the table. He spread his arms wide, a warm smile on his face. Enjoy your meal and drink. Now let me offer a song. Where is the road ahead? Bills and Whis were completely ignoring him. In their eyes, nothing was more valuable than the food on the table. Seeing that neither of them paid him any attention, Vegeta did not feel embarrassed at all. He simply sang it to liven up the atmosphere. Moreover, he had enough confidence, as he had performed this song before. It had seemed to receive quite a bit of praise and applause. Cough, cough. Vegeta cleared his throat slightly. Then in front of the two of them, he began to perform with great enthusiasm. You carry the burden, I lead the horse. May I ask where the road lies? It lies beneath our feet. La 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 la. Vegeta sang with growing energy, becoming more and more immersed in his performance. The volume gradually increased several times over. The entire courtyard echoed with his beautiful singing. Bills frowned and stopped eating. He clenched his chopsticks in his mouth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Slowly raising his head, he revealed a murderous gaze. Smack! Bill slammed his hand on the table and said through gritted teeth, Are you done yet? Vegeta, seeing the other's angry expression, was frightened into stopping his singing abruptly, carefully watching the other. He never would have imagined that the song he was so proud of meant to liven up the atmosphere would end up such a disaster. At the same time, he was also quite puzzled, for he had sung it well. Why didn't this guy understand art at all? Of course this was only his own opinion. Bills found his singing absolutely nauseating, yet this guy kept getting more and more into it. If not for timely intervention, he would have vomited out the food he had just eaten. Although Vegeta considered his singing quite good, he quickly lowered his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, Lord Bills, I've disrupted your enjoyment. Let me go stir-fry a few more dishes for you." Saying this, he did not dare to look up and immediately turned around and ran into the residence. Only after reaching the kitchen did he finally sigh in relief and wipe the sweat from his forehead. At the same time, he was also very fortunate in his heart. Bulma had taken the children out shopping. If she were here, it would really be a bit awkward. TCH. Bills watched Vegeta run into the residence and gave an arrogant humph. If it weren't for considering that Zhang Fei was still on this planet, he would have destroyed this planet long ago. However, it would be best to enjoy the gourmet food slowly for now. "Whis, you're eating too fast, leave some for me." Bill sat down and saw that more than half the food was already gone, immediately becoming dissatisfied. Then he leaned over the table and began to eat faster. At the same time, he shouted loudly toward the residence ahead, "Vegeta, hurry up." "Yes." Vegeta's voice immediately came from inside the residence. 100 miles outside of West City, a huge barrier covered this area. Two figures collided freely within the barrier. Under the sunlight, they seemed to shine like two stars. Boom. After a loud explosion, the space within the barrier began to tremble, and the earth quickly cracked with several fissures. Sun Wukong's figure fell rapidly and crashed heavily onto the ground. At the same time, the barrier slowly faded away. Zhang Fei's figure gradually descended in front of him. Zhang Fei, I didn't expect you to still be so formidable." Sun Wukong looked up and said with slightly swollen eyes open. Although his face was now covered with wounds, there was a sense of satisfaction. Zhang Fei shook his head with a smile and slightly moved his fingers. A wave of healing energy flowed into his body. Before long, he stood up energetically. "Still so magical." Sun Wukong looked at his hands and couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Fei patted his shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Let's go first, let's find Vegeta. I want to take you to a good place to cultivate." He planned to take Sun Wukong and Vegeta directly to the Destroyer Realm to find Whis. He could have set off earlier, but unfortunately Sun Wukong insisted on sparring with him. Seeing that the time was about right, Zhang Fei ended this boring sparring session. "Great, where are we going?" Sun Wukong's expression instantly became excited upon hearing this. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He was stuck at the peak of Super Saiyan and couldn't break through. Although he had been cultivating diligently every day, the results had never been satisfactory. "You'll know when we get there," Zhang Fei replied with a smile. Then he sensed Vegeta's key. The two of them instantly disappeared from this field. West City Capsule Corporation. Vegeta was busy in the kitchen. All kinds of semi-cooked ingredients were dumped into the pot. Just then, Zhang Fei and Sun Wukong appeared behind him, looking at Vegeta standing and cooking. Sun Wukong smelled the aroma of the food and asked curiously, "Vegeta, I didn't expect you to have this skill." His stomach began to rumble, and saliva was slowly flowing down. As he spoke, his hand had already reached into a plate of prepared food. Vegeta heard this sound and quickly turned around to look. After seeing it was Sun Wukong, he had no intention of paying him any attention. However, when he saw him reaching for his prepared food, he immediately became unhappy. "Let go of your dirty hands, Kakarot. This isn't for you to eat." Vegeta frowned and said without any hesitation. At the same time, he slapped his hand. Sun Wukong rubbed his slightly painful hand and complained, "Why so stingy, Vegeta? This isn't stinginess, do you know?" Just as Vegeta was about to warn Sun Wukong again, the remaining words suddenly stopped at his mouth. Then his eyes slowly widened as if he had seen something incredible. After about 2 or 3 seconds, Vegeta finally gradually came to his senses. Zhang Fei. You're back. What's wrong?" "Vegeta, don't recognize me." Zhang Fei looked at him and smiled faintly. At the same time, he was slightly confused about Vegeta cooking in the kitchen. According to his understanding, even though this man had undergone significant changes in the later stage, that shouldn't be this big, he even started cooking in the kitchen himself. I recognize. Vegeta quickly nodded, then his eyes lit up, feeling that his savior had seemingly arrived. A plan had already surfaced in his heart. He wiped his hands directly on his apron. Then he stuffed all the prepared dishes to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei was somewhat at a loss. "What are you doing?" In just a short while, between his fingers he had already clamped plates full of food. "You should know about the god of destruction, right?" Vegeta said seriously. Hearing this, Zhang Fei seemed to understand everything and nodded with a smile. I know. Upon hearing this, Vegeta slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he seriously explained to Zhang Fei, That's good. The terror of the god of destruction, I believe you should understand better than me. He is outside now. Please deliver these dishes to him with a sincere attitude, communicate well, and see if we can send this guy away. After all, you are also a deity, so communicating should certainly be easier for you than for us, ordinary people. Zhang Fei listened to Vegeta's lengthy monologue, his eyebrows rising slightly. It seemed this guy truly harbored an innate fear of Beerus. The man who was usually so arrogant was now being surprisingly attentive. Aside from maintaining a sincere attitude, is there anything else I need to do? Zhang Fei asked with mild amusement, balancing a stack of plates in his hands. Vegeta stroked his chin thoughtfully. When conversing, it would be best to tell a few jokes to lighten the atmosphere, if appropriate perhaps showcase some talents. Zhang Fei chuckled helplessly and nodded slowly. Tell some jokes. Showcase some talents. It was clear just how terrified Beerus had made Vegeta. Then in a flash he vanished from the kitchen. Phew, Vegeta slowly exhaled, relieved. He had been worried that Zhang Fei lacked the foresight to appreciate the bigger picture and would be so frightened of Beerus that he would reject his proposal. It seemed this guy, besides possessing some strength, also had a measure of courage. Son Goku scratched his head, bewildered. Casually grabbing a remaining plate of food, he ate while asking, "What were you two just discussing? I'm feeling a bit lost." TCH. Vegeta gave him a disdainful look. Someone as foolish as you doesn't need to know too much. With his arms crossed, he quietly observed everything outside through the kitchen window. He believed it was better not to tell Son Goku too much about this matter. After all, a brainless fool like him, if he knew the truth. Who knew what kind of trouble he might cause? Hey Vegeta, don't underestimate people, okay? Son Goku expressed his protest, while quickly devouring the food on his plate. Vegeta glanced at him, but was too lazy to explain anything. The main task now was to see whether Zhang Fei could convince that great presence below to leave. If he failed, Earth might fall into destruction at any moment. Seeing Vegeta still ignoring him, Son Goku became somewhat irritated. After swallowing his food, he immediately said, "What's the big deal about a god of destruction? I already spoke with Zhang Fei when we first met. He said he's just an insignificant little god. Look at how scared you were making him be polite. Such ignorance." What a... Vegeta was startled by Son Goku's words. But then he shook his head with a smile. So Zhang Fei also likes to boast in front of others. He had originally thought Zhang Fei was the type who remained composed and indifferent to fame and wealth. He never expected that upon first meeting Kakarot, he would brag about himself. Boast? How could Zhang Fei possibly boast? Son Goku was confused and scratched his head. Vegeta looked at him with disdain and, having no choice, began to explain slowly. Beerus is the god of destruction of this universe. Do you understand? He is the master of the entire universe. Whoever he decrees to die must die, and Zhang Fei is no exception. Calling him an insignificant deity isn't boasting, then what is it? Son Goku slowly opened his mouth wide upon hearing this explanation. So this was the god of destruction. He truly hadn't expected such a figure to exist in the world. His gaze then turned toward the window. But I still feel that Zhang Fei doesn't seem like the type to boast. Son Goku shook his head and murmured. Vegeta sneered at him and didn't argue further about whether it was boasting or not. After all, a fool would never understand how terrifying a god of destruction truly was. His gaze also slowly turned toward the window, carefully observing everything outside. Beyond the residence, Zhang Fei carried a large stack of plates and slowly approached the table where Beerus and the others sat. Watching the two dine voraciously without any manners, he spoke in a cool voice. "Is all this food what you ordered?" "Nonsense, if we didn't order it, who would have?" Beerus began with his head bowed, but stopped mid-sentence. The food in his mouth dared not continue chewing and was swallowed directly. Whis also stopped using his chopsticks, and every hair on his body stood on end. Their necks turned stiffly, and they exchanged a glance. Each detected fear in the other's eyes. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Clatter! Zhang Fei directly threw all the bowls and plates onto the table. The two quickly looked up. Upon confirming it was indeed that man, Beerus was so frightened that he overturned the table. Pots, pans, and dishes shattered all over the floor. The freshly prepared food spilled onto the ground. Beerus disregarded all of this and immediately fell to his knees, head bowed, saying, "Greetings, law enforcement officer." "Greetings, law enforcement officer." Whis also dared not remain seated and quickly rose, head lowered, saying. At the same time, he pulled out a handkerchief and hurriedly wiped his mouth. Inside the kitchen, Vegeta's eyes nearly popped out after witnessing this scene. Everything happening outside completely exceeded his expectations. He had imagined many possible scenarios of what would happen after Zhang Fei encountered Beerus. But he never would have expected this to unfold. How could Beerus, upon seeing Zhang Fei kneel directly like that? This guy is the legendary god of destruction, the ruler of the universe who decides who lives and dies. Son Goku said to Vegeta with a slight teasing tone. He had been quite looking forward to seeing what kind of sparks would fly between Zhang Fei and this so-called god of destruction. Instead, he was shown this scene. It seemed this god of destruction was indeed, as Zhang Fei had said, nothing more than an insignificant little god. In terms of hierarchy, he probably ranked similarly to Earth's guardian deities. After all, both of these two had knelt immediately upon seeing Zhang Fei, and they had done so without hesitation, without a trace of procrastination. This is impossible. Vegeta still found it hard to believe and rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming he wasn't seeing things. The mighty god of destruction Beerus was indeed kneeling at Zhang Fei's feet. Hiss! Vegeta took a deep breath. His gaze locked tightly onto Zhang Fei through the window, muttering to himself, this man is too terrifying. Today marked the first time he truly witnessed just how extraordinary Zhang Fei was. If before he had only been impressed by this man's strength, now he was thoroughly shaken to his core. Son Goku, seeing the situation outside, was not particularly nervous. Deciding not to stay cooped up in the kitchen any longer, he simply flew straight out through the window. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, threw his apron to the ground, and followed Son Goku, flying out through the window together. The two quickly arrived beside Zhang Fei. However, neither spoke a word, and simply observed the situation quietly. Wasting food is not a good habit, especially food that I brought for you, Zhang Fei said in a calm tone, looking at Beerus prostrate on the ground. Beerus slowly raised his head. Although he saw Son Goku and Vegeta, he had no time to pay them any attention at this moment. Beerus looked at the food on the ground covered in dirt and swallowed hard. How about I eat it all? Hearing this, Vegeta froze completely, as if struck by lightning, because he felt his entire worldview was shattering. The current Beerus was completely unrecognizable compared to just moments before. If he could, he truly wanted to grab Beerus by the ears and demand, are you really the god of destruction? What happened to your dignity and pride?